Qin Ziyuan instantly appeared outside the helicopter, floating in the air. Dark energy surged around him, like two blue dragons protecting him. In his hands, two black hole-like energies formed. He gathered the giant white sword, but the black hole-like energy instantly dissolved and swallowed the light sword. Chris took a step forward, spreading his wings of light behind him. He flew into the sky, directly facing Qin Ziyuan. He was no longer as calm and elegant as before, but full of anger. He shouted angrily, "Dark Emperor, what method did you use to hide these weapons?" Such a huge amount of weapons made him feel distressed. He had calculated everything perfectly. This time, during the attack on Qin Ziyuan, even if he couldn't kill him, he would never let him take away the weapons. He still lost. As long as Songlong lost, he could wipe out his shame and boost his confidence to a new high, breaking through the barrier completely. Yes, he wanted to use this victory to improve himself and step into a new level. But now he failed, completely failed. The weapons on those ships, including the 15 warships, disappeared right before his eyes. Vanished. This was his biggest failure ever, an unthinkable defeat. Chris's frantic questions received only a cold answer from Qin Ziyuan. No comment. Chris went completely crazy.
Ah!
He roared loudly, white energy erupting around him like a storm gathering. The sea beneath him even parted due to his energy explosion. Around him, arrows of light with white lightning circling on them appeared. He used his powers to the limit, his body strained to the breaking point, blood flowing from his nose, mouth, and ears. His skin cracked and bled, but as soon as the blood touched the white light, it dried up and turned to ash. "Black Emperor, I will do whatever it takes to make you die here." In response to Chris's provocation, Qin Ziyuan simply said calmly, "You can't do it." After speaking, black holes appeared all around him. The wind, seawater, and even the energy Chris unleashed were swept into these black holes. Suddenly, the sky darkened. The once clear sky was filled with swirling black clouds. Within the clouds, black lightning flashed and roared. The helicopter swayed wildly in the storm. The members of Songlong stared in shock at the confrontation ahead, all stunned. Is this still a fight between humans? Of course not. It's a god's battle. Oh my god. What's happening today has completely shattered my view of the world. Besides everything else, I can be sure of one thing. We've grabbed onto a huge, powerful ally. Zhou Chuchu couldn't hear their exclamations. She leaned forward, nervously watching the scene ahead, her eyes only on her husband. She was ready. If things got out of control, she would immediately use her space powers to transfer her husband away, then enter the space herself. As for others, she didn't know them well and didn't care. In her eyes, ahead, there was a clear boundary, black and white, sharply divided. But clearly, Chris was trying his best, while Qin Ziyuan remained calm and relaxed, with plenty of energy left. Chris was stunned, and a deep sense of jealousy appeared on his face. Now he had to admit that he was jealous of Qin Ziyuan. Qin Ziyuan's appearance shattered all his pride. Even in terms of divine favor, he still enjoyed more blessings than himself. Wasn't he the chosen one? Does the divine believe Qin Ziyuan is more suitable to be the ruler of the New World? He was unwilling. Unwilling. Bright arrows shot out around him, carrying white lightning, rushing toward him. Qin Ziyuan reached out and grabbed. From the black holes, black lights formed into dragons that bit and shattered the arrows. Chris suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale as paper, like a kite with a broken string, falling into the sea. Qin Ziyuan didn't hesitate. He unleashed a powerful black lightning strike, aiming to eliminate the threat completely. The sea was blasted, billions of tons of water splashed everywhere, creating a huge deep hole in the ocean. Black lightning surged inside it, and fish and shrimp corpses floated on the surface, sinking as the water flooded back into the hole. The black lightning didn't hit Chris. He disappeared into the sea. Qin Ziyuan had expected this, so he wasn't surprised. He looked deeply at the ocean and then returned to the helicopter. "Husband." Zhou Chuchu rushed over and hugged her husband's waist. She was truly scared just now. Next second, she cheerfully threw out endless praise. Husband, you are so strong. Husband, you are my idol. Boo, your strength makes me feel so safe. Chris compared to you, he's just a joke. Qin Ziyuan's murderous intent faded because of her rainbow praise, like an iceberg melting in spring. He nodded. I will become even stronger. To protect you, the children, and the parents. Everyone on the helicopter looked at each other, feeling very complicated. Their usually cold, stern, and commanding boss, the leader of the Tsanglong mercenary group, known as the Black Emperor in the mercenary world, now so powerful and capable, was in front of his wife, showing such a gentle side. If enemies who had lost to him saw this, they would surely be shocked. Immediately, some married people on the helicopter found it hard to watch, but only Ji Fuxing, the talented young man, was excited and fangirling over the couple. The helicopter gradually flew farther away. On the luxurious cruise ship, Fang Manru woke up feeling extremely dizzy. When she touched her head, she found two large bumps, one at the front and one at the back. The ship was a mess, with dishes and chairs scattered everywhere. Next to her, there was a woman dressed in Japanese-style clothing who had been injured in an explosion. What happened? She asked. Where is Zhou Chuchu? Someone replied. She only remembered that before losing consciousness, she seemed to see Zhou Chuchu and a very handsome foreign man. But she couldn't remember what the foreign man looked like. The people on the ship, after snapping out of their confusion, realized they were hurt and didn't know what had happened. Their memories after seeing Chris became fuzzy and unclear. While everyone was confused, a group of Poison Scorpion members arrived by helicopter, carrying Jin Guangzhou and Haruka Sakurako away. They took control of the ship, drove it ashore, and then evacuated all the passengers. Fang Manru and Zhang Haohui were also asked to leave. Fang Manru remembered that Zhang Haohui had gone to discuss a business deal. She asked, Young Master Zhang, how is the deal with President Bauer going? But Zhang Haohui looked very upset and didn't even greet her before leaving quickly. Fang Manru was confused. She watched his back and felt that something that seemed certain before now appeared to have changed. After turning from South Korea's high seas, the temperature soared dramatically, rising day by day. There were many rumors online: solar flares, global warming, nuclear fallout, and more. Most companies changed their working hours from daytime to nighttime, but everyone still felt too hot to work. At home, it was uncomfortable too. Electricity bills skyrocketed, and even the air conditioning seemed less cool. At night, people crowded into underground shelters and subway stations to escape the heat. They talked about those who fainted or suffered heat stroke from the extreme heat, hoping the hot weather would end soon. But their hopes were in vain. On the last day before the apocalypse, Zhou Chuchu stood inside a safe house, closing all the doors and windows and turning on the air conditioning full blast. She remembered that in her previous life, on this day, the sky suddenly lit up with a brilliant, colorful display. The rainbow-like light stayed in the sky for half an hour before slowly fading. Many people, mesmerized by the dazzling colors, went outside to watch, but they were burned by the rising temperature that reached 58 degrees Celsius. Those who looked directly at the light permanently lost their eyesight. Looking at the time, there were only 3 minutes left before the end of the world.
Mom,
I'm here. Mom, what are you doing here? Liline and Chi-Chi rushed into her arms. Behind them followed a tiger-striped dog with different colored eyes. Qin Ziyuan walked over and gently hugged his wife and children. The parents-in-law were watching TV nearby. High temperature alert, high temperature alert. Please everyone take measures to stay cool and stay healthy. High temperatures are only temporary. The first cold wave is coming from Siberia. We will surely overcome the heat and return to normal life. Sizzle. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The TV screen was filled with snowflakes. Buzzing sounds filled the air. A wave of heat swept through, causing the sofa, table, refrigerator, and other furniture to shake slightly. The cup on the coffee table suddenly jumped and shattered on the ground.
Bang!
A loud explosion sounded in the sky, like fuel exploding, with colors of red, orange, yellow, blue, green, and purple spreading across the sky, painting it with vibrant, kaleidoscope-like colors. Ignoring the fact that this might be a sign of the end times, such a scene could be called magnificent and grand. But this was just the last brilliance before the end, a sort of earthly farewell. Qin Ziyuan silently hugged her and the children tightly. The family looked out the window. "Mom, what is that? It's so beautiful. Is that a rainbow explosion?" Chi-Chi and Lilin, the two children, didn't understand what the end of the world meant. They only saw the colorful lights in the sky. Zhou Chu-Chu said, "That's the Grim Reaper waving its scythe." Zzz. The latest news. The sky suddenly erupted with rainbow-colored light bands. Our station advises everyone to stay protected if you go outside to watch. The composition of these light bands is unknown. Do not look directly at them. Pop. The TV screen turned blue. Because the heat wave swept down from the sky to the ground, the temperature instantly rose from 45 degrees Celsius to 56 degrees Celsius. Just like in the past, many people went outside to see the strange scene and were hit by the intense heat, causing severe eye damage. Many became permanently blind. Those who were more cautious closed their eyes early, but still got burned by the heat, shouting and jumping as they ran back inside. Boom, boom, boom. In the villa area, luxury cars like Mercedes and BMW parked outside exploded and caught fire. Scenes like this were happening intensively in Haishur, across the country, and around the world. Outside the window, the leaves of the plants in the green belt visibly curled up, delicate flowers falling from their vines onto the ground. The outdoor environment in this end-of-the-world scenario was no longer suitable for these fragile plants to survive. Now, except for Zhou Chu-Chu's small vegetables and the 100 old trees behind the villa that withstand the heat, the rest of the plants will die in this harsh environment unless they evolve on their own. Inside the safe house, a 50 centimeters thick steel wall surrounds it, and Zhou Chu-Chu has reinforced it with special protective materials given as a reward for signing in. It is as strong as a fortress. No matter how hot it gets outside, it won't affect the inside. With the air conditioning on and the excellent indoor circulation system, the temperature inside is just 25 degrees Celsius. Compared to outside, it's a world of difference. Is this what the end of the world looks like? Oh. Grandma Lu Jilin feels upset watching the news on TV, which shows accidents and disasters happening everywhere. She looks at Zhou Chu-Chu with gratitude. "Maner, you really had foresight." Grandpa Qin Zhuangming thinks more deeply. "Demand, thanks to you, that scoundrel son of ours was able to sell the company in time. We didn't suffer any loss for nothing." Lu Jilin says, "Yes, 10 days ago, Zhou Chu-Chu told us the end of the world was coming, but we didn't believe it at first." Now, the scene outside is exactly what she described. The elderly couple can't hide their worry. With the end of the world coming, their family will face all kinds of natural and man-made disasters. It's natural to feel worried, but they are also more grateful. Their children prepared well, sold the company, built a safe house, and bought various supplies. Yes, Zhou Chu-Chu told them the end was near. Although they didn't believe it at first, they still bought enough supplies. When they could go out, they went to wholesale markets, supermarkets, and malls to buy what they thought necessary to stock up. Later, Zhou Chu-Chu showed them how to transfer these supplies into the storage space right in front of them. She also took her parents into the storage space to see it. Zhou Chu-Chu never intended to hide the storage space from her parents, since they would need to take supplies from it later. Why hide it? After the shock, they quickly accepted it. They grew to trust Zhou Chu-Chu even more, praising her repeatedly and saying Qin Ziyuan married a fairy. They didn't understand supernatural powers, but they thought having such a huge, limitless storage space was like having a fairy. "Maner, you scoundrel, from now on, how we get through the end of the world depends on you. We won't have any thoughts about these supplies." The elderly couple has no desire to control the supplies. Just like they said about handing over the company completely, they will never interfere again. These supplies, how should they be used? They have no idea at all. Zhou Chu-Chu nodded, about to speak, when her phone suddenly vibrated intensely. She opened her phone and saw that the group chat for the residents was exploding with messages. What's going on? Why has it suddenly become so hot? Security, are you there? Go check what's happening with my car. The temperature has risen to 58 degrees Celsius. This is life-threatening. Security, go check next door. I think someone might have died inside because it smells so bad. Old son from next door. His son has been abroad for years, and he lives alone with the housekeeper. The housekeeper resigned recently and went back to the countryside. I haven't seen him come out these days. Maybe he really died inside the house. Wow. So unlucky. Security. Security. Are security guards even human? They don't even realize when someone has died? What's the use of security? Call the police. With such high temperatures, people might have already decomposed. I called the police too, but the line was busy. I tried dozens of times, but no one answered. I also called. Someone answered, but they said they don't have enough staff. They're overwhelmed with work. We're lucky. My subordinate's family went to a summer retreat by car, but the car exploded on the way. The whole family of 4 was lost. Security. Go remove the body next door. I paid you to take care of things, not to just stand around. What's going on with this weather? It's too crazy. Is anyone still alive? My child has a high fever that won't go down. What should I do now? Can someone help me? The group chat was noisy, messages flooding in rapidly. The limit of 999 messages was reached. No one could go outside. Calls to security went unanswered because they didn't dare to go out in this heat. Everyone's mood was terrible. In the face of natural disasters, human fragility was laid bare. Zhou Chuchu looked at her phone. These messages were exactly the same as in her previous life. The sudden outbreak of extreme heat caused widespread panic. The intense heat caused cars to explode, leading to countless tragedies and disasters. The police were overwhelmed and couldn't handle everything. Even if they responded, they risked heatstroke. Staying outside too long could lead to heatstroke and death. Weak elderly people, unable to withstand the heat, also lost their lives in this heat wave. Even if they survived this hot period, the coming days would be even more difficult. Those who couldn't endure would die inside their homes. At first, people chose to call the police or the funeral home to gather help. But the police were overwhelmed, and the funeral home was short-staffed. Even with more workers, they couldn't handle or burn all the bodies in batches. For example, Old Son's body was still being cleaned up by Old Feng and others that night. By then, Old Son had already fallen apart on the ground. The house was filled with a terrible smell, and maggots crawled everywhere. After more deaths, security staff dared not handle the bodies anymore. Only the grieving family members, suppressing their deep sadness, buried the bodies at night. Besides the elderly, fragile infants also died one after another during the rising heat of summer. This is the end of the world, brutal and harsh. Everyone must do their best to survive. Even after experiencing such a disaster, Zhou Chuchu's heart couldn't stay calm. She deeply felt the terror of natural disasters and her own helplessness. She hugged her 2 children tightly and looked at Qin Ziyuan, who was also staring at her. Both saw the determination in each other's eyes. No matter how terrible or frightening the end of the world was, they had to live on. Linlin, Chi-Chi, the outside temperature is becoming very scary. From now on, we'll stay at home, okay? The children seemed to understand a little but saw their mother's serious face, so they hugged her. Okay, Mom, we'll be good. Zhou Chuchu nodded. She called her parents-in-law, Mom and Dad, take the kids to the study and watch the cartoons I downloaded. Her parents-in-law agreed and took the children away. The tiger-striped dog, Xiaohu, followed closely behind the children, staying very close. It didn't know how bad the outside environment was, but it clung tightly to her leg. Zhou Chuchu looked at the various plants hanging in the house. Recently, her supernatural power had greatly increased, allowing her to control more plants. She used her abilities to give some of the flowers and plants special powers. For example, the calla lilies that kept the air flowing and improved indoor conditions. the orchids that helped regulate her supernatural energy for better training, the spider plants that improved sleep quality, and the lotuses that increased indoor humidity. Right now, outside, the heat was intense and unbearable, but her home was comfortable and cool. She had deliberately kept her children away because she was worried that some of the disgusting messages in the group chat would upset her and scare the kids. Sure enough, as everyone vented their emotions, expressed dissatisfaction, fear, and panic, some disgusting comments slipped in. "You howly, haha. It feels so good. I no longer have to listen to my mom's constant nagging and bossiness. My uncle died in the hospital, and now I will inherit this beautiful villa. I'm so happy. I'm going to open some champagne to celebrate, ha." Pictures, pictures, pictures in the pictures. A lively girl with tattoos, smoky makeup, wearing a swimsuit, with purple-dyed hair, is playfully making a peace sign with her hands, leaning on two guys, looking very proud and confident, not hiding her attitude at all. Yu Haoli turns the air conditioning to the maximum, happily running around the villa with her two boyfriends. She waves her phone excitedly, saying, "I'm so happy. My mom is burning up with heat, and my uncle died in the hospital. I am free now. No one can control me anymore, and this luxurious villa is mine too. I want to show off and make those uncles and aunts jealous." Her two boyfriends, each hiding their own thoughts, cooperate with her, saying, "Our princess, you are the most noble princess. We are your knights. Let's make this castle our love nest and live happily together forever." Yu Haoli is very excited, laughing, "Yes, now I am a princess, ha. I want to see if they are jealous and envious of me." She looks at her phone, but her expression suddenly turns sour. Her two boyfriends lean in curiously and also change their faces. How shameless. How did such a person get into our homeowners group? The real owner of Building 17, Unit 1701, I know him. He's child-free, busy with work all year, and got sick from overwork. He brought his sister's daughter to take care of the villa. And now we have a wicked wolf in the house. That's so cold-blooded. If I had a daughter like that, I would definitely beat her to death. I wouldn't even let her be born. At this moment, everyone's moral bottom line is still intact. Seeing such a shameless person, they naturally become furious. Yu Haoli, furious, frantically presses her phone. "You guys are just jealous. Humph, just wait. I will get back at you." Zhou Chuchu sees her message, and her eyes turn cold. Yes, Yu Haoli did indeed take revenge. In her past life, her revenge was to sneak into her villa at night, when it was cooler, and smash her windows. However, she never said a word in the group chat. In her previous life after the apocalypse, Zhou Chuchu's first wave of malice came from Yu Haoli. Because she broke her own window, the well-insulated villa was invaded by hot air, making her already sick husband's condition worse. Her expression inevitably grew cold and distant. In her previous life, she was weak and had to care for her seriously ill husband. After Yu Haoli broke her window, she couldn't keep up with the young girl and her two boyfriends. Even if she caught up, she was no match for them. She tried to reason in the group chat, but everyone remained silent out of fear that the young girl would break more windows. Later, the young girl attacked her fiercely, and some people even became accomplices. At that time, only old Feng stood by her side, scolding the young girl away. In her past life, it was what it was. In this life, if she dares to come back and cause trouble again, she will give her a lesson she will never forget. When Qin Ziyuan saw Yu Haoli's words in the group chat, his eyes turned cold. Some future scenes appeared again in his mind. They were about Yu Haoli. In the scene, Yu Haoli broke the glass at home, caught a cold from the wind, and her temperature soared, making her even weaker. At that moment, Chu Chu heard the noise and ran out to chase her, but she fell to the ground due to exhaustion. Her wife, just outside the door, returned and helped her up, offering water and medicine. This eased the tense atmosphere between them, but the illness worsened, and his body quickly weakened. He looked at his wife, then at the name, with murderous intent in his eyes. The love between husband and wife, heartfelt connection activated, your abilities and skills increased by 102 times. Zhou Chuchu. Are she and her husband more in sync now? Recently, such heartfelt connections have become more frequent. And often, she doesn't even know how they manage to connect. Fortunately, this is a good thing. Her cold and irritable mood eased, and she showed a smile. Qin Ziyuan saw her smile and felt a little better himself. In the afternoon, the outside heat remained intense, with no sign of cooling. Cars parked outside kept getting flat tires or exploding. Everyone in the group was wailing, except for the young girl and her two boyfriends, who were celebrating wildly. The tense atmosphere spread along with the rising temperature. On Zhou Chuchu's side, the first day of the apocalypse also arrived. Ding! Congratulations on successfully checking in. You received Ranch Puzzle Piece 1 and a jar of itchy powder. Since today is the first day of the apocalypse, you also received an S-rank mutant ability, Water Star. Zhou Chuchu was stunned. 5 days before the end of the world, they spent all their money, and then the sign-ins stopped rewarding money. However, receiving farm puzzle pieces still surprised her. Once she collected all the puzzle pieces, could she then open a farm in the space? What surprised her even more was that she unexpectedly gained a new S-rank water-type superpower, Water Star. In her previous life, she awakened a C-rank supportive water ability, which evolved by chance into a B-rank attack ability. This B-rank attack ability saved her multiple times from dangerous situations. Compared to plant abilities, she was more familiar with and felt closer to water-type powers. She was just regretting that the sign-in reward was an S-rank water ability. How could she not be very happy? If any ability matched with plant powers, it had to be water-type. After gaining the ability, her body was immediately surrounded by a blue water glow. Her already delicate and fair skin became more moist and translucent, and her hair looked like it was covered with a water film, very lively. She reached out, and 2 rings of water appeared, forming a large water sphere in the air. With a thought, she could turn this water into any shape she wanted. Zhou Chuchu exclaimed, "This was really great." From now on, she could freely control water, and her mom wouldn't have to worry about her not having water to drink. S-rank abilities had enormous potential, and Zhou Chuchu planned to explore them thoroughly. Qin Ziyuan watched Zhou Chuchu's figure carefully. "Did you awaken another ability?" Zhou Chuchu nodded. "Yes, a water type." "Am I impressive?" Qin Ziyuan nodded. "Chuchu, you're very impressive. It looks like my husband needs to work harder, or else he'll be left behind by Chuchu." This was praise from a top expert. Zhou Chuchu blushed, but enjoyed her husband's compliments very much. She proudly said, "Don't worry, I'll protect you in the future." Qin Ziyuan chuckled softly. Zhou Chuchu found his smile especially charming, so she held the water ball and went to the yard. The yard was already enclosed with a high-speed alloy steel fence, with an electric grid wrapped around it. The vegetables were planted in a multifunctional greenhouse with temperature control. The peach trees were exposed to the intense heat, but it didn't affect them at all. They remained lush and green. Zhou Chuchu waved her hand, and a water sphere enveloped her. The water froze, blocking the high temperature. She routinely fed her vegetables and peach trees with her abilities. Now, besides her, no one else dared to go outside in the entire community, so she changed her feeding time to daytime. After feeding the peach tree and small vegetables, the ground suddenly trembled. Roots stretched out gently in front of her, waving like dogs wagging their tails. These roots came from 200 ancient trees in the green belt. Zhou Chuchu couldn't go over, so they spread their roots toward the safe house. From the outside, nothing seemed unusual. But if you looked underground, you'd see these ancient roots had already protected the safe house completely. After feeding the ancient trees, Zhou Chuchu was about to go inside. She saw the water ball in her hand and had an idea. What will happen if I water the plants with this? The water was made from her special power, so it should be good for the plants. Thinking this, she poured the water onto the plants. Suddenly, the small vegetables and peach trees shook and shined with bright green light. The ancient trees seemed excited, almost like they wanted to dance. Heavy rain. Heavy rain. I'm so moist now. I'm so moist now.
Surprise.
Such a big surprise.
Wow, wow, wow.
I am evolving faster. The biggest peach tree expressed this most clearly. Master, my great master, your reign has doubled our evolution speed and given us more ways to evolve. The water star had such a big effect, which Zhou Chuchu didn't expect. It was like discovering new uses for her special power. But that was good. Pouring water made the plants evolve faster and gave them more options. Even the small vegetables that couldn't evolve suddenly produced more and looked more tempting. Zhou Chuchu casually picked some vegetables and took them inside. She didn't notice that after the water seeped underground, the plants outside the villa, which had been dried out, also started to recover. Time quickly passed, and night fell. At night, the temperature dropped from 58 degrees to 39 degrees. People who had been stuck inside all day took this chance to go outside. Most rushed to supermarkets and shopping malls to buy supplies. The supplies were quickly bought up. This led to looting, fights, and clashes, and even when victims called the police, the officers were too busy to help. The law of the jungle replaced the rules of civilization. But not everyone was busy stealing. Near Zhou Chuchu's house, 3 people hurried over, sweaty. It's so hot. Quick, break the window and enjoy the air conditioning at home. Little princess, why did you choose this house to break into? Even at night, the nearly 40 degrees Celsius heat makes it very uncomfortable. Shishing Tungren Bujo, Renar Bujo, Yadi Singin Wen. There's no real reason. I just don't like that woman. So, are you guys unwilling to break her windows? Yu Haoli openly shows her malice. She has seen Zhou Chuchu dressed fashionably and beautifully, driving a luxurious car that makes her drool with envy. Zhou Chuchu has a handsome husband who is a CEO and a pair of adorable children. She immediately feels uncomfortable and extremely jealous. The life she dreams of is easily obtained by Zhou Chuchu, which makes her furious. Shishing Tung naturally understands Yu Haoli's personality. He's not a good person either, just trying to please this spoiled girl to enjoy the wealthy life now.
Fine.
If you want to break someone's window, then just do it. Another boyfriend of Yu Haoli, Kong Mingxiu, is a bit worried. That family lives in a standalone villa, probably richer than your uncle. Is it okay to break their window? Yu Haoli points at him and scolds, "Coward. What are you afraid of? We break the window and run."
Do they know who did it?
Even if they do, so what? Will she dare to chase us? Even if she chases us out, you two handle that guy. I'll take the chance to beat her up. Enough. Stop wasting time. If you want to do it, just do it. Don't hesitate. Kong Mingxiu doesn't have any moral bottom line. He's just afraid of offending wealthy people and ending up in trouble. Now, hearing Yu Haoli say this, he thinks it makes sense. Okay, let's go break the windows. The 3 of them grabbed some blue bricks and approached Zhou Chuchu's house. They were stunned. Zhou Chuchu's yard was surrounded by a 5-meter-high alloy steel fence, topped with an exaggerated electric grid. The fence wasn't completely sealed, but the small holes the size of a thumb still prevented them from climbing through. Their plan was foiled before it even started. Is this family crazy? Who are they protecting against? It's too much. What should we do now? Princess, maybe we should find another house to break into? Yu Haoli's face turned green with anger. She's definitely doing it on purpose. No, not her house. If we don't break her house, she won't know how powerful I am. Shishing Tung rolled his eyes inwardly at this fool. But he still had to coax her. Princess, their defenses are too strong. We can't get in either. Can't get in? Yu Haoli looked at Zhou Chuchu's villa for a few moments and suddenly smiled. I have decided not to break her windows. Instead, you two go and gather 2 bags of dirt. I will use the dirt to throw at her windows. Shishing Tung and Kong Mingxiu were stunned. What kind of crazy idea was this? They couldn't believe they were going to use dirt to hit someone's windows. Yu Haoli saw their expressions and impatiently urged them. Are you in? Each person gets 500. If not, just get out of here. They looked at each other. How could they give up their carefree life in the villa? Besides, they had money. Gathering dirt was just a small task. As they were about to go and collect dirt, suddenly, the thick branches of the peach tree silently reached above their heads under the cover of night. Clatter! Some powder fell down, splashing onto their faces, heads, and exposed skin. Immediately, their bodies felt like they were covered in prickly heat, with sharp pains and itching all over. It wasn't deadly, but it was enough to drive anyone crazy. Red bumps quickly appeared on their exposed skin. Scratching caused sharp pain, but not scratching made them itch and hurt even more. The sensation of this stuff crawling all over their bodies made them roll on the ground, screaming wildly. Ah! What is this? What is this? Someone is attacking us.
Ah!
It hurts so much. The unbearable pain and itching seemed to come from deep inside their bones. They couldn't hold it anymore and started scratching their bodies wildly, leaving bloody streaks all over. They kept scratching until their faces were unrecognizable and their bodies were covered in blood. Only then did the pain and itching ease a little. Then, the peach tree branches shook again. Clatter! Another round of screams erupted. The three of them didn't dare stay any longer and ran away, crawling and stumbling into the distance. Zhou Chuchu watched this scene on the monitor, her face expressionless. Only her gentle, bright eyes, usually full of warmth for her family, now seemed to burn with a fiery passion. The itching powder from the sign-in reward works well. It turned out she had already spread the itching powder on the peach tree. She didn't need to do it herself. She had already punished you, Hao Li, and the others. Thinking about how that unlucky thing wanted to attack her house with dirt made her want to go and sprinkle more itching powder. She had to admit, after enduring that endless pain and torment, a demon had awakened deep inside her heart. But when she turned to see her sleeping, adorable children covered with a thin quilt and her handsome husband, that demon quietly retreated and hid away again. She pulled the quilt over her stomach, gently patted her two little babies' tiny butts, and they slept even more soundly. Outside the room, little Tiger was lying on the ground, with one blue and one gold heterochromatic eyes shining brightly. After confirming there was no danger, it rested its head on its legs, with its ears drooping. Recently, it has been staying close to the two children every day, loyal and attentive. When the children occasionally chase each other and fall, it quickly moves to cushion them, often causing the children to hug and pet it happily. At first, it was somewhat resistant to its older brother Linlin, but when Chi-Chi placed the brother's hand on its head, as if performing a small ritual, it prioritized the safety of the children. Zhou Chuchu observed carefully for a while, deliberately staying away several times, using plants to watch. She found that little Tiger still treats the children very kindly. Even if they accidentally step on it, it never gets angry, just looks at them gently. Gradually, she felt more at ease. She fed little Tiger some tiger bone powder, which was prepared with care and effort. Little Tiger clearly understood who decided its future and became more responsible. As it interacted more with the children, its gaze changed, slowly becoming part of the family. Meanwhile, Zhou Chuchu enjoyed the coolness inside, very different from the intense heat outside. On the other hand, Yu Haoli and the others endured prickling, itching, and pain all over their bodies. Even after several showers, it didn't help. Worse still, even with all the air conditioners on, the rooms seemed less cool. Their sweat, sticky on their skin, caused their wounds to quickly become infected and pus-filled. Yu Haoli lost her mind, cursing Zhou Chuchu loudly in the group chat. Building 1, B unit, trash. Do you realize you're killing yourselves? How can your heart be so cruel? I was just taking a walk to your yard, and you sprinkled poison powder all over me. You're more poisonous than a venomous bee. Images, 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 Yu Haoli falsely accused others, mixing facts and spreading these pictures. The lively group suddenly quieted down. Everyone was restless from the heat and frightened by the sudden weather changes. There were reports of deaths everywhere and ongoing incidents. They were chatting and venting in the group. I just went out to buy some food and drinks. It's chaos outside. When I left, there were quite a few fights and brawls. I also went shopping for supplies. The big supermarkets are somewhat better, with staff maintaining order, but I was late, and most of the goods are almost gone. I advise you all to be honest. The police have already mobilized completely, including armed police and the military. I hope the intense heat will pass quickly, and tomorrow the temperature will return to normal. Even if the temperature goes back to normal, the damage has already been done. According to initial reports, over 1 million people have died today. Countless vehicles have exploded. What is all this about? Halley's posted pictures truly shocked everyone. Everyone was talking about a natural disaster, but what she posted was about a man-made disaster. The two are very different. Before people could react, some with bad intentions started to stir up trouble. Shun Danhong, owner of Villa Number 2. Oh, this girl is really pitiful. Such a pretty, fair girl, and now she's been hurt and scarred. Zhou Chuchu is really not a good person. How could she do this to you? Zhang Xiaomei, number 8 in Building 56. Some people marry rich husbands, but they are still bad inside, completely wicked. My mom was beaten by her and my brother was sent to jail because of her. Security team leader Li Jun. Madam Qin has gone too far. I'll take you to talk to her and sort this out. Cheng Luan, leader of the shopping group in this villa area. We are a high-end, harmonious community. Everyone here is cultured and refined. Zhou Chuchu's actions are really unacceptable. I suggest we unite and drive her out of the neighborhood. Led by these people, who often envy the Qin family, clash with their in-laws, have conflicts with Zhou Chuchu, or harbor ulterior motives, they all now jumped out to support Halley, regardless of right or wrong. With their influence, others quickly joined in, listing Zhou Chuchu and her family's sins. The Qin family's wealth probably isn't obtained honestly. If they were upright, why build their house like a fortress? They must have done something shameful, afraid of revenge. Mr. Qin Zhuangming is ruthless in business, and his son is even worse. Look at how gloomy he always is. He must be hiding something evil. His wife beats the housekeeper and the elderly. Now this innocent girl has been harmed like this. What's going on? She's probably jealous because she's younger. Her heart is so poisonous. This good girl has been turned into this. How will she marry in the future? It's just too much. People like this troublemaker shouldn't stay in our community. Who's willing to help me drive them out? Many people criticized and wanted to drive Zhou Chuchu and her family away. They completely forgot that earlier Halley had made some inappropriate comments in the group, and they also criticized her for lacking manners. Now, suddenly Halley is seen as a kind child and a good girl. Halley immediately felt very wronged, thanking her older brother and sister in the group, as if she had found family members to support her. Security team leader Li Jun said, "No hesitation, let's gather some people and go handle this." He showed a very active and enthusiastic attitude about the matter. But at this moment, Lao Feng said in the group, "A few people come with me to collect old son's body. Leaving the body there isn't right, and it might cause disease if it stays too long." Hearing this, the residents who had been enduring the strong smell of decay quickly supported him. Yes, yes. Quickly move that body away. Oh my, I vomited several times today. I don't dare go outside now. Just thinking about a dead body next door makes me scared. I left home early and stayed at a friend's house in the heat. I can tolerate it, but my kids can't. I'd rather be hot than smell death. Please, get it cleaned up. I beg you, or we can't live here anymore. However, most of the security guards didn't respond, since dealing with a decomposed, foul-smelling body requires strong mental strength. Lao Feng directly called out, "Li Jun, you're the security captain, earning a good salary. You should set an example." Li Jun, who had been active earlier, stayed silent and pretended to be dead. Lao Feng had expected this and said, "Anyone willing to go with me gets 2,000 yuan. The residents who couldn't stand it immediately said, "How can Lao Feng pay for this? We'll chip in and give you 4,000 yuan together. Hurry up." Hearing about the money, the security guards eagerly volunteered, saying they were willing to go with Lao Feng to handle the body. In such a life-and-death situation, the few people who had been jumping around earlier quieted down. Yu Haoli was very unwilling and caused trouble again in the group. Zhang Xiaomei, Shindanhong, Chimlan, and others also jumped in to cause chaos. Lao Feng said, "If you keep causing trouble with this bad seed, I won't handle the body anymore. Whoever wants to go can go." The residents, who were almost losing their minds, immediately disagreed and started criticizing Yu Haoli. "I don't know what's wrong with you. Just stay quiet after taking your uncle's house. Don't push me to come out and scold you. Stop wandering around the villa for no reason. Who knows what kind of injuries you have? If you keep causing trouble, I'll kick you out." Others also didn't want a highly decayed corpse hidden in the community, so they changed their attitude. "I see that your injury isn't from you. It just looks scary. Just put some iodine solution on it. Stop yelling and shouting. We're not doctors." TSK, a woman living with 2 boyfriends. What kind of person is that? Yu Haoli was furious, but she couldn't fight everyone alone, so she took her anger out on the more honest Kong Mingxiu. She kicked him over, then rode on him and started hitting him. "It's all your fault, all your fault. Stop whining and just do something like smashing a pile of trash. Nothing would happen. You're useless, a worthless brat. You can only lick my feet." Kong Mingxiu covered his head, humiliated by Yu Haoli, his eyes turning red. But when he looked at the luxurious villa, the leather sofa, and the full wine cabinet, his expression softened silently as he endured her violence. Shi Xingting watched coldly from the side. "Just beat him to death. When Yu Haoli ends up in jail, this villa will be mine." In the end, Yu Haoli didn't kill Kong Mingxiu. She got tired, sweat pouring down her face, and the itchy, uncomfortable feeling returned. She reached out and grabbed him, causing blood and pus to flow. The night passed like this. Early the next morning, power was cut in Haisher City, and some areas experienced outages. The villa community, which had never lost power before, was included in the blackout zone. Starting at 6 a.m., the temperature soared above 40 degrees Celsius, rising rapidly. By 8 a.m., it had reached 52 degrees Celsius. At Zhou Chuchu's home, the backup power supply kicked in immediately when the power went out, so the outage didn't affect her household at all. She woke up, opened the window, and saw the outside air thick with steam, like water boiling into vapor. The outdoor temperature had already reached 59 degrees Celsius. Impossible to stay outside. But inside the house, it was kept at a comfortable 25 degrees Celsius, the perfect temperature for the human body. Because the air conditioning was on, it even felt slightly cool. She put on a light coat just in case. Although the air conditioning was on, there was no discomfort inside. The air was fresh with a hint of fragrance, making everyone feel happy. Maintaining such a temperature was thanks to the safe house's insulation and temperature regulation functions, along with the houseplants that helped purify the air, release special energy, and produce oxygen. It was very comfortable. Qin Ziyuan is very disciplined. Even now, when he doesn't have to go to work, he wakes up early and calls his 2 children to exercise. He teaches them some moves that look like ancient martial arts but are quite different from real ancient martial arts. Each move is carefully demonstrated, making it easy for people to get drawn into a mysterious world. Zhou Chuchu once asked him what he was practicing. Qin Ziyuan called it nameless skill, which he discovered while doing missions as a mercenary. He found this set of techniques in a deep pond shaped like a dragon and thought it was useful, so he started practicing it. Zhou Chuchu even teased him by calling him Zhang Wuji. Qin Ziyuan disagreed, saying he wasn't as flirtatious as Zhang Wuji and had only ever loved one person in his life. His words made Zhou Chuchu blush and feel her heart race. Now that they had free time, Zhou Chuchu also started practicing. Qin Ziyuan smiled slightly and came over to guide her closely. The 2 little kids, originally pretending to be serious with their eyes closed, quietly opened their eyes and watched their loving parents, giggling happily. It was so nice like this. In the past, their parents often argued or didn't speak to each other. When they argued, the children were scared. When their parents didn't talk, they worried. The 2 little ones acted as messengers, trying to comfort both sides, but it was impossible to make things better. Their efforts never worked. When their mother was angry, their father would get even angrier. If their mother ignored him, he would become upset too. Although their father wasn't angry at them, he felt very sad and lonely. When their mother was upset, it was because she was very angry at them. They didn't understand why she was mad, but they thought it was because they had done something wrong. Now, their mother has become a cheerful person who smiles often, both at them and at their father. They are very happy and excited about this. When their mother smiles at their father, he feels happy too, and they all feel very joyful. After Zhou Chuchu practiced the nameless skill with her husband and children, her ability pool expanded a lot, and her abilities seemed to become stronger, as if the quality of her powers had improved. She looked surprised and said, "Husband, before, when I fought against Chris, even though I was a level 2S ability user, I couldn't resist when he shot that light arrow. Is it because his abilities quality is higher than mine?" Zhou Chuchu, despite being reborn, only had B-level abilities in her previous life. She didn't know what abilities above S-level looked like. Before her husband reached the end of the world, he awakened a special ability as a corpse king. She didn't know why, but guessed that he might have had this potential all along. It was just that the events in his past suppressed it. Since her husband was more advanced and stronger than her, she naturally wanted to learn from him. The tyrant's situation is very special. His ability improves through. Qin Ziyuan's face darkened, as if he remembered something unpleasant, and he planned to hide it. But then he saw Zhou Chuchu's determined gaze. "Husband, I'm not a naive girl who gets scared easily. I want to understand some things clearly." Qin Ziyuan looked deeply at his wife. "Sorry, Chuchu, I underestimated you." He first spoke to their two children, Linlin, Chi-Chi, "Go see what Grandma is cooking." The children, hearing there was something delicious, finished their morning lessons quickly and ran out. Only then did he say the tyrant's ability is so strong because he trains it through sacrifices. In each stage, he sacrifices 1,000 people, giving up their lives and abilities to boost himself. That's why he's so powerful. Zhou Chuchu's mouth opened wide in shock.
She was really surprised.
Good grief, there's only more extreme, not less. No wonder she felt uncomfortable whenever she saw that guy. Then, how come your ability is so strong, husband? Much stronger than that tyrant's. Her praise made Qin Ziyuan very happy. He was honest. Of course, my ability has greater potential and higher quality than his. For example, your ability, if not refined, is like a piece of cotton, very inflated but easy to tear apart. His ability is like a piece of wood, hard and sturdy. When the cotton attacks the wood, the cotton naturally loses. My ability is like refined steel, cutting through wood with steel, causing the wood to break itself. Zhou Chuchu excitedly asked, "Can my ability turn into steel too? Next time I see Chris, I want to beat him up." Qin Ziyuan smiled. Of course, it's possible. Just as they were talking, Grandma called them for dinner. "Maner, I made chilled mung bean soup, double-layered milk pudding, and milk ice cream. Come quickly." Zhou Chuchu responded and ran over happily. Grandma prepared desserts and cold drinks, using yesterday's harvested vegetables to make 6 cold noodles and several small salads. Zhou Chuchu enjoyed her grandma's cooking, and the whole family ate happily and contentedly. The elders praised the safety house highly. "Thanks to having this house, I really can't stand this terrible weather. Right now, the power is out outside, but our home has a backup generator, so our appliances are working normally, and we can enjoy ourselves." The words of the elderly make Zhou Chuchu feel very emotional. Yes, compared to her past life, the life she is now is like that of a fairy. In her previous life, her window was broken by Yu Haoli, and hot air rushed in. Then the neighborhood lost power. All the fish, meat, fruits, yogurt, and ice cream she bought were spoiled. When she opened the fridge, she almost wanted to give up on life right then. She felt both heartbroken and upset. Now, the items transferred from storage are properly frozen in the fridge. The vegetables she picked yesterday are in the fridge, still fresh. She genuinely feels satisfied. She opens her phone and sees hundreds of messages in the owner group chat. What's going on? This is a wealthy neighborhood, and there's a power outage? That's so unreasonable. Didn't you see the local news on your phone? Because of the extreme heat, many power lines have burned or been damaged. The air conditioners are running all day, putting a lot of pressure on the power grid. There's not enough electricity, so they've started rotating power outages by area and time.
Wow.
I didn't watch the news. I went shopping yesterday and all the meat and seafood I bought are spoiled. The smell is terrible. I want to dig my nose out. Me too. I wanted to cool down with some ice cream, but I opened the fridge and a bunch of melted, spoiled liquids spilled out. With such high temperatures, things spoil so fast. We knew there would be power limits, but even if we didn't, we couldn't store all this food properly. I'll go to Walmart tonight to buy some non-perishable food that doesn't spoil easily. Buy food now? Do you think you can find any? Everything's been snatched up already. Even if you can find some, the prices have gone up 10 times. Wow, this is unbearable. It's so hot, and food prices are rising too. Is the authorities doing anything? Do they not care if we survive? They're working on developing cooling devices, but it'll take time to put them into use. Plus, they need people to operate them. Look at the weather outside. Who dares to go out? Hot, hot, hot. I'm so hot. I feel like I'm going to die from the heat. Zhou Chuchu scrolls through her phone and notices that Yuhali tried to rally people to attack her yesterday. Her eyes turn cold. It seems her memory isn't good enough. She also takes a long look at the few people who supported her yesterday. No matter how different past and present are, these people have never changed. Their attitude toward her and her family has always been full of malice. Old Foam, like in the past, speaks up to defend her. If he hadn't stood up for her and her husband before and checked on them every few days, Sun Qishuan's family would have already bullied them to death. This is gratitude, and it must be repaid. Thinking about the vacant villa next door, although it's not as good as the safe house, it still offers good insulation and warmth. Let him move in there. The two houses are close, and the peach trees and hundreds of old trees can be taken care of. With their shade, the hot summer days won't be so hard to endure. She was about to mention this in the group chat when suddenly a message popped up. Chenglon, anyone need food? I have some for sale. Instant noodles are 58 yuan a pack. Fresh vegetables are 150 yuan a bunch. Anyone interested? Seeing this message and thinking of this person, Zhou Chuchu narrowed her eyes. She checked the surveillance footage from last night. She found two people had come close and lingered outside her house for a while. One was security captain Li Jun, and the other was Chenglon, the shopping leader of the villa area. A thought occurred, and Peach Tree replayed the detailed scene from yesterday, even their whispered conversations, word for word. Li Jun tried to climb over her 5-meter alloy fence, but found it had an electric grid and cursed before climbing down. He looked at her house with a cold, greedy gaze. This house is really nice. Recently, they've been renovating and buying a lot of supplies. It must be well stocked inside. If this heat wave passes soon, I won't dare attack her house. But if this disaster continues, then whoever has the power is the boss. I have 16 brothers on my side. They are old, young, and I only have a woman who can't do much. The only person I need to deal with is that man. The former richest man in Haishur. I want to make him my obedient dog. That woman. She's quite pretty. Li Jun's eyes were cold and sinister. The only trouble is Lao Feng. He's good at fighting and treats that woman as a junior. If I go after her family, he definitely won't stand by. When necessary, find a way to kill him. He looked at Zhou Chuchu's house for a moment before turning and leaving. Then it was Chenglon. She stared fiercely at Zhou Chuchu's house, her eyes full of desire. The richest man's house, full of supplies. I must find a way to get those supplies. They are money. This house is also quite nice. If I could take it over, my husband and I could live comfortably inside. Chenglon watched longer than Li Jun but said less. Still, both shared the same goal, to target Zhou Chuchu's supplies and house. In the end-of-the-world scenario, within a month, she had moved out the Sam's supermarket and Homer seafood store next door several times, making it hard for others not to notice. 10 days before the disaster, she warned her in-laws about the coming end, And they also prepared actively, spending all their retirement savings. She made some plans too, like using cars to carry empty boxes out of the community, pretending to move supplies, but her purchases left a deep impression on others. It was hard not to attract their attention. Her safe house was built by highly skilled workers who kept all details hidden and even stopped people trying to look inside. But just being called the richest person's villa was enough to tempt others' greed. In her past life, they also wanted her house, but after Howley broke her window, which made the house less insulated, they gave up. Anyway, later, many people in the community died, so living in a complete villa seemed better than an wrecked one. Now her house was intact, like a fortress, which naturally attracted their interest. What Zhou Chuchu didn't expect was that she thought they wouldn't be interested until they were desperate. But since the end of the world just started, they already had their eyes on her house. The only reason they hadn't acted was because they were cautious. Her gaze shifted to her phone. The price Chenglan quoted was unacceptable. Chenglan, are you crazy for money? Why don't you go loot instead? Prices have increased tenfold. I'll report you. Chenglan confidently retorted. I've set the prices clearly.
If you want to buy, buy.
I'm not the only one doing this. And I tell you, if you don't buy now, come tonight, the prices will be different. Seeing her so confident, everyone stayed silent. Yes, some bold people had already started to raise prices, but at most 2 or 3 times. She, however, doubled or even increased tenfold. Zhou Chuchu watched coldly, without interrupting. No matter how much she raised the prices, as long as she sold the food, some would buy. But once she wanted to buy back with money, it would be impossible. Sure enough, some elderly and weak women, along with mothers with children, started buying supplies from her. Chenglan was very happy. After receiving the transfer, she said in the group chat, "Thank you all for supporting my business. Tonight, I will go door to door to deliver supplies." When Zhou Chuchu saw that her supplies were almost sold out, she finally dropped a bomb in the group chat. "Zhou Chuchu at Old Feng, Uncle Feng, come over tonight. I'll give you the key to the villa next door, and you can stay there." This caused a big stir. P.S. Regarding the arrangements for the heroine's parents and younger brother, I have already explained the reasons. Some readers still don't understand, so I will explain again. 1. The heroine's parents are strong-willed and don't want to trouble their daughter or live under someone else's roof. 2. In the end-of-world scenario, people's hearts have become dark, and being among crowds is more dangerous than being in the mountains. 3. The heroine has arranged for 50 million worth of supplies to be buried in the mountains, enough for her parents and brother to live for 10 years. In fact, they won't need that long. They're expected to reunite in about 3 years. The heroine provided satellite communication phones for contact. 4. The heroine gave them potions to enhance physical strength, mental power, and vitality, along with 3 special fruit that can awaken powerful abilities. 5. The ginkgo trees in the mountains are ancient trees that have evolved early. They can protect her parents and brother. If anyone asks why, I can only say it's due to the intuition of the master of plant evolution. Plus, the heroine added an extra layer of protection with 6 evolved plants, which are highly attractive to ancient trees. 6. Living in caves keeps them warm in winter and cool in summer, with excellent insulation from the mountain. The extreme heat impact is minimized. The heroine has thought everything through carefully. She is not heartless or neglectful of her parents. Her parents and brother are not weak. They have found a way to survive in the end times.
Wow.
This villa is worth hundreds of millions. And they let a security guard live there? Rich people are crazy. That villa is so nice, and they give it to a security guard. Instead of giving it to a guard, give it to me. I'll give you 1 million. These are fairly normal comments. But there are also some who are mentally unwell. Shen Danhong at Zhou Chuchu, your husband's company sold my family stuff at too high a price. Now the stock price is crashing. You should compensate us with this villa. Zhang Xiaomei, my mom has been having nightmares these days because of you. She's terrified. You need to compensate us for this house. You Howley at Zhou Chuchu, Zhou, you've caused me so much trouble. The house must be compensated to me. Lee Jun at Old Foam, that's great. Brother Foam, it's too hot where we live. If we all stay in a villa together, it will be more comfortable. Zhou Chu doesn't tolerate these people and immediately responds sharply. At Shin Danhong, you have a big face. Here, this house, I won't give it to you even if I decide to. Get lost. At Zhang Xiaomei, you and your crazy mom, I will hit you every time I see you from now on. At you Howley, idiot, get lost. At Old Foam, about this house, I only have one rule. Unless I agree, no one else can move in except you. Old Foam quickly replied. At Zhou Chu, no need. Girl, this house is yours. I won't move in. Old Foam cares about Zhou Chu and doesn't want her to become everyone's target. She had already expected this and responded directly at Old Foam. Uncle, you know my situation. If you move in, you can protect me. Otherwise, we might become targets for others. Hearing this, Old Foam understood. He hesitated for a moment and then agreed. All right, I'll come tonight. Don't worry, I will go alone. Zhou Chu finally felt relieved. Old Foam is honest, kind, responsible, and understands how cruel people can be. Unfortunately, in his past life, he helped a woman fleeing from danger, giving her some supplies. But she quickly betrayed him, colluding with Lee Jun to poison him. Old Foam sensed something was wrong and poured out the poison, but he was already badly hurt. He couldn't withstand the cold snap that followed and gave his last food to a poor mother and her child, then starved to death at home. Now, Lee Jun still wants to move into the villa that Zhou Chu prepared for Old Foam. That's just a dream. At this point, Zhou Chu was tired of arguing with these people and left the chat. She put down her phone and first wrapped herself with a water ball created by Water Star, planning to go out and feed the plants. A lotus plant immediately jumped out of the water basin, its leaves growing like an umbrella over her, blowing cool breezes to keep her comfortable. Zhou Chu felt much better and casually fed a candy to this clever lotus plant before stepping outside. Inside the house, the other plants saw this scene and also started to act cautiously. Once outside, a wave of heat hit her. The lotus immediately puffed up its cheeks and blew out a cold wind, driving away the heat. Zhou Chu looked at it with admiration. The lotus quickly covered its face, feeling happy and proud. With this little lotus, she no longer felt that the outside was very hot. After watering the small vegetables, peach trees, and ancient trees with her special powers and water, she heard them repeatedly thank and praise her. Plants have no second thoughts. These thanks and praise are very sincere, which makes her feel much happier. Just as she was about to go back inside, she saw outside the house that the greenery was lush and healthy. The plants in the green belts were growing very well. The flowers were blooming brightly, stretching happily under the hot sun. They added a little brightness to the end of the world. Weren't these plants already dead? How are they alive again? Zhou Chu didn't realize that it was because of her special water that these plants had become so lively. They were full of life but hadn't evolved, so she couldn't ask them. She just thought they looked nice. Having such lively plants in the end of the world made her very happy. Back inside, her two little ones immediately rushed over.
Mom.
We just looked at the phone and many foods are spoiled. It's such a pity. The teacher said that farmers work very hard. These grains are hard to grow, so it's really sad if they go bad. Lilin Chi, the children's innocent words touched Zhou Chu's heart. Right now, there was a power outage in the Haishur area, but soon, this blackout would spread across the country. Grain warehouses and cold storage across the country would stop working because of the power outage. The grain stored inside, as well as cold products, frozen meat, and seafood in the cold storage, would spoil and rot under the high temperatures. This is a huge waste. She has unlimited storage space and could put these supplies inside, but firstly, the outside temperature is too high, and secondly, the warehouses are too far apart. She can't reach them all. The couple's love and complicated feelings are activated. Your abilities and skills are increased 102 times. This sudden reminder made Zhou Chu snap back to her senses. She immediately saw Qin Ziyuan walking toward her. His gaze was focused on her, understanding her thoughts in great detail. Choo-choo, I have a plan. Zhou choo-choo. What plan do you have? Qin Ziyuan didn't reply immediately. He made a call. Soon, a helicopter flew over and stopped above Qin Ziyuan's house. He said to his parents, Mom, Dad, take care of the kids. We'll be back soon. After saying that, he hugged Zhou Choo-choo and disappeared instantly. Qin Zhuangming and Lu Jilin looked at each other. Although their son and daughter-in-law had already told them about their powers, it was still shocking to see it for the first time. The two little ones, however, were very excited.
Wow.
Dad is a superhero. Mom is so amazing too. We are a superhero family. Qin Ziyuan carried Zhou Choo-choo onto the helicopter. The talented young man Ji Fuxing took off his sunglasses and greeted them.
Boss.
Sister-in-law. I've already set the destination. We'll arrive soon. Zhou Choo-choo looked at her husband. Qin Ziyuan quickly explained, Fuxing and the others live nearby. One call and they'll be here. This helicopter was designed by Fuxing. It can withstand temperatures up to 70 degrees Celsius and fly 1,000 kilometers a day. I can teleport within 200 kilometers, so we can reach warehouses all over the country. Zhou Choo-choo. She hadn't even spoken, and her husband had already arranged everything? No, her husband must have some kind of mind-reading ability. What could she say? She hugged her husband and gave him a sweet kiss. Ji Fuxing, who was controlling the helicopter with a remote, opened his eyes wide. The helicopter shook a little, and he hurriedly stabilized it. Qin Ziyuan instinctively reached out, but he didn't want to push Fuxing away. He glanced at Fuxing, who immediately turned his head. The first target is the warehouse at Haishir Wholesale Market. Hee, the helicopter quickly flew away. Its roaring noise attracted many people's attention, including Shen Danhong. Seeing the helicopter hovering above Zhou Choo-choo's house, Shen Danhong hurried to the third floor to watch. But instead of stopping, it flew farther away. She recorded the scene and sent it to Fong Monru. Monru, you asked me to watch the Qin family. I've been keeping an eye on them every day. They haven't done much lately, just one helicopter hovered for less than a minute and then flew away. Maybe it was passing by video. About 2 minutes later, she received a reply.
Got it.
Keep observing. If anything unusual happens, send me a message. Shin Danhong immediately tried to flatter her mom knows. Daughter, are you doing okay at the young Master Zhang's house? When will you come to pick up Mom? On the other side, she sounded a bit impatient. When the weather cools down, I'll come to get you. Why are you in such a hurry? Shen Danhong didn't dare insist and said sadly, Daughter, could you send some money to Mom? I want to buy some food and drinks tonight. You know, your dad mortgaged our ancestral property to buy that Qin family company, and now we have no money in the pocket. The other side was too bored to listen and transferred 100,000 yuan to her. Seeing the money, Shen Danhong was momentarily stunned but still accepted it. After all this work, she was covered in sweat. Even sitting down made her sweat beads drip freely. No, I need to buy an air conditioner that works during power outages. First, let's go get some water and bubbles. She went downstairs and heard laughter and the sound of water splashing.
Good boy, eat this.
Don't let the cake go bad. And this bird's nest soup. Oh, it seems a bit spoiled. Yuck. Yes, just like that. Have fun. Mommy will feed you. Oh, don't splash water on Mommy. Shin Danhong's face changed quickly. She ran downstairs and, upon seeing the scene, nearly fainted with anger. She saw He Liju dragging a bathtub into the living room, filled with water, with her son Xiao, who playing in it while wearing a swimsuit. The water soaked her expensive carpet, damaged the precious rosewood furniture, and splashed onto the wall, wetting her daughter's award-winning self-portrait. What she found hardest to accept was that He Liju and Xiao, whose behavior was not stopped by Fong Shixiang. Instead, he was watching with a sly smile. Shen Danhong instantly became furious. She screamed and rushed forward, slapping He Liju's chubby face. Despicable woman. You shameless little harlot, you really have no shame. He Liju, happily playing, reacted quickly when slapped. She fiercely grabbed Shen Danhong's hair and fought back. Why are you hitting me? My husband didn't hit me, so why are you hitting me? She was young and overweight, and Shin Dan-hong took the chance to slap her again. Then He Liju pushed her to the ground and started hitting her. Xiao Hu, who saw his mother gaining the upper hand, burst into tears and shouted for Fong Shixiang, "Grandpa, Grandpa, she's hitting Mom. She's hitting Mom. Hit her back. Hit her hard." Fong Shixiang came over and scolded Shin Dan-hong. "Are you crazy?" Shin Dan-hong was about to lose her mind. Her eyes reddened as she shouted sharply, "Fong Shixiang, you say I'm crazy? You say I'm crazy? Didn't you see what they're doing?" Her sharp, high-pitched voice echoed through the villa. The two maids from the Fong family trembled and dared not come closer. Fong Shixiang frowned. "They're just playing around. Why are you so angry?" Before Shin Dan-hong could speak, He Liju spat saliva on her face. "Yuck. That old beaching is just jealous because I had a son. She can't have one. Grandpa, don't mind her. I'll have a son with you in the future." Shin Dan-hong listened as He Liju openly said such shameless words, exposing her dirty thoughts plainly. She refused to accept this and shouted sharply, trying to stand up to hit He Liju. "You wicked woman, shameless. I'll beat you to death." Smack. Fong Shixiang slapped Shin Dan-hong hard across the face, knocking her to the ground. He had spent a lot to buy Qin Ziyuan's company, mortgaging all his assets. But within a few days of taking over, the company faced an unprecedented heatwave. Under these conditions, employees kept asking for leave. He refused, but they couldn't go out anyway. That evening, he urged the staff to work, but they had all gone out shopping for supplies. The large company, which he saw as his golden goose, collapsed overnight. He was filled with anger, but had nowhere to vent it. Now that Shin Dan-hong was causing trouble, he naturally wouldn't hold back. As for why he didn't hit He Liju, he had other thoughts. Shin Dan-hong couldn't have children and hadn't left heirs for the Fong family. He had always hated her for that. Over the years, he secretly or openly looked for other women, but none of them bore him children. He realized that perhaps beautiful women simply couldn't have children. When his niece's wife came to visit, he saw she was good at giving birth. The little boy looked chubby and cute. If she could give him a son, he would be overjoyed. They had just started seeing each other, and before the son was born, he wouldn't hit her. After being slapped, Shin Dan-hong shouted even more fiercely. "Fong Shixiang, you're not human. I've worked hard for you all these years, not just for merit but also suffering. And you hit me over this child. She's your niece's wife. You old, lecherous ghost of evil." He Liju crossed her arms and pointed at Shin Dan-hong, scolding her. "You can't have children yourself, but you don't want others to give Eri a son? An infertile hen, Eri didn't divorce you. That's your luck." She encouraged Fong Shixiang. "Eri, she's insulting you. Beat her to death." Fong Shixiang immediately swung another punch. Shin Dan-hong's eyes turned black and blue. She was a bit scared but still stubbornly argued, "Fong Shixiang, I really misjudged you. If I had known back then, I should have married Qin Zhuangming. It was better when she didn't mention this, but once she did, it was like stabbing Fong Shixiang in the ribs." Fong Shixiang always envied Qin Zhuangming. Lu Jilin, whom he married, was very fortunate and helped him build a successful listed company from nothing. Their son is also very talented. After inheriting the business, he quickly expanded it into $15 billion listed companies. Every time he sees Qin Ziyuan, he regrets deeply. If only he had married Lu Jilin, wouldn't this outstanding son be his? It's all because of that despicable woman. If she hadn't seduced him, he wouldn't have broken off his engagement with Lu Jilin and married her. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, blaming Shin Dan-hong for all his failures. He kept hitting Shin Dan-hong in the face, one punch after another. Shin Dan-hong was so scared she cried and begged for mercy. But Fong Shixiang seemed possessed and kept hitting her. She realized he truly wanted to hurt her fatally. "Fong Shixiang, if you kill me, how will you explain to Manru? I am her mother. If she can't see me when she comes back, what will happen to her?" When Fong Manru was mentioned, Fong Shixiang hesitated. He knew his daughter best. She inherited his selfishness, cruelty, and coldness. She might not care about her mother's life or death, but she would definitely use this as leverage to cut off their father-daughter relationship. She wiped her hands and threatened, "You better know how to explain your injuries to your daughter. If you cause a rift between us, I will kill you." Shen Danhong cried and nodded, not daring to argue. She dragged herself back to her room, injured and full of regret. She deeply regretted not seizing Qin Zhuangming's potential and giving him to Lu Jilin. "Lu Jilin, it's all your fault. You must have seen that Feng Shixiang was no good, but you didn't warn me, making me foolishly marry him. All of this is because of you. It's all your fault." She thought bitterly, hating Lu Jilin to her bones. Achoo! Achoo!
Achoo.
Which villain is plotting against me from behind the scenes? Zhou Chuchu finished collecting food from the wholesale warehouse, granary, and cold storage in Haisher. She did not take the items on the shelves for sale, but only those that had lost power and would spoil or waste if left untouched. Just after she finished, she sneezed 3 times, feeling a cold chill in her heart. Even in this hot weather, sneezing like that must mean something is wrong. She mentally planned her enemies and thought about her family's house nearby. Shen Danhong probably saw the helicopter land and might even send a video to her daughter. Since Fang Monru is with Zhang Haohui, who is the leader of the Tomorrow Base, it's natural that she becomes the base's lady. The Tomorrow Base was built because the Zhang family managed to get a batch of weapons before the apocalypse. They probably bought them from arms dealers in international waters near Korea. But now, all those weapons are stored in my space. Apart from weapons, Zhang Haohui also gained support by taking over a government warehouse and convincing people to work for him. In my past life, his wife schemed against me, and his shadow was everywhere in those plots. Su Jiao's death, her husband turning into a zombie, his influence was there too. In this life, I will never let him succeed in building his base smoothly. She hated the Tomorrow Base deeply. She lost everything there. Maybe it's better if that base doesn't exist at all. "Fanxing, I have a favor to ask." The handsome young man quickly said, "Big sister-in-law, you're so kind. Just tell me what you need." "All right, please find out where the Zhang family supplies are stored in the imperial capital." That's Zhang Haohui's family. Ji Fanxing blinked. The Zhang family is well established in the imperial capital, with deep roots and complex connections. On the surface, there's no way to find out where they store their supplies. Zhou Chuchu's voice was serious. "Can't find out?" Qin Ziyuan looked at Ji Fanxing warningly. Ji Fanxing shivered, thinking to herself, "Here it comes, here it comes.
The boss is glaring at me."
For my sister-in-law, he's glaring at me. I'm totally into this ship." She quickly straightened up. "No, sister-in-law, I didn't mean it that way. I mean, it's not visible on the surface, but they can't hide from me. As long as they're online, even just casually using their phones, I can find out." After saying that, Ji Fanxing took out a silver notebook, opened it, and pulled apart 3 keyboards. The keyboards didn't have ordinary numbers and letters, but strange symbols she couldn't understand. Then she began typing rapidly on the 3 keyboards, her fingers moving like shadows. The notebook's screen flashed with dense, dazzling data. Zhou Chuchu couldn't understand but felt it was impressive.
"Got it."
About 10 minutes later, Ji Fanxing pressed a key, froze on an address, and the drone automatically plotted a direct flight route. A helicopter buzzed over there, and Ji Fanxing proudly said, "The Zhang family is very careful. They are well-trained and do not allow any connected devices. They do everything perfectly, leaving no traces online." But one of their distant relatives guarding the perimeter secretly hid a phone and used the internet for a minute to contact his girlfriend. "I caught him." Zhou Chuchu couldn't understand it all. She turned to her husband, who looked calm and seemed to know everything. To avoid embarrassment, she nodded as if she understood. Soon, the helicopter arrived near the Taihang Mountains outside the imperial city. "Boss, sister-in-law, the granary is right here." Qin Ziyuan hugged Zhou Chuchu, and they disappeared from the helicopter.
"Wow.
So sweet." Ji Fanxing was excited about the couple. The granary covers thousands of acres and is very well guarded, with patrols every few steps. No one is allowed to carry electronic devices inside, or they face serious punishment. This was an official granary, but the Zhang family had already infiltrated and taken control. All key positions inside and outside the granary were filled with Zhang family members. A Zhang relative on guard outside, who had no right to enter, finished messaging his girlfriend, then immediately broke his card and phone, throwing them off a cliff. A patrol officer with a network detection device came over, checked for anomalies, and left without finding anything. He sighed in relief. The head family is so cautious. Who dares to challenge the Zhang family in the imperial city? At this moment, inside the granary, Zhou Chuchu looked at the well-organized storage, protected by various cooling devices. This grain was the foundation of tomorrow's base, enough to support 500,000 people for 10 years. Thanks to these supplies, the base became one of the 3 major strongholds in the post-apocalyptic world. Now, these grains no longer belong to the Zhang family, they belong to Zhou. Where her gaze reached, all the grain had been transferred into an infinite storage space. Qin Ziyuan carried her as they teleported everywhere, taking about 5 minutes to move all the grain. Then, they returned to the waiting helicopter. The helicopter immediately took off. Soon, they arrived back in Haishi. Qin Ziyuan carried his wife into a safe house, and Ji Fanqing returned to the place prepared by the Black Emperor for the mercenary group. The process of transferring the grain was very quick, so quick that 10 minutes after they left, the Zhang family discovered the grain was gone. It wasn't just a little missing. All the grain was gone. The guards watching the grain storage at the Zhang family have completely lost their minds. News of this is spread back to their home, and now the entire family is also going crazy. Looking at the chaotic granary, each of the main guards from the Zhang family is being taken away for questioning. A distant relative, confused, is not suspected because he was guarding the outer area, so he avoided trouble. The Zhang family quickly gathered everyone to discuss what happened. Zhang Haohui, the future leader of the Zhang family, appeared prominently at the meeting. No suspicious people entered or left, yet 30 million tons of grain are gone. Who can believe this? How could it happen? Can anyone tell me why? Zhang Zixing, the current head of the family, was furious, pounding the table hard. Usually calm, he now looked fierce and behaved strangely. Zhang Qiulin, come here. You're mainly responsible for guarding the warehouse. Tell us. Zhang Qiulin, a middle-aged man of about 40, was sweating heavily despite the air conditioning, his clothes soaked with sweat. Dad, I don't know. Good for nothing. Good for nothing. Zhang Zixing angrily struck him on the back with a stick. He didn't dare to make a sound and endured the pain. Zhang Dongfeng, you're responsible for security. When something went wrong, you should have been the first to notice. Zhang Dongsheng, a few years younger than Zhang Qiulin, was also sweating all over. Dad, I swear, not a single mosquito could have flown out of the warehouse. That's 30 million tons of grain. Even if it was moved, it would be a huge operation. Look at this. Here's the surveillance footage. I strictly followed the rules for guarding and patrols. There's no mistake. Zhang Dongsheng played the video. The entire process showed no problems. No outsiders entered or left the granary. Seeing the footage, everyone in the Zhang family felt cold and couldn't believe it. They found the whole event strange and inexplicable. There were no signs of anything unusual. No outsiders came or went. Yet, all that grain just disappeared right before their eyes. How is that possible? How can anyone believe it? Dad, could it be?
Could it be?
The oldest Zhang, Chun's son, swallowed nervously and hesitated. Say what you have to say. Zhang Zixing snapped angrily.
Could it be?
Divine spirits smack. Zhang Zixing slapped him across the face with a stick. Divine spirits? There are no such things in this world. Even if they exist, they belong to the Zhang family. You useless fool. How dare you talk about divine spirits? You've wasted your whole life. You are not even a little better than Hao Hui. Zhang Chunsen lowered his head, clutching his fists tightly. At this moment, Zhang Haohui, whose name was called, came over and supported Zhang Zixing. Grandpa, the food has already disappeared. Getting angry won't help. We need to quickly gather the supplies from our family-run supermarket. Zhang Zixing sighed heavily, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. That batch of grain is the foundation for our Zhang family to survive in this chaotic world. Without it, life will be much harder for us. We are collecting supplies openly, but our enemies from the Zhang family will try to trap and block us. The weapons we discussed with Korea have vanished, and now our food is gone. Oh no! How could this happen? How could this be? Is someone deliberately targeting our Zhang family? But who has such great power and skill? I can't understand it. I just can't understand. Zhang Zixing kept sighing, proud of himself as a strong leader who had weathered many storms, building the Zhang family into a giant in the capital. He dared to seize official grain supplies. But he had never faced such strange and difficult events, as if an invisible hand was gripping the life of the Zhang family tightly, causing huge changes to things that seemed certain. First, they lost their weapons, then their food, opportunities slipping away. No matter how they prepared, it was all useless now. The most frustrating and angry person was Hao Hui. The Zhang family was supposed to be taken over by him, building on 2 generations of effort to make a big leap forward, becoming a true powerful family and achieving great success. But suddenly, all these advantages disappeared. Actually, it wasn't sudden. Perhaps it started that day in the high seas near Korea. Or maybe it began when he met Fong Manru. Grandpa said Fong Manru was a troublemaker, and he didn't believe it at first. But both the incident in the high seas and the strange event involving her happened after he met her. He couldn't help but believe it now. He came out of the meeting room with a pale face, and every member of the Zhang family around him looked troubled and worried. Back at his residence, Fong Manru greeted him cheerfully, smiling. "Young Master Zhang." Hao Hui suddenly grabbed her by the neck. "Tell me, who did you offend?" Fong Manru turned pale and patted his arm to free herself. Hao Hui looked at her face turning white and hesitated, then released her. Surprisingly, Fong Manru was not angry. Instead, she calmly brewed him a cup of tea. "Young Master Zhang, you are like a dragon in the sky. If you want to kill me, I will have no complaints. But I don't want to die without knowing the truth. What exactly happened? Why are you so angry with me?" Zhang Jiahui didn't answer her. Instead, he coldly asked back, "Am I a dragon in the sky? So, what if I am compared to Qin Ziyuan?" Fong Manru frowned, unsure why Zhang Haohui mentioned Qin Ziyuan. She keenly sensed that his attitude had changed a lot after returning from the meeting. She carefully said, "He, a bankrupt billionaire from Haisher, and yet he dares to compare himself to you?" Ah! Zhang Haohui burst into loud laughter, but his eyes were cold. "Fong Manru, I thought you were a smart woman, but I didn't expect you to be so stupid. Before the end of the world, those who act quickly for their companies, and those who spend huge sums to order weapons from President Bauer of Thunder God, you think he can't compare to me?" Hearing this, Fong Manru's face stiffened and then changed.
What?
She was incredulous and deeply shocked, filled with regret. She regretted that after seeing Qin Ziyuan sell his company, she and her mother went to protest and challenge him. She regretted the words she had spoken. If she could, she would rush back now to try to fix things. Seeing her expression, Zhang Haohui sneered, "Even if you regret now, it's too late to turn back. Stay here." He turned and left. Fong Manru's face turned pale. She knew she had done something foolish in her extreme shock. This foolish act had wasted all her recent efforts. She remembered the video her foolish mother sent her, suspecting that Zhang Haohui's anger might be related to it. But what could a helicopter far away in Haisher do to the Zhang family in the imperial capital? She also dared not use Qin Ziyuan to provoke Zhang Haohui anymore, because she realized that Zhang Haohui was jealous of Qin Ziyuan. As soon as Zhou Chuchu returned home, she saw such a scene. The pothose leaves were wiping the table with a cloth. The lotus was holding a calla lily, acting like a vacuum cleaner to up dust and add some moisture to the house, Orchid was massaging her parents' shoulders and back, and the cactus was pulling out its thorns while children played hide and seek. Qin Ziyuan suddenly carried her back, startling both the plants and the people. Only the two little ones happily rushed over. Mom, you're back. We had so much fun playing with Xian Xian. Wow, even the nicknames are in use now. Qin Zhuangming and Lu Jolin approached, still showing shock and confusion from being served by the plants. But honestly, these plants work really quickly. Manhwa, these plants. Lu Jolin tried to speak several times, but couldn't find the words. When Zhou Chu and that mischievous kid left, the plants pulled themselves out of the flower pots, cleaned their roots, then jumped down and started chatting in a language she couldn't understand, working busily inside the house. She was completely stunned. Although her daughter-in-law had already told her that the plants in the house might be a little different, she just thought they might grow a bit oddly. But she never expected. It completely overturned her view of the world. Her old husband wasn't much better. He was still stiff, and when orchid flowers patted his shoulder, it was with a loud thud. It's not his fault. He'd never experienced such a big shock before. However, the two little kids accepted it easily and immediately wanted to play with the cactus. They were worried the cactus might them, so the cactus stepped back, pulled out its thorns, and then started playing with the kids. Their expressions at that moment were, "Omega's Omega." Not only were they surprised, but when Zhou Chu returned and saw this scene, she was also quite shocked. These plants are so clever. No, who taught them to do this? But seeing her parents-in-law's eager and admiring looks, she puffed up her chest proudly and said, "Oh, these. I asked them to do this. Since our villa is quite big and cleaning is a lot of work, I arranged some tasks for these plants. Mom and Dad, don't be surprised. Haha, this is normal, haha." Lu Jolin was touched and amazed when she heard this. Manhwa, our family has truly accumulated blessings over 10 generations to have such a capable daughter-in-law like you. After she finished, she glared at Qin Ziyuan. "Young man, if you ever bully Manhwa, Mom will beat you to death." Innocently caught in the crossfire, Qin Ziyuan said, "Bully her? She's the one bullying me." His father-in-law also scolded Qin Ziyuan. "Our home isn't like outside. Be nicer to your wife. You rascal, stop always looking so stern, as if you owe someone 80 billion. Qin Ziyuan replied, 80 billion isn't worth me frowning. Qin Zhuangming thought for a moment. My company's lowest sale is 500 billion. 80 billion doesn't seem like much. Suddenly, he got angry. How dare you talk back? You, good for nothing. Qin Ziyuan. Chi ran over. Dad, you can't be mean to Mom. Linlin held her head high, looking serious. Dad, you're a boy, and Mom is a girl. You must be nice to her. Qin Ziyuan. It just shows the family's little brother status. He picked up one child in each arm. Dad understands. Zhou Chu almost burst out laughing. Who would have thought that the fierce dragon group captain, the Black Emperor, the powerful fighter who tore through Chris, the billionaire CEO in the past, would be so unremarkable at home? It's hilarious. You still have to keep face. Two little treasures. Dad is very good to Mom, don't worry. Lu Jilin smiled. You came back just in time. Let's eat. She had already prepared the meal. Muchrumstuffe dis his, oistersös bokskoj, stirfrid lentils, spiser stirfrid met, stia med korn. These dishes were made with special water infused with energy, giving them a shiny appearance that made them look different from other dishes. The family enjoyed a lively feast, and the kids loved these dishes very much. Steamed pork, cold beef salad, boiled shrimp. These meat dishes were made with high-quality ingredients, but everyone only took a few bites and then stopped. Zhou Chu had to think about building a farm, raising pigs, cattle, and sheep. She couldn't let the kids be picky eaters. Oh, the worries of a mother. In the end, all the uneaten meat dishes went into Little Tiger's stomach. Little Tiger accepted everything, vegetarian or meat. He ate whatever was given. After eating the tiger bones to strengthen his muscles, he grew a bit bigger and already had a tiger-like stance when walking. After a good meal, the sign-in system activated.
Ding.
Congratulations on successfully signing in. You received Farm Puzzle Pieces 2 and 3 and 45 energy enhancers. Because you changed the fate of 500,000 people, you earned an extra Fate Key. Fate Key. Zhou Chuchu was shocked. Anything related to fate is not simple. She was not a believer in destiny, but after rebirth and obtaining the sign-in system, it seemed that fate was intertwined with her life in mysterious ways. She couldn't help but believe. She also guessed that the system's reward was because she and her husband intercepted the grain supplies meant for the Zhang family's base, but previously, when they hoarded supplies and transferred weapons worldwide, the system didn't trigger extra rewards. Why did it reward her this time? She thought carefully. Tomorrow's base indeed holds a very important place in her and her husband's lives, but it brings not happiness, only disaster. Could it be because she took the food first, making it impossible to build the base? Their fate, including her husband and family, changed, so perhaps that's why she was rewarded? The system, as usual, wouldn't answer her, leaving her to figure it out herself. How do I use this thing? Just as she had this thought, the key of destiny turned into a streak of light, splitting into 9 parts of different thicknesses, flowing into her husband, their 2 children, and her in-laws. 3 other parts floated into the air, glancing toward her parents and brother. Suddenly, Zhou Chuchu felt a strange sensation. The weight of destiny was heavily leaning toward them. At 6 p.m., the intense heat slightly eased, and the community received an electricity supply. People, exhausted and suffering, cheered when the power came back. They turned on their air conditioners and fans. But the sudden change from heat to cold made some people unable to handle it, and they caught colds, developing high fevers. Who would believe that someone could catch a cold in temperatures of 50 or 60 degrees? Once the electricity was back, everyone quickly charged their phones, and the WeChat groups became lively again. Power's back. Power's back. Finally. If it hadn't come back, I'd have died from the heat. Do you know how I spent the day? I soaked in water all day. My skin is all wrinkled, but I didn't dare go outside. It's deadly hot, and someone in our community has died again. Someone died again? What do we do? How do we handle the body? What else can we do? The funeral home people are afraid to come out, and the residents inside are afraid to go out. We just have to dig a pit in the shade and bury the body. Don't go out to bury the body. The smell will fill the house. If we go out to bury it, the outside heat is no joke. A few more minutes and we won't be able to stand it.
Stop talking.
I just saw someone throw a body outside. Is this really what people do? Oh my God. How are we supposed to survive like this? It's driving people to death. Anyone want to go shopping for vegetables with me? We've run out of food. You go. I don't want to leave the house. I want to enjoy the air conditioning. Finally, the power's back. Why buy vegetables?
They spoil too easily.
Let's get some non-perishable food instead. Turn vegetables into dried food to prevent spoilage. Everyone's ingenuity is endless. Facing natural disasters, people are actively trying to find solutions to survive. Turning vegetables into dried food is indeed a good idea. But the meat was not okay, even with enough salt. At this temperature, the meat would spoil in less than an hour. After 6 o'clock, the temperature dropped, and some people went out in the heat to buy supplies. Only on the first day of the apocalypse is there a golden opportunity for shopping. Today, it will be even harder than yesterday. Even though some large supermarkets had restocked grains, oil, and vegetables last night, it couldn't stop people from rushing to buy everything. As soon as items were put on shelves, they were bought out instantly. As time went on, supply chains gradually broke down and collapsed, and supermarket supplies became scarcer. Until there was a widespread blackout, food and vegetables rotted, and crops dried up and withered in large quantities. These supermarkets would no longer be able to supply any goods. Those with more supplies started raising prices crazily to sell. Chunglan was one of them. Chunglan at everyone, for those who bought food for me this morning, I've increased the prices. A pack of instant noodles is now 100 yuan, a bunch of green vegetables 150 yuan, and a kilogram of rice 300 yuan. Please add the extra money. As soon as she finished speaking, people who had already paid in the group chat were unhappy. How can you change the prices just like that? I already paid. Chunlan, you're going too far. How can vegetables be so expensive? Chunlan was not afraid at all. I still say the same thing. If you want to buy, pay the money. If you don't want to buy, I can refund you. But if you don't buy now, the prices might go up even more later. Hearing this, some people, worried about the heat and uncertain when it would cool down, thought money was useless and decided to pass the difficult moment first. Some who urgently needed food transferred money to Chunlan right away. Some, angry but desperate to eat, paid even though they were upset. A few stubborn ones asked Chunlan to return their money. They tried to buy supplies from other groups but couldn't find any, so they sheepishly came back to buy from Chunlan again. Chunlan happily collected the money, looking at the 2 insulated cabinets in her house with a big smile. It's sold out. I made 130,000 yuan today. If a few more days pass, I can make even more. She had previously been the leader of a shopping group, preparing these insulated storage boxes that could store supplies. The boxes had built-in batteries that, when fully charged, could keep power for 24 hours. Thanks to these insulated cabinets, she made a fortune during the apocalypse. After collecting the money, she pulled out the cabinet to count the supplies and prepare to deliver them. But she caught a whiff of the smell of vegetables about to rot. She looked around and saw that many vegetables had already turned yellow. She frowned and quickly thought of a solution. Good vegetables will be delivered to those difficult people. The spoiled vegetables will be given to the 2 mothers and the old man. He still hasn't frozen to death. Chunlan delivered supplies, and the angry mother scolded about the rotten vegetables. She ignored them. The old man silently accepted the vegetables, without saying a word. At 8 p.m., after dealing with some bodies left outside, Old Feng came to Zhou Chuchu's place. He was about to make a call when Zhou Chuchu stepped out. She had seen Old Feng arrive earlier through the plants. Behind her, Xiao Hu quietly followed. Upstairs, Qin Ziyuan kept a close eye on everything. Uncle Feng, Zhou Chuchu greeted him with the keys. Girl, I'm here. Old Feng saw Zhou Chuchu looking fresh and lively, not a single bead of sweat despite the heat, and he felt happy for her. Before Zhou Chuchu could get close, he stepped back a few paces. Handling the bodies had inevitably caused him to smell of death, and he didn't want to upset her. Girl, just toss me the keys. I've got sweat, and I don't want to stink you up. Zhou Chuchu smiled confidently and said casually, It's okay, uncle. I'm not afraid. The smell of death. She had already encountered it countless times in her previous life and could calmly eat among the corpses without changing her expression. Humans can evolve, and the first evolution is to develop a nose that ignores the smell of death. Although Old Feng felt reassured by her words, he still didn't approach her. He couldn't help but remind her, Girl, people's hearts are turning bad very fast now. When food runs out, everyone will go crazy. You went shopping recently and drew their attention. They might be thinking about you. Take the 2 old people and the 2 young ones with you. Be very careful. Don't go out unless necessary. If anything happens, just call me. I don't have much, just some fighting skills. Old Feng was basically giving Zhou Chuchu a warning. Zhou Chuchu smiled and replied, Uncle Feng, I understand. I'll be careful. But I won't let anyone bully me either. Old Feng didn't fully believe her, but when he saw the large, muscular, and fierce-looking Xiao Hu behind her, he relaxed. This tiger-striped dog is really good. He sincerely praised, feeling it was even more imposing than a military dog. Zhou Chuchu took Old Feng to the neighboring villa, handed him the keys, and Old Feng officially moved in. In the townhouse, Yu Haoli's body was covered in pus, emitting a strong rotten smell. Tiny green flies, about the size of a thumb, buzzed around her. Her 2 boyfriends weren't much better off. Buzzing. The small green flies swarmed around Yu Haoli and her 2 boyfriends, flying chaotically. These flies were unusually large, fearless of people, and sometimes bumped into their hands, which hurt. They seemed to come from nowhere, attracted by the smell of the rotten flesh on the 3 of them, and couldn't be shooed away. Go away, flies. Yu Haoli swatted at the flies, causing her body to spill pus. Her wound had become badly infected, with pus mixed with blood, looking disgusting and frightening. After a night, their wounds hadn't improved. In fact, they worsened. Yu Haoli had a fever. She looked at her reflection in the mirror. Her face looked ghostly and unrecognizable, and hated Zhou Chuchu with all her heart. I just wanted to break your window, and this is how you repay me. I'm not finished with you, you little brat. I won't let this go. She didn't think she was in the wrong at all. The real wrongdoer was Zhou Chuchu, who had caused her so much trouble. Buzzing. The flies kept flying around her, and she grew tired of it. She slapped at them. It's unclear if the flies couldn't fly anymore or if they had become addicted to her pus and blood. With one slap, she crushed one into a bloody mess. But even dead, the fly's belly was filled with maggots. Disgusted, she wiped herself with a towel, feeling her head hurt even more. Suddenly, Kong Mingshu pointed at her face. Haoli, no, little princess, your face. Ugh. Kong Mingshu couldn't help but. His wound was also infected and pus-filled, but because he was farther from the villa yesterday, he had less itching powder on him, so it wasn't as bad. Yu Haoli had the most itching powder on her, and her condition was the worst. She immediately became annoyed. What are you vomiting for? How dare you dislike me? Kong Mingshu, who was a bit delicate and timid, was not someone she liked. She only kept him around because it made their group more exciting. Now, seeing him at her, she was furious and slapped Kong Mingshu. He covered his face, his eyes darkening, but after glancing at the tall, strong Shi Xingting, he lowered his head. It's not, little princess, I vomited not because of you, but because of your face. Yu Haoli was impatient. What's wrong with my face? Stop hesitating and speak clearly. Shi Xingting was encouraging her. Xiao Su, just tell him directly. The little princess won't blame you. If you keep talking badly about her, she might misunderstand. Are you feeling sick because you saw the little princess get hurt? I wouldn't feel that way. I truly love the little princess. No matter how she changes, I will love her. Shi Xingting really wanted to and didn't want to look at her, but he kept pretending to be supportive. Sure enough, Yu Haoli's face turned dark. Kong Mingshu was afraid she might hit him, so he quickly said, There's a maggot. You have a maggot on your face.
Ugh.
After saying that, Yu Haoli's face also changed, and she immediately ran to look in the mirror. Sure enough, she saw maggots crawling in the pus on her face.
Ah!
She screamed loudly. She scratched her face a few times and pulled out some maggots, but more kept burrowing into her skin.
Bzzz.
A green-headed fly flew over and landed on her hand, with a few maggots on it.
Ah!
She screamed wildly, grabbing a towel to slap at the green-headed fly, killing some. Inside the dead flies, there were maggots. Some flies flew nearby, waiting to come back and lay more eggs. At this point, Shi Xingting couldn't take it anymore and ran to. No, this can't go on. These wounds must be treated by a doctor, or will be eaten by maggots. He originally wanted to wait out Yu Haoli and Kong Mingshu, but if things continued like this, he was in danger too. This idiot just kept screaming and didn't think of a solution. He had to remind him. Yes, find a doctor. Find a doctor. I'll look for a doctor in the group chat. She immediately took out her phone, took a few selfies, chose the best angle, added a beauty filter, and then sent the pictures to the group.
Help.
Is there a doctor in the community? Please help me. I got hurt and infected, and maggots are growing. If I don't get treatment, I will die. Pictures people in the group opened her pictures, and all felt disgusted. What kind of sin did I commit to see this?
I'm eating.
You're like this, still putting on makeup. Fine, makeup is okay, but you even used a beauty filter. I can tolerate the filter, but you even made the maggots look pretty.
Ugh.
Stop talking about her. She's really miserable now.
Ugh.
Those maggots on her face are probably from those green-headed flies. I don't know where those flies came from, but they're really annoying. Besides the complaints, some people actually offered to help her. Zhao Baoxing at Yu Haoli, come over. Your situation is very dangerous. If you don't act now, your life could be at risk. Seeing someone respond, Yu Haoli changed her attitude. At Zhao Baoxing, thank you, doctor. I will definitely repay your kindness, or else I might be eaten by bugs. In her excitement and agitation, she made a fierce vow. Zhao Baoxing, there's no need for that. Come quickly. Your situation can't be delayed. I've already sent you the building number. Neither Zhao Baoxing nor Yu Haoli took her vow seriously. Zhou Chuchu looked at the message on her phone and couldn't help but marvel at fate. In her previous life, Yu Haoli never used itching powder. After breaking her own window, she threatened others in a group chat. Anyone who disobeyed would have their windows smashed.
She was quite intimidating for a while.
Once, when she bullied elderly people, pregnant women, and mothers in the villa area, a mother fought back and hurt her. She also got infected with pus. She begged everywhere, including Zhao Baoxing, who treated her. But after Zhao Baoxing healed her, she repaid him badly, stole his medicines and, during a severe shortage of supplies, sold his daughter to a cruel, despicable person. No, calling that person a pig or a dog would be too kind. It was worse than animals. In short, Dr. Zhao found her daughter's remains and went completely mad, killing her in a fit of rage. She also made a fierce vow. If she broke her promise, she would be torn apart. And she indeed kept her vow. In this life, she wanted to change her vow, but Zhou Chuchu knew very well that such a person would never change and would always be ungrateful again. Zhou Chuchu remembered that Zhao Baoxing's daughter was a very beautiful young girl and was quite close to Qiqi. When Zhao Baoxing found her remains, she didn't cry, but stood silently like a statue. Seeing a lively, adorable girl become like that deeply touched her heart. Zhou Chuchu called her daughter, who was happily playing with a cactus and little tiger. Qiqi, come here for a moment. Qiqi, wearing a little dress and with 2 pigtails on her head, looked like a little dumpling. She bounced over happily. What's wrong, Mommy? Zhou Chuchu kissed her and hugged her tightly, kissing her repeatedly, unable to get enough. Qiqi giggled and hugged her neck, burying her face in her mother's embrace. Mommy kissed her, and she felt so happy. Baby, I have a question for you. Qiqi kissed her and said, Ask Mommy. Do you remember the young lady from Dr. Zhao's house? If she were in danger, what would you do? Qiqi immediately became nervous, holding her mother's hand. Mom, Sister Tong Tong is in danger. We need to save her. Zhou Chuchu gently squeezed her daughter's hand and smiled.
Okay.
Qiqi happily hugged Zhou Chuchu and kissed her softly on the cheek. Thank you, Mom. Go ahead, play with your brother for a while, then learn Pinyin. Qiqi nodded eagerly. Yes, I will. Mom, don't forget to save Sister Tong Tong, okay? She reminded her mother with concern. Seeing her child's innocent smile and sincere expression, Zhou Chuchu felt both sad and hopeful. Thinking back to her past life, she remembered the children's lonely eyes, their numb expressions from suffering, and their lack of hope for the future. It broke her heart. If possible, she wanted to always protect their innocence and keep them away from the harshness of the end of the world. If she could, she wished to give the children more happiness instead of a world full of ruins and destruction. She opened Zhao Baoxing's WeChat. Sent him a message. Be careful of Yu Haoli, protect the children video. Zhao Baoxing had just treated a patient with heat stroke and was about to rest when he received Zhou Chuchu's message. Just as he was about to open the video, there was a knock at his door. Dad, another patient is here. I'll open the door. 6-year-old Zhao Xiaotong ran to open the door and almost bumped into Yu Haoli, who had come to visit. Yu Haoli smelled terrible, with a few green flies buzzing around her. The little girl was caught off guard by the foul smell and quickly covered her nose. Ugh, it's so stinky. Yu Haoli's face darkened instantly. She glared fiercely at Zhao Xiaotong, scaring her. 2 green flies flew toward the girl, making her scream in fright. Ah, flies. The girl was already afraid of insects, especially disgusting flies. She had no intention to offend anyone, but the smell made her very uncomfortable. She secretly thought, I've become like this and you, little brat, Don't feel sorry for me. But you dare to look down on me right in front of me? Just wait, I'll get rid of you someday. She forced a smile while asking Zhao Baoxing to treat her. Sorry, little one. Did I scare you?
Sorry about that.
Don't be afraid, I'll buy you some candy. Xiao Xiaotong sensed her malice clearly and ran behind her father, grabbing his clothes. Dad, she's a bad person. Yu Haoli's face darkened again. Then she forced a smile. Little friends shouldn't joke around. Big sister is a good person. A very good person. Zhao Baoxing initially thought his daughter was just speaking childish words, but then he remembered the message Zhou Chuchu sent him, and he noticed his daughter's hands trembling. He became alert. Mom Tong Tong, take the child to the room. The child is scared. Comfort her. Zhao Baoxing's wife came out, holding the child and gently patting her back. Be good. Go to the room with Mom. Dad is a bit busy now. Zhao Baoxing looked up and saw Yu Haoli staring at his daughter's room with a serious, dark expression, lost in thought. He felt very annoyed, and his tone became sharp. Sit down. I'll clean and disinfect first and remove the maggots. He didn't want to treat Yu Haoli, but seeing her so badly injured, out of kindness, he couldn't bear to ignore her. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Zhao. Zhao Baoxing, being an experienced doctor at a top hospital, handled these pus infections easily. He drained the pus, disinfected, bandaged, and applied medicine smoothly. After you go back, remember to disinfect and change the dressing regularly. Take antibiotics, avoid water, spicy food, smoking, and drinking. All right, you can go now. Yu Haoli took the medicine and repeatedly thanked him. Thank you, Dr.
Zhao.
You're such a good person. As soon as she left, her face changed instantly.
Spit.
She spat a mouthful of phlegm onto Dr. Zhao's door. Is this fat pig doing it on purpose? He hurt me. And his daughter. How dare she look down on me? When I get the chance, I will definitely teach her a lesson. Kong Mingxiu said, Little princess. Maybe it's better not to. That girl didn't do it on purpose, and Dr. Zhao saved us. He still had a bit of humanity and felt he shouldn't repay kindness with evil.
Slap.
Yu Haoli slapped him across the face, maliciously saying, So you like that little bee? Want to be with her? Kong Mingxiu's face turned red from anger, and he hurriedly defended himself. I would never. Even if I were worse than a beast, I wouldn't have bad thoughts about a child. Before he could say more, Shi Xingting placed his hand on him and pressed down hard. We are the little princess's servants. Whatever she says, we do. Understand? Yu Haoli was happy and eagerly kissed Shi Xingting. You really understand me. Shi Xingting forced himself to endure the nausea, trying to wipe away the instinct to, and complimented. Wow, the princess's kiss smells so nice. Yu Haoli was even happier and hinted, Come to my room tonight. I want to reward you, my dear. Shi Xingting's face turned pale, nearly vomiting, but he still said, It is my honor to serve Her Royal Highness. The three of them walked away as night fell. A jasmine vine silently spread over, and then quietly retreated into the darkness, returning to the alloy steel fence of Zhou Chuchu's home. That night, thanks to the air conditioning, everyone finally had a relatively peaceful night. But in the morning, the power went out again in the neighborhood. Along with the power outage, the water supply was also cut off. The heat was intense, and losing power was already bad enough, but now there was no water either. Without water, people could still pour cold water into a basin to cool down, but once the water stopped, there was nothing to drink. That made things even harder. News report. Due to soaring temperatures, the water level in the Heezy Reservoir has dropped to warning levels, and the water source is drying up. Starting today, water supply is restricted. The water plant will open from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. daily. Please collect water on time and avoid waste. A serious reminder. Water is precious. Please do not waste it, and use it mainly for drinking. News report. On October 25, 2035, a wildfire broke out in Haisher Forest Park due to drought and high temperatures, and the fire is spreading. News report. The crematorium's incinerators have stopped working due to excessive burning of bodies. Please do not send more bodies to the crematorium. In special cases, The authorities allow bodies to be buried on site. News report: due to excessive electricity demand, the power outage areas are expanding. Please stay calm, work together, and wait for the disaster to pass. News report: at Zhou Chuchu's home, the TV was still broadcasting the news. Lu Jilin and Qin Zhuangming exchanged worried glances. Although they were mentally prepared, the terror of the end-of-the-world scenario still shocked them. Survival was becoming increasingly difficult. The neighborhood was without power, and few homes had generators. They could no longer enjoy the cool comfort they had before the disaster. The elderly watched their diligent cleaning, the plants and dogs keeping company with the children, feeling very fortunate. They were kind-hearted people and probably felt sympathy for those affected by the disaster. But they also knew their own limited strength. Surviving in this end of days was already a great achievement. Having spent most of their lives navigating the business world, they clearly understand what kind of evil human nature can emerge in such a harsh survival environment. Not to mention, just from last night to this morning, someone was knocking on the fence outside begging for food. When refused, they cursed loudly, threatened, and even threw bricks trying to break the house, but the plants pushed them back. This situation lasted until this morning when the temperature suddenly rose and stopped. Fortunately, the house is well soundproofed, so the children didn't hear it. Otherwise, they might have been scared. This is only the second day of the end of the world. Malice and her son left early this morning. It's so hot, I hope they don't get too tired. Lu Jilin worries about her son and daughter-in-law. Even though she knows they are capable, she still feels anxious. Usually, her daughter-in-law sleeps in late, but today, she got up at 3 in the morning and left with her son. Qin Ziyuan made a firm decision. Don't worry about the kids. That reckless boy knows what he's doing. Can you see when he will let little Malice take a risk? Lu Jilin finally relaxed. You're right. At this moment, a helicopter flew over the city of Hanxi in Lake Province. Lake Province is truly a land of abundant grain. We've collected food from 37 granaries. Unfortunately, 2 granary supplies are densely packed and spoiled. Husband, we need to speed up and try to save more before the food and vegetables rot. Qin Ziyuan nodded and said briefly, okay. Ji Feiying was very excited.
Wow.
So cool. Awesome. It feels like we're on a secret mission. Old Cho and brother will be so jealous of me. Hee. I recorded the boss and sister-in-law's video. When everything's over, I'll show it off to them.
Charge.
I improved the rotor yesterday, and now the helicopter can go twice as fast. Recently, I've been on fire, brainstorming and coming up with ideas one after another. Boss, give me some time, and I'll build you a carrier. Qin Ziyuan looked expressionless, as if building a carrier was just an ordinary task. Ji Feiying didn't think her boss was cold. If he really praised her enthusiastically, she would suspect he was replaced with a different person. However, Zhou Chuchu couldn't stand it and happily praised him. Feiying, you're amazing. Keep it up. 악산 시르콘 후렉스 유 악산 시르콘 후렉스. 노예. Ji Feiying didn't get praise from her boss but received praise from her sister-in-law and was very happy. Hurry and lean in closer, I have this idea. The thruster uses conservation of momentum, and the system's internal energy adopts a 3-stage propulsion. He excitedly explains the complex principles on his computer to Zhou Chuchu. Zhou Chuchu looks at the complicated design diagram, her forehead covered in sweat, feeling nervous. She really doesn't want to reveal that she doesn't understand, as her education is limited, but she also doesn't want to discourage the young man's enthusiasm. Just as she steels herself to endure, she sees a thick cloud of smoke rising into the sky. It turns out the plane is flying near the forest area on the edge of Hanxi City. The high temperature naturally causes a forest fire, with flames rolling below, forming a wide fire line about 50 meters across and several hundred meters long, with smoke shooting straight into the sky. If this fire isn't put out quickly, it will burn the entire forest in a short time. Perhaps because she has awakened her skills as a plant master, Zhou Chuchu seems to hear these plants calling for help and shouting. She can't stand by and do nothing. Hubby. The love between spouses activates the heartful bond, increasing your abilities and skills by 105 times. Qin Ziyuan immediately picks her up and disappears from the helicopter. Left behind, Ji Fuxing shouts inside the helicopter. Boss, sister-in-law, this level of forest fire is beyond your ability to extinguish. At this moment, the outside temperature is approaching 60 degrees Celsius, and the burning forest is helping the fire spread, making it even hotter. Everyone can see that this forest fire is hopeless. There's no way to save it because conditions simply don't allow. But this limitation doesn't apply to Zhou Chuchu. Hubby. The love between spouses activates the heartful bond, increasing your abilities and skills by 106 times. Qin Ziyuan flashes again, taking her to above a lake. The lake hasn't dried up yet, and there's still half of its water remaining. Zhou Chuchu glances at the lake. About 1/10 of the water is gone. Her husband takes her above the forest and pours water down. Whoosh! But pouring water doesn't stop the fire, it only eases it. Even if the fire is dampened, the moisture quickly evaporates in the intense heat and reignites. The flames seem unstoppable, only temporarily slowed before spreading again. This won't work. Draining the lake dry won't help either. Qin Ziyuan's gaze is sharp. He has calculated the amount of water needed to extinguish the fire. It will take the water from 5 lakes, just like this, to put out the fire completely. But I have another idea, that is, destroying the fire along with the entire area of trees. Zhou Chuchu holds his hand firmly. Let me try again. Regular water won't work, so how about special energy water? The forest fire rages fiercely, lighting up the sky with a fiery red glow. The intense heat and blazing flames cast red shadows on Zhou Chuchu's porcelain-white face. The heat waves mess up her hair, but they can't hide her determined eyes. Seeing her strong and brave appearance, Qin Ziyuan's heart felt a sharp pang. Are you sure about this? His deep, ocean-like gaze fixed on Zhou Chuchu. Even if you fight the forest fire and overuse your special powers, causing you great pain, will you still insist? Even if there's no reward and you might fail, will you have any regrets? It was rare for her husband to say so much at once, and Zhou Chuchu appreciated his words and gave her answer. No regrets. Even if she failed, no regrets. Even if overusing her powers caused pain, no regrets. Even if there was no reward, no regrets. She is a master of plant control. If she can't save plants when they are dying, what will she control in the future? Moreover, she doesn't want her children to see the bleak, desolate land from her past life, so gray and ruined, so empty and cold. Qin Ziyuan looked at her deeply, his eyes full of meaning, finally turning into support. Okay. He hugged Zhou Chuchu and appeared once again by the lake. If you can't hold on, use the unnamed technique I taught you. He whispered in her ear, his cool breath making her ears slightly chill and her hair stand on end. She responded softly and began to channel her energy. Blue water rings appeared around her body. Inside the rings, bright blue stars shimmered, lively and playful, like tiny elves. They jumped into the lake below, then swept up with the water, flying into the sky. The blue stars swam and darted in the water, turning the entire lake into a shining blue. Zhou Chuchu dragged the lake's water like a blue ribbon, flying toward the burning forest. Carrying thousands of tons of water, her energy was rapidly depleted. Her face turned pale as her energy pool dried up quickly. She felt a sharp pain from overuse. Her whole body ached as if her muscles were about to tear. But compared to the pain she endured in the laboratory, what was this? What did it matter? Chuchu, the unnamed technique. On her waist, a hand reached up. She suddenly became alert and started practicing a secret technique. Her inner energy organized itself in a neat way and began to move. As she used it, her energy pool started to tear, reshape, and grow larger. From the dried-up pool, richer and more solid energy surged from the bottom. Relying on this continuous flow, Zhou Chuchu brought the water ribbon to the sky above a forest burning with flames. Destroy it for me. She swung the water ribbon downward. The blue water, mixed with green stars, fell like a lake, pouring onto the flames. The water formed a film, covering the fire, and the flames went out.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Blue stars exploded one after another, and the remaining water burst in the air. Drip, drip, drip. The water splashed down, watering the dry trees. Suddenly, the yellowed forest seemed to wake up, beginning to grow and sprout instantly. The whole forest transformed from yellow to lush green. Thank you, thanks to you, thank you. Master, the trees swayed in the wind, as if they were thanking her and greeting her. But she fainted from overusing her energy and didn't see the scene. She also didn't realize that just now, when her water energy was low, she instinctively used her green plant energy too. Qin Ziyuan caught her, gently brushed her messy hair from her face, looked at the trees swaying below, and then silently teleported away with a tight-lipped expression. Zhou Chuchu seemed to fall into a dreamy, fairy tale world. In her dream, countless blue and green lights surrounded her. Ahead, within a patch of light spots, there was a faint door. In front of the door stood her parents. They were frozen stiff and looked numb. When they saw her, their faces lit up with joy, and then they happily entered the door without regret. Her in-laws were next. They were thin and ragged, with scars from zombie bites. They looked at her deeply, then entered the door. Then came her two children. They had marks from experiments and many scars on their bodies. Their stomachs were open, empty inside. They looked at her with smiles and silently called her, then entered the door. Finally, it was him, Qin Ziyuan. He looked like the king of zombies, powerful and terrifying. He stared at her for a long time, as if he had many words to say, but then slowly turned around and walked step by step toward the glowing door.
No.
No. Zhou Chuchu's heart was filled with great pain and courage. She stumbled forward regardless of danger, rushing into the arms of Qin Ziyuan, who had become the zombie king.
Don't
leave.
Don't leave me.
I won't be afraid of you anymore. I won't leave you again. Don't go, don't go. She shouted and woke up suddenly, tears in her eyes, clutching someone tightly around the waist.
Drop.
The remote control in Ji Fuxing's hand fell to the ground. He gave a thumbs up to his boss. Boss, the wife loves you so much. Qin Ziyuan made a silent gesture and gently patted his wife's back. I'm not leaving, I never will. Ji Fuxing covered his mouth in surprise. His usually cold boss was showing such tenderness. Wow, no wonder he's their favorite couple. He immediately imagined a passionate love story between the strong, handsome boss and the beautiful, strong sister-in-law, full of twists and turns, a fiery chase for love. Zhou Chuchu opened her eyes and saw Qin Ziyuan. He was safe, not turned into a zombie. Her parents, in-laws, and children all were safe. They were all still here. She couldn't help but throw herself into her husband's arms, holding him tightly. She felt grateful, thankful, deeply thankful. She sincerely bowed to the heavens for giving her a second chance. Thanked the heavens for allowing her to make amends. Qin Ziyuan held her and gently patted her back until she calmed down. Shall we go home? Zhou Chuchu refused directly. No, I still need to keep moving supplies. I can't delay even a moment. If heaven had given her rebirth to make up for her mistakes, if this great luck was meant to change her destiny, then she would change it well. Change her fate. Change the fate of more people. Change this apocalypse. While Zhou Chuchu and Qin Ziyuan were busy moving supplies across the country, in the villa community, Li Jun created a small group chat, adding all the people who didn't get along with Zhou Chuchu's family. Li Jun at 2ND detached house owner Shin Danhong, at beautiful and elegant little Princess Yu Haoli, at Building 56, Unit 8 Zhang Xiaomei, at Villa Area Group Purchase Leader Chung Lan. Everyone, I called you together because we are at a critical moment of life and death. We must unite and get through this difficult time together. Yu Haoli suddenly jumped out. Why should I listen to you? Who do you think you are? This troublemaker, a real troublemaker. Li Jun clearly did not like this young girl, but since she was now asked to fight, he did not get angry. He patiently typed and explained, It's not that you want to listen to me, but with this temperature and the power and water cut off, it's obvious people are going to die. Forget about other places, just in our community, 6 people have already died today. If we don't unite now, and in the future face shortages of water and food, can you guarantee you'll survive? The others in the group didn't reply. Yu Haoli quickly sent a few pictures. Pictures. My uncle left a lot of good wine, ginseng, and abalone in his villa. No water, but I can drink wine. No food, I can eat ginseng and abalone, haha.
Idiot. Li Yun cursed silently at Yu Haoli.
What are you showing off with your sense of superiority? He typed more patiently. These wines are expensive, but they can't replace water. These nutritional supplements are good, but can you eat them every meal? Without hesitation, Yu Haoli replied, yes. Li Jun was so angry that his forehead veins bulged. He didn't want to bother with this silly girl anymore and tagged others at owner of Unit 2, Shindan Hong, at number 8, Building 56, Zhang Xiaomei, at group leader of Villa District, Chenglan. Shindan Hong and Chenlan, confident in their status, stayed silent, waiting for Li Jun to make a move. Zhang Xiaomei couldn't hold back. Usually she ate out or ordered food online, never bought groceries or cooked. Her fridge was filled with skincare products and she had water, skincare water. On the day the apocalypse started, temperatures suddenly rose. Everyone rushed to buy supplies. She was afraid of getting dark skin and heat, so she didn't go out. Yesterday, she wanted to buy supplies, but everything was sold out. All stores and malls had no stock left, only clothes and heating gear. She kept calling online food delivery, but the lines were busy or disconnected. When she finally got through, they told her no stock. She finally found a place willing to deliver, but a normal meal cost her 980 yuan. She ordered several days' worth, but when it arrived, they charged her an extra 300 yuan for delivery. After she and her mom finished yesterday's food, today it all spoiled because of the terrible heat. She threw the spoiled food away. She wanted to buy food from Chenglan, but she raised prices. Water was 200 yuan per bottle, vegetables 590 yuan per bunch, rice 800 yuan per jean. Over the years, she had been with a wealthy businessman who could be considered her father figure. Although she had saved some money, it was earned by exchanging her youth. She was unwilling to spend this money on what she saw as cheap food. From yesterday to today, she and her mother had gone hungry. When they were thirsty, they drank the limited water from the bathroom tank. They were about to give up. She quickly sent a message. Do you have any ideas? I'll listen to you. Li Jun was happy to finally have someone to talk to and immediately revealed his plan. I want to form a neighborhood defense team. We will register and reorganize the residents, collect supplies, and distribute them fairly so everyone can get through this disaster together. When Zhang Xiaomei heard this, she immediately agreed excitedly. But Shun Danhong and Chenglan were not happy. Collect supplies and distribute them? Why should we? Who do you think you are? A little security guard dares to boss us around. Of course, they didn't want to give up their supplies. If they did, could they go back home? Li Jun secretly hated these women for looking down on him, but he didn't want to offend them now or he would lose his authority. It's not about taking your supplies. We're only going to take from the household with the most supplies. He asked, who in our neighborhood has the most supplies? His words made even the simplest Yu Haoli realize what he meant. This hint was very clear. Yu Haoli couldn't wait. Who else? It's that nasty woman's house. Humph. She caused maggots to grow on my face. I won't let her get away with it. Let's take her supplies, all of them. Others weren't as direct as Yu Haoli, but tried to hide their intentions. Li Jun said, what are you talking about? That's not stealing, it's redistribution. This way, everyone can survive. It's a good deed. Shun Danhong also became active. Yes, she's just a young person. She should share her supplies out of respect. Chenlan grinned. Everyone is struggling now. Her house is nice. She should open the door and let people in to cool off. That's also a good deed. Yu Haoli didn't like these roundabout talks. Just take her supplies and her house. There's nothing wrong with that. You're all hypocrites. There are so many of us, and her old folks and little ones. We're not afraid of her. Just organize some people to take over her house. That's all. Li Jun, Chimlan, and Shin Danhong secretly cursed Yu Haoli for being brainless. Her brain was less useful than a snail's. This kind of thing couldn't be called stealing. It was called fair redistribution. No one paid attention to her. Chimlan said, "Here's an idea. You suggested in the homeowners group. I and Sister Shin will support you, and we can stir things up a bit. Everyone will agree." Chimlan didn't mention Yu Haoli because she thought she was not smart and looked down on her. She also didn't mention Zhang Xiaomei because Zhang Xiaomei isn't a proper homeowner. She's just a third party. But she called Shin Danhong Sister Shin, which made Shin Danhong unhappy. Enough. What is your husband's status? What is my husband's status? Do you think you can call me sister? Call me Madam Fong.
Changlan said the least bad, ba.
Whether I call her Madam Fong or not, it's just the company your husband bought. With all this trouble, he's losing money, and yet you still act like a lady of the house. Meanwhile, on her phone, she saw a message. Okay. We'll act right away. This small, temporary group, after discussing how to deal with Zhou Chuchu, disbanded. Clearly, no one liked each other. Yu Haoli saw she was kicked out of the group. Her face darkened. Then she showed a look of disdain. These people are so slow when it comes to handling things. No, we can't let that little troublemaker get away. I need to find Brother Hao and ask him to deal with her. Shi Xingting and Kong Mingshu shivered when they heard Brother Hao. He's a real vampire, a demon. Few who fall into his hands come out whole. Before they arrived, they saw a girl, supposedly a rich young lady, being forced to entertain guests to pay debts, looking miserable, neither human nor ghost. When Zhou Chuchu and Qin Ziyuan got home, it was already 8 p.m. She looked tired, her face showing exhaustion. She felt drained. Today, she traveled through 13 provinces and 48 major cities, collecting 590 granaries, 134 large cold storage facilities, and 345 big warehouses. Basically, except for those official granaries with cooling systems that could prevent spoilage from heat, she cleared out almost everything else without protection.
It was a race against time.
If they beat the clock, they could save more supplies. Otherwise, after a nationwide blackout, these food supplies would be impossible to recover, even if they tried. As for the remaining supplies, she planned not to take them. Let them circulate, be bought up, or distributed. If her only task was to move supplies, she wouldn't be so tired. The main problem was the several forest fires she encountered on the way to those cities. Each time, she used her special abilities to put them out. When she returned, she also faced a big fire at the seaside forest park. Since it was happening right outside her home, it was only right for her to help. This caused some delays, and she naturally returned a bit later. The neighborhood had already sent an alert, but it was still before the floodgates were opened. Zhou Chuchu remained calm, having prepared backup water sources. She had 5 million cubic meters of pure water and 900 million cubic meters from Lake Baikal. After returning from South Korea's international waters, she collected some fresh water from lakes there. It was enough for her family to use comfortably for 100,000 years. Anair, you look so tired. Come, have some bird's nest soup, her mother-in-law said with concern, quickly serving her a bowl. The two little kids, Chi-Chi and Lin-Lin, with sleepy eyes, came over and gently pounded her shoulders with their small fists. Zhou Chuchu's heart softened completely. She wanted to hug and kiss the two little bundles. But she was covered in dirt after running around all day, fighting fires several times. How could she not be dirty? Mommy, go take a shower first. The kids should sleep now, she told her children, and went into the bathroom. Qin Ziyuan's expression darkened, and he followed her inside. Zhou Chuchu saw him come in and felt a bit nervous. I'm very tired today, she said hesitantly. Maybe another day? Qin Ziyuan looked displeased. Chuchu, what do you think I am? Look at you now. If you're like this, I don't have the heart to bother you, he said. Don't worry, I'm just here to help you recover, he added. Oh, I see. But how exactly will you help me? She asked. Qin Ziyuan looked at her with a gentle smile and said, of course. Personal treatment. Zhou Chuchu blushed deeply. The water was flowing loudly. She spent an hour washing herself. When she finished, she felt refreshed and completely free of fatigue. However, her skin was a bright red, looking a bit unusual. When she came out, her 2 children, still holding their sleepy eyes, waited for her with their little heads bobbing. Her heart melted, and she quickly went over, one in each arm. Mommy said to go to sleep. "Why aren't you sleeping?" she asked. Chi-Chi, with chubby arms, hugged her and pressed her forehead against her, giving her a kiss on the face. "The baby wants to wait for Mommy and say goodnight," Chi-Chi said. Linlin also kissed Zhou Chi-Chi's forehead. "Mommy is very tired today. The baby feels sad," Linlin said softly. The 2 children looked at her, their eyes full of concern. Zhou Chi-Chi's heart softened completely. She couldn't help but hug the 2 soft little balls and give each of them a kiss. The 2 little ones finally couldn't hold back their sleep and sweetly fell asleep in her arms. Zhou Chi-Chi took off their socks and gently placed them on the bed. As she turned to lie down, the sign-in notification appeared.
Ding!
Congratulations on successfully signing in. You received the Farm Puzzle 4 and 56 units of Type 3 Mental Enhancement Agents. Because you saved 98 plants with great potential for evolution, you gained 98 points of plant affinity. The sign-in reward has increased again. This time it was because she put out a forest fire. Putting out the forest fire changed the fate of 98 plants with high potential for evolution, which surprisingly had a greater impact than rescuing many food supplies.
What's going on?
In this future world, are plants the main characters? Zhou Chi-Chi couldn't tell. After all, she only survived 10 years in the end of world, and even after becoming a spirit, she was mainly focused on Qin Ziyuan and couldn't pay attention to the future. As for Qin Ziyuan, most of the time, he just stared at a family photo until he was so angry about her death that he destroyed the world. She didn't know what the future world was really like. Anyway, she wouldn't waste the 98 points of plant affinity reward. Once the reward was received, she didn't notice much change elsewhere, but she felt a closer connection to plants. Even a small grass by the roadside seemed worth cultivating. But how to use this still depended on what comes next. As for those 98 plants with great potential for evolution, she didn't know what they were exactly. There are just too many trees. "Husband, here's this for you." Zhou Chi-Chi handed Qin Ziyuan a Type 3 mental enhancement agent, and she also showed off one for herself. After taking it, she felt her mind clear, and her supernatural abilities seemed to be slightly evolving. Qin Ziyuan, after taking the agent, suddenly erupted with a powerful aura. His expression changed slightly, and he disappeared from his spot. Then, the sky suddenly roared with thunder, and black lightning burst from the clouds. Strangely, this intense heat and humidity sparked a brief rainstorm.
Joe, 어때요?
What's going on? Did her husband's supernatural ability evolve because of a mental strength enhancer? That's absurd. Really absurd. It's like a song on the plains. Although it's only 8 o'clock now, the daytime is hot and scorching, so nighttime has become the time for activity. Even with the outside temperature reaching 40 degrees Celsius, compared to daytime, the night is practically a blessing. As black lightning streaked across the sky and a heavy rain fell, some people cheered.
Great.
It's raining. Rain will cool things down. Finally, the rain has arrived. This terrible weather should be ending soon. The fire in Heisher Forest Park has been put out. Oh my, I hope this intense heat is over quickly. Some people are more pessimistic. Black lightning is so strange and ominous. Black lightning is a sign of the Thunder God's anger. The world is full of evil, and the Thunder God is cleansing it. This is a bad omen. We are doomed. Zhou Chi-Chi is lying on her bed waiting for her husband. Bored, she takes out her phone. Just then, in the residence group chat, Li Jun tags her. At Zhou Chi-Chi, as the owner of the property, I suggest everyone gather their supplies and give them to me for distribution. Your family has the most supplies. I hope you can set an example. Li Jun starts with moral pressure, ready to influence others. Shun Danhong, owner of the luxury villa at number 2, says at Zhou Chi-Chi, your family has the most supplies. Those supplies could feed our entire neighborhood. We are your elders and neighbors. You should share your supplies with Li Jun for distribution. Zhang Xiaomei from Building 56, number 8, adds at Zhou Chuchu, forget past disagreements. Now, we need to work together to get through this tough time. Cheng Lan, the group leader for villa purchases, suggests at Zhou Chuchu, open your door and let some elderly and weak residents in. Your house is big enough to help them. Saving lives is more important than anything. With these 4 leading voices, everyone remembers how Zhou Chuchu previously bought large quantities of supplies from Sam's and Hema stores, clearly noticeable and showy. They had mocked her for spending so much money on food instead of antiques or paintings. Now, with food and water scarce, they realize how wise her actions were. And those large amounts of supplies are very tempting. They hesitated to ask her directly, but Li Jun gave a good reason, and everyone began moral pressure on Zhou Chuchu. Yes, Captain Li Jun's suggestion is very good. I support it wholeheartedly. At Zhou Chuchu, I believe you're reasonable. Captain Li Jun's plan benefits everyone. We should support it strongly. Zhou Chuchu, I advise you not to be ungrateful. In this situation, if your family encounters any trouble, who can you rely on? It's us neighbors. At Zhou Chuchu, let's get through this tough time together. Today you help us, tomorrow we help you.
At Zhou Chuchu, come out and speak.
Are you trying to turn everyone in our community against us? Zhou Chuchu coldly watched these people jump around, trying to guilt her. Playing this game? Sorry, she was not morally obligated. In her past life, these same people had guilt a wealthy store owner in the neighborhood who owned a chain supermarket. He had quickly brought back a large truck of supplies during the end-of-world crisis, enough for his family to live well for a year or 2. But when Li Jun and others set their sights on those supplies, they proposed a reallocation plan. Those who had nothing to eat agreed eagerly. Under pressure, the store owner handed over the supplies to help the community. Who knew he would be betrayed by ungrateful people? After his supplies were distributed, they pretended to thank him. But once he took the food home and his family finished it, he asked for some supplies to feed his family, and their attitudes changed completely. Li Jun not only refused but also beat him up when he tried to ask for supplies. Those who received his supplies looked on coldly. Even if he begged in the group chat or knelt at their doors, they wouldn't give him a single thing. In the end, his family starved or died of thirst, and he hanged himself out of regret. After his death, those who got his supplies didn't feel sad. Instead, they felt relieved he was gone, and no one was asking them for supplies anymore. Li Jun, after gaining control of the supplies, gained some followers. He grew stronger, and even Old Phone couldn't compete with him. Now, they weren't targeting the store owner anymore. They were after her supplies. Her supplies were clearly much more than his. They weren't interested in her, but they were just dreaming. They would never get even a tiny bit of her supplies. Her delicate fingers quickly tapped on her phone. Supplies? I don't have any supplies. Didn't you see I took those away? Chunlan quickly responded. That can't be. You should at least keep some. I also saw your parents-in-law bought a lot. Zhou Chuchu, you can't be so selfish. Zhou Chuchu was just waiting for her. This Chanlan was never satisfied. In her past life, she had stolen a lot of supplies from that boss. Now she was eyeing her house too. Zhou Chuchu immediately tore into her. Chunlan, don't play me like that. What's wrong with being selfish? If you're not selfish, then why don't you share your supplies first? Why don't you give back the money you've earned? You're just pretending here. And you want me to open up my house and give it away? Why don't you give up your house instead? Chunlan was so angry she blushed with shame. She tried to find a reasonable excuse. My supplies are only a little. You have way more than I do, okay? No reason I shouldn't take yours. I should take mine. Zhou Chuchu quickly replied, whoever wants to take, take. I won't take anything. Shin Danhong jumped in. You can't just not take. You have to take. There are many elders in the neighborhood. Can you really bear to see them starve? You're so cruel. Zhou Chuchu responded fiercely. My elders should be people, not objects. Who do you think you are calling elders in front of me? Even if I took supplies to help others, it would never be someone like you. Li Jun saw things were heading in a bad direction and quickly changed the subject. All right, everyone in the villa area should bring out their supplies and share them. Those with more take more. Those with less take less. If you really have nothing, then don't take anything. Later, after the heat passes, everyone can make up for it based on the value of the supplies. Zhou Chuchu immediately exposed him. Bah. Li Jun, who are you fooling? The supplies are given to you, can you really give them back? Besides, those are my supplies. Why should I give them to you? I advise those with plenty of supplies at home not to listen to his nonsense. If you really hand over your supplies to him, you'll just starve. He's using your supplies to enjoy himself while you just watch. Seeing his plan was exposed, Li Jun couldn't hold back and threatened in the group chat. Zhou Chuchu, the world is getting chaotic. No one knows when trouble will come. If someone tries to break in, you'll need us to protect your home. Li Jun's true intentions were now obvious. In his past life, he had threatened the supermarket boss the same way. Zhou Chuchu was completely unfazed by his threats. Let them try. I'll say this up front. I won't take any supplies. Moral pressure won't work on me. If anyone tries to break into my house, be prepared for me to fight back. I hope you all think carefully. Someone could really get hurt. Zhou Chuchu's fierce reply stunned those who were jumping around. Thinking of Yu Hali's miserable situation, they decided to back down. But some people still refused to give up. For example, Yu Hali herself went to Brother Hao to ask for help in dealing with Zhou Chuchu. Brother Hao, that woman has a lot of supplies at home. She keeps sending truckloads into her house. Sam has been moved out several times and many people saw it. Plus, that woman is somewhat attractive. Bringing her over to comfort your brothers might be a good idea. Yu Hali sat half beside Brother Hao, planning to reach out and touch his chest. She was very gentle and sweet with Brother Hao, completely different from her attitude towards Shi Xingting and Kong Mingxiu, who were arrogant. Her ideal man was someone like Brother Hao. Brother Hao frowned and took a step back, glancing at her uneven, unkempt face, almost feeling sick. It was really disgusting. This young girl, who was mentally unstable, was mixed with them. First, she was lowly, and it was worth playing with her since she came willingly. Second, her uncle was rich, and he kept lending her money, turning her into a debt-ridden person. With these two reasons, what did it matter if she called him Brother Hao twice? But this young girl was really sincere, truly treating him as a brother. A villa is not that big. Can it hold all of Sam's supplies? Go away, stay where you should stay. Brother Hao didn't believe Yu Hali's words at all. Look at her talking like that. Was it possible? Unless the villa had a storage space like in a novel, it was impossible.
Yu Hali got anxious then.
Her family must have at least one room full of supplies. Otherwise, why would her family put up stainless steel fences? She thought Zhou Chuchu's fence was stainless steel, but high-speed steel and stainless steel are completely different. High-speed steel is as hard as diamond. Brother Hao was starting to feel a bit interested. A villa probably couldn't fit several supermarket supplies, but filling an entire villa might be possible. And if it was filled with supplies, it would be very tempting. He was involved in private lending with a group of brothers working with him. They needed a lot of supplies daily. Recently, he took them to the supermarket to buy some food and robbed the storage from those in debt. But after the power outage, the meat, vegetables, and other perishables rotted and smelled bad. Only some durable rice, flour, oil, and root vegetables remained. But with over 10 mouths to feed, how long could these foods last? Without food, no one would listen to his orders. The security guard at the villa area, Old Feng, is a tough character. To get in, we first need to distract him. These people also have restricted zones. That villa area is their forbidden zone. It's not because the residents are all wealthy, and even if they owe him money, he would still dare to cause trouble. It's because Old Feng is a retired Special Forces soldier. When he gets angry, no one can handle him. Their security team is made up of elite guards trained by a security company. I can't possibly rob them right under their noses. Yu Hali immediately assured herself confidently, Leave old Feng to me to distract him. You don't need to worry about those guards either. She's now full of hatred for Zhou Chuchu and definitely won't care about us. Other people in the villa also hope her supplies get stolen. They won't stop us either. They'll just watch and clap. Yu Haoli's mind finally had a bright idea. Even Gao Ge didn't react much, but suddenly, a figure rushed out from the corner. She grabbed Yu Haoli's clothes tightly, with a fierce look and deep hatred in her eyes. Who
Who are you talking about?
Zhou Chuchu? Yu Haoli saw that woman wearing a Dior dress, but the dress was already filthy and tattered. She was unkempt, with hair that hadn't been washed for a month, greasy and messy. She looked extremely thin, her face pale and yellow, with dark circles under her eyes. As she got closer, a strong stench of decay filled the air. Yu Haoli wanted to hit her, but she was too disgusted and took a few steps back, frowning and asking, Gao Ge, who is this? She's so crazy. Gao Ge glanced at the woman with a blank expression and said, someone who owes money and can't pay it back. Recently, she's been trying to pay with her body. Luckily, many like that kind of work, and after working hard, she's almost paid off my money. The woman stood there blankly. A small troublemaker, annoyed by her, pushed her to the ground. TSK so dirty. I might as well hold back. Yu Haoli sneered at the woman. She knew what Gao Ge meant by work and felt no sympathy at all. She spat at her.
Spit.
If she can't pay back and still dares to take Gao Ji's money, she deserves it. She continued, but Gao Ge, that is surrounded by a 5-meter-high stainless steel fence with an electric grid on top. If she doesn't come out, we can't get in. She didn't dare mention the itchy powder, afraid that if she did, Gao Ge wouldn't dare to bring people in. Gao Ge was also considering whether to do this. Before this, even 100 guts wouldn't have been enough for him to try. But now, everywhere is chaotic. The authorities can't control it at all. The police are busy dealing with broken legs and can't handle each violent fight after another. Deaths have become so common that they no longer surprise people. In the past few days, haven't there been many deaths? The extremely harsh living conditions make people shed their civilized masks and reveal their animal instincts. The bravest may survive, while the timid may die from hunger. Just as Brother Hao was about to speak, a sinister, ghost-like laugh echoed. Ha ha ha, are you worried about not being able to get in? Leave it to me. I am good friends with Zhou Chuchu. She hurt me like this, so I must get revenge. Brother Hao, after stealing all her supplies, I want you to break her parents-in-law's legs, cut her children's faces, and kill her husband. I want you to catch her and make her pay back what she owes me. Make her suffer everything I have suffered. Brother Hao walked over and patted the woman's face. All right, Lin Shuang. If you succeed this time, I will forgive your debt. You can leave here. It turned out that this woman was Lin Shuang, who had been missing for over 20 days. Lin Shuang twisted her face into a cruel smile. Leave? I won't go. I want to stay and watch her suffer. I want to bring her 2 children here and make them kneel and watch her. Brother Hao also smiled. Very good, Lin Shuang. You really are a poisonous spider. I promise you. Lin Shuang stood up and tugged at her clothes. I need a shower, and find me a clean outfit. Knowing well that her own character was worthless, Yu Haoli forcibly dragged a resident out of the community, slapped him twice, then threw his phone at him. Call old Feng, that lousy security guard, tell him you've been kidnapped, and ask him to come save you. The resident looked nervously at Yu Haoli, who was playing with a knife, and obediently called old Feng. After the call, he looked at Yu Haoli with pleading eyes. Can I go now? I've called him. Yu Haoli sneered cruelly. Of course, not yet. What if you expose me in the group chat later? The resident sensed Yu Haoli's intention to silence him and trembled with fear. No, don't kill me. Listen, I have a lot of money and my family still has many supplies. I can give you everything. Hearing this, Yu Haoli's eyes lit up. She searched him and found the keys. If I kill you, your money and your family's belongings will also be mine. The man was desperate. Suddenly, he thought of something and quickly said, You can give money or supplies, but can you? You're talking too much. Yu Haoli covered the man's mouth, then stabbed him with a knife. This was her first time killing someone. She didn't kill the owner immediately. The man bit her hand, she struggled free, and frantically shouted for help. Yu Haoli yelled at Shixing and Kong Mingxiu, "Why are you two just standing there? Catch him." Shixing knew he couldn't let the man escape. He lunged forward and held him down. Kong Mingxiu realized what Yu Haoli was about to do, but didn't move. Yu Haoli acted very harshly this time, cutting the man's neck directly. She watched him clutch his throat, make broken sounds, and struggle painfully as he died in a pool of blood. Even Shixing stepped back in fear. But Yu Haoli, who had killed before, felt a strange thrill after a brief moment of fear, like a dark satisfaction from taking a life. "So this is what killing is like," she said, gesturing with a knife as if the person in front of her was Zhou Chuchu. "If that were here now, I'd cut her like this." She suddenly thought of something else and laughed wildly. "I hate that woman Lin Shuang even more. I want her to suffer at that woman's hands, then I'll kill her too." While saying this, she took the man's phone and the keys, then headed toward his house. Seeing Kong Mingxiu still standing there, she impatiently waved her bloody knife. "Why are you just standing there?
Come on."
Kong Mingxiu's face turned pale, and he looked terrified. He was willing to serve Shixing and another man for a woman, with no moral bottom line. He was even willing to humiliate himself for money, just to stay close to Yu Haoli. But now, Yu Haoli had killed someone. She had taken a life. Would she kill him someday too? Thinking of this, he no longer wanted to stay with Yu Haoli. "Little princess, I have some family matters. I need to go back." Yu Haoli looked at him for a moment, saw he was scared, and sneered. "I can't let what I do be exposed. You can either keep following me, or I'll kill you." Kong Mingxiu trembled all over and dared not argue. He followed her. Yu Haoli sneered disdainfully, then turned and walked into the night. In the villa community, Brother Hao, following Li Jun's lead, sneaked in through the back door with 13 of his men. They brought enough equipment, including large pliers capable of cutting steel bars, a siege hammer for breaking doors, and thick steel rods, sturdy wooden sticks, and sharp knives. They marched confidently toward Zhou Chuchu's house. Along the way, some homeowners saw them, but no one dared to stop them. A few braver ones, seeing that their target was Zhou Chuchu's home, not only didn't intervene but also seemed to enjoy the situation. According to their daughter's orders, Shen Danhong, who was watching Zhou Chuchu's house, saw this scene and trembled with excitement. She couldn't wait to see these people break into Zhou Chuchu's house and steal her supplies. She even hoped they would give Lu Julin and Qin Zhuangming a hard time and get rid of their talented son. She couldn't help but record the scene on her phone and post it in the group chat. "Haha, some people don't want to share supplies and refuse to cooperate. Now their house is being robbed. Without us helping, let's see what they do." Video she showed her malicious joy and pride openly. Some neighbors, who had been eyeing Zhou Chuchu's abundant supplies, were angry after she refused to share and called her ungrateful. After the video was posted, many responded, Exactly. We helped her before when supplies were shared. Now who will help her? She's too proud and doesn't realize that many people are stronger together. Now she's getting her comeuppance. She kept so much supplies but didn't share, and now the wolves are eyeing her. I recognize that man. He's involved in underground lending, very brutal. I advise everyone not to get involved, or you might end up dead, without knowing how. There were also kind, and just people in the neighborhood. Zhao Baoxing said, "At Security Captain Li Jun, where are you? Miss Zhou's house is under attack. Hurry, and bring people to chase away these troublemakers." Kong Bangshu added, "Yes, how could you let such people in?
Quickly drive them out."
Li Jun and the security guards remained silent, seemingly unaware of the group chat or the scene unfolding. Zhao Baoxing and Kong Bangshu called them, but they hung up immediately. Some people then began to realize what was happening. This was Li Jun's way of warning. The message was simple. If the neighborhood disobeyed him, he could ignore threats from outsiders at any time. He wanted to use this show of force to intimidate everyone and keep control of the community. At this moment, Zhou Chuchu practiced her supernatural abilities based on her husband's teachings and felt her condition improving. Qin Ziyuan had not yet returned, but hearing the occasional thunder, she let go of her worries. Just as she was about to kiss her sleeping child, she suddenly received a vision from the plants. She saw Li Jun opening the back door of the villa, hiding with a group of security guards in the security room, staying hidden like turtles. She saw Lao Feng being distracted by a rescue call. She saw Brother Hao and others bringing people in, and among them, she recognized a familiar figure who led them straight toward her home, as if they knew the place well. At that moment, she understood everything. She thought for a moment and sent a few messages in the group chat. At Security Captain Li Jun, someone is attacking my home. Come quickly with your people. At Security Captain Li Jun, I know what you're doing. You deliberately let these people in to target me just because I opposed your proposal not to share supplies. At Security Captain Li Jun, fine. If you refuse to do your duty and don't bring people to rescue my family, don't blame me for being ruthless in the future. After saying this, Zhou Chuchu still didn't see Li Jun show himself. She wasn't surprised. She coldly put down her phone, a bloodthirsty smile curling at her lips. Yes, she intentionally sent those messages. On the surface, she was asking Li Jun for help, but in reality, she was laying the groundwork to eliminate him later. Since Li Jun let people in to target her family, no matter what she said, he wouldn't show up. Otherwise, it would be like eating her own words. It's okay, really okay. Once she deals with them, she won't hold back. As for Brother Hao and his group, since they came to her door, not one of them will leave. Zhou Chuchu drew the curtains, dimmed the lights, and let the lotus and water lilies release their abilities, keeping her child asleep. Once the door was closed, even if an explosion happened outside, there would be no sound inside. After closing the door, her gaze turned icy cold. The small tiger in the corner of the room also stood up, muscles cracking as it moved. Its size increased by a circle, looking more like a tiger than a dog. Its eyes, one blue and one gold, shone brightly in the darkness. In the security dormitory, a group of guards gathered around Li Jun, watching the group chat and complaining about the hot weather, until they saw Zhou Chuchu's message posted in the group. A security guard nervously said, "Brotherly, maybe we should go check it out. That group can do anything." Under Li Jun's cold gaze, his voice grew quieter. Li Jun also felt something was wrong, but he thought it was just Zhou Chuchu's angry frustration. After all, a woman can't be ruthless forever. She might cry or make a fuss. But nowadays, things change quickly, and a woman's crying is often useless. If you want to blame someone, blame her for not appreciating the opportunity she was given. We put those people in there. Everyone here is involved. If we go now, we're just hurting ourselves. The security guards were confused. Back then, Brotherly didn't say it like this. You only said you'd send in 2 small troublemakers to scare Zhou Chuchu, not a bunch of villains. Li Jun watched their expressions and said again, "We're all in the same boat. If something happens in this neighborhood, the residents won't just blame me, Li Jun, and they won't let you go either. Now the temperature outside is rising, and food is running out. If we don't remove some unstable elements, no one will listen to us. Zhou Chuchu is one of those unstable elements. Even now, she still refuses to share her food. Whatever happens to her family is their own problem." One security guard still felt something was off, but we're security here. Li Jun spat. What security? At this point, are we still thinking about protecting others? It's enough if we can protect ourselves. He looked around, but if you want to be good guys, go ahead. But I warn you, if those thugs beat you to death, don't say I didn't warn you. Most guards didn't move. It was a joke. Those people had knives, steel bars, pliers, and were outnumbered. Going there would mean risking their lives. Is it worth risking for outsiders? After uniting, their eyes turned to the few guards who were closer to Old Feng and still had some conscience. Those guards looked at the video of Hao Guo and others, then at their aggressive companions, and finally lowered their heads in silence. Li Jun nodded with satisfaction, knowing he had brought these guards under control. Brotherly, Uncle Feng, if he finds out about this, he won't let us go. Li Jun forced a smile but didn't really smile. Back then, the decision was made, and he couldn't change anything. Outside Zhou Chuchu's house, Brother Hao tapped the high-strength steel fence with his finger.
Thud.
Two muffled sounds. This proved that the steel was both tough and strong, not soft steel. He was puzzled. What kind of person is Zhou Chuchu? Did her family hide gold? Why use such hard steel for the fence? From Lin Shuang's words, he understood Zhou Chuchu as a silly girl obsessed with love, ignoring her billionaire husband to chase after a worthless man, even planning to divorce her rich husband. He was stunned when he heard this, thinking, how could there be such a foolish woman in the world? But now, looking at the 5-meter-high steel fence with an electric wire on top, he started to doubt what Lin Shuang said. This isn't love obsession. She might be paranoid. Would a normal person install such a thing? It's for protecting against thieves. Lin Shuang hadn't been to Zhou Chuchu's house for nearly a month. Seeing the steel fence outside, she was stunned. She looked through a small hole in the fence into the house. A few dim lights were on inside, and she could vaguely see a large greenhouse in the garden. A faint scent of jasmine and osmanthus wafted to her nose. She looked closer and saw the fence was covered with large clusters of jasmine and osmanthus, blooming brightly. She was confused. Zhou Chuchu's yard did have a jasmine plant, but that plant was only as thick as a finger. How could there be such a big one? Then she saw a large peach tree in the yard. It was tall and lush, with dense leaves like a forest, covering half an acre, taller than the villa. She became even more puzzled. Was that old peach tree really so thick and strong? Zhou Chuchu's house felt very unfamiliar to her, but the villa surrounded tightly by the steel fence made her feel safe. A strong sense of security. In today's world, how wonderful it would be to have such a house. This kind of safety should belong to Lin Shuang. Yes, after this, she would have Brother Hao take Zhou Chuchu's family away and she would move in. Wouldn't that be perfect? Seeing Lin Shuang staring blankly, Brother Hao impatiently pushed her. Can you do it? Can you go in? Didn't you say you have the key? Lin Shuang snapped back to her senses, remembering her purpose, and a dark thought flickered in her mind. I can go in. She walked to the gate's recognition system and took a photo of her face.
Bang!
Face recognition failed. Please leave immediately. The electronic lock issued an alarm. Lin Shuang's face changed, and she gritted her teeth. Zhou Chuchu, you actually deleted my face from the system. She pressed her fingerprint again.
Bang!
Fingerprint system recognition failed. Warning again, please leave immediately. Lin Shuang's face turned pale. She had previously entered and exited here as if she owned the place. Lin Shuang was filled with intense hatred. Seeing how Brother Hao was becoming increasingly impatient, she took out the key to Zhou Chuchu's house from her bag and tried to unlock the door, but she couldn't get the lock open. Lin Shuang realized that Zhou Chuchu had not only deleted her face and fingerprint, but also changed the lock.
It.
Zhou Chuchu, come out. Come out. Why are you treating me like this? Lin Shuang shouted and pounded on the door. Snap. A high-voltage electric current flashed across the door, directly burning her hand that was pounding on it.
Ah!
My hand. She screamed in pain. Her hand was already torn open by the electric shock, blood oozing from the charred skin. Burns covered her hand and arm, and she was in so much pain she almost fainted. Brother Hao had been waiting for her to open the fence, but seeing her like this, he knew it was no use. Useless thing. Everyone, stop hesitating. Cut this steel door open for me. He waved his hand, ready to force his way through. Since Old Feng might come back at any moment, they couldn't delay. The thugs grabbed pliers to try to cut the steel door. But this steel fence was made of high-tech steel, a reward for signing in. No matter how hard they tried, they only left shallow marks. These marks weren't even scars. They could be wiped away easily. Boss, it's no good. This thing is too hard. We can't clamp it. The thugs were stunned. They had used the pliers to cut many locks and security doors before, but this was the hardest they had ever encountered. Can't clamp? Turn it to the maximum setting. One immediately switched the pliers to the highest power, with two people holding it steady, trying to cut.
Bang!
The pliers suddenly shattered, and the tremendous force pierced through one's head. He didn't even grunt before dying instantly. The other thugs froze, some unsure of what to do. Usually, they forced women into prostitution, cut off hands, and stomped on feet without feeling guilty or fear. But now, one of their companions had been shot in the head and died mysteriously right in front of them.
They felt panicked.
Lin Shuang's hand was already painfully sharp, and now, seeing it get shot in the head, she was so frightened she screamed loudly.
A snap.
Brother Hao walked up and slapped her hard across the face. The force was so strong that she was knocked against the fence and lost consciousness. To scare his followers, Brother Hao shouted loudly, "What's everyone waiting for?
Charge.
Use the siege hammer." I don't believe it. The thugs, used to obeying his orders, ignored their fallen brother. They grabbed the siege hammer, several of them hugging it together, and charged at the fence.
Boom.
A loud crash, but the fence didn't move at all. Keep hitting, keep hitting. More people, come on. A few more thugs went up, holding the siege hammer with all their strength, hitting the fence with full force.
Boom. Boom. Boom.
The thugs kept hitting, and the loud noise echoed through the neighborhood, but no one came to look. Some watched coldly and happily. Others were too scared. After dozens of hits, the thugs were exhausted, sweating and panting heavily. The fence was still solid and showed no signs of falling. Brother Hao, this thing is too strong. We can't break it. Brother Hao also looked surprised. Even if the fence couldn't be broken, it shouldn't be impossible to knock it down. They had tried so hard, yet it was still standing. It was unbelievable. Could today end without success? Keep hitting, keep hitting. He personally went up and grabbed the siege hammer. But just then, the villa door opened. Zhou Chu stepped out. She looked radiant in a red dress, bold and wild like a night demon. But her eyes were cold and intimidating. Even through the steel fence, Hao Ge felt a chill in his heart. He recognized that look she wanted to kill. He had seen that look before on people he had forced into ruin and despair. But those people only had the desire to kill, not the courage. Yet Zhou Chu's gaze made him afraid, making him realize he might have provoked someone he shouldn't have. If he had met her before, he would never have dared to offend her. He would run as far as he could. But now, if he ran, he would never stand tall in front of his men again. Without his followers, he would be torn apart by enemies. Zhou Chu took step by step, her high heels clicking on the stones, light and graceful. As she moved forward, plants gathered around her, welcoming their queen. She walked straight to the gate and opened the fence. Brother Hao never expected Zhou Chu to come out. His action truly surprised him. Honestly, as long as she stayed inside the villa, they couldn't do anything to her. But she actually dared to come out. Brother Hao sneered, "You're quite brave. It seems you're very confident." Zhou Chu didn't bother to waste words with him. "Smash my door, die." Brother Hao hadn't yet understood what she meant, when a low growl, sounding like a dog and a tiger, made his heart jump suddenly, sensing a huge threat. Then he saw a giant dog emerge from the darkness. The dog looked like a tiger-striped Chinese rural dog, but much more fierce, with stripes that resembled a tiger, and its size was comparable to a half-grown tiger. This fierce beast with unusual colored eyes stared at him, making him feel cold all over. This was no ordinary dog. Lin Shuang, that fool. Why didn't she tell me earlier that the Zhou family kept such a fierce dog? He kept retreating, but the fierce dog had already leapt up and pounced on A. It opened its mouth and bit into his neck. As its teeth clamped down, the lost his breath. Then came the second, the third. Oh my God! This dog is killing people. The thugs, suddenly realizing the danger, screamed and tried to run away. Zhou Chu's plant-based powers were already ready to fire. But suddenly, a thunderclap exploded in the sky. Black lightning streaked down, flashing terrifying electric light. The black lightning struck the thugs precisely. After the lightning, only a pile of black ashes remained, blown away by the wind. In an instant, all 10 thugs were dead, leaving only Brother Hao standing alone. Brother Hao was trembling all over, overwhelmed by an unknown, terrifying fear that clenched his heart instantly. He deeply regretted that his desire to live longer had led him to provoke such a killing god. Even if he was slow to understand, he knew those black lightning bolts had a huge connection to Zhou Chuchu, the lady of the house. Chuchu. Qin Ziyuan stepped out of the darkness, looking like a dormant black dragon, coldly overlooking the world with a distant gaze. When he saw Zhou Chuchu, he revealed a faint smile. In the interplay of light and dark, it seemed as if he had transformed from a god into a human. As he approached Zhou Chuchu, the terrifying aura that others could sense but which was hidden from her also faded into invisibility. Unluckily, Brother Hao was one of those others. He had already wet himself in fear.
Who is he?
No, he's not human.
He's
a god visiting the human world. He's a demon, he's a ghost. But he's definitely not human. It was too terrifying, too frightening. Husband. Seeing that her husband was safe and sound, Zhou Chuchu's tense heart finally relaxed. She smiled happily, like a little wife, and threw herself into Qin Ziyuan's arms, softly crying. Sniff, husband, those people are so scary.
I was terrified just now.
They actually wanted to break into our house. Zhou Chuchu looked like a frightened, delicate woman. Gao Go was stunned. When she was commanding that fierce dog to attack earlier, she didn't seem so fragile. She was scared? Actually, we were the ones scared. Of course, he dared not say this aloud. He considered himself a tough guy, ruthless and cruel, but the moment this man looked at him, he felt frozen, unable to move or speak. Fortunately, the man only glanced at him briefly. His full attention was on his wife in his arms. Qin Ziyuan naturally saw Zhou Chuchu commanding the little tiger to bite the troublemakers from above, but he chose not to expose her. If his wife wanted to act like a delicate little wife, he would happily indulge her. Chuchu, next time you encounter such fierce people, just wait for your husband to handle it. Gao Go was forcibly fed some dog food and had to admit he was a fierce villain himself. Just thinking about it made him feel wronged. But right now, he didn't dare move or speak. He could only hope that these two people's good mood would spare his life. He promised to run far away immediately and never come back to Haishur. Husband, let's go home first. It's so hot outside. Zhou Chuchu felt her heart relax when she saw Qin Ziyuan. All her anger, coldness, and bloodthirstiness melted like ice. Now she just wanted to snuggle in his arms and sleep. As for Gao Go, she left it to her husband to deal with. Qin Ziyuan picked her up, speaking softly, like coaxing or tempting, okay. He carried his beloved wife into the house, while the fierce tiger-striped dog wagged its tail and followed behind them. The door slowly closed. Gao Ge finally felt his blood start flowing again. His heart was pounding wildly. Seeing that they ignored him, he felt like he had escaped death. Overjoyed, he scrambled and rolled his way out of there, running far away and never returning to Haishur. Suddenly, a flash of black lightning struck him precisely, turning him into a puff of black ash that dispersed with the wind. After a while, Lin Shuang, who had been knocked out, woke up in pain. Ugh, my hand. Her hand hurt terribly, trembling involuntarily. It seemed that this injury might cause her health problems. She looked around. Zhou Chuchu's house was still tightly closed, but Gao Ge and the others were nowhere to be seen.
Go ye, go ye.
She called out twice, but no one answered. She stood still, feeling confused. Suddenly, she realized what was happening. They've left? I'm free? She guessed that perhaps the security guard had come and chased them away. Feeling suddenly free, she felt lost and didn't know where to go. After thinking for a while, she decided to go to her family home. That was the place she hated deeply, but had no choice but to return to. Now, besides her family home, she had nowhere else to go. She looked sadly at Zhou Chuchu's house, where warm lights were on, and two shadows embraced each other. She clenched her teeth in anger. She picked up her phone and saw all her chats with Zhou Chuchu. Zhou Chuchu had deleted her, but the messages were still there. Zhou Chuchu, I really want to see what will happen if I send these chats to your husband. How will he react? Will you still love each other as you do now? The reflection of the phone's light cast a fierce, evil smile on her face. Thinking about Qin Ziyuan seeing these messages and getting furious enough to beat Zhou Chuchu, then kicking her out, made her feel excited. She didn't even notice the pain in her hand. If Zhou Chuchu, who was kicked out, knew that her beauty, which made her jealous, would become her downfall. In the room, Zhou Chuchu was comfortably leaning against her husband. He also seemed unusually cool, not like the coldness of air conditioning or ice, but a warmth that made her want to touch him again and again. Don't move, Qin Ziyuan said in a deep voice, grabbing her small hand that was moving. Unaware of the danger, Zhou Chuchu kept drawing circles on his chest with her finger, yawning and looking sleepy. Husband, you just took that energy-boosting pill and leveled up. How strong are you now? Qin Ziyuan hinted at something. Try and see how strong I am. Zhou Chuchu clearly misunderstood his words about strength and asked curiously, really? But we can't try it at home, right? She looked around. Even though their house had a 50 centimeters thick steel door, it probably couldn't withstand Qin Ziyuan's antics. We need to find a bigger place. This house is too small. Huh. The house isn't small, and the bed is big enough. Zhou Chuchu was confused, her mind full of questions, but her thoughts were cut off by a slightly cold kiss. 2.5 hours later, Qin Ziyuan gently carried the exhausted Zhou Chuchu onto the bed. Remembering their recent wild moments, he couldn't help but smile happily. He reached out to smooth her hair on her cheek.
Hoo, I'm sorry.
I just wanted you to rest.
But
he couldn't help himself, his impulsiveness was real. Watching his wife and children sleep peacefully, his usually cold heart seemed to soften little by little. But suddenly, more images appeared in his mind. It was about Lin Shuang, who showed him chat messages from his phone while sitting in a wheelchair, mocking and teasing him. Look at this. This is true love. Zhou Chuchu has always loved another man deep in her heart. That man has occupied her thoughts since she was young. She came to Haishur just because that person is here. Does it hurt, Qin Ziyuan? You are so proud, yet the woman you love has another man in her heart. Are you angry? Do you feel wronged? He couldn't believe she had another man in her heart. He wanted to rush into her mind and get rid of that man. A wave of intense anger surged in his heart, and a dark dragon seemed to swirl around him. The room's temperature suddenly dropped. Just then, Zhou Chuchu moved uncomfortably. Ugh, so cold. Qin Ziyuan's terrifying aura disappeared instantly, and the temperature rose again. He gently patted her back and pulled the blanket up. After doing these, his face was as serious as still water. While Zhou Chuchu was sleeping peacefully, the neighborhood group chat was in an uproar. What's going on with the Qin family? Why is there no movement? Has anyone come out to say something? I just heard them banging on the house with a battering ram. It was so loud. I heard several thunder-like sounds exploding above her house. How come it sounds like lightning struck her place? The commotion at Zhou Chuchu's house was so loud that almost everyone in the neighborhood was paying attention. Everyone was waiting for the outcome, because this result could decide who has the final say in the neighborhood. Security guard Li Jun wanted to scare them into submission, but besides Zhou Chuchu, no one dared to speak out. If Zhou Chuchu's house was attacked or broken into, and Li Jun said anything, no one would oppose him. But if her house remained safe, Li Jun's influence would weaken greatly. However, because the sky was darkening, with black clouds swirling and lightning flashing, the sky looked even gloomier. Even Shun Danhong, who lived in the opposite villa, could only see dozens of dark figures moving back and forth near Zhou Chuchu's house. Until someone responded in the group chat. I saw it. I followed those people to see what was happening. When he said this, it made all the property owners very curious. Then he continued, and then, keep talking, you're making me anxious. Yes, hurry up and tell us. Why do you only say half of the story? What happened to the Qin family? A few people hiding behind, who were planning against Zhou Chuchu, couldn't hold back. Zhang Xiaomei from Building 56, number 8. Did they succeed? With such loud noise, they probably broke into the Qin family's door, right? Did they steal their supplies? Cheng Lan, the group leader of the villa area, at Gossip King Xiaoping, they broke into Qin's house, but didn't damage the house, right? The person seemed to recover a bit from the shock and replied, "No, that's not it. Those people didn't succeed. They didn't even break the Qin family's door or enter their yard. They were struck dead by a black lightning bolt." Video. Everyone quickly opened the video and saw black lightning precisely strike one troublemaker after another, turning them to ash. Perhaps because the person filming was too excited, their phone dropped to the ground, causing a few minutes of black screen. They could only hear heavy breathing from the phone owner. When the video refocused, it showed the scene of the crazy gal being struck by lightning and turned to ash. The group chat suddenly became very quiet. No one dared to speak for a long time. Actually, the content of the video was too unbelievable and shocking. After several minutes, someone finally started to speak. This is too outrageous. These people were actually struck dead by lightning? What's going on? Are the black lightning bolts in the sky somehow targeting bad people? Is this even possible? The Qin family's luck is really incredible. At Security Captain Li Jun, go check quickly. Did those troublemakers really die? Li Jun, who had been pretending to be indifferent, finally spoke in the group. What just happened? Did someone break into the community? Sorry, everyone. There was a looting incident outside just now. A group of troublemakers tried to attack our community. My team and I fought hard to drive them away. I didn't expect these troublemakers to sneak in. It was my mistake. Brothers, go check quickly. Protecting the residents' safety is our duty. Li Jun hurriedly came out, really needing to confirm what happened, even if just for show. Brotherly, what's going on? Did those people really get struck dead? Li Jun felt restless inside. What's going on? How should I know?
How should I know?
He relied on those troublemakers and rascals to make a difference, either to attack Zhou Chuchu's house, cause destruction, steal supplies, hurt people, or even kill. Basically, the more terrible their actions, the more they could scare the property owners. But he never expected them to be mysteriously struck dead by a few black lightning bolts. Now, not only would his authority likely decline, but without trying to fix things, who in the neighborhood would listen to him? A large group of people stormed out of the security building, rushing toward Zhou Chuchu's house. But in the darkness, their feet were harshly tripped by something, thudding loudly. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, they fell to the ground. Some unlucky ones hit their heads on the ground and got big bumps.
Bang!
Then thin, tough, and sharp objects like whips struck them hard, tearing their skin and flesh. Among them, Security Captain Li Jun was especially targeted, getting hit the most, bleeding all over. The thing that attacked Li Jun and the others whipped them fiercely, then quickly retreated into the darkness without leaving a trace. It even cleverly avoided the security cameras. Who is attacking us? Who's doing this? The security guards shouted in alarm, trying to find who was causing trouble. But everything was silent, no sign of people or even ghosts. Only faint rustling sounds, like something crawling, could be heard. The guards felt cold inside.
Could it be
that thing? Li Jun gritted his teeth in anger and pain. Don't jump to conclusions. There's no such thing in this world. Someone's attacking us secretly while we're unprepared. When we realize it, they'll have run away. The guards looked at each other, not fully convinced by Li Jun's words. Who could sneak around so quietly and trip them? Who had such quick hands, making the whip seem like an illusion? Who could retreat so fast without a sound? They just didn't dare call out that word at night, afraid that thing might suddenly jump out. After all, there had been too many deaths in the villa area these past days. Such things didn't seem surprising anymore. Brotherly, what should we do now? Li Jun looked serious, feeling everything was going wrong. He was full of frustration. What else can we do? Go see Dr. Zhao. So, A group of people who were supposed to go to the Qin family had to nervously go to Dr. Zhao Baoxing, begging him to treat them. On such a hot day, if these wounds become infected with pus, the consequences could be very serious. Somewhere in the neighborhood, green-headed flies are flying around, buzzing loudly. They stick to people, fearing these insects might lay eggs on them, turning into like Yu Haoli. When they go to Dr. Zhao's house, Yu Haoli already has a key and is pushing it into the door of a villa. Once inside, I will distract that dead man's wife first. You all use knives to kill her and her children,
Yu Haoli said.
Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain from her bitten hand. Her hand was turning black and purple, oozing pus.
Ow.
That hurts. Soon, I'll cut her wife a few more times. Kong Mingxiu trembled holding a knife. He really didn't want to kill anyone. Little princess, your hand is infected. You should go see Dr. Zhao for treatment. Kong Mingxiu looked around, trying to make Yu Haoli give up the idea of killing. Yu Haoli slapped him across the face, pressing the knife against him, with a fierce look, saying, "Now is the time. Everyone is distracted by the Zhou family, security guards like Li Jun are hiding, and that old security guard was tricked out. That's when we can act. Kill his family, steal their supplies, take their money. No one will know it was us, understand? Are you telling me to find a doctor now? Do you want me to miss this chance?" The knife wounded Kong Mingxiu, making him tremble, and he said nothing. Useless thing. Yu Haoli rolled her eyes disdainfully. Sure, Xingting, you and I will go kill them later. Yes, my little princess. Sure, Xingting looked eager. Seeing Yu Haoli so easily kill an adult man, his evil side was stirred. After discussing, the three used the key to open the door. Inside, Kong Banshuo was pacing with the baby, trying to soothe him to sleep. She kept looking at the clock on the wall. It's already 10 p.m. Her husband, who went out for a walk, hadn't returned yet. Something was wrong. Usually, her husband was busy earning money, but whenever he had free time, he would come back to be with her and the child. If something delayed him, he would call or message her immediately, never letting her worry. Kong Banshuo had often felt lucky to have met such a good man. She felt happy and cherished this life. She looked at her phone. Her husband had been out for 3 hours, no calls or messages. This was different from usual. The high temperature and heat made the child's resistance low, so she had to stay alert for any signs of trouble. My husband, who always loved the children so much, how could he be gone for so long without returning? She felt anxious, and the time on the clock seemed to stretch longer and longer. Suddenly, the child in her arms might have been uncomfortable and started crying loudly.
Wow, wow, wow.
Kong Banshu hurried to soothe the child. Usually, the baby was well-behaved, but now he couldn't be calmed down. As if sensing something, he kept struggling. What's wrong with the baby? Her mother-in-law came over, trying to hold and comfort the child, but he didn't want her and cried desperately. The baby misses his dad. Has Baogong not come back yet?
No.
What's going on with Baogong? Bangshu, don't worry. When he gets back, I'll give him a good scolding. Her mother-in-law, who had been a widow in her youth, had raised her husband through tough times. But her husband was not a spoiled brat, and her mother-in-law was not controlling or overbearing. She was very open-minded and understanding, raising her son well. When she married in, she also gave her daughter love like a family member. Mom, he might be delayed by something important. Don't tell him I said anything when he comes back, Bangsha said, her worry growing stronger. She thought, as long as her husband returned, even if it was late, it didn't matter. She just wanted him back.
Click.
The sound of the door lock turning. Bangshu felt a surge of joy. Hubby is home. Her mother-in-law reached the door first and started scolding her son. What's wrong with you? You've been out so long and Bangshu is alone at home. Who are you? Ah. Her mother-in-law suddenly covered her neck, blood gushing out. She turned around, looking at Bangshu and the child, using her last strength to silently roar. Run. Bangshu was terrified and screamed.
Mom.
She never expected that the one coming back would not be her husband, but a deadly attacker. Then she saw the person who had killed her mother-in-law. It's you, Yu Haoli. She recognized her from the photos and videos Yu Haoli had posted in the group. How dare you kill someone? She was furious, her teeth clenched and eyes wide with anger. Suddenly, she saw Yu Haoli holding her husband's phone. She was panic-stricken. Why do you have my husband's phone? And the house keys? Where is my husband? What have you done to him? Yu Haoli closed the door casually and said indifferently, Your husband is dead. I killed him. Bangsha froze. A wave of deep sadness hit her instantly, making her brain go blank and leaving her unable to react. Her husband.
Dead?
You monsters. Why did you kill him?
Why?
Yu Haoli said, There's no particular reason. I just saw him alone and thought he would be easy to deal with. Kong Bangshu couldn't believe it. With her education and the people she had met, she had never seen anyone so wild, blunt, and dismissive of life.
Wow, wow, wow.
The child cried heartbreakingly. She wasn't sure if he sensed his father and grandmother's deaths, or if he was simply uncomfortable, but he cried very loudly. Yu Haoli grew impatient and pointed at the child. Go crush that little brat and make him shut up. He's so noisy. Xingting smirked as he walked over. Suddenly, he noticed that although Kong Bangshu had a child, she was very beautiful. An evil thought crossed his mind. Little princess, I can kill her and her child, but can I have some fun first? Jealous, Yu Haoli looked at Kong Bangshu's face. Her face was bitten by bugs, full of pits and scars. Seeing a beautiful woman made her feel uncomfortable. Okay, but you have to cut her face first. Xingting thought it was a pity, but decided to do as told. What are you all planning to do? Kong Bangshu kept retreating. She had already realized these two had no humanity left. She tightly hugged her child, quickly took out her phone to call for help. But Xingting snatched the phone away. He also tried to take her child. As a woman, Kong Bangshu was no match for young men, but as a mother, she suddenly found the courage to fight. She bravely lunged at Xingting. Give me back my child. Seeing this, Yu Haoli, holding a knife, lunged toward Kong Bangshu's waist. But at that moment, a vine of golden and silver flowers suddenly shattered the glass and darted in like lightning. It first pushed Yu Haoli aside. Then it broke in, smashing directly onto Xingting's head. He didn't even scream before his head was split in two. Yu Haoli was terrified. She jumped up from the ground, didn't even have time to grab her knife, and ran out the door. The vine of golden and silver flowers wrapped around Kong Bangshu, who also fled in panic from Kong Bangshu's house. Kong Bangshu held her child tightly. She was still shaken, but the child had calmed down. He didn't understand what had happened. Maybe he smelled the scent of the flowers and fell asleep with his eyes closed. Kong Bangshu paused for a moment, then gently placed her child into the cradle. She didn't know what she was afraid of. Compared to her child, her fear of this situation seemed insignificant. When she came out of the bedroom, only her mother-in-law's body, Xingting's body, and the golden-silver flower remained in the living room. The golden-silver flower vine that had caused the murder was gone. The murderous golden-silver flower vine. She should have been afraid, but she didn't feel fear at all. She believed that the flower had helped her kill her enemies. It was her loyal vine. She was full of gratitude for it. If not for it, she and her child would surely have died. Very painfully. Buzzing sounds. The smell of blood in the house attracted green-headed flies outside. Her face changed. She knew she couldn't leave the bodies in the living room. She stared at Xingting's body, wanting to cut him into pieces, but she held back. Yu Haoli, you killed my husband and my mother-in-law. I won't let you go. She grabbed its two legs and dragged it outside. Back inside, she saw her mother-in-law's unclosed eyes and cried, Mom, don't worry. No matter what, I will raise my child and Baogang's child, your grandson. I won't let your deaths be in vain. Just rest assured. She sorrowfully closed her mother-in-law's eyes, found a towel, wiped the blood from her neck, stitched up her torn flesh, and carefully changed her into a clean outfit. Buzzing sounds. The number of green-headed flies increased. She knew she couldn't delay any longer. Mom, I will bury you in the yard. If this disaster passes, I will find a good place for you to rest. For now, please bear with it. Just watch over me and your grandson in the yard. Protect us." With great sorrow, she buried her mother-in-law in the yard, along with her own fragile, fearful self. She wiped away her tears, knowing from now on she must live for her child. No more tears, no more weakness. After entering the house, she cleaned the bloodstains, sprayed disinfectant, then took out her phone and posted a message in the group. "You Hallie killed my husband and my mother-in-law. She has escaped now. Be careful of her." One sentence caused a shock comparable to a level 8 earthquake, making everyone discussing the dark events at Zhou Chuchu's house tremble with fear. If Zhou Chuchu's case leaned more toward mysterious factors, the incident at Kong Banshu's house revealed raw human nature, something chilling to the bone. At least before, the deaths were caused by extreme heat leading to physical failure or sudden medical complications. But what happened at Kong Banshu's house was pure murder. Suddenly, everyone in the group shut their doors and windows tightly, afraid to open even a. Yet even so, they still didn't feel safe. They are not afraid of you, Howley, but of others. In the end-of-the-world scenario, anyone could be you, Howley. After mentioning you, Howley, Kong Bangsha tagged Lee Jun at Security Captain Lee Jun. "I know exactly what you're planning. Your selfish and shameful schemes indirectly caused the death of my husband and mother-in-law." Kong Bangshu, usually gentle and soft, was now so fierce that she exposed all of Lee Jun's hidden thoughts. Lee Jun immediately denied it. "You've misunderstood. My involvement has nothing to do with your husband's and mother-in-law's deaths. If you didn't do those things, then catch you Howley. Ensure the safety of the other residents in our community. Today, you Howley might kill my husband and mother-in-law. Tomorrow, she could harm others too." To be fair, Kong Bangshu was smart. Instead of asking to protect herself and her children, she focused on protecting the others in the community. Sure enough, after she spoke, the residents started pressuring him.
Kong Bangshu is right.
"This murderer, you Howley, must be driven out. You're just a security guard. Protecting our lives is your job, but it's not enough. You didn't know about those thugs attacking the residents, but now you should know. Catch you Howley and take her to the police." Lee Jun had to promise. "Everyone, don't worry. I will catch you Howley." Kong Bangshu sent another message. "Now, please come and remove the bodies of our accomplices." Although reluctant, Lee Jun couldn't refuse as the situation had escalated. He agreed. Just as Yu Howley was about to head to Zhao Baoxing's house, she saw the message in the group chat and cursed angrily at Yu. "You dare to expose me. I'll make her regret it." She was about to reveal the story of how Jean Inhua was killed with a vine to confuse everyone, but she found out she had been kicked out of the residence group. No one wanted a murderer crazy enough to kill around them. She had become the target of everyone's anger. Realizing things were getting worse, she turned back. "From now on, I'll hide in the cellar. Kong Mingxiu and Shi Xingting are already dead. I can only rely on you. You must take care of me," she ordered him forcefully. Kong Mingxiu dared not refuse. He looked at Yu Howley's wrist, which was already swollen and oozing foul-smelling pus. There were persistent flies buzzing around her hand. Clearly, her husband had bitten her before dying. He wanted to suggest disinfecting her and squeezing out the pus, but remembering her personality, he kept silent. He didn't say a word. The night continued. Hide at home, Shen Danhong, Fang Xiaomei, and Chun Lan were attacked by an unknown creature, which scratched their cheeks. They called out in the group chat, but no one recognized them. After Li Jun cleaned up Shi Xingting's body, he took people to search his Uncle Yu Howley's house, but they found no one. Old Feng returned, learned what happened, and severely beat Li Jun. That night, things gradually calmed down. The next day, the power went out before 5 a.m. Power outages became more frequent, covering larger areas, and the electricity returned for shorter times. People in the community were awakened by the unbearable heat and the buzzing of flies. Above the community, a large swarm of buzzing flies. On withered plants, they gathered in heaps. In the villas, green-headed flies were everywhere, sitting on windows, crawling around, looking for ways to get inside. The ground was also dark and messy, especially the bodies discarded at night, not even buried, left by old Feng who didn't have time to handle them. Very frightening. In the community chat, messages kept coming. I'm about to break down. These flies are so disgusting. A few got in through the vents. I swatted them with a fly swatter, full of maggots, so gross. Where are these flies coming from? There are so many. This isn't just in our community. My friends, colleagues, and parents' communities also have this problem, and it's even worse in crowded places. Bodies. Bodies. The bodies weren't buried in time, and that's how these huge flies appeared. Oh my God. Yes, our community is better, but in crowded areas, when someone dies, there's probably nowhere to bury them. Old folks living alone, dying at home, they probably don't even know. Last night, officials sent many doctors, police, soldiers, and volunteers to collect the bodies. But those bodies. Sigh. I respect those willing to step up now. Who threw the bodies at my door? That's so unkind. Image it, I was eating and just vomited. Zhou Chuchu woke up and learned about the situation from the chat in the group. The honeysuckle in the yard actually fought Li Jun and others? And saved Kong Banshuo? She felt a strange mix of emotions. Kong Banshuo was a woman she remembered well. She even admired her. In her past life, during a food shortage, her husband went out to find food and was killed by rioters. Someone found the key and rushed into her house, trying to harm her, but her mother-in-law protected her fiercely and sacrificed herself to save her. As a woman with a child, she first negotiated with Li Jun to get some survival supplies. Later, using her beauty, she gained protection from various men. With her clever mind and excellent planning skills, she gradually became a senior secretary at the Jinqing base, one of the 3 major future bases. In her past life, she had no contact with Kong Banshuo. Before the second wave of natural disasters and cold waves, she left the villa area and went south. Unexpectedly, in this life, the vine she cultivated accidentally saved her. She covered herself with a water film to block the heat, and the calla lilies came over to fan her and cool her down. She opened the door and went to the corner of the yard, where she found a honeysuckle that had grown to about thigh height. This honeysuckle was not originally hers. Recently, it suddenly moved into the corner of her yard and nestled there. Seeing its two-tone colors and its bright, fragrant, and sweet-smelling flowers, she silently allowed it to stay. It was very peaceful, quietly blooming without chengno, just attaching its branches to the iron fence, adding a splash of color to the cold steel. Her supernatural abilities' quality and quantity increased daily. Often, after feeding the small vegetables, peach trees, and ancient trees, she would give the excess to the honeysuckle. Surprisingly, this honeysuckle seemed to know how to repay kindness. Quietly, it drew out red and other colors from Li Jun and Xindanhong, and even saved Kong Banshuo and his mother and child. Such a good honeysuckle, Zhou Chuchu affirmed. Feeling as if she received approval from the king, the honeysuckle excitedly swayed its flowers and leaves, emitting a faint, pleasant bell-like sound from its fragrance. Has it evolved? Zhou Chuchu was somewhat surprised. This honeysuckle, which seemed to have come from another home and made a nest here, appeared to be a plant with great potential for evolution. She generously fed it a large handful of sugar. Yesterday, she had exhausted her supernatural powers repeatedly, which stimulated the growth of her ability pool and improved her supernatural quality. So, this large batch of sugar was quite substantial. After feeding it, the honeysuckle shivered, and its main stem grew thicker again, with larger, more beautiful flowers, white and shining, golden and radiant. Thank you, Master Omega. Other plants, seeing this, were very envious, relaxing their leaves and eager for rewards. Zhou Chuchu simply fed them all. The plants basked in the glow of her supernatural energy, bursting with joy. In the yard, an old peach tree stands tall like a canopy, providing shade for the villa and blocking the heat, keeping the temperature around 30 degrees. In the green belt, 200 ancient trees quietly grow, gradually surrounding the area. More shade is cast over the space. The trees create a very fresh and comfortable atmosphere. There is no trace of the smell of decay spreading through the neighborhood. It seems that sometimes kids can come out to play. Zhou Chuchu's villa has a 3-acre garden, perfect for children to run around and play freely. Staying inside all day isn't good for their growth. When Zhou Chuchu returns home, 2 green-headed flies fly over. Smack! She quickly swats them with a vine, destroying them precisely. Centered on Zhou Chuchu's house, with the ancient trees as the diameter, no green-headed flies are active in the covered area. Besides flies, there are no signs of mosquitoes, cockroaches, pillbugs, or other pests. The smell of decay cannot the plant barrier and spread here. Back inside, her mother-in-law has prepared a delicious breakfast.
Manhwa, come eat.
Zhou Chuchu goes over to see. There's spicy stir-fried pork with chili, salt-baked shrimp, dry-fried green beans, scallion and meat pancakes, pumpkin soup, fresh blueberries, strawberries, and 6 glasses of watermelon juice. Mom, so much food. It's exhausting. From now on, I'll just take ready-made dishes from the storage space. Zhou Chuchu feels sorry for her mother-in-law. Lu Jilin immediately refuses, no way. Even though your space is big and has many stored things, we still need to live frugally. Look at those vegetables you planted. They're so tasty, and the kids love them. It'd be a shame not to eat them. Plus, I'm not tired. With these obedient children helping, I feel very relaxed. Lu Jilin points to the plants inside the house. After a night, she has fully accepted these plants as part of the family. If I don't do something, I'll get bored and get sick. This afternoon, I plan to dig up the yard with your dad and plant some other vegetables. Zhou Chuchu secretly laughs and says, Okay, you're right. Let me try this dish and see if it's delicious. She takes a bite of the food. It's really good, much better than what the chefs make. Her mother-in-law also laughs, thinking of Zhou Chuchu's mother far away, and sighs. It's a pity that her mother-in-law is proud and doesn't want to live with us. It would be so nice if our family could live together happily. I could even talk to her. Zhou Chuchu hurriedly held his hand and said seriously, very soon, I will bring my parents here, and we will live together. Once the space inside the peach tree has evolved and improved and the defenses are upgraded, she will set out. Her mother-in-law happily said, That's really great. At this moment, the 2 little ones finished their homework and ran out. Qin Ziyuan no longer goes to work. He spends every morning practicing with them and reading aloud. The little kids get very hungry. Today, Dad's training was a bit intense, so they were especially hungry. When they were released, they immediately ran to Zhou Chuchu, crying and complaining. Mom, Bobo was so mean today. Mom, you need to control Bobo. He wants to hit the baby's little bottom. Zhou Chuchu smiled as she picked up the 2 little ones, kissed each of them, and they giggled happily. She looked at Qin Ziyuan, who had a dark face, like a cloud covering the sky. Zhou Chuchu. What's wrong with this man? Is he feeling unfulfilled? He's been sulking since early morning. Did I upset him? Husband Zhou Chuchu tugged at Qin Ziyuan's sleeve, and he flickered his eyes.
Hannah.
His reply was cold. Zhou Chuchu was stunned. Oh no, he's acting stubborn again. Finally, the pursuit of love has turned into a dead end. She smiled broadly, despite his cold face, and pulled his sleeve. Husband, sweet as honey. So sweet it could kill you. Qin Ziyuan looked a bit moved. His eyes finally lost their icy look, and his voice, which agreed, had a slight upward tone. Zhou Chuchu pulled him closer and hugged his waist. Husband, are you in a bad mood? Did I make you angry? If I made you angry, just say. So she spoke sweetly, and Qin Ziyuan raised his eyebrows slightly, giving her a glance. I'm not angry. He really wasn't angry, just feeling like killing someone. Oh, you're not angry? Then let's eat. Zhou Chuchu let go of him, sat down at the dining table, ready to enjoy the meal with the 2 little ones. Qin Ziyuan was waiting for his silly wife to coax him, but she stopped halfway and didn't continue, leaving him feeling uncomfortable. He looked at Zhou Chuchu with a sharp gaze. If his subordinates saw this look, they would be so scared they'd their pants, thinking their boss was about to explode. But Zhou Chuchu remained perfectly still, not flinching at all, already chatting happily with the two little ones. Lin, what do you want to eat? Mom will serve it to you. Chi, come here, I'll peel a shrimp for you. Qin Zhuangming and Lu Julin exchanged a glance, sensing the subtle undercurrent between the two couples. Qin Zhuangming was full of frustration, thinking, such a foolish boy. Lu Julin seemed unaware, chatting happily with her daughter-in-law. Qin Ziyuan. Chu. He emphasized his tone a little. After swallowing a piece of bok choy, the little bun looked up and said to his dad, Dad, you're so childish. Qin Ziyuan, now grown up, had never been called childish before, especially not by a 4-year-old. He felt annoyed. How am I childish? Lin, who was usually a sweet little kid with his mom, now acted like a little boss with his dad. He seriously said, Dad, you're angry at Mom, so you're childish. Men should be generous. Qin Ziyuan thought to himself, I'm almost wearing a green hat, and I still need to be generous? Then Lin, the little boss, added again, Dad, for example, right now you're thinking bad things about the baby but not saying it out loud. You're just sulking by yourself. That's childish. Qin Ziyuan. Adults matters, you wouldn't understand. Lin pouted, eating quietly, clearly thinking his dad was a childish fool. Zhou Chuchu couldn't hold back, and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, Lin, my little treasure, my mouth is a little sharp today. Oh my, what a magical little kid, always managing to get his dad in line. Qiu, worried about her husband's face, pulled Qin Ziyuan to sit beside her. Dad, don't be mad. Qiu will peel shrimp for you. The two little kids, one playing the good cop and the other the bad cop, made Qin Ziyuan forget his anger. Holding Qiu's little brother, the cold tension eased away. Forget about her past love. What does it matter? Their family would live long and happily. He would spend his whole life embedding himself in her heart, replacing that person. Just then, a shrimp was offered to his mouth. Zhou Chuchu tilted her head, smiling. His heart warmed, and he opened his mouth to eat the shrimp, his expression softening. A silent war between them dissolved quietly amid their chatter and laughter. Zhou Chuchu looked at her handsome husband and couldn't help but kiss his face with her oily lips. Hubby, you're so handsome. Qin Ziyuan wiped his face, thinking, very good, a little oily. He didn't mind and smiled again. After dinner, Zhou Chuchu took Qin Ziyuan's hand and said, Hubby, let's go out. I found a way to train my supernatural abilities. Happy married life, full of love and many worries. Your abilities and skills have increased 129 times. How did you do that? Oh, you already know, so why ask? Zhou Chuchu pretended he didn't know and proudly took his hand, saying, I figured it out yesterday. If I use my powers wildly and supplement them with the skills you taught me, my abilities will improve quickly and become stronger. Husband, take me to put out the forest fire. That way, I can practice my powers and save the plants. Maybe one day I'll need them. After saying this, she blushed. When we come back tonight, you can give me, that. The really comfortable one. Qin Ziyuan's eyes deepened. Full set, Zhou Chuchu. Qin Ziyuan moved closer and said, the whole process. All of it. Zhou Chuchu understood immediately and nodded shyly. Without another word, Qin Ziyuan hugged Zhou Chuchu, and they disappeared from the house. That day, there were especially many forest fires put out. Not because someone didn't care about his wife, but because he held her hand, guided her with his powers, and helped her exert greater strength to extinguish the fire faster. Mostly to put out the fire quickly. But Zhou Chuchu became addicted to firefighting. When they returned in the afternoon, as the helicopter entered Haishir City, a dark cloud with a buzzing sound rolled in. The dark cloud moved slowly, but its effect was shocking. Because that cloud was made up of countless green-headed flies. More flies joined the cloud from nearby. They weren't necessarily targeting Zhou Chuchu and her group. It was just that no one was outside during the day, and when someone suddenly moved, they instinctively gathered.
Wow.
What is this? Ji Fuxing shouted, almost dropping the remote control in his hand. Zhou Chuchu saw the flies and looked serious. Fly disaster. Buzzing sounds filled the air as the cloud of flies rushed toward the helicopter where Zhou Chuchu was.
Ah!
Go away. Go away. Ji Fuxing quickly pressed a button, and 6 flying machines, twice the size of ordinary drones, shot out from under the helicopter, spraying flames at the flies. Whoosh! The flames burned fiercely, and the green-headed flies, about the size of a thumb, fell in groups, hitting the ground with loud thuds. But these flies showed no fear. The death of their peers didn't make them retreat. A continuous swarm of green-headed flies buzzed in groups, coming quickly and loudly.
Ah!
Get away! Ji Feigning repeatedly pressed the controller, spraying flames to kill many flies, but they kept coming, attracted by the smell of living humans. Soon, her 6 flying machines ran out of fuel. Seeing the black cloud gather again and fly toward her, Ji Feigning was frightened and immediately flew her helicopter away. The helicopter was faster than the flies, but the sky was full of them. Only the number mattered. Many flies were crushed by the helicopter blades, while others gathered on the glass, trying to get inside. Zhou Chuchu's face changed as she prepared to use her special powers. Suddenly, the shadow of trees beneath the helicopter moved. Countless tiny spikes shot out rapidly, knocking down many flies. Then, numerous tree branches swung through the air, smashing groups of flies, causing them to buzz away in different directions. What's going on? Big sister, did you use your powers? Looking down, Zhou Chuchu saw many trees swaying, expressing feelings of closeness, gratitude, and submission. She remembered that this was Haisher Forest Park, where she had used her powers yesterday to put out a forest fire. If she hadn't acted, the fire would have burned 98 highly evolved plants.
So it was them.
Her use of powers to extinguish the fire had sped up the evolution of these already highly potential trees. In just one day, they could now launch effective attacks, evolving much faster than humans. It's only been a few days since the end of the world. Zhou Chuchu wasn't sure if this was good or bad. After thinking carefully, it seemed the future wouldn't necessarily get worse because of it. With these plants leading the way, Zhou Chuchu and Ji Feigning each went home. The plants then retreated. If they weren't naturally averse to moving, they might have followed Zhou Chuchu home. Perhaps they had just begun to evolve and weren't strong enough yet to move their roots across mountains and rivers. Back home, she looked serious. The fly disaster. It's really a fly disaster. And it started so early. When she saw those pictures in the morning, she only thought there were more flies, not that it was a disaster. In her previous life, a fly disaster usually happened at least a month later. But in this life, it started so much earlier. Compared to the previous life, although there are still many of them, they seem much more fragile now, easy to kill with a fly swatter. In the past, they evolved through 3 stages and couldn't be killed even with bricks. Once they got hold of someone, it was like a nightmare. In the end-of-world scenario, evolution doesn't happen suddenly at a certain point. It begins when a black hole explodes and dark matter starts affecting the Earth. Some creatures begin to evolve rapidly. Generally, lower-level creatures evolve faster, but their evolution limits are also lower. Humans have a high potential for evolution, but their long cycles mean they are at a disadvantage early on, suffering many casualties. Plant evolution is different from that of animals. The Tomorrow Base spent a lot of money and 4 or 5 years researching, but made no progress. These flies should have the potential for 3 stages of evolution, but they erupted so early, which doesn't fit the usual evolution principles. What is pushing or threatening them? Anyway, the outbreak of fly disasters is very concerning. Human living space will be further squeezed after the outbreak. But that's not the scariest part. The real horror is the birth of fly people. Although Zhou Chuchu hasn't experienced the damage caused by fly people firsthand, she has heard about it. Fly people can spread diseases. If infected, people will die 100%, and the dead will become sources of disease controlled by the fly people, continuing to infect others. In the past, the emergence of fly people caused huge harm, hundreds of thousands of deaths. The authorities deployed troops to block areas where fly people appeared, bombing relentlessly. Regardless of whether people were infected, they were all killed. It was a costly effort, but they finally eliminated the fly people. However, that area still remains a dreaded quarantine zone, and no one dares to enter. Will the fly disaster break out earlier this time? Where will the fly people appear? Zhou Chuchu worries faintly. She isn't afraid of the fly people, but what about the children and the elderly? She's worried. She can control plants, but the bacteria and viruses spread by the fly people are beyond her control. The love and bond between husband and wife activate, increasing your abilities and skills by 130 times. Zhou Chuchu looked at Qin Ziyuan, who was also looking at her. Chuchu, come with me to the room. Let's talk in the study. Zhou Chuchu nodded and followed him to the study. Lu Julin looked on with worry and guilt. Manner and that troublemaker came back, looking upset. Did something happen? I'm just an old woman. I can't help much. In her youth, Lu Julin helped Qin Zhuangming build the Qin family business. Deep down, she was not a weak person, and naturally she didn't want to be a burden or a drag on her two children. Don't overthink it. It's good enough that we don't cause them trouble now, Qin Zhuangming comforted his wife. Actually, he might have had the same thoughts, but as a man, he couldn't say them. Grandpa and Grandma, this little bird says it really likes this place and asks if I can put the home on Uncle Tao's peach tree. Chi-Chi pointed at the small bird outside the window. Due to the plants working together, the temperature in the yard wasn't very high, and they sometimes opened the window to let in fresh air. The bird Chi-Chi pointed at had bright, eye-catching feathers. It was not afraid of people at all. When it saw the two looking, it didn't fly away, but nodded at them. At this moment, some more small birds landed, all uncommon species, including a particularly fierce sparrowhawk. Although it should be a predator, it coexisted peacefully with Chi-Chi. Qin Zhuangming and Lu Julin looked at each other in surprise. Could their son and daughter-in-law's child, Chi-Chi, also have awakened special abilities? What kind of ability was it? Animal friend, perhaps? That's great. Qin Zhuangming and Lu Julin went over, and the birds didn't fly away. Grandpa and Grandma said you can stay here, so you can stay. Just don't make noise, okay? Chi-Chi spoke as if talking to good friends, and the little birds nodded repeatedly. Neither side found anything unusual about it.
You're so well-behaved.
Chi-Chi used her chubby little hand to touch the birds, and unintentionally, a soft, milky glow infused into their bodies. The birds closed their eyes happily one after another, allowing her to pet them. Afterward, they spread their wings and flew away, building nests on the old peach tree. The old peach tree naturally didn't object. After all, these were little birds brought by the young master. It's quite extraordinary. Meanwhile, in the study, Zhou Chuchu and Qin Ziyuan were discussing plans to deal with the fly disaster. Husband, I have something I must tell you. Zhou Chuchu took a deep breath. Regarding the fly disaster and the fly people, she had to tell her husband seriously, so they could prepare early. In her previous life, when the fly disaster broke out, her husband was sick and bedridden. She took care of him with all her heart, and during that time, she mostly stayed at home and avoided the disaster. Even so, the fly infestation caused her a lot of trouble at the time. She used paper to cover the holes that Yu Haoli made, reinforcing them every few hours, and finally used bedsheets to block the windows. But even then, flies still occasionally flew inside. At that time, Qin Ziyuan's condition was worsening, with a high fever that wouldn't go down. She used water to clean him and cool him down, to prevent his body from emitting a strange smell, but still, flies kept buzzing around him. Using mosquito coils was useless. She held a fly swatter, killing one fly at a time. She barely slept, but finally survived the fly disaster. Back then, surviving the fly disaster was completely passive, an unavoidable choice. Now, however, she must take the initiative. It's better if fly creatures haven't appeared in the community, but once they do, Qin Ziyuan waits for her to speak. His gaze flickers, and images of the future swirl in his mind. He sees more details of her interactions with Zhou Chuchu, as if in another world, forming a mirror image of the present. He sees the woman who once insisted on divorcing him, now caring for him very tenderly. Despite how difficult things were at the time, she never complained. The same applies to everything they experienced afterward. Husband, I had another dream about the future yesterday. In the dream, I was told that the fly disaster is very frightening. Flies gather and explode, and it's very likely that fly people will be born. Fly people will spread diseases, and anyone infected will be controlled by them. Small communities will fall one after another. The authorities, to protect more people, had to seal off the fly areas completely. Whether people inside are infected or not, they are all killed with gunfire. Zhou Chuchu claims this is based on a pre-dream, not revealing her rebirth to Qin Ziyuan yet. It's not the right time, at least not now. When her family is strong enough to face the end times without fear, she will tell him everything about her rebirth. By then, whether he chooses to hate her, leave her, or even kill her, she will have no regrets. Husband and wife love each other. Hearts connected, your abilities and skills increased 131 times. Zhou Chuchu.
What's going on?
I was feeling sad and serious about discussing important matters, and now we're heart to heart? Just as she was about to ask, Qin Ziyuan had already started making a call. Fanqing, monitor the fly disaster zone with real-time satellite surveillance. Report immediately if flies gather abnormally. Yuan, develop fly repellent medicine right away. Songhui, fly gatherings may produce fly people. Level 2 alert. Zhou Chuchu hadn't yet reacted when Qin Ziyuan had already arranged everything perfectly. Zhou Chuchu. Besides saying that my husband is really capable, what else can I say? Fortunately, she has a check-in system, and the system is very helpful. Congratulations on successfully checking in. You received the Farm Puzzle Piece 5. Your fire-extinguishing actions today have had a far-reaching impact on the future. You have earned the Fly Tracker. Fly Tracker? That's so powerful. It's like getting what you wish for. With this device, even if flies appear, she won't have to worry anymore. At 8 p.m., the power still hasn't been restored. People in the group are complaining. Is it true? It's so late, and there's still no electricity? Is there no power today? Oh my gosh, how am I supposed to get through this? Without power, I can't sleep at all. I just move and sweat. Fever isn't the worst problem anymore. It's those flies. I dare not go outside. As soon as I open the door, flies swarm into the house. It's terrifying. Officials have organized people to use flamethrowers to kill the insects. Look at these dense flies. Would you dare go out? Video someone didn't believe it and went outside, only to be surrounded by flies. After they swatted the flies, they vomited. I heard that the flies have grown bee-like tails that can inject maggots into the body. Ugh, everyone, try not to go out if you can avoid it. Everyone, save some electricity. Right now, our phones are the only way to communicate with the outside world. The messages in the group are decreasing, not because they don't want to chat, but because they're afraid of draining the battery. Without communication, people become isolated, and fear and panic double, driving themselves crazy. Having a way to vent through chatting can greatly reduce this panic. In a townhouse within the community. Buzzing, buzzing. Swarms of flies crawl in from vents, from the sewer, from air conditioning ducts, densely packed. They circle around you howly, flying around her, impossible to chase away. Go away. Go away. In the hot weather, Yu Howley wraps herself in a bedsheet. Her face is flushed with an abnormal redness, and she has a fever caused by an infection from her wound. She feels a stabbing pain all over her body, everywhere hurts, and it feels like something is crawling on her skin. Whenever she moves, pus oozes out, attracting more flies.
Bang! Bang!
She stumbles and tries to shoo away the flies. She's really close to losing her mind. At this moment, she saw the collection of fine wines in the cabinet, along with well-preserved fish gelatin, abalones, and ginseng. These once beautiful things now made her feel intense disgust. Suddenly, a fierce anger arose in her heart. She overturned all the bottles and smashed them. She tore open the packaging of the fish gelatin, abalones, and ginseng, throwing them into the dirty wine. The thrill of destruction made her feel less pain, so she smashed even more thoroughly. Soon, the once beautiful villa was ruined, with dirt and mess everywhere. During this process, she suddenly felt less pain in her body, as if her strength had increased. Suddenly, she felt an itch on her face. She reached out and scratched, pulling off a piece of rotten flesh. She was stunned. Watching this scene, Kong Mingxiu was terrified. Little Mississippi, you howly, your body, ugh, ugh, ugh. Kong Mingxiu couldn't help but violently. What's wrong with me? Yu Howley walked to the mirror. In the dim light, she saw a face disfigured by maggots. Yu Howley screamed loudly, covering her face. But in doing so, she peeled off more rotten flesh, and blood-red maggots crawled inside. She screamed hoarsely, but her voice was muffled and broken by the maggots, sounding like air leaking out.
I'm sick. I'm sick.
I need to be cured. Kong Mingxiu, take me to see Dr. Zhao.
To cure me.
Seeing Yu Howley, who looked neither human nor ghost, staggering toward him, Kong Mingxiu was so scared he nearly fainted. Don't come near me. He desperately ran away. Even if he had to face those flies, he refused to face Yu Howley. He didn't understand what was happening to her, only that she was acting very strangely. Her condition was abnormal. Imagine someone bitten by maggots until their bones showed, yet still alive. Can she still be called a human? The maggots were unlike any others, bright red, looking terrifying and horrifying. But despite Yu Howley's condition, her speed was very fast, almost unnaturally so. She quickly blocked Kong Mingxiu's way, her eyes nearly rotting, and she smiled a black, hollow smile.
Kong
Mingxiu, didn't you say you liked me before? Wanted to be with me forever? What kind of ghostly forever? That was a lie he told her. Not to mention she has become this terrible person now. Even when she was healthy before, he disliked her. If he didn't want to get money from her, why would he endure such humiliation that even a man couldn't stand? But now, compared to money, it's clear that life is more important. Yu Howley, I lied to you, I was lying to you. I don't love you at all. I said that just to get money from you. Please, I beg you, please, let me go, let me go. Kong Mingxiu knelt down with a thud, repeatedly bowing his head to Yu Howley. Yu Howley was stunned. Because the nerves and blood vessels around her eyes had been eaten by maggots, she couldn't even blink. So her gaze was fixed straight ahead, looking like she had no human emotions. Even if she hadn't become like this, she didn't have many feelings left. She gave a chilling smile, or maybe it wasn't a real smile, just a maggot happened to crawl out of her mouth. No, don't let you go. I want you. For a lifetime. She suddenly grabbed Kong Mingxiu and kissed him on the mouth.
Gulp.
Kong Mingxiu's eyes widened. At first, he struggled desperately, but Yu Howley's strength was unbelievable. She didn't seem like a person at all. He kicked her, pushed her, tried to fight back, but nothing worked. She remained unmoving. After a while, Yu Howley threw Kong Mingxiu to the ground. He bounced a few times and suddenly sat up, but there was no longer any sign of life on him. He was dead, turned into a walking corpse.
Take me
to see Dr. Zhao. For treatment. She said this, and this time, Kong Mingxiu silently opened the door and obediently led the way. Yu Howley, wrapped in a bedsheet, followed him. Each step left behind a trail of bloody footprints.
Visit.
All the flies in the city flew toward the neighborhood, gathering in swarms and making a loud buzzing noise. Everyone heard it, but no one dared to open the door. Outside was dark and silent. They only saw a human-shaped outline walking, but couldn't see any clear details. Suddenly, a flash of lightning struck. It turned out someone, curious, turned on a flashlight to look. They saw Yu Howley wrapped in a bedsheet. Her face was torn and ragged, and she stared at him. The person screamed in fright, dropping the flashlight. Yu Howley pointed in his direction. Flies and bugs swarmed forward, breaking through the glass and rushing into the house. After a scream, a puppet-like person came out of the villa. He was all bruised and purple, twice as big as before. Bumps and lumps appeared all over him, then shrank, releasing faint wisps of toxic gas.
Ah, so good.
So good. Yu Haoli felt better than ever, almost unstoppable. Zhao, find Dr. Zhao. To treat the illness. Her mind became cloudy. Why was she looking for Dr. Zhao? It seemed to be for a cure. What illness was it? It seemed Dr. Zhao had a little girl at home. She was very annoying. If only I could eat her, that would be great. At Zhao Baoxing's house, he and his wife closed all the doors and windows tightly. After checking again, Zhao Baoxing still felt uneasy. He felt heavy inside, like a big stone was pressing down on him. It was as if something bad was about to happen. Go check on our daughter first. Fan her to cool her down. It's too hot. I'm worried she'll get heatstroke, he told his wife. Take a rest too. You haven't slept all day. His wife nodded and comforted him. Baoxing, you should come in and rest soon. You've been working hard for a long time. Zhao Baoxing said, I still have some ideas to sort out. The flies and bugs are spreading, and there might be an epidemic. I need to organize our ancestors' medicine formulas. His wife replied, even if you organize the formulas, with the current situation, we can't go out anyway. Zhao Baoxing was stunned but then said, it's okay if we can't go out. I can give the formulas to the authorities. If I can save one person, that's enough. You should rest now.
I'm fine.
His wife couldn't argue with him after all these years. She was used to it. If it weren't for this sudden natural disaster, he'd be busy at the hospital now. Tong Tong had grown up and seen him only a few times. The little girl didn't understand the current situation. When she saw her dad come home and stay, she was very happy. No matter how hot or tired she was, she wanted to be with her dad and see him treat others. She said she wanted to be a doctor when she grew up.
Sigh.
She really didn't want her daughter to become a doctor, but she admired her dad so much, she wanted to be one too. She looked at her husband working at his desk but didn't say anything and went into the room. Zhao Baoxing, who was drafting the medicine formula, suddenly heard someone knocking at the door. Knock, knock, knock.
Dr. Yao, Dr. Zhao.
To treat the illness. Someone was calling from outside in a muffled voice. Zhao Baoxing felt strange for a moment. Now, flies and bugs are everywhere outside. Who will ask him to treat their illness? Although it seemed odd, a kind person cares about others. When he heard someone asking for help, he still went over. Through the peephole, he saw a young man with his head down at the door. From his figure, he looked like the man who was with Yu Haoli. But Yu Haoli and another man were not there. Thinking of the video Zhou Chuchu sent him and Kong Banshuo's warning in the group chat, he felt worried. Sorry, I won't treat a murder. Please leave. He instinctively wanted to call the police, but then he remembered that the police probably couldn't come at this time. The person outside didn't leave and kept knocking persistently. Dr. Zhao, please treat.
Treat.
The knocking grew louder and louder, even with the sound of bones breaking. He sensed something was wrong. He looked again through the peephole. He saw the man knocking had broken his hand but was still hitting the door. Boss, we found a strange gathering of flies. The location is in your neighborhood. Image G. Fuxing sent a message. At the same time, Zhou Chuchu's fly tracker also lit up, pointing toward Zhao's house. The flies are in our neighborhood. The couple looked at each other and saw how serious the situation was. Qin Ziyuan didn't hesitate and went outside. I'll take care of it. As a man, he wouldn't let danger get close to his parents, children, or Chuchu. I'll go with you, Zhou Chuchu said firmly. Chuchu, stay at home and wait for me. He didn't want his wife to risk herself. What exactly are these flies? They didn't know. Maybe it's easy to get rid of them, but the disease they carry is invisible. Who knows how far it could spread? So his tone was a bit strict. Zhou Chuchu knew Qin Ziyuan's personality well. When it came to big matters, his words were firm and rarely changed. She didn't act spoiled or stubborn. Instead, she offered her condition for joining the fight. "Husband, I have a fly tracker that can locate it any time to prevent it from escaping. I have plants that I can control at any time, acting as my eyes and soldiers. The fairy mushrooms and cacti have evolved the ability to purify and devour viruses, which could be very useful. So I must go. I have to go. If there is anything that can control those invisible diseases, it must be plants." Qin Ziyuan looked deeply at his wife, seeing the same firm determination in her eyes as in his own. His special ability leans toward destruction. If he acts, he can clear out flies and infected people in an entire area. Indeed, there is no one like Zhou Chuchu who can fully and perfectly suppress it. He has no reason to stop his wife. Okay. He adds silently in his mind that if uncontrollable danger occurs, he will first move her and the family away, then completely destroy this neighborhood. No one will be spared. Put on the protective suit first. Zhou Chuchu takes out 2 white protective suits from her space, wrapping both of them tightly from head to toe. Necessary protection is essential. Even a top boss must wear a suit in this situation. Qin Ziyuan initially wanted to say it wasn't necessary. No disease could reach within 3 meters of him. But his wife's eager, caring look made him unable to refuse, so he obediently puts on the suit, instantly turning into a big white figure. When they step outside, Zhou Chuchu uses her ability to add a water film layer on herself, blocking high temperatures and disease. She casually puts one on her husband too. Then, she uses her mastery of plant control. Suddenly, all the plants in the neighborhood respond to her. SSSSSS. Honeysuckle follows her, branches whipping like lightning. Within 10 meters, flies and bugs are gone. Demon Chili releases large fireballs. It has evolved to chase after bugs with fireballs, burning them completely in one sweep. Corn Engineer releases tracking corn. When flies gather, it turns into 3 corn bombs. The bean shooter shoots beans with a pop-pop-pop sound, like rain, which can be pulled back after shooting, killing countless flies. The flaming pumpkin burns with fire, opening its mouth to swallow large groups of flies. The cactus covers itself with thorns, shooting them in all directions. When the thorns land, they turn into cactus balls, opening wide to absorb airborne bacteria. The fairy mushroom emits white light, which has a purification function. Wherever it spreads, the spreading toxins are dissolved. On the ancient trees in the green belt, many birds fly out, attacking and devouring the flying flies. They are not idle either, pulling out branches, whipping wildly with countless whips. Patter patter. Suddenly, the neighborhood seems to be raining flies, with dead flies piled knee-high, pierced by plant roots and dragged underground as nutrients. Seeing this scene, Song Huai, who was holding a sword and chasing after someone, showed a clear expression of shock on his usually emotionless face. Next to him, Ji Fanqing started to scream loudly.
Wow, wow, wow.
Brother Song, I never thought your zombie face from 1,000 years ago would ever show emotion. Isn't it amazing? That's my sister-in-law's special power.
Cool, right?
Stylish? When I saw it for the first time, I was also shocked. Thinking back to what my sister-in-law said when we first met, wow, it's all true. My older brother and sister-in-law's abilities are incredible, perfect match.
Unique.
Unbeatable. Ji Fanqing was inside a transparent bubble, looking like a ball. Song Huai was annoyed by the noise and coldly said, "Shut up." Ji Fanqing immediately stopped talking. For some reason, he wasn't afraid of the big guy who hated enemies, nor of Lan Ziyuan, the ruthless enforcer, or even the boss. But he was very afraid of this poker-faced person. Still, he liked to talk to him the most. Even if it was just babbling, he only got a shut up in return. Song Huai didn't seem like a modern person. He had long hair tied back, wore a traditional-style cotton and linen outfit, and cloth shoes. He rushed into the neighborhood like the wind, drew his sword, and in a flash of cold light, there were no flies within 5 meters around him.
Wow, wait for me.
Ji Fanqing hurried after him. Just kidding, if he didn't chase after, he might be eaten by flies. At this moment, at Zhao Baoxing's house, as Kong Mingxiu kept hitting faster and faster, his hands were already raw, and he continued to knock with his bones.
Bang, 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 bang.
The sound was like a death omen, and the flies went crazy, rushing into the house. Zhao Baoxing's daughter, Zhao Xiaotong, was already awakened. The young girl, confused and not knowing what was happening, came out of her room and saw the flies, screaming in fear. "Get into the room. Quickly, lock the door." Zhao Baoxing shouted loudly. Even though he didn't know exactly what was outside, he knew one thing for sure. That thing was coming for their family. However, when Zhao Xiaodong appeared, the flies all stared at her. In their compound eyes, the face of Yu Haoli, who had a rotten face, appeared.
Look, see, eat.
"Eat it." A deep, hoarse, muffled voice came, and then the swarm of flies broke in through the door. The flies did not rush to eat Zhao Xiaodong immediately. They seemed to be waiting for something. Despite this, Dr. Zhao's family felt deep malice and threats from death. Right now, anyone would feel terrified seeing this situation. Thud, thud. Heavy footsteps approached, and a figure wrapped in a bedsheet, soaked with pus and blood, entered. Behind it, there were some shaky people. No, they weren't people. As an experienced doctor, he immediately recognized that those following Yu Haoli were actually corpses. "Dr. Zhao, please, help me." Yu Haoli was no longer fully conscious or thinking clearly. She had become a walking corpse inhabited by a special maggot. She moved toward Zhao Baoxing, her body emitting a strong foul smell that made his face turn pale. As a doctor, he was used to seeing all kinds of patients, and his nerves had become very strong. But seeing Yu Haoli, he was still shocked. This level of decay, with almost all flesh eaten by maggots, should have meant she was dead. Yet, she could still move and retain some awareness. What exactly was this thing? The medical knowledge Zhao had built over many years was almost collapsing at this moment.
Yu
Haoli, I can't cure your illness. Please leave, he tried to reason, hoping that if she still had some consciousness, they could talk. The people on the other side didn't reply immediately. They seemed to be thinking, or perhaps not thinking at all. After a while, one pointed at Xiaotong, her face rotting to reveal a dark, sinister smile. "Since I can't cure my illness, then take her and eat her." The flies, seemingly given an order, buzzed and flew toward Xiaotong. She was just a young girl, and she had never seen such a terrifying sight. She screamed and fainted.
No.
Zhao Baoxing rushed toward his wife and daughter. His wife quickly used her body to shield the child. They looked like two long walls, trying to block the flies with their bodies. But they knew they couldn't really stop them. Desperately, they closed their eyes. Just as the flies were about to reach them, a burst of flames suddenly ignited, burning the maggots to ash. Next, a cracking sound echoed. Outside Zhao Baoxing's house, someone was angrily shouting at Yu Haoli. "Yu Haoli, come out. What kind of person are you to bully Dr. Zhao? Come on, you hate me, right? Fight me if you dare." When Zhao Baoxing opened his eyes, there was no sign of Yu Haoli or the moving corpses inside the house, only traces of fire and a faint scent of plants.
Who was that?
Still shaken from a near-death experience, the wife hesitated and said, "It seems like Mom Chi-Chi." She wasn't very sure. She and Zhou Chu-Chu hadn't met often, but the voice sounded somewhat familiar. "Go inside with the baby and get them to sleep. I need to go out for a bit." Zhao Baoxing was worried about the child, but, being a doctor, he was more concerned about Yu Haoli's strange state. His wife tugged at his clothes, wanting him to stay, but in the end, she let go. "Be careful. Come back early."
Okay.
Zhao hurried out. Outside, Yu Haoli was disturbed by Zhou Chuchu's voice and slowly moved outward. If she hated anyone in her life, it was Zhou Chuchu. "It's you. You made me like this. I will kill you, eat you." Zhou Chuchu hung near her, honestly surprised when she saw the fly-like creature. Then she understood. She had sworn this. If she had any bad intentions toward Zhao Baoxing, she would be eaten by maggots. She had said so herself. And the fly-like creature seemed to have been born from extremely evil people. "Yes, I caused this. So what? Come and hit me if you dare. I'm standing here now, hitting you, but you can't reach me.
Ha, you can't.
Zhou Chuchu said this, but her steps never slowed. She couldn't let this fly-like creature stay in the neighborhood. No one knew what it really was. She couldn't risk her family. Yu Hali followed closely, unaware that the zombie corpses behind her were being dragged away and disappearing. Flames ignited, white light flashed, and everything settled into calm. After leaving the neighborhood, Zhou Chuchu stopped on a dry, barren land. Yu Hali also stopped. Countless flies swarmed around Yu Hali. Meanwhile, Zhou Chuchu's plant warriors and ancient trees surrounded her. Next to her, Qin Ziyuan appeared suddenly through teleportation, followed by Song Huai and Ji Fuxing rushing over. Seeing this, Yu Hali's increasingly confused mind filled with intense anger.
Kill them.
Kill them all. It ordered the zombie corpses to attack. Its zombies carried different plagues. Anyone touched by them would die instantly. But after 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 10 seconds, nothing happened behind it. Even though its mind was almost being eaten away, it realized something was wrong. It slowly turned around and saw that behind it, the zombies had vanished without a trace. With its brain, it naturally doesn't understand what is really happening. Stop looking. Your infected corpse has already been taken care of by my plants. Now, it's your turn. Yu Haliang stares fiercely at Zhou Chuchu with eyes that look almost rotten. A large swarm of flies buzzes loudly, forming a black cloud that sweeps toward them. However, before reaching Zhou Chuchu, they are blocked and shattered by countless branches. Flames, bombs, ice spikes, and earth thorns, all kinds of attacks so strange that it's hard to believe they are released from plants. Even though these flies have evolved tougher bodies and sharp tails, they are no match for the plants and are quickly killed. Outside the community, the plants loosen their grip, and their attacks become even stronger. After several rounds, only a few flies remain in the entire city, unable to cause any real trouble. Seeing this, Yu Haliang opens her mouth and exhales clouds of poisonous gas. This gas is extremely terrifying. When it touches humans or animals, they immediately become infected and turn into infected corpses. The flies can block it, but what about the poisonous gas? It's invisible. What can they use to defend against it? Suddenly, a cactus and a fairy mushroom step in front of Zhou Chuchu. The cactus opens its big mouth and inhales sharply, the gas into its mouth, chewing twice and swallowing it. The fairy mushroom releases a white light that covers the area contaminated with the gas, cleaning and purifying. Now it's your turn. Zhou Chuchu glares coldly at Yu Haliang. She doesn't underestimate her just because she has become a mere figurehead. After all, monsters that even the authorities fear are not to be taken lightly. Her experience surviving in the apocalypse tells her never to relax until the monster is completely dead. She gathers and mobilizes her supernatural powers, ready to strike a big at Yu Haliang. Yu Haliang, or rather the fly creature, also feels the threat. Its body bends 180 degrees, and it vomits uncontrollably on the ground. It spits out clusters of meatballs, and as it vomits, its body becomes thin and emaciated. The meatballs roll a few times before bursting open, releasing face-like fly monsters. They speed toward Zhou Chuchu and others at a rapid pace. This is the true form of the fly people. They have apparently abandoned Yu Haliang and intend to parasitize on Zhou Chuchu and others. According to instinct, if they parasitize any of these people, they can break through their evolutionary limits and further evolve. Ji Fuxing was so scared she hid behind Song Huai. Song Huai drew his sword, and the blade flashed.
Clang.
It was like hitting metal, and a terrible shock made him step back several paces. His expression turned serious, and he steadied his breath. He swung his sword faster. This time, the monster was cut in half, and from its body, a gray crystal core rolled out. The gray crystal core was caught by a cabbage fist fighter, ready to give it to its owner. More monsters rushed toward Zhou Chuchu. Qin Ziyuan's eyes flickered with red light, and he was about to attack, but Zhou Chuchu stepped in front of him first. She didn't want to hide behind her husband without facing risks. Only in battle could her fighting skills improve quickly. Otherwise, even the best special powers wouldn't be fully effective if not used. Qin Ziyuan clearly understood her thoughts and didn't make a move. But in his hand, a black energy formed into a black dragon, ready to strike at any moment. Zhou Chuchu raised her hand, and a wall of potatoes suddenly appeared, layered and reinforced. Thorns grew on the potato wall, trapping the stubborn flies. She pressed a button, and clusters of flames, wooden needles, and corn projectiles rained down, instantly covering the flies. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't resist Zhou Chuchu's powers and could only retreat in defeat. After they died, they dropped gray crystal cores, which the plants carefully carried over. Zhou Chuchu was surprised. Is this a crystal core? This was a valuable thing. Only highly mutated monsters and zombies could produce such things inside their bodies. They contained the essence of evolution, and their role was very important. Whether used to restore powers, upgrade abilities, or cause a qualitative change leading to better powers, they played a crucial role. In the apocalypse, they were the most valuable. She never expected that fly creatures had already produced crystal cores. No wonder they were so dangerous. She threw flames to burn the fly bodies completely, then looked at Yu Haoli. At this moment, Yu Haoli was overwhelmed by pain after the fly escaped, but she couldn't scream because her throat was bitten and torn. She might have wanted to curse or yell in anger, but ultimately, her life was fading, and she died completely. Zhou Chuchu calmly threw a fireball, burning Yu Haoli's body to ash. Rustling sounds came from the plants. They told her that Zhao Baoxing was nearby, watching everything. They asked her whether to kill him, to keep him silent. Zhou Chuchu had no feelings for anyone outside her family, but Zhao Baoxing's children and Chi-Chi were good friends, so she didn't want that child to lose his father. She chose to pretend she hadn't seen anything. If Dr. Zhao were wiser, he would know to stay silent. If he doesn't realize his mistake, it won't be too late for her to take his life. Husband, let's go home. The fight is over, and the threat from the fly creatures has been dealt with. She no longer wants to stay outside, and just wants to go home quickly to hug her two little ones and sleep. Qin Ziyuan immediately hugs her and teleports back home. The plants that were summoned also return to their places. Wow, big brother and sister-in-law just left like that. I'm here now. At least let me treat you to a late-night snack. Song Huai, are you hungry? I can make you some instant noodles. Song Huai ignores the chatterbox and, after glancing coldly in the direction where Zhao Baoxing is hiding, quickly leaves. Hey, wait for me. Ji Feigning rides a special motorcycle, chasing after Song Huai. Zhao Baoxing steps out from behind a large tree, looking shocked and stunned, as if his worldview has been shattered. Who exactly are they? Zhou Chuchu and Qin Ziyuan are dressed in protective suits, covering themselves completely, so he can't see their faces. Ji Feigning and Song Huai, however, he saw them, but he doesn't recognize them at all. What is really going on in this world? At this moment, the community suddenly lights up. Turns out there was an emergency call. Everyone's cheers can be heard clearly. He looks at the peaceful sky illuminated by the lights, dazed for a moment, then whispers, "Fortunately, such people exist. Otherwise, how many people would have died in this fly disaster? Including us." He feels grateful to Zhou Chuchu and others who fought to eliminate the fly creatures. His heart, like the lights, is full of hope. He instinctively pats the tree, planning to go home. But unexpectedly, the tree takes a few steps back, its roots quickly moving underground and hiding in the community's greenery. It even knows how to disguise itself, crawling forward stealthily. It's unbelievable. Zhao Baoxing is once again stunned on the spot. At home, Zhou Chuchu takes a few gray crystal cores and hands the rest to Qin Ziyuan. Husband, absorb this. It can strengthen your abilities. She doesn't feel any nausea or anything. She simply places the crystal core in her palm and absorbs the evolution essence inside. With her level, even the worst of situations wouldn't make her sick. During the apocalypse, she once took crystal cores from zombie brains. What's a little more? The fly creature incident erupted early, warning her. She feels an urgent need to become stronger. Only then can she protect her family. After absorbing the crystal core, it turns into a handful of fragments. Energy of evolution flows around the body. She is glowing with green and blue light, shining like a rainbow. But the green light is brighter than the blue. Qin Ziyuan also absorbed the crystal core, but his special power is black as ink. Deep and mysterious black. After the couple absorbed the crystal core, suddenly, the power surged and the neighborhood's electricity was restored. Cheers erupted. At this moment, similar cheers are happening in every neighborhood in Haishur. Everyone, using their phones' flashlights, discovered that those terrifying flies had disappeared. Suddenly, phones started ringing. After a long silence, the residents' chat group burst into lively conversation again. Electricity is back. Oh my God, it's finally back. It was so dark outside earlier, I couldn't see anything, only the buzzing of flies louder than a helicopter. I was so scared. I was on the edge of life and death. Look at my neighbor across the hall. He shined his flashlight, and then the flies attacked him. Video, what the heck is this? How can something so rotten still walk? Do those flies listen to him? What's going on? The heat was already terrible, and now these monsters? How are we supposed to live? Here's some good news. Those terrifying flies are gone. Yeah, I quietly opened the door, and there are no more flies outside. No way. I heard flies dropping from the roof like rain. The ground must be covered. I need to check.
Wow, they're really gone.
The flies are gone, but the ground in our neighborhood is rotten. Compared to those terrifying flies, a rotten ground is nothing. Enough of this. I haven't gone out all day. Does anyone have food? Share some with me. I'm starving. Chunglan, the Villa District Group leader at everyone. Instant noodles are 500 yuan a bag, chips 600 yuan, noodles 700 yuan, rice 1,000 yuan per jean, and some cured meat, 30,000 yuan per piece. Limited quantity, first come, first served. This time, no one scolded Chunglan. People, still shaken by the fly disaster, find some comfort in food. Some calm and rational individuals immediately bought supplies from Chunglan. They already realized that money's value is becoming less important. In this disaster, survival is the most important. Several people share this idea, so when everyone was buying supplies from Chunglan, she played a trick to make them compete by bidding, like an auction. Everyone gritted their teeth, but had to follow her instructions because she controlled the supplies. The higher the bid, the more they realized how important the supplies were. Some people even bid high to buy more supplies from Chunglan. Chunglan made a lot of money and was so happy she couldn't keep her eyes open.
Wow, we're rich.
Honey, we're going to get rich now. The money I earn can buy a big house. She was even grateful for the fly disaster, because otherwise, these people wouldn't be so eager. As for the fly disaster, it didn't affect her since she just shut her door at home. Her only worry was that the food in the cold storage might not sell. The time to sell was getting shorter, and the food was starting to spoil. If she didn't sell now, it would be a huge loss. Chunglan's husband was cooling off by the air conditioner and said unhappily, "You're selling all the food and drinks. What will we eat and drink?" Chunglan turned around, looked at her husband, and said, "Don't worry about that. Zhou Chuchu's family has plenty of food and drinks." Her husband replied, "They're not your family. Why should you take the supplies?" Chunglan glared and said, "If she won't let me take them, can't I find a way? Can a living person be kept from living? And you, if you weren't so useless and lost money in business, would I have to work so hard? You can't do anything right. I must have been blind to marry you." Hearing this, her husband Lin Qing's expression darkened, and he stayed silent. Chunglan was persistent. "Why aren't you talking? No more to say? You care so much about her. Are you in love with her? I work so hard to support you, this useless thing, just to make our life better. But you don't appreciate it." Lin Qing, her husband, was furious and growled, "Chunglan, stop it. I am a man, and I deserve respect. Don't think I'm so terrible. With our assets, even if you didn't do all this, we could still live comfortably for the rest of our lives. Chenlon sneered. Respect? You talk to me about respect? You have no dignity with me. Look at other husbands, billionaires. Zhou Chuchu just buys and buys, beautiful and happy. Do I have such good luck? I ended up with you. You don't work hard or try to improve. You just want to lie around. It's really shameful. Like all women, why am I so unlucky? Lin Qing's face turned pale with anger as she pointed at Chenlon and raised her hand. Chenlon quickly leaned in and said, "Want to hit me? Come on, try. Hit me. You ungrateful person. I feed the dog and it still wags its tail. I raised you, and all you do is make me angry." Lin Qing shouted angrily, "You're unreasonable." Not wanting to argue further, she went into the inner room. Chenlon, furious, smashed a vase. He's still angry. What a useless person. Thinking that the supplies hadn't been delivered yet, she opened the cold storage and took out the few remaining supplies. She started planning. Prices are getting higher and higher. That stuff Zhou stored is worth a house full of gold bricks. I need to find a way to get her to give me those supplies. Thinking this, she tagged Zhou Chuchu in the group chat. Villa Area Group Purchase Leader Chenlon at Zhou Chuchu. Are you there? I have something important to discuss with you. Let's talk privately. Zhou Chuchu had just burned 2 sets of protective suits and was about to cuddle her baby and sleep peacefully. Suddenly, she received a private message from Chenlon. Her eyes darkened slightly, curious about what Chenlon wanted. She sat up and leaned back, just resting against a broad chest. It felt very comfortable. Her mood instantly improved. She replied to Chenlon, "What's the matter?" Chenlon quickly responded, "How much supplies do you have?
Tell me.
Let's work together. You give me the supplies, I sell them, and then split the money with you." Chenlon thought her proposal was sincere, reasonable, and good. She saw no reason to refuse. But Zhou Chuchu refused her. "Am I short of money?" These 3 words made Chenlon explode with anger. She tried to persuade Zhou Chuchu, "You're not short of money. But in this world, the more money, the better. Give me the supplies, and we'll make a lot of money together. Don't let money be a problem." Zhou Chuchu smiled. "Money? In the end times, what's the use of money? Wiping your? Even that is hard." Chenlon was completely obsessed with money and was now trying to get her involved. She would never trade supplies for money. Even if she was willing, once the supplies went to Chenlon, could they come back? Chenlon took her supplies and wanted even more. So she directly replied, "Not interested. No supplies. Just use the money to buy food." Just after she replied, she heard a slightly annoyed voice from above. "Ignore outsiders." Zhou Chuchu, a person who takes advice, immediately deleted Chenlon, put away her phone, and cuddled her husband to sleep. Chenlon was so angry with Zhou Chuchu that she quickly wrote a long message, almost 800 words, full of sincerity and heartfelt feelings, and sent it. A big exclamation mark. "Sorry, the recipient is no longer your friend. Your message was not delivered." Zhou Chuchu decisively deleted Chenlon, causing her to roar in fury and stop. At this moment, at the official military base in Haisher, in the underground base, urgent intelligence was being transmitted one after another. Report. Flies are rampant, causing at least 50,000 deaths. Report. Flies are gathering, emitting high-energy, high-frequency signals, suspected of creating terrifying monsters. Report. Flies are rapidly moving towards the wealthy residential area in the north of the city. Report. Signals have been intercepted, unable to continue monitoring. Unable to continue monitoring. Report. Interception lifted, high-energy reaction signals disappeared. The fly disaster. Disappeared. General Qian Qingyu, the highest commander in Haisher, heard these rapidly changing urgent reports. His weathered, stern face showed a hint of relief, then became serious again. He used the intercom to speak to all soldiers stationed in Haisher. "Everyone, we are facing an unprecedented major natural disaster. Its severity has far exceeded our expectations. Currently, the higher-ups are focused on maintaining the stability of the imperial capital, leaving us considerable autonomy. We are given great power to act. We must do everything possible to protect more lives. This will be our greatest challenge. He paused and continued. This fly disaster involved deploying many personnel, using incendiary bombs and flamethrowers, but we still couldn't effectively stop it. This kind of situation may happen again in the future. We must be prepared for the worst and respond with all our strength. This is a war, the hardest war, but as long as we unite, victory will surely be ours. His voice was commanding and inspiring, warning everyone without causing despair, creating strong unity. After ending the call, he looked slightly tired. Immediately, someone handed him a more detailed report, which contained high-definition photos, all taken by satellites. The photos showed high-energy reactions, images of flies moving, and areas where signals were lost from one second to the next, like snowflakes. General, this fly disaster is too strange to be natural. It seems someone has used powers beyond our imagination to eliminate the disaster. This kind of signal loss and detection failure has happened many times recently. General Qian Qingyu said, regardless of what force is used for now, to eliminate this kind of pest problem, at least large-scale weapons and bombing are needed. To do that, to avoid more casualties, we might have to sacrifice some innocent people. Everyone paused and looked unhappy. General Qian was right. The horror of this pest problem exceeded expectations. If it becomes necessary, we must. General Qian Qingyu continued. Fortunately, someone has destroyed the pests. The way they eliminated them was very clever, minimizing the losses. Everyone who survived this pest crisis should thank her. Everyone nodded repeatedly, but one person raised a question. General, such extraordinary power might threaten us. Should we find and control her? General Qian's face darkened, and he scolded. Such ideas are absolutely forbidden in the future. No such proposals allowed. Otherwise, military discipline will deal with you. That's your first warning. If it happens again, you won't be allowed here anymore. The person became serious and dared not argue. Others looked at General Qian with strange expressions. He looked serious and said earnestly, fighting against someone with such power is just asking for trouble. Finding and cooperating with them is what we should do. Times have changed. Our thinking needs to change too. If we don't, big problems will happen. Everyone thought about it. It's true, being able to quietly eliminate pests without anyone finding out makes it very difficult for enemies to fight back. Thinking of this, they felt cold sweat on their backs. Seeing everyone's expressions, General Qian understood what they were thinking and said, "We should be glad that such strong people are in our territory. At least, they provide a safety net for the future. As long as they don't show malice toward life or the people, we should welcome them. Once they contact us, we must give them the greatest support." Everyone nodded again. The matter was settled, and General Qian asked his strategist, "How is the search for supplies going?" The strategist replied, reporting to the general, "We are doing our best to gather supplies, but due to the high temperatures, many supplies have already spoiled." However, Qian Qingyu was very upset to hear about the spoilage of supplies, but there was nothing he could do. Too many things had happened in recent days. By the time he realized the supplies needed rescue, they had already gone bad. Supplies are the most important thing during a natural disaster. They are the foundation for survival and stability. But when he heard that the strategist still saw hope, he quickly asked, however, what? The strategist replied seriously, with an increasingly stern face, "Before the disaster, the richest man in the city, Qin Ziyuan, whose wife is the president of Xian Chung Group, bought a large amount of supplies here. But these supplies were covered by mysterious signals, and we couldn't track where they went." Also, about Qin Ziyuan. This person is very mysterious. He disappeared completely from the country for 5 years. During those 5 years, an international mercenary group called Songlong rose to prominence and replaced the Venom Scorpion mercenary group as the top. After returning to the country, he took over the Qin family and, In just a few years, established 15 publicly listed companies worth hundreds of billions. But investigations show he also owns 132 companies abroad. If he hadn't sold these companies, we wouldn't even know they belonged to him. He also has several other identities. One of his aliases was rated as the most outstanding scientist of our time by foreign experts. He built research institutes in 32 unknown locations across the country, secretly bringing in scientists and experts from various fields, along with their families. As the strategist spoke, everyone present, including Qian Qingyu himself, was inevitably shocked. Is this even human? On the phone, Ji Fuxing's voice came through. Boss, I've already shared some of your information with the authorities, just as you said. He asked confusedly, Boss, why reveal this? Aren't you worried they'll come after you? Qin Ziyuan stood by the window. The dawn had just broken, but the sunlight was fierce. Fortunately, outside, the shadows of the trees danced, and sunlight filtered through the branches and leaves, making the scene gentler. Qin Ziyuan wore a white shirt, giving off a majestic presence like mountains and seas. Qian Qingyu isn't that foolish. Ji Fuxing, young and inexperienced, didn't understand. After a few explanations, he finally realized. Understood, boss. Do I need to hide the shopping records from my sister-in-law? I'll destroy all the surveillance videos and shopping records. Qin Ziyuan replied, No need to destroy everything. Just destroy half of the records. The other half, send out at a critical moment. Ji Fancheng was confused again. Boss, why? Aren't you afraid of being discovered? Qin Ziyuan said, If I am weak and powerless, this batch of supplies is my original sin. If I am strong like a lion or tiger, this batch of supplies becomes a rallying call. This time, no one explained further to Ji Fancheng. He exclaimed on the phone, Wow, why are your eyes so bright and your breathing so heavy? Tell me, what does the boss's words really mean, huh? There was a noise at the door, and Qin Ziyuan hung up the phone. The tense atmosphere from before faded away. When Zhou Chuchu entered, the feeling had become lazy. Who are you talking to so early in the morning? Fan Cheng and the others.
Oh.
Teach me the second part of the Wuming Gongfa. I already learned the first part. Okay. Qin Ziyuan and Zhou Chuchu went into the practice room. The two little ones were already practicing there. Practicing Wuming Gongfa had become a daily morning routine at Zhou Chuchu's home. Her home was safe and comfortable, with a moderate temperature, electricity, water, and food. Outside, before 5 a.m., the power went out, and the outside temperature reached nearly 60 degrees Celsius. After dealing with the fly problem, everyone's celebration only lasted one night. They faced not only the extreme heat and high temperatures, but also the serious problem of food shortages, which was even more terrifying. High temperatures could be endured somehow, but food shortages were deadly. Lack of food and hunger could be fatal. Usually, families that cook at home store enough meat, vegetables, and snacks for a week, along with rice and flour, eating carefully to get through. In the villa area, there were two extremes. One group didn't cook at home and had almost no food stored. The other group cooked regularly and often held banquets, so they had plenty of supplies. Now, those with stored food were being targeted by those without. No matter how respectable they seemed normally, in the face of hunger and food shortages, all pretense disappeared. I'm so hungry at Songcheng. Your family buys so much food regularly. There should be a lot left, right? Please give me some. At Huang Shuixian, my good sister. We get along well, and I even gave you a pair of earrings, right? Now my family is starving. Can you share some of your food? At Lin Feng, I admit I had some issues with you before, but that's all in the past. Please give me some food. No, I'll buy it. Just tell me how much you want. Everyone started asking their families who had stored food to share or sell some. Some families with plenty of food kindly agreed. Others refused to give anything. A few days ago, Zhou Chuchu had loudly argued with Cheng Lan and Li Jun in the group chat. For now, no one dared to bother her, and they all tagged the supermarket owner, Gao Gongqiang. After all, compared to Zhou Chuchu, Gao was the person with the most supplies in the villa area. At Gao Gongqiang, our two families usually get along well. Now, with 7 mouths to feed at home, I'm asking for your help. Don't worry, after the disaster ends, I'll repay you. At Gao Gongqiang, Brother Chong, we have no food at home. My family has been hungry all day. Can you give us some? At Gao Gongqiang, when we're in trouble, you help us. We help each other to get through tough times. At Gao Gongqiang, your family has plenty of supplies, but no one is guarding them. These supplies might be stolen at any moment. You wouldn't want that to happen, right? At Gao Gongqiang, you can give us some food, and we will distribute it fairly. Our security will protect your supplies. Some people were begging, calling, messaging, offering promises and benefits. Others started threatening openly or secretly. Gao didn't have the strong defenses like Zhou Chuchu's reinforced safe house. Out of sympathy or fear, he agreed and compromised. Everyone, I will provide supplies to help you. Tonight, when the weather gets cooler, come and take what you need. The group chat suddenly burst into cheers, with many flattering messages, creating a brief moment of peace. Gao responded and replied to everyone. One person couldn't hold back and said, Brother Chong, I live nearby. Please give me some supplies first. Gao agreed, all right, come over. Zhou Chuchu saw Gao's reply and sighed softly. History is repeating itself. It seems my warning was ignored. In the past, during times of food shortage, everyone remembered Gao, who had brought a big truckload of supplies to their homes, and they all asked him for help. He relied on his large stockpile and agreed to help. But he didn't realize that once that door was opened, things would spiral beyond his control. Initially, people were just begging for help, taking more and more supplies from him. Eventually, it became expected. If he refused to give supplies, it was seen as a huge mistake. Even if he gave, he wouldn't receive gratitude from everyone. Instead, people argued over who received more supplies and which supplies were better. He realized this was wrong and was reluctant to give any more. Those he helped would even rush to his house to take supplies by force. He had stored a whole cart of supplies, but in the end, he became the one with the least. His family was almost starving. He knelt on the ground, begging those who took the most supplies to give him some food, but they refused, cursed at him, and beat him. His family and children all died of hunger because he was too soft-hearted. Gao Gongqiang was a kind-hearted fool, a naive saint. But it was also him who first made him see the dark side of human nature in the end times. Zhou Chuchu thought for a moment and sent a message to Lao Feng. Just after sending the message, she saw Mother Kuapo Kong Banshuo post a plea for help in the group. My child has a fever. Does anyone have fever medicine? Please share a box with me. I beg you. Amid the group celebration, Kong Banshuo's plea for help did not attract much attention. Or rather, even if people saw her message, they ignored it. Kong Banshuo kept asking for help repeatedly. Her pleas were drowned out by everyone praising Gao Gongqiang. Please, just 1 box of ibuprofen, I beg you. Brother Chong is such a good person. Thank you so much. My child has a 41 degrees Celsius fever. If it doesn't lower, he might have convulsions. Brother Chong, please lead us in the future. We'll follow your lead. Save the child, I beg you. If anyone has ibuprofen, just half a box, or enough for 1 dose. Brother Chong is generous. I'm taking my brothers to get supplies. Everyone come to the security room tonight to pick up supplies and register.
Please.
I beg you. Time and again, Kong Banshuo almost lost hope. At this moment, Zhao Baoxing replied to her, at Kong Banshuo, I have some fever medicine. I'll bring it to you and treat the child. Kong Banshuo was overwhelmed with joy and kept thanking him. Thank you, Dr. Zhao. Thank you so much. At Kong Banshuo, no need to thank me. I'll come over right now. Zhao Baoxing carried burn ointment, holding an umbrella, wearing a thick coat to prevent sunburn, and hurried to Kong Banshuo's house. However, Zhou Chuchu knew that even if Zhao Baoxing went, he wouldn't be able to cure Kong Banshuo's child. Although the plague brought by the fly infestation was under control, some bacteria still spread through the community. They didn't affect healthy adults much, but Kong Banshuo's child was just a baby. In her past life, Her child had a high fever that wouldn't go away. Even with medicine, it didn't help. After a day of fever, the child's brain was damaged, and he became paralyzed. Kong Banshu took care of this paralyzed child and struggled to survive in the end-of-the-world situation. She never gave up on her child. As a mother, Zhou Chuchu felt sorry for Kong Banshu. However, her plants couldn't cure illnesses. The cactus could absorb germs, but it couldn't go inside the child's body to do so. The fairy mushroom could purify germs, but it couldn't affect his body through his skin. She felt helpless and powerless. She originally wanted Jean In Huavine to send 2 bottles of ibuprofen and antibacterial medicine. Instead, her mother-in-law Lu Julin brought over a beautifully packaged box. "Manor, look at this. What's going on? Why is this ginseng sprouting?" She opened the box, revealing a large, fat ginseng that looked like a big radish, with a strong medicinal smell. This ginseng had been dried and was in a dormant state, so it shouldn't have sprouted, but it grew 6 buds and looked plump and moist. "Centennial ginseng?" Zhou Chuchu exclaimed. She had never seen a 100-year-old ginseng before, but at first glance, she knew everything about it. "Manor, you're amazing to recognize a 100-year-old ginseng." Her mother-in-law explained the story behind this ginseng. Turns out, when her parents-in-law were doing business, someone paid 5 million yuan to buy this ginseng to give to them, claiming it could extend life because it was a 100-year-old ginseng. Her parents-in-law didn't believe it at first. They just thought the person was somewhat trustworthy and made a deal. They kept the ginseng casually, and today, while tidying up the house, her mother-in-law found it. Unexpectedly, it had sprouted. "Since this ginseng has sprouted, can it still be eaten?" Zhou Chuchu asked with a smile. "No, it can't be eaten." "Oh, my good mother-in-law, you've helped me so much. Can I have this ginseng?" She was worried about not having a plant that could cure illnesses, and her mother-in-law just gave her this ginseng. It was a big help. Of course, her desire for a medicinal plant wasn't just about helping Kong Banshu. She had 2 children herself, and if one of them ever got sick, having a plant that could cure illnesses would make her feel much more at ease. Lu Julin's eyes lit up when she heard this. She was upset because she couldn't help her children, but now she had a way to help, and she was very happy. "It's just a ginseng plant. If you want it, take it. No need to even ask your mother." Lu Julin smiled happily and continued to tidy up, checking if there was anything else children could use. Zhou Chuchu took out a ginseng, a chubby ginseng about the size of a child's arm, resting quietly in her hand. Without hesitation, she fed the ginseng with her special power. She had learned that the more intelligent the plant, the more power it needs, but it also has greater potential for growth. The peach trees and small vegetables in the yard were not the same level, so the amount of power fed to them was different. This ginseng absorbed a large amount of her power and could keep absorbing more. Zhou Chuchu was not angry but happy. As she continued feeding it, the ginseng fully accepted the power. Eventually, it absorbed more power than the peach trees and evolved. It grew 2 cute eyes that blinked and called out to Zhou Chuchu, "Master, master." It moved its roots, jumped down from Zhou Chuchu's hand, and shook 6 green leaves out. Suddenly, a pure and powerful medicinal energy was sent back to Zhou Chuchu. She felt her whole body become smooth, and her condition greatly improved. Thanks to Master Yu Plant's natural control and understanding of plants that promote evolution, she instantly knew all about this ginseng. Ginseng medical expert. Active skill, cures various diseases. Passive skill, can condense beads into liquid, enhancing the medicinal properties. Where it exists, within a 10-meter radius, it creates a medicinal zone, boosting the vitality of all living things inside. Its active and passive skills are both excellent. As it continues to evolve, it may awaken even more abilities. This is truly a treasure. Zhou Chuchu sighed happily. She brought a flower pot, filled it with good soil, and said to the little ginseng, "This is your new home." The little ginseng's eyes lit up, and it jumped into the flower pot to settle down. "Master, thank you."
Mua.
3. Another powerful plant was added to Zhou Chuchu's collection, and she felt very happy. After telling the little ginseng about Kong Bangshu's child, the ginseng condensed a medicinal liquid. Zhou Chuchu took a mineral water bottle to catch it. She did not give the medicine away immediately, but waited for Kong Bangshu to ask for it. It wasn't because she was heartless, but because this was human nature. What is given voluntarily is not valued, but what is obtained in desperation is treasured. She wanted Kong Bangshu to owe her a big favor. Kong Bangshu, I'm sorry, I can't save him. The virus has damaged his brain. Even if the fever subsides, he will still be a brain-injured child. Zhao Baoxing spoke heavily, saying that he had been experiencing this feeling of helplessness every day for the past few days. Kong Bangshu was struck like lightning. She covered her face with her hands, but couldn't shed a single tear. Her eyes, bloodshot, looked at her son with sadness, so deep it was almost numb. How can this be? How can it? He's so small, so tiny. A small baby lay on the bed. His cheeks were unusually red, his eyes tightly shut, and his body twitched from the high fever. Uncontrollable saliva dripped from his mouth. His brain had been damaged by the virus. He would spend his entire life as a child with cerebral palsy who couldn't take care of himself. Kong Bangshu, your child. You need to take him with you. Life will be very hard for you. As a doctor, Zhao Baoxing wouldn't normally advise a mother to give up her child, but raising a child with cerebral palsy is difficult even in peaceful times, with no clear way out. It's even more terrifying in this apocalyptic world. The price Kong Bangshu would pay for this would be 1,000 or even 10,000 times greater than before the end of the world. Seeing the woman, who looked like a withered tree after Zhao Baoxing felt pity in his heart. If you can't do it yourself, let me do it. I will make sure he leaves without pain.
No.
Kong Bangshu suddenly let out a wolf-like howl. I will never give up on him. I promised my late husband and mother-in-law that I would keep this child and protect him until he grows up. Kong Bangshu seemed to fall into madness. She knelt heavily in front of Zhao Baoxing, begging, Dr. Zhao, is there any way? Please tell me, is there any way? No matter the cost, no matter what I have to pay, I can bear it. She desperately needed a solution. No matter how absurd or crazy it sounded, she was willing to do it. Zhao Baoxing initially wanted to say that such a method didn't exist, that treating cerebral palsy was impossible. But suddenly, he remembered the figure from yesterday that controlled a group of plants. Those plants, under his control, each represented what he once thought was impossible, yet they came alive before his eyes and even decisively ended the fly plague. He hesitated and said, Maybe. There's another way. Hearing this, Kong Bangshu's eyes shot with incredible light. What way? Try asking Zhou Chuchu in our neighborhood for help. If she agrees, your child might have a chance. Kong Bangshuo couldn't understand why Zhou Chuchu would help treat her child, since Zhou wasn't a doctor. She didn't know that this was just Zhao Baoxing's bold guess. At this moment, Zhao's words were like a lifeline. Whether true or false, she was willing to try. If the other person really could save her child, she would do anything without hesitation. Kong immediately sent a sincere, brief message to Zhou Chuchu. Madam Qin, please forgive my boldness, but I beg you to save my child. He was damaged by a virus and became paralyzed. If you can save him, I, Kong Bangshuo, swear I will agree to any request you make, as long as I can do it. Zhou quickly replied, Remember your vow. If you break it, you will die at my hands. Without hesitation, Kong answered, Okay. This was exactly what Zhou wanted. Once she heard this, the vow was made. Close your eyes, Dr. Zhao and count to 10. When you open them, you'll find a bottle of mineral water on your windowsill. Feed this water to your son, and he will get better. Seeing Zhou's reply, Kong's face looked strange. What kind of request was that? Anyone with common sense would know this was impossible. But Kong still obediently followed the instructions. Dr. Zhao, Madam Qin says to close our eyes and count to 10 before opening them. Zhao Baoxing's face showed a strange expression. Could the person who controlled the plants yesterday really be her? Now, she seemed to be the only one capable of doing that. Okay. He agreed and closed his eyes with Kong, counting. During this time, they heard rustling sounds near the window. Zhao didn't react much to the noise, but Kong was very excited. She almost couldn't wait to open her eyes. She recognized the sound from her life-saving vine. It had saved her and her son once before. Was it coming to save them again? Although she wanted to open her eyes, she kept her promise and waited until she counted to 10. She eagerly looked toward the windowsill and saw a bottle of mineral water. She ran over and looked outside, but the golden and silver vine was nowhere to be seen. She took the water in her hand. How did it look? Just an ordinary bottle of Nongfu spring water, costing only $1. Zhao Baoxing also looked puzzled. He thought it would be a plant, not a bottle of water. Could this water really save a paralyzed child? If it could, medical science would have to be rewritten. A look of determination flashed in Kong Bangshi's eyes. Dr. Zhao, help me open the child's mouth. I want to give him water. Zhao Baoxing thought Kong Bangshu was crazy, and he felt he was also losing his mind. He actually pried open the child's mouth. The child was already in a deep coma, his small face instinctively grimacing in pain. Zhao Baoxing gently pinched the child's mouth open. Kong Bangshu used a small spoon to feed water. With each sip, the child's face relaxed a little. Both of them felt hopeful. Kong Bangshu quickly scooped more water and fed it to the child, one spoonful at a time. The child's face became more relaxed, and he showed a comfortable smile. The persistent high fever also suddenly dropped. As the water was fed in, thick green mucus flowed from his nose and eyes. In his diaper, a large amount of yellow-green was expelled. Is this detoxification? Are the viruses inside the child being expelled? Zhao Baoxing was amazed. This was incredible. It was like a miracle of medicine. Kong Bangshu happily wiped away the dirt from the child's body, cleaned his bottom, and changed his diaper. The child had already returned to normal. He opened his eyes, bright and clever, with no signs of cerebral palsy. Mommy, Hug the little one naturally asked for a hug when he saw his mother, unaware that his mother had just experienced a mental shift from to heaven. Kong Bangshu held the child's small body, overwhelmed by the joy of recovery. She repeatedly whispered in her heart, Zhou Chu, Zhou Chu, you saved my son, which is like saving my life. From now on, I dedicate my life to you. A drop of spiritual liquid saved Kong Bangshu's child, but for Zhou Chu, it was just a simple act, almost effortless. This concentrated liquid ginseng little saint could produce dozens of drops every day, like people needing to urinate after drinking water. It was instinctive for it. But for ordinary people, it was a holy medicine for curing diseases and expelling evil. Using this to gain Kong Bangshu's loyalty was a very worthwhile deal. Kong Bangshu had spent her entire previous life searching for a cure for her son's cerebral palsy. In the end, she even used a secret medicine from the revitalization base at great cost, causing a tragic man-made disaster that severely damaged one of the 3 major bases in the post-apocalyptic world, the revitalization base. She healed Kong Bangshu's son, which also meant she had stopped this future tragedy at its source. Let's set aside that point for now. Speaking about Kong Bangshu herself, she is a very careful thinker and skilled at planning. Otherwise, how could she become the chief secret keeper of the revitalization base? In her past life, she depended on men to survive, but in the end, it was these men who depended on her and her intelligence. This is the real reason she was able to gradually rise to the position behind the leader of the revitalization base. In the end times, beauty is not valuable. Intelligence is what truly matters. Zhou Chu doesn't expect this future chief secret keeper to help her without reservation, but as long as she doesn't betray her and offers some support at key moments, this deal will be very worthwhile, worth far more than expected. As for her using honeysuckle vines to deliver water and accidentally revealing her secret identity, that was part of her plan. Zhao Baoxing is a skilled doctor with good character and is worth recruiting. Since he already saw her controlling plants yesterday, she let him realize that the person behind it was her. If he is smart, he will know how to choose his side in the future. And besides, she is also trained a little expert in herbal medicine. Who wouldn't be interested in a healing gel that can cure all ailments?
Manhwa, come eat.
The kitchen helper is calling. Green bean cakes, durian milfai, and lemon milk tea. Her grandmother's cooking skills are getting better and better. Mom, your cooking is getting more delicious every day, she said sincerely. Her compliment about her grandmother surpassing professional chefs is genuine, not flattery. Her grandmother's food always gives a feeling of happiness, making all fatigue disappear. It nourishes the body and even helps improve her abilities faster. At first, this feeling was faint, but after the end times, it became very obvious. Really? Lu Jilin was very happy to hear Zhou Chuchu praise her. These days, I don't know why, but I feel like I've suddenly become better at cooking. Whatever I make turns out great.
And
Manner, I think the food I make might have some special effect. Lu Jilin finds it hard to describe that feeling. She just has an instinctive sense of what her food will turn into once she starts cooking. With love and blessings for her family, the food she makes really seems to fulfill her expectations. Zhou Chuchu's eyes lit up. Mom, could it be that you've awakened a special ability? Unfortunately, she doesn't have a device to check for abilities, or she could really test whether her grandmother has awakened a special power and what level it is. Cooking is also a special ability? Lu Jilin felt very surprised, with a look of joy on her face. If this could really be considered a special ability, then this ability was exactly what she wanted. Why not? Mom, there are so many kinds of special abilities, I can't count them all. It's this ability, mainly for daily life help. It might seem a bit unfair to you. Lu Jilin waved her hand. Not unfair, not unfair. If this is truly an ability, I think it suits me best. I wouldn't trade it for any other ability. She was genuinely happy because this ability was made just for her. She already liked cooking. When Guaning was at home working as a nanny, she didn't let her cook much. Mostly she did it herself. Seeing her children happily eating her food made her feel very happy and satisfied. Today, there was no forest fire to fight, so the family spent a relaxing day at home. Zhou Chuchu gave the two children online lessons and did exercises with them for an hour. After lunch and dinner, the sun set with a fiery red tail, and the high temperature, nearly 60 degrees Celsius, gradually dropped back to 40 degrees Celsius. She opened her phone, and it was very quiet inside. Using the eyes of the plants, she saw the current situation in the neighborhood. The tragedy of Gao Gongqiang is beginning. People in the neighborhood rushed out and headed to Gao Gongqiang's house. Among them, Grandma Luo was the fastest. Though she was old, she ran quickly. When she reached Gao Gongqiang's door, she stretched out her arms and stopped the others behind her. The old lady said domineeringly, "Stay back. I got here first, so I get the food first. Don't anyone try to take it from me." Grandma Luo and Zhang Xiaomei weren't used to daily life. After moving into a luxury house, they didn't usually cook and didn't store food. On the first day of the end of the world, they stayed home to avoid the heat and missed the best time to buy supplies. The next day, when they wanted to buy supplies, they couldn't compete with others. Zhang Xiaomei thought the food sold by Qinglan was too expensive. She was stingy and reluctant to buy food. A few days ago, after finishing the nourishing foods like birds' nests at home, they had no more food to eat, only drinking plain water every day. The mother and daughter were so hungry that they were pressed against each other's backs, too weak to even scold each other. Finally, when Gao Gongqiang was willing to share supplies, she naturally wanted to take the most and the best for herself. But she didn't expect that, normally, these wealthy people looked down on food and drink. When she acted so brazen, others just saw it as a joke. Now, these foods were a matter of life and death, and no one cared about her manners anymore. Behind her, Qinglan pushed her hard. "Old fool. Get out of the way. Stop acting so greedy. Do you even know what time it is now?" Zhonglan would not tolerate her. Yesterday, Zhonglan sent out supplies, and because someone offered an irresistible high price, she sold the last bit of food. She and her husband went hungry for a night. Today, she arrived early, not only to take the food home to eat, but also to store some away for later. Once others finished their food, She plans to sell hers at a higher price. Now, Old Lady Luo is trying to ruin her plans. How can she bear it? Old Lady Luo was pushed to the ground, scraping her hands. She immediately started crying and throwing a tantrum, wailing on the ground, "You wicked woman! How dare you hit an old person? I'll curse you! You had a son but no sense." They stole all of Gao Gongqiang's supplies. Zheng Lan wouldn't tolerate this. She grabbed Old Lady Luo by the collar, ready to slap her. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaomei stepped in from the side and pushed her down. Old Lady Luo, who had been crying just moments before, jumped up quickly. Mother and daughter then started pulling Zheng Lan's hair and tearing at her clothes. Old Lady Luo was skilled at arguing and fighting. She had fought many times before, except for losing to Zhou Chuchu once. Zhang Xiaomei, being a third party, also had lots of fighting experience. Together, the mother and daughter overwhelmed Zheng Lan, pinning her down. They even aimed for her weak spots, hitting her until she saw stars, feeling both pain and anger. In the apocalypse, even when hungry and women fight, people love to watch the drama, no matter how dire the situation. No one tried to stop the fight. Zheng Lan's hair was torn out in clumps, and her thin clothes, suitable for hot weather, were almost torn apart. Unable to fight back, she angrily shouted at Lin Qing, who was standing nearby, "Are you blind? Can't you see I'm being beaten? Help me." Everyone looked at Lin Qing. Lin Qing wished she could dig a hole and hide. Instead of helping, she took a few steps back. Zheng Lan's eyes turned red with rage. She shouted loudly, "Lin Qing, you good for nothing? Seeing your wife being beaten and not helping, what kind of man are you? I've been working hard all these years to support your useless self. I've been so good to you, and this is how you treat me." In her anger, she grabbed Zhang Xiaomei's hair and pulled hard, scratching with her nails. It was just a fight between dogs, full of dirt and fury. Lin Qing looked at her with disgust and stepped further away. Squeak! At this moment, Gao Gongqiang's door opened. He is a slightly chubby man with a round face and kind eyes. As he opened the door, he saw 3 women fighting outside, pulling hair and bleeding everywhere. Everyone was stunned. "Hey, stop fighting. Stop fighting. Let's first share the supplies," he said. Others who were watching the scene eagerly became impatient. Why should the supplies be given to them first? I came first, so I should get mine first. No, I arrived latest, so I should get mine first. My family has elders and children. Give me more food. My family has 8 mouths to feed. Give me more food. They pushed and argued, refusing to give in. Gao was stunned. These neighbors, usually well-dressed and polite, now looked fierce and wild, very different from usual. He had stocked up on food, so he didn't realize that when people face life and death situations, they can become very animal-like. Security Captain Li Jun saw the opportunity and led some guards to hold back the troublemakers. Everyone stop fighting. Fighting won't help. Come to me and register your families. I will record how many people you have, and we will distribute supplies accordingly. The guards held down the loudest troublemakers. These people were usually bosses or business partners, never treated like this before. But now, the situation was too serious. Compared to fighting, they couldn't win against the guards. Some, not understanding the reality, shouted at Li Jun, "Let go. What are you guards doing? Are you rebelling? Do you know who I am? I am a boss, and I will complain about you." Hearing this, everyone remembered their own identities and started to introduce themselves. "I am the CEO of March Electronics. I am the head of Jime Investment." Li Jun saw a chance to show authority and didn't miss it. He stepped forward quickly and struck the boss with a baton, knocking him to the ground and twitching. Everyone saw Li Jun hurt someone without hesitation and backed away in fear. Li Jun then warned them with a serious tone, "I said this neighborhood is under my protection. Everyone must follow the rules and listen to me. Now, Brother Chong, bring out your supplies for us to distribute. Everyone must register. We will check door to door. If anyone exaggerates or lies, there will be no supplies for them. Do you understand?" Someone was unhappy and asked, Why are you the ones distributing the supplies? Li Jun didn't hesitate and struck again with his electric baton. The man cried out loudly and collapsed onto the ground, lying there helpless. Li Jun looked around and asked, "Is there anyone else who is not convinced?" Everyone was too scared to speak. Only then did Li Jun feel satisfied and say to Gao Gongqiang, "Brother Chong, please take out all the food. It's easier than dividing it later, since we still need to come back here." Gao Gongqiang was panicked.
All
All the food?
but
He had planned to only take out 1/10 of the food, which was enough for the neighborhood to eat for a few days. But suddenly, Li Jun wanted all the food. This was different from what he had said before. Li Jun explained, "Brother Chong, this is for everyone's good. If you take out the food, everyone can survive. If you don't and someone in the neighborhood starves, it will be your fault. Isn't that right, everyone?" The people who were afraid of Li Jun now all agreed. "Yes, that's right. Brother Chong, you wouldn't be so cruel, would you? Take out the supplies. We'll remember this favor. You saved us, and we'll be grateful." Gao Gongqiang really wanted to say that these were his supplies, and he had the right to decide how much to take. But seeing Li Jun's fierce look and the others glaring at him, he knew that if he refused, they would all attack him together. Suddenly, he regretted not refusing like Madame Qin did. But he didn't realize that he lacked the protection that Zhou Chuchu had, and even if he refused, these people would find ways to take his supplies. In the end of the world, without enough strength to protect your supplies, that was a sin. "Brother Chong, look, this is everyone's wish," Li Jun said.
But,
"I have a big family. If you take the supplies, my family will have nothing to eat." Li Jun replied, "Brother Chong, if you take the supplies, we won't lack food for your family. These will be prioritized for you." Li Jun's actions were shameless, robbing others' supplies and then giving some back. There was nothing more disgraceful. But at this moment, no one thought it was wrong. Everyone believed that Gao Gongqiang had to give out the supplies. Gao Gongqiang wanted to say more, but Li Jun struck him again with his electric baton, hitting him so hard that he bled and screamed loudly. Stop hitting, I won't dare to do it again." Gao Gongqiang was trembling with fear, sweating cold. He knew Li Jun was warning everyone with this act. "From now on, we will handle these troublemakers. Brother Chong, your family will be protected by us in the future." He emphasized the word protected strongly, making his meaning clear to everyone. Gao Gongqiang looked defeated and lowered his head, making way for others. Once he stepped aside, the door could no longer be closed. Li Jun and his men rushed into Gao Gongqiang's house, and seeing the large piles of supplies, they cheered happily. "Move everything out. Everyone come in and help. The more you carry, the more supplies I'll give you when I distribute them. Anyone who slacks off will face my anger." He waved a stun baton. Strangely, when facing Gao Gongqiang, these people looked fierce like wolves, but under Li Jun's threat, they suddenly became gentle like sheep. Now, to get a little more supplies, they worked hard to carry everything. Gao Gongqiang's family watched their belongings being taken away, feeling both angry and helpless. Old Feng saw this from afar, his hands trembling with rage, but remembering Zhou Chuchu's words, he chose not to interfere. Zhou Chuchu also observed everything through her plants. The reason she didn't let Old Feng act was simple. If Gao Gongqiang's family still had some supplies, these people would try to take them all. He lacked the strength to protect his supplies, so they would become targets for everyone. As for Gao Gongqiang himself, Gao Gongqiang is undoubtedly a kind-hearted person. But Zhou Chuchu doesn't dislike such kindness. Before the apocalypse, he actively participated in charity, donating money and goods, doing many good deeds. During the food shortage in the apocalypse, he was willing to share his supplies to help others. If it weren't for him, most people in the neighborhood would have starved to death long ago. He still carried a rare human kindness in the end of the world. In her previous life, she also received his help during the hardest times. Without her intervention in her past life, Li Jun's first target would have been him, but he wouldn't have been so greedy, taking all his supplies at once. Instead, he would gradually take small amounts. So when she and Qin Ziyuan were starving and close to death, He secretly gave her a few packs of instant noodles.
It was those few packs that kept them going.
People like him shouldn't meet such a tragic end. But she couldn't act right away. If Gao Gongqiang couldn't see the true nature of people in the apocalypse and made a firm decision, even if she saved him now, such incidents would happen again in the future. He would still face death. Her intervention would only delay his death slightly. She continued to observe, waiting for the right moment to act. Li Jun and several bodyguards led the residents of the community to completely loot Gao Gongqiang's household supplies, not sparing even the baby formula stored for children. They happily stored the supplies in a room of the security building and assigned someone to guard it. They then began registering people door to door, checking if families were truly lacking food by rummaging through their belongings. This was to strengthen his authority further. Under his control, families with no supplies cooperated actively and eagerly registered. He even went to visit other homes. Families still holding some supplies looked cold but dared not stop them, fearing he might suddenly turn aggressive, like a boss punishing subordinates harshly. With the pressure from those obedient to Li Jun's force, they had no choice but to comply. Li Jun held his head high, feeling very proud. In the past, he was just a security guard, smiling and bowing to the managers and bosses. But now, things had changed. These people were flattering him instead, because he now held their lives in his hands. He could hit or scold the high-status homeowners whenever he wanted. This feeling was incredibly satisfying. He had completely fallen in love with this life. Brotherly, old Feng didn't come to the security room today. Should we share some supplies with him? Suddenly, a security guard mentioned old Feng. This broke his fantasy. He was very wary of old Feng, probably the most feared person in the community. He was puzzled why old Feng hadn't shown up today and stopped him. If old Feng had appeared, he wouldn't dare to loot Gao Gongqiang's house. Old Feng was like a bomb. If he decided to explode, they couldn't stop him. Li Jun's good mood vanished instantly, and his face turned very grim. Old Feng definitely wanted to find a way to get rid of him. He's already cozy with the Qin family, living in a villa now. He doesn't care about our supplies anymore. Li Jun thought of the villa, his face turning green with jealousy and teeth clenched. He also wanted to live in a villa, but Zhou Chuchu refused to let him. He repeatedly asked old Feng, but old Feng refused every time. After moving into the villa, old Feng carried bags of stored food inside in front of everyone. But they didn't dare cause trouble for old Feng. Thinking of this, Li Jun felt even worse inside. At this moment, they reached Zhou Chuchu's house. Brotherly, should we register her house too? A security guard pointed at Zhou Chuchu's home. Li Jun looked at her house and his face twisted with jealousy. Currently, large areas of the city are experiencing power outages, but Zhou Chuchu's house remains brightly lit, clearly indicating they have a backup power source. In the past, when everyone had electricity at home, we didn't think much of it. But once it's gone, life becomes very hard. Electric rice cookers, computers, washing machines, air conditioners, mobile phones. Without electricity, they can't be used. In modern life, where can we do without electricity? Especially in this intense heat, without air conditioning powered by electricity, even sleeping becomes a struggle. But Zhou Chuchu's house surprisingly still has power. This means her house is cool and comfortable with the air conditioning on. Life feels just like before. It also suggests they might have food and meat stored in the fridge, kept fresh and not spoiled. Li Jun's joy from receiving supplies fades away when he sees Zhou Chuchu's house. He feels jealous, and so do the security guards and other residents following him. They all turn red with envy. They observe a little longer and notice that under this heat, even the plants are suffering, leaves are dry and drooping, looking tired. But Zhou Chuchu's peach tree grows thick branches and lush leaves, with peaches about the size of grapefruits hanging high up, making people drool. The honeysuckle blooms beautifully, decorating the iron fence very nicely. In the yard, a greenhouse covers a lush garden with many fresh vegetables. They used to look down on these vegetables, but now they are so delicious that they can't even buy them. Everyone is shocked and starts whispering. Is the Qin family building on a lucky land? Their plants never wither? Look at these vegetables. They look so tasty. In this weather, growing vegetables like this must waste a lot of water. What a sin. The Qin family is so selfish. Water is so precious, and they use it to water their plants. They're taking our share of water.
We must talk to them about this.
Yes. They need to give us an explanation. Cheng Lan, Old Lady Luo, and Zhang Xiaomei watch Zhou Chuchu's house, eager to move in immediately. Cheng Lan's eyes turn, and she encourages Li Jun. Brotherly, let's go register at her house. There's no reason everyone else can register, but she can't. Let's go knock on the door now and ask them to register. Old Lady Luo eyes the vegetables in Zhou Chuchu's yard greedily. These small vegetables she once looked down on now make her drool with desire. She pointed at the vegetables and said, "Not bad." Her family also needs to register. No special treatment. Old Mrs. Luo thought about registering later and decided she must take some vegetables for herself. Li Jun naturally welcomed this and was about to knock on the door to threaten. However, Old Feng came out of the villa, looking coldly at him.
Get out.
Old Feng snapped sharply. He was still upset about being ordered out of the neighborhood by Yu Haoli and about the attack on Zhou Chuchu's house by Gao Guo and others. Although Zhou Chuchu didn't blame him, he felt he hadn't done his duty well. Now, even if he stayed up all night, he would watch closely and prevent these people from approaching Zhou Chuchu's house. Seeing Old Feng, Li Jun's face changed. He finally understood why Zhou Chuchu had given the neighboring villa to Old Feng to live in. What a clever plan. Let's go, he said, leading a group of unwilling people away. The plants in the yard swayed, passing this scene to Zhou Chuchu. Congratulations on your successful check-in. You have obtained the farm puzzle piece 6. Because you eliminated the fly creatures, 5 future national-level scientists were saved. Your S-grade water ability star has evolved into a 2S ability water C.
Huh.
Is there such a good thing? Zhou Chuchu was delighted. She truly had to thank Yu Haoli. She received a huge surprise. It was worth her life. Evolving abilities is very difficult, but her death somehow brought her a 2S ability. The system prompt sounded, and a beautiful blue water ring appeared around Zhou Chuchu. Inside the water ring, it looked like it was embedded with sparkling diamonds. She felt an indescribable sense of control over water. If she wanted, water within 10 miles would listen to her commands. Her water element ability pool also expanded tenfold instantly, and the quality of her water abilities increased 5 times. It's safe to say that now, her water abilities are 100 times more powerful than before. Her control and range of water manipulation are also 100 times greater. She could extinguish forest fires easily now, just a thought, and the lake water could surge into a dragon to put out the fire. For example, it's much easier for her to kill someone now. If she turns the water crystals inside an enemy's body into ice, that person would turn into an ice corpse instantly. But the power of this ability isn't just limited to these simple uses. There's much more potential and room for development. For instance, promoting plant evolution, changing the nutritional makeup of drinking water, or even altering the water structure inside living organisms to cause mutations. The more Zhou Chuchu thought about it, the more excited and thrilled she became. Master SS Yuji, combined with SS Water of the Sea, is simply a powerful team. With this special ability, she trains harder and is no longer afraid of future disasters like cold weather, tsunamis, or floods. No, those are not disasters but blessings. She is so happy and can't wait to share this good news with Qin Ziyuan. After hearing it, Qin Ziyuan smiles and looks at her. Chu, you're so capable. I need to work harder.
Chu.
It seems a bit off. Maybe I should listen again? Recently, I lack motivation. Can you comfort me?
Chu.
Comfort? Is it the kind of comfort she's thinking of? Qin Ziyuan, it's late at night. Zhou Chuchu notices her husband's passionate gaze and quickly blocks him. No, husband, your reaction is wrong. Qin Ziyuan's voice is husky. How is it wrong? Zhou Chuchu firmly says, normal people would ask why the ability evolved and what new powers it has, right? Qin Ziyuan's hand pauses slightly, his eyes deepen, and he thinks for a moment under his wife's expectant look. You're right. Zhou Chu jumps excitedly. See? I knew it. But the next second, her slim waist is grabbed by large hands. A handsome face leans close. Chu, you're right, but I am not a normal person. Zhou Chu. Huh? Night has fallen. Perfect for sleeping. Tonight, for some people, feels very short, but for the Gao family it feels very long. The Gao family, whose supplies have been taken away, is full of gloom. Chong, these people are too much. They didn't even leave us a pack of instant noodles. They even took away our dinner. Chong's wife gently pats the child sleeping on her shoulder. The child sleeps restlessly. Those who barged in and snatched food scared him. After comforting him for a long time, she finally gets him to sleep, sweating all over. She has some complaints in her heart, but she also knows it's not her husband's fault. It's okay if we go hungry for a couple of days, but the child can't go hungry. Maybe you should ask Li Jun for some food, at least some formula milk for the baby. Chong's father agrees with his daughter-in-law. Yes, Qiangzi, go ask for the baby's formula. I'm old now, I don't eat much. If I die, so be it, but the child can't. Chong feels a deep pain in his heart. He looks at his worried wife, worried about the future, and the father who is willing to starve himself, then decisively heads outside. I'll go ask for the baby's formula. Due to his kindness and foolishness, the household supplies were stolen, the children were frightened, and close family members suffered from hunger. This is all his fault. I took out all the supplies to try to get some milk powder back. They shouldn't refuse, right? Gao Gongqiang still hoped. He believed people couldn't be so mean. He thought if he showed all his supplies, he could at least recover some milk powder for the children. At the security building, Li Jun and other guards were distributing supplies. But they only handed out a small amount. Sun Nan, your family has 3 people, so 3 packs of instant noodles. Wu Chao, only you are left in your family, so 1 bag of chips. Fin, 2 people in your family. Your seriously ill husband is almost gone, so just 1 braised egg. Zhang Xiaomei, just you and your mom in your family. 2 packs of instant noodles. Zhang Xiaomei was starving and pressed her chest, then approached Li Jun sweetly and said, Brother Li, these 2 packs of instant noodles aren't enough. We've been hungry for a long time. She winked at Li Jun. She reached out and pinched his palm. My family is just me and my mom. I'm really scared.
Li Jun understood immediately.
Zhang Xiaomei looked good and had a nice figure. She was quite attractive, or else she wouldn't be kept. Usually, he only fantasized about her, but today she came to him willingly, so he wouldn't refuse. Okay, I'll check on you at your place later. Their intense conversation was overheard by others, who secretly looked down on them but dared not show it openly. After arguing with Chenlong, old lady Luo, looking like a wilted eggplant, suddenly straightened her back, proud and confident. She grabbed a sausage, a large piece of bread, and wrapped them in her arms, then took 5 braised eggs and tucked them away. Brother Li, look. A guard was about to stop her, but was silenced by Li Jun's gaze. Old lady Luo taking a little more was better for everyone else, less for others. Who would dare to complain about free food? Leah, 1 pack of instant noodles. Leah was unhappy. There are 2 of us at home, why only 1 pack? It should be 2. She immediately snatched her instant noodles back. Not satisfied? Then get lost. Go find your own food. Having something to eat is good enough. Why complain? At this point, no one dared to say anything. Old lady Luo, holding a bunch of food, was proud and domineering. Exactly. Anyone who disobeys gets nothing to eat. Li Jun said, remember, the food you eat is distributed by me. From now on, you must listen to me.
Do what I tell you.
Not willing?
Fine.
Don't ask me for anything to eat. I don't spoil you. Everyone listened, angry but afraid to speak out. They divided some food, but there wasn't much left. Li Jun called out, Gao Gongqiang. Gao quickly walked over. Seeing him, Li Jun forced a fake smile and casually took 2 packs of instant noodles and a bag of chips. Brother Chong, you came at the right time. This is for your family of 3. Gao looked at the meager food and at Grandma Luo holding a child. He already knew Li Jun had taken his food to threaten and bribe people, to gain control and build his authority. But he had no way to fight back and no strength to do so. He softened his voice and said, Li Jun, since I contributed supplies, please return the baby's milk powder to me. Li Jun's smile froze on his face. He coldly said, Brother Chong, the food distribution is based on quotas. No one can break the rules. You want milk powder? That's impossible. Gao, despite being the owner of a chain supermarket, couldn't help but show some temper. He pointed at Grandma Luo and said, Rules? If there are rules, how come she took so much? These foods were taken from my home. I just want the milk powder for my child. Is that too much?
Li Jun's face darkened instantly.
He threw the food into Zhang Xiaomei's arms and shouted at Gao, not satisfied? If you're not happy with this food, don't even think about taking more. Whether I took it or not, can you really keep those supplies safe? Without me, others will take it too. At least I am a good person, willing to share supplies with you. Say one more word, and no one else will get food from me. Gao's voice was full of anger and despair. How can you be like this? These supplies are mine, and I have every right to take them back. My child is starving and has nothing to eat. He will die of hunger. Isn't it supposed to be about helping each other and getting through tough times together? Some honest people, lowering their heads, dared not respond or look at him and quickly left. But others, lacking conscience, argued on the spot. Only your family has old people and children? Every family has old people and children. We said follow the rules, follow the rules. If you want milk powder, who's to blame? It's your fault. Don't pretend to be generous. We didn't force you to take these supplies. Would you have taken them willingly? Talking about being selfless. We see through that. Old Lady Luo swaggered over to Gao Gongqiang and spat in his face. Spit. We fought outside your door, and you didn't even care. You're really something else. If Captain Li hadn't helped me, an old woman like me wouldn't have gotten so much food. Old Lady Luo was very proud, like a hen that had just won a grain of rice. Gao Gongqiang trembled all over. Under everyone's cold stares, he lowered his head, humiliated and heavy-hearted, and knelt before Li Jun. Li Jun, even if I have to beg you, please return. No, share the baby formula with me. I will never forget your great kindness. Li Jun sneered and signaled someone to take away the table with supplies, not even glancing at Li Jun. Others who received supplies gradually left. At this moment, the phone rang. Everyone cheered and hurried home to enjoy the air conditioning. The neighborhood was brightly lit, but Gao Gongqiang's heart grew colder and more hopeless. He knelt in the shadows, with the lights ahead of him, but they seemed so far away, just like his current situation. His chubby face twisted into a bad smile, and he let out an unpleasant laugh from his throat. After a couple of laughs, he fell silent. He dragged himself up and slowly moved toward home, unsure how to face his loved ones. It's all my fault, I caused this. I'm so cursed. He stood at the door, but didn't dare go inside. Regret, guilt, and despair almost overwhelmed him. Suddenly, he found a bag of rice and 4 cans of milk powder at his feet. He looked up sharply and saw Old Feng standing in front of him. Thank you. Thank you. Old Feng looked at him coldly. You thanked the wrong person. These foods were sent by Madame Qin. She knew you'd end up like this. Gao Gongqiang was shaken and said regretfully, yes, she warned me long ago, but I didn't listen. Old Feng pointed out mercilessly, even if you listened, it wouldn't help. You don't have the strength to keep these supplies. Gao Gongqiang forced a smile. Yes. I don't have the strength to keep them. Old Feng looked at him and secretly admired Zhou Chuchu. She had warned him perfectly, matching his situation exactly. He truly couldn't understand how such a young girl could have such sharp eyes and see through people's true nature. All right, those supplies are gone now. Just let it go and focus on living well in the future. Even if not for yourself, think more about your family. Old Feng turned and walked away. Gao Gongqiang carried the supplies, quickly returning home before anyone noticed. From now on, He would never be so foolish again. Late at night, in a special room inside the security building, it was filled with plenty of daily supplies. Food, drinks, and daily necessities, everything you could need. Li Jun was checking the inventory with his team. 500 bags of rice, 500 bags of flour, 600 boxes of instant noodles, 400 boxes of noodles, 1,800 pieces of cured meat and fish, 5,000 packs of vacuum-sealed duck wings, and duck necks. Boss, Gao Gongqiang's food supplies are really impressive. We could eat for many years with this. Li Jun said. He owns a chain supermarket. He knows what supplies are best for situations like this. But without enough strength, he can't protect these supplies. A group of security guards nodded quickly. You're right, Brother Li is wise and capable. Without you, we wouldn't have so many supplies. It's all thanks to Brother Li. If it were someone else, we wouldn't get such benefits.
Exactly.
If old Feng, if he didn't try to stop us, that would be good enough. Li Jun then smiled and made a big promise. Brothers, follow me, and there will be even greater benefits in the future. Come on, let's go. Grab some duck wings, duck necks, and marinated eggs. We're going to drink. Someone immediately went to get the food, smiling happily. Oh, just thinking about how those rich, high-up people are now starving at home, while we're here eating meat and drinking, makes me happy. Another person asked, Brother Li, do we really have to share these supplies with those people? Li Jun's face darkened as he said, Are my supplies so easy to take? The more they get, the more they'll spit out in return, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Tomorrow you all go to those who took the supplies and collect money, jewelry, diamonds, and emeralds. From now on, they'll have to exchange these things for food. Some security guards, with bad intentions, chimed in, What if they don't have money to exchange? Li Jun immediately understood what they meant. Then we'll see if they're willing to part with their people. Those wealthy ladies and young misses are quite pretty. Everyone burst into laughter. Brother Li is lucky with women. Isn't Zhang Xiaomei the one who asked you out? Thinking of Zhang Xiaomei, Li Jun's heart also warmed. He took 2 packs of duck necks and headed out. He locked the door with a big lock, then nervously warned and subtly threatened his brothers, Eat and drink first, I'll be back soon. If I find out anyone steals supplies, don't blame me for not remembering our brotherhood. The security guards all agreed quickly, looking enviously as he left, sitting around sourly eating meat, drinking, smoking, and telling dirty jokes. Unnoticed, a green branch reached into the storage room, turned around once, then pulled back. 10 seconds later, the fully stocked storage room was completely empty. Not even a boiled egg was left. Hee. When Li Jun finds out all the supplies are gone, he'll go crazy, right? Zhou Chuchu grinned mischievously, very proud of her work. Yes, Qin Ziyuan replied confidently, It's just that I didn't use my talents enough. But since Chu Chu asked me afterward, it's not too much. Zhou Chuchu's face turned red. What asking afterward was she talking about? It sounded like she was forcing him to do something. She just didn't want Li Jun to get the benefits, that's all. She planned to return the supplies to Gao Gongqiang and others once they could protect themselves. Qin Ziyuan's deep eyes looked at his wife. She probably didn't realize how young and fresh she looked now, and the blush on her cheeks was so pretty. It made him feel playful. Well, Chu Chu, if you want later, you can ask afterward anytime. No matter if it's small theft or big theft, it's no problem. Zhou Chuchu's face grew even hotter. Help! What's wrong with this husband? Why is he so teasing? It's so embarrassing. He's not an iceberg, he's a volcano. She wrapped herself tighter in her small blanket. Brother, enough, I can't handle this. Besides, what decent person does isn't theft, it's to protect the people, to promote justice. Qin Ziyuan chuckled softly, leaning beside Zhou Chuchu, wrapping his arm around her. It's late, go to sleep. Zhou Chuchu was dazzled, closed her eyes, tilted her head, and fell asleep instantly. Qin Ziyuan chuckled, holding his unlucky wife, and closed his eyes too. Zhang Xiaomei's villa. Zhang Xiaomei looked at Li Jun with a hint of disdain in her eyes. This Li Jun, young but not capable. Such a disappointment. But she was used to comforting men, resting her head on his chest, speaking sincerely and warmly. Brotherly, you're so impressive. I've never met a man as capable as you. Li Jun, encouraged by Zhang Xiaomei's praise, seemed to feel on top of the world, proud and very pleased. Brotherly, from now on, you can stay here with me. My mom and I are just two weak women. Without a man to watch over us, I worry we might be bullied. Li Jun looked at the luxurious, spacious villa. Of course, he wanted to live there, but thinking about the supplies in the security building, he stayed clear-headed. No, I can't live here. I need to keep a close eye on those supplies. Zhang Xiaomei only said that casually. She didn't really want him to move in. Seeing the food, she drooled. In the past few days, she and her mother had been so hungry they even wanted to chew on their clothes. The burning pain in their stomachs from hunger was something she never wanted to experience again. Brotherly, I have nothing to eat here. I am already your woman. Please help us.
Li Jun lazily glanced at Zhang Xiaomei.
Women like her, he used to think he couldn't reach, but just one night with her, and he would wake up smiling in his dreams. But now, with the supplies he controlled, what woman could sleep in that villa? That new widow, Kong Banshu, was much more beautiful than her. He wouldn't just sleep with Zhang Xiaomei once, and then drain her and her mother. But he couldn't break things off immediately. He wanted to wait until he got bored. Zhang Xiaomei didn't realize that the man she was clinging to was already thinking of other women, still sweet-talking. Brotherly, now you're the boss of the whole villa area. When will you move that woman surnamed Zhou into her house, so I can live there? Her family has a backup generator. When there's a power outage, they still have electricity. If I could move into that house, I'd cook meat for you every day.
She was really jealous of that house.
Before, her family had renovated their house extensively, and everyone said they had lots of money. Now, with water and power cut off, her house's advantages became obvious. Li Jun sneered inwardly. She still wanted to live in the Qin family's house. Who in the neighborhood didn't want to live there? He did too. But they had already planned for Old Feng to guard the door. To move in, they first had to get rid of Old Feng, who was blocking their way. Zhou Chuchu isn't an easy woman to deal with. She openly told Old Feng in the group chat that he could stay in the villa. Why didn't she private message him? Zhang Xiaomei was caught off guard and looked confused and foolish.
Why?
Li Jun looked at her naive expression and despised her even more. I'll tell you why. She's just doing it to show us. When she wants us to make a move on her, she's testing whether we dare to oppose Old Feng. Zhang Xiaomei didn't realize how formidable Old Feng was and was a bit shocked when she heard about him. But brotherly, that old security guard, what can he really do? Li Jun didn't want to hear her nonsense. If Old Feng had no skills, why would someone pay him more than us to work? Next time, think a bit more before planning schemes. He pushed Zhang Xiaomei aside and put on his clothes. All right, I'm leaving now. Since you've become my woman, I will take care of you. Wait for me to come over tomorrow. He was worried about the supplies. When he opened the door, Grandma Luo was eavesdropping outside. Seeing him come out, Grandma Luo immediately called out, "Son-in-law, my good son-in-law, where are you going? Don't forget to bring me some meat tomorrow." Li Jun felt a wave of disgust, pushed past Grandma Luo, and left the cozy place. He had a bad feeling earlier, worried that something might happen to the supplies inside. Back at the security building, a group of security guards were still drinking and nibbling on duck necks. The duck necks were almost picked clean, just the bones left, as they chewed and enjoyed the flavor. Seeing him return, they all looked at him with envy. Brotherly, you're back? How does that woman, Zhang Xiaomei, feel? Brotherly, if you're having fun, why not share some with us too? Li Jun ignored them. He looked at the storage room, which was locked tight and showed no signs of being opened, and he felt relieved. He then promised the guards, brothers, as long as I have food, so do you. Zhang Xiaomei is just one woman. If any brother wants her, go ahead. And I doubt she'd dare fight back. Everyone chuckled and made strange jokes. Li Jun unlocked the door and pushed it open. I still have some pig's feet. Let's keep eating, brotherly. Brotherly, in the room. The guards shouted in shock, pointing at the room. Li Jun frowned. Calm down. What are you yelling about? He looked toward the room. Seeing the room was empty, Li Jun felt like he'd been struck by lightning. His mind went blank. Where's the supplies? I had so much in that big room. He yelled, eyes red, rushing inside quickly. He rubbed his eyes several times, but everything was gone. All the supplies were missing. He turned around sharply, glaring at the guards with a fierce look. Did you dare touch my supplies? The others were even more confused than him. Brotherly, it's not fair. You didn't lock the door properly. Only you have the key. We didn't get inside at all. With so many supplies, most of the neighborhood's people spent nearly 2 hours moving everything. How could we have moved them in such a short time? This sentence seemed to imply something about Li Jun, but he didn't care about that now. He first ran to the window. There were no signs of anyone climbing in, and the ground was empty. Then he quickly searched the entire building, but there was no sign of supplies anywhere. He was both shocked and angry. Without those supplies, who would listen to him in the future? His plans couldn't continue without them. Who did this? Who took my supplies? A security guard reminded the furious Li Jun, brotherly, maybe we should check the cameras?
Li Jun suddenly realized, yes.
Check the cameras. Check the footage. The security cameras were installed in the building. He was worried that someone might steal the supplies, so they installed cameras both inside and outside the supply room. It would be clear who took the supplies if they checked the footage. Everyone quickly pulled up the surveillance to see. In the footage, security guards were eating, drinking, and chatting. Everyone was there. Only 2 people left briefly to use the bathroom, but returned quickly. Inside the room, the scene was almost still, with only the clock ticking. Suddenly, a small opening appeared in the window. A green leaf and 2 golden flowers poked inside. In the next second, the footage froze like snow. Less than a second later, the snow cleared, and the room was empty. Watching the footage, Li Jun and the others broke out in cold sweat under the blazing heat. They looked at each other, feeling a strange chill run up their spines. Brotherly, could this be that thing again? Everyone's face turned pale. Recently, many people in the neighborhood had died, and they dared not go out alone at night. Thinking about how they were beaten by an unknown force yesterday, some still had injuries. If Dr. Zhao hadn't treated them, they might have gotten infected. Brotherly, I think this is really strange. Do you remember Yu Haoli? She seemed to be able to control those flies, and she killed several people in the neighborhood. Then they disappeared, and so did the flies. Mentioning Yu Haoli, everyone gasped in shock. Her impact was too strong. She was almost decayed, but still able to walk, making them think of some mysterious and eerie things. Li Jun's face looked worse. Shut up. Why does it want our supplies? If it's really that thing, all of you will die. All the security guards looked at each other in confusion. Brotherly, who do you think it is? Li Jun's mind raced quickly. The supplies disappeared without reason. The residents won't let me go easily. I need to shift the blame fast and clear myself of responsibility. He pointed to the branches of the honeysuckle. Look, isn't this honeysuckle? The camera was high definition, and only a single flower head was visible, but it was still very clear. But what does one honeysuckle matter? It's harmless, and you can pick the flowers to brew tea and reduce heat. Everyone looked puzzled. Where outside the wall do we have honeysuckle? Don't you think it looks familiar? Some security guards were confused. Isn't honeysuckle usually like this? Li Jun straightforwardly said, there's a honeysuckle on Qin's iron fence. Some people started to get the hint, but some still didn't understand. Her family has honeysuckle, but what does that prove? Many families grow honeysuckle. Li Jun's face darkened as he said, think about it. We moved supplies from Gaogangqiang, but those supplies disappeared here. How would the residents see us? Everyone thought for a moment and shivered. It's not about whose family has honeysuckle, it's about shifting the blame. Qin's family stored a lot of supplies, and they have electricity. The supplies are fine, not damaged. How much jealousy does that cause? I say the supplies were taken by her family. Everyone believes they were taken by her family. That means they took them. They can't deny it. Do you understand? The security guards nodded, praising Li Jun's clever plan. Does the truth matter? Not really. All they need is a reason to ask Zhou Chuchu for supplies. As long as everyone believes Qin's family took the supplies, no one can stand against the crowd's words. Even if Zhou Chuchu is eloquent and has 8 mouths, she can't explain it all. The guards all admired Li Jun's wisdom, except for a young security guard, only 18, who stayed apart and kept his distance. Late at night, after everyone else had fallen asleep, he quietly slipped out. He gently knocked on Lao Feng's window. Uncle Feng, Li Jun, and the others are planning to. Lao Feng looked at the young, innocent face outside the window and said, "Xiao Dai, don't go back. Stay here with Uncle." The young guard named Xiao Dai said, "No, Uncle, I need to go back. If anything happens with Li Jun, I can tell you in time. That Li Jun is not a good person. I'm worried you'll get hurt." Old Feng was moved. "Xiao Dai, you don't need to do this." The young security guard looked at Old Feng with admiration. "Uncle Feng, even though I call you uncle, I see you as a father. I lost my parents when I was young and had no one to raise me. If it weren't for your support, I might have starved to death. Unfortunately, I'm not good at studying and have disappointed your hopes." Old Feng's heart trembled. He was about to say something, but the young guard had already run away. Old Feng immediately sent this information as a message to Zhou Chuchu. However, the next morning, after a good sleep, Zhou Chuchu had already understood all their plans through her plant connection. Honestly, this is the closest Li Jun has come to the truth. It's also time for the children to learn lessons that can't be found in books. Zhou Chuchu's face looked a bit grim. If she could, she would never want her children to see the dark side of human nature. But is that possible? Rather than building a huge dam and trying to prevent everything, it's better to teach them how to face challenges head-on. As a mother, she had no choice but to do so. She told Qin Ziyuan about this, and he nodded in agreement. "Sigh, just thinking about the children facing these things makes me sad." Her mother couldn't bear it. Qin Ziyuan held her small hand, squeezed it gently, and comforted her. "Don't worry. My children are not so fragile. They might be stronger than you, and I think." On the 6th day of the apocalypse, the online talk of the end of the world was everywhere. Everyone agreed that the day when the sky showed rainbow-colored light and the temperature suddenly rose to 58 degrees Celsius was called the first day of the end. People who survived no longer hoped for the end to pass but focused on how to live. Across the country, riots erupted one after another, only to be suppressed later. But eventually, the authorities couldn't control everything. Various groups began to rise openly and secretly. This momentum quickly spread to Haishir City. In the afternoon, the water supply in the community was cut off for less than half an hour. Some homes experienced pipe bursts and had no water at all. In the community, more and more people died from the heat and hunger. Due to water and food shortages, people's minds became increasingly unbalanced. There were many cases of theft and looting. Some people didn't die from the heat or hunger, but from fighting over supplies. The situation was getting worse and worse. Zhou Chuchu's home is well-stocked, cool, safe, and filled with lush vegetables, making it a target for many. Even during the day, some people linger nearby with bad intentions. Today is the 9th group of people wandering outside our door. What do they want? Grandma Lu Jilin places a large bowl of stewed pork hock with beans on the table, worry visible on her face as she glances out the window. The iron fence around the house blocks her view, but the surveillance cameras show the outside scene very clearly, including faces twisted with jealousy. Even through the video, the intense malice is felt. Qin Zhuangming speaks in a deep voice. What else can they want? Our house has become their target. If we didn't have this iron fence and a secure house, they might have broken in already. Lu Jilin opens her mouth, then goes to the kitchen, bringing out spicy shredded pork, pumpkin sticky rice balls, and green vegetable fish soup. She turns her worries into delicious food, hoping these meals will give her family enough strength. Zhou Chuchu takes a bite of the spicy shredded pork, and a surge of energy flows from her stomach to her limbs, slightly improving her physical strength and abilities. She is sure now that her grandma has awakened a special power. And this power is related to cooking. But she can't yet tell what exactly it is, or its level. Mom, are those uncles, aunts, and older men trying to take our home? Qin Yueshi nervously clutches Zhou Chuchu's clothes, feeling uneasy. The little girl doesn't understand why these people look at their home with such scary eyes. The tabby dog, Xiao Hu, with its unusual eyes, looks worriedly at the girl, sensing her unease. It glances at the video with a cold stare. Anyone who dares to invade this home or make the little master sad will face its fierce protection. The plants in the house also gather around, recognizing Zhou Chuchu as their owner and loving the two little children very much. Little sister, don't worry. Mom and Dad will protect you, and Big Brother will too. Those bad people trying to take our home won't succeed easily. Whoever dares to come will be driven away. Before Zhou Chuchu can reply, Qin Zaheo comforts his sister. Though only 4 years old and a little nervous, he sees himself as a brave boy and takes on the responsibility to soothe and care for his sister. Because he believes he is as strong and brave as Dad, a true man. Lu Jilin and Qin Zhuangming exchanged glances, their eyes showing relief and pride. I haven't even had a grandson who understands things yet. Come on, everyone, sit at the table and eat. No matter what happens, first fill your stomach. If anyone dares to steal from our family, only then will we have the strength to fight back. Chi-Chi's small face showed a firm determination as well.
Yes.
Chi-Chi is not afraid anymore, Mom. Brother is right. Whoever tries to take from our family, I will fight them. Chi-Chi wants to protect Dad, Mom, Grandpa, Grandma, and Brother. She clenched her tiny fist, but suddenly remembered she was just a little kid, frowned, and changed her words. Chi-Chi is still small, not tall, and not very strong, but little tiger, little red, little green, little blue, spotted, and little feather. They will protect our family. Zhou Chuchu was deeply moved, looking at the two children, her heart swelling with mixed feelings. So young, yet they already think about protecting themselves and their family. Her husband was right. The children were stronger than she had imagined. She hugged the two children, kissed each of them, and her heart filled with warmth. That warmth kept driving away the cold hardness inside her. She was once again grateful to heaven for giving her a second chance, for letting her be a mother who had failed before to start over. This time, no matter what, even if she had to oppose the world, she would never let her children be harmed. Qin Ziyuan came out of the study, wrapping his long arm around her and the children. Don't worry.
Plume.
He said this, not just as a promise for now. The love between husband and wife and the unlocking of 1,000 knots of the heart have increased your abilities and skills by 145 times. At this moment, the notification seemed a bit unnecessary. The family finished dinner. Zhou Chuchu's phone started ringing wildly. Messages flooded in from the group. Li Jun officially began his scheme against her family. Security Captain Li Jun at everyone, I have something infuriating to tell you. Our community's life-saving supplies have been stolen. Video, pictures. A stitched video and several edited photos were posted. Li Jun then began falsely accusing Qin Ziyuan and Zhou Chuchu. The ones stealing our vital supplies are the Qin family from Villa Building 1. At Zhou Chuchu, do you dare to do this and not come out to admit it? Almost instantly, someone echoed Li Jun's words. Owner Shindan Hong of the 10,000 square foot luxury villa in Building 2, I knew the Qin family was no good. Look, they even stole our life-saving supplies. Building 56, Unit 8, Zhang Xiaomei at Zhou Chuchu. As women, I am kind and noble, but you are selfish and mean. Return the supplies. Villa Area Group Leader Qinglan. Everyone stop talking to her. If she doesn't return the supplies, we'll go to her house and take them back. At Zhou Chuchu, you are utterly heartless. These supplies are our lifeline. You stole them. At Zhou Chuchu, hand over all the supplies and compensate for the loss. At Zhou Chuchu, give us the supplies or we'll come to your house. Li Jun's provocation was easier than expected. Some people almost didn't hesitate and followed his plan. They were even more eager than him. They had long wanted to attack Zhou Chuchu's family, but lacked a good reason. Li Jun just gave them that reason. The Qin family supplies must be more than Gao Gongqiang's family's. A villa with power all day, running the air conditioning. How comfortable that must be. Some people, initially hesitant, saw others blaming Zhou Chuchu and followed the crowd to criticize her. Only a small group stayed hidden, neither supporting nor defending Zhou Chuchu, afraid of getting involved. A few people stepped forward to defend her with reason. The second half is clearly edited, and the pictures you posted are photoshopped. There are many mistakes. I'll point out two things. First, when you see supplies from the Gao family, 50 people in the community moved everything in 2 hours. The Qin family had only 6 people, so it would take at least 16 hours to move everything. Second, with 18 security guards watching the supplies, how could the Qin family easily carry them away? You are clearly trying to slander and frame others. Dr. Zhao Baoxing at everyone, please stay calm. Don't be misled. Breaking into someone's house is illegal. Anyone going to the Qin family will be refused treatment. Fireproof Gao Gongqiang at Lijun, you lost the supplies you stole from my house. Afraid of angering the residents, you blame the Qin family. Nice plan. If you want to attack the Qin family, first kill me. Security guard Old Feng. I am guarding the Qin family. Anyone who comes, don't blame me for being rude. Kong Banshu and others exposed Li Jun's true intentions, clearly supporting Zhou Chuchu. The group chat suddenly fell silent. Among the four, Kong Banshu and Gao Gongqiang didn't care about them, but Zhao Baoxing and Old Feng had to pay attention. Master Zhao Baoxing is highly skilled in medicine, and Old Feng is very capable. No one wants to offend either of them. Li Jun knows it's time to make a statement. Security Captain Li Jun at everyone. The supplies were taken by the Qin family. The jasmine flowers shown in the video are proof. There is also a jasmine plant on the Qin family's wall. Only they could have it. I will lead all security personnel to their house to retrieve the supplies. If they refuse to cooperate, we won't rule out using force. Once we open their door and check, it will be clear whether they took the supplies. He plans to force his way into Zhou Chuchu's house. He bets someone in the community has wanted to do the same for a while. With enough people, they will be seen as justified. Who cares if the supplies really belong to the Qin family? If they say so, then it is so. As I said before, they just need a reason, an excuse to act. Sure enough, many agree. Shun Danhong, owner of the luxury mansion at No. 2. It's about time we did this. No more nonsense with them. Zhang Xiaomei from Building 56, Number 8. Brotherly, I support you. They don't deserve so many supplies. Cheng Luan, leader of the Villa District Group purchase. I have carts here, making it easier for everyone to carry out the supplies. We must take back what's ours. At Zhou Chuchu, if you have a clear conscience, just open the door so we can check. At Zhou Chuchu, why did you build such tall steel fences? To hide stolen supplies? At Zhou Chuchu, you probably knew the end of the world was coming but didn't tell us. Your family is truly selfish. One accusation after another, each more outrageous than the last, just to justify robbing Zhou Chuchu's home. Zhou Chuchu looked at the chaos on her phone and sneered coldly, then spat out 6 words. At everyone, my house. Trespassers will die. She wasn't going to waste words or argue. She wanted to make it clear what the consequences would be if they forced their way in. If they still insisted on breaking into her house, she wouldn't hold back. However, her warning was ignored as mere bravado. No one paid attention. That night, as the temperature dropped slightly, Li Jun set out with 17 security guards, all armed. Among these guards, the young security guard called Xiao Dai was missing. Li Jun and his team wore bomb-proof suits, helmets, carried foldable ladders, insulated pliers, soft ladders, ropes, hammers. They also brought 2 wall-breaking machines and 2 cutting machines from the underground parking lot. Soon, others excitedly followed behind Li Jun and his team, heading toward Zhou Chuchu's house. As soon as they arrived at Zhou Chuchu's house, Old Feng, Zhao Baoxing, and Kong Bangshu, holding the children, were stopped by Gao Qiangqiang and a few others who rushed out to block them. By this time, Li Jun and others wouldn't give up, Almost simultaneously, they charged at the 4 adults and a baby. Old Foam quickly fought with several security guards. He was strong and capable, fighting 1 against 6 without issue. However, these security guards were trained elites, well-equipped, and did not truly fight him but only kept him busy to trap him. Dr. Xiao was immediately overpowered by 2 security guards who held his arms behind his back and forced him to the ground. As a doctor, he was no match for the guards. Gao Qiangqiang suddenly showed great bravery, managing to hold back 1 guard on his own. Just as he was feeling proud, another guard struck him on the back of his head with a stick, knocking him out. Kong Bangshu, though determined, was just a woman holding a child and no match for these people. She was held tightly by Grandma Luo, who tried to choke the child's neck. Kong Bangshu struggled against Grandma Luo. Meanwhile, others quickly rushed toward Zhou Chuchu's house, set up ladders, climbed up, cut the power grid with pliers, lowered soft ladders, and used hammers to break the doors and windows. Zhou Chuchu turned on the lights, looked at these crazed people, more ferocious than zombies, and her eyes turned cold, icy, and sharp. Mom and Dad, take the children back to the room first. The children had already seen the evil of human nature, and what followed was too terrible to witness. At least, not now. Although worried, her parents-in-law trusted their son and daughter-in-law. They held the 2 children and went into the room. Seeing today's scene, they realized the door must not be opened. In the end of the world, people could do anything. Zhou Chuchu and Qin Ziyuan stood inside, coldly watching the intruders climbing over the wall and the people operating wall-cutting machines and saws trying to break open the steel fence. Their hands gathered frost. Li Jun led the charge, rushing inside and seeing the homeowners, Zhou Chuchu and Qin Ziyuan. He froze for a moment. Ordinary people would have panicked at the scene. But through 3 layers of steel glass, the 2 remained completely unfazed, looking like they were watching a group of ridiculous clowns. Li Jun's heart clenched as he realized something was wrong. Brotherly, they're inside. Should we break in or not? A group of people swung hammers, staring at the brightly lit safe house. Zhou Chuchu and Qin Ziyuan, dressed in casual clothes, looked fresh and unafraid, making others jealous and angry.
Li Yun's face darkened.
The situation had gone too far. There was no turning back. Break it. Smash it hard for me. He took the heavy iron hammer from the security guard behind him and suddenly struck the glass.
Bang!
The glass didn't move at all. Is it that tough? He swung the hammer again and again, trying to break it. Other security guards also started smashing the windows and doors of Zhou Chuchu's house, making dull thuds. Some homeowners climbed in through soft ladders and also used hammers to smash. Those without hammers carried stones and bricks to break in. But after a while of pounding, they were exhausted and out of breath, yet the house remained untouched. There were only faint scratches that quickly disappeared. They were stunned. Brotherly, we can't break it. It's too strong, really too strong. Despite all their effort, inside the house, Zhou Chuchu couldn't make a sound. The house's shockproof and soundproof features were perfect. A top-security house built with $1 billion could withstand a nuclear blast. How could they be afraid of just hitting it with hammers? If they could break it open, he would have smashed the builders' heads back then. They couldn't break through from inside, and outside, they faced obstacles too. The steel fence was so sturdy that 2 bulldozers couldn't push it down. Use a cutting machine to cut the fence. On the large cutting machine, alloy steel blades spun rapidly, slicing through the fence with sparks flying. Suddenly, the blade overheated and flew off the machine. Someone couldn't dodge in time and was instantly cut in half. Seeing this, some people were frightened, regained their senses, and withdrew from attacking Zhou Chuchu's house, quietly leaving. But more people, with bloodshot eyes, desperately pressed on, trying to find a way in. Brotherly, we can't break her house. What should we do? A group of people, sweating and trembling with bloodied hands, worked hard but made no progress. Li Jun was also confused. He looked at Zhou Chuchu's house and noticed that the walls had been thickened by at least half a meter, and this extra half meter was made entirely of shimmering steel structures. How could they break through that? They couldn't break it even if they tried to kill her. But this made him even more eager to get her house. Such a house could protect him from any disaster. He had to get this house. I don't believe her house is just a solid piece of metal. I'll climb to the roof, lift the roof, and enter from above. Lee Jun thought this was a good idea, but unfortunately, the professionals who built the security house had already considered this. The roof was twice as thick as the walls and couldn't be moved. Enough. Zhou Chuchu shouted coldly. The house revealed shooting holes, and she used her special powers to activate her abilities. The SS-level water ability can not only control water, but also change its structure. Ice flowers flew out from the bullet holes, making the house seem like a source of extreme cold. Although it was very hot outside, suddenly it turned freezing cold. Snowflakes fell and floated in the air and onto the ground. The attackers at Zhou Chuchu's house froze in surprise, unsure where the snowflakes came from. Then they shivered as their bodies rapidly cooled. Lee Jun watched helplessly as the closest security guard was instantly turned into an ice sculpture, still showing a surprised expression on his face. This unnatural power completely frightened him. His greed froze instantly, and fear spread from his heart throughout his body. He pointed at Zhou Chuchu and shouted, "You're not human." He turned and ran away, but his feet seemed frozen in place without him realizing. Ice spread from his feet all the way up his body, turning him into a terrified-looking ice sculpture in a running pose. As his eyes froze, he saw the attackers one by one being turned into ice. Outside, it was scorching hot, but inside was like a different world, completely cut off from the outside. Beyond the fence, bulldozers, cutting machines, and people swinging hammers were all frozen solid. The people fighting Old Feng saw this scene and were so scared they lost their minds, running away immediately. Old Lady Luo, who was pulling at Kong Banshu's clothes to take her child, screamed, "Oh my gosh," and ran off.
Mom.
"Save me." Zhang Xiaomei, holding onto the iron bars, which had frozen over, called for help. Old Lady Luo heard her, but kept running without looking back. Zhang Xiaomei was frozen into an ice sculpture in her despair and anger. Two security guards holding Zhao Baoxing were also frozen by the snowflakes. The security guards fighting Gao Gongqiang were turned into ice sculptures by the spreading frost, but Gao Gongqiang was unharmed. Zhao Baoxing, Kong Banshu, and Old Feng were fine, and even felt cool, easing the extreme heat. From Zhou Chuchu activating her powers to these people turning into ice sculptures, the whole process took less than a minute. Qin Ziyuan waved his hand, and the ice sculptures shattered into tiny fragments after being struck by black lightning.
Boom.
Tree trunks erupted from underground, swirling the black ash and sinking deep into the ground. Old Feng, Kong Banshu, and Zhao Baoxing, who saw everything, were stunned and amazed. Only Gao Gongqiang, still unconscious, remained unaware of what happened. The couple finished their killing and burying, then opened the door.
Bang!
She snapped her fingers, and the icy cold in the garden instantly melted away, replaced by the warmth of spring and blooming flowers. Zhou Chuchu seemed to step out of a bright light, emerging from a shining green glow. Her red high heels clacked on the stone pavement, and she wore a red dress that wrapped around her body. Even without makeup, she radiated beauty. She showed no signs of hardship, no signs of being exhausted by the heat, no sweat or bad smell. Even before the end of the world, she looked healthier than most. Seeing the three people shocked, she smiled. Uncle Feng, Gao Gongqiang, Kong Banshuo, and Zhao Baoxing could stand under great pressure, even risking their lives, to speak up for her. They dared to oppose Li Jun and others, earning her respect. No matter how strong her husband and she are, their power is limited. She needs to gather a group of useful people, making them her shield and spear. She also realized that the rewards from signing in, especially special rewards, are related to changing others' fates. Her husband is the top priority, family is second, and plants with great potential for evolution are key to shaping the future. It was because she received an SS-level water ability from yesterday that she had this idea. She can't walk the lonely path again. In her past life, that path was impossible and ended tragically. Now, she has a loyal group around her. When she can't take care of things, they help her. Can Fong Monru still easily scheme against her or control her?
Thank you all this time, she said.
The four felt ashamed. They hadn't really done anything. Zhao Baoxing, being experienced, recovered quickly after yesterday's shock. If they had known her and her husband's strength, they wouldn't have dared to challenge Li Jun, the clown. Kong Banshua recognized that the person who killed Shi Xingting and drove away Yu Haoli was raised by Zhou Chuchu. Plus, that vial of condensed liquid saved her son's life. Seeing Zhou Chuchu's power, freezing Li Jun and others into ice sculptures, she was deeply impressed. A seed was planted in her heart, quickly taking root and growing strong. Gathering courage, she stepped forward, holding her child, and knelt down. Zhou Chuchu, I want to follow you. Zhou Chuchu looked at her. Currently, Kong Banshuo did not have the impressive presence of the secret leader from her past life, but she was able to quickly see the truth and make the best choice in such a short time. Her calmness and decisiveness were impressive. I have supplies when I need them, strength when I need it. Kong Banshuo, why do you think I need your support? Zhou Chuchu asked. She truly made Kong Banshuo speechless. Kong Banshuo also realized, yes, as a widow with no children, what could she really help with? She calmed down. I don't support idle people or useless ones. Think carefully about what you have that makes me want to use you before you say that again. At this moment, Gao Gongqiang woke up. He saw Zhou Chuchu and Qin Ziyuan, then looked around in confusion. Where are Li Jun and the others? Zhou Chuchu replied, they are dead. I killed them. Gao Gongqiang was stunned again, then burst out laughing. Good, they deserve to die. Well done. Zhou Chuchu, you avenged me. From now on, my life is yours. After experiencing the theft of supplies, Gao Gongqiang's mindset changed greatly. He would no longer be a good person without principles. After saying this, a faint red glow suddenly appeared on his body. His chubby body rapidly burned off fat, and muscles bulged on his arms and thighs. He looked much stronger. Zhou Chuchu was a bit surprised. Gao Gongqiang had awakened a special ability. Those who could awaken abilities early in the apocalypse were not ordinary people. They had great potential for the future. In his past life, he died early and she didn't know he had such potential. Gao Gongqiang also felt his strength surging. Excited, he lifted the 5-ton excavator parked at Zhou Chuchu's door. He was shocked by himself. Wow, I have this much strength? With this power, he could protect his family better. Zhao Baoxing, Kong Banshuo, and Old Feng were surprised again, but with Zhou Chuchu's ability as a foundation, they didn't find Gao Gongqiang's awakening too strange. Although it was amazing, how could it compare to Zhou Chuchu's ability? Zhou Chuchu said, yes, you have awakened an ability. This is an ability. Gao Gongqiang was overjoyed. He believed that his transformation was all because of Zhou Chuchu. He was loyal to her because she saved his life. Now that he had awakened an ability, his loyalty turned into admiration, almost like a follower worshipping her. Zhou Chuchu didn't realize she had accidentally gained Gao Gongqiang's full loyalty. As for Zhao Baoxing, he thought for a moment and said, Zhou Chuchu, can I study the liquid you used to treat Kong Banshu? I want to analyze its ingredients and create a similar liquid. Don't worry, I will give you all the research results. He is a doctor and has no interest in fighting or violence. His only true wish has always been to heal and save people. Zhou Chuchu felt a bit surprised but showed no emotion on her face. In his past life, after Zhao Baoxing dismembered Yu Haoli to avenge his daughter, he left the community with his wife. Later, he went through many hardships and somehow changed completely. He voluntarily joined an underground base filled with villains, where he conducted experiments on human bodies and developed shocking gene medicines. The most notorious of these was the beast origin gene medicine. When taken, it could turn a person into a beast in a short time, greatly increasing their strength. But it was very dangerous. If the antidote was not taken in time, the person would become a monster, neither human nor beast. Because of this medicine, That evil base once rivaled the three major Doomsday bases and even challenged them without losing. However, it was also the reason for its downfall. In the end, Zhao Baoxing destroyed all the antidotes. Those who took the gene medicine turned into beasts forever and could never return to normal. He single-handedly destroyed that base. Finally, he walked into a blazing fire with a so-called angel potion, which was said to have no side effects and could increase a woman's strength and potential by 100 times. The legendary doctor perished in the flames. Because of this, when Zhao Baoxing spoke these words, Zhou Chuchu had no doubt he could succeed. Yes, Zhou Chuchu replied decisively, as she had no reason to refuse. Zhao Baoxing's eyes lit up. He didn't expect Zhou Chuchu to agree so readily. Zhou Chuchu then said straightforwardly, "I can even provide you with research equipment, but I need your loyalty to me." Zhao Baoxing agreed, without hesitation, all right. He observed Zhou Chuchu's way of doing things. Despite her power, she did not kill recklessly. She had principles, kindness, and access to the ginseng essence liquid for his research. He was so happy that he couldn't refuse. Good. You and Gao Gongqiang can move into the villa next to my house. Apart from Shin Donhong's home, most of the nearby villas were empty. 2 villas had not been sold, but 2 people had died from heatstroke and 1 from freezing. Kong Bengshu felt a wave of disappointment. Indeed, what she wanted were capable people like Dr. Zhao and Gao Gongqiang. Zhou Chuchu suddenly said to her, "Kun Banshuo, you should also choose a villa to live in with the children. You can handle the heat, but the children can't. The deeper the trees evolve, the greater their impact on nature. The surrounding environment becomes cooler. Even without air conditioning, it won't be too hot." Hearing this, Banshuo raised her head quickly, tears streaming down her face. Her previous words were all carefully considered, including standing on Zhou Chuchu's side and risking bringing the children to seek a chance for survival. She is meticulous in her thinking, guessing that since Zhou Chuchu easily used that vine to take lives, she must not fear people like Li Jun. Even when she saw Zhou Chuchu use her ice and snow powers, she was only shocked by her strength, making a better choice. But now one sentence from Zhou Chuchu struck her heart and completely won her over. Finally, Zhou Chuchu looked at Old Feng. Uncle Feng. Old Feng was startled. Among the 4, he was the most unable to accept Zhou Chuchu's transformation. Usually, she was a delicate girl, but suddenly she changed dramatically, possessing terrifying power to eliminate enemies with a single hand, transcending the ordinary and making quick, decisive kills. These all made him feel very unfamiliar. It's not surprising. After decades of practicing martial arts, seeing Zhou Chuchu wipe out enemies with a flick of her hand felt like ancient people witnessing an atomic bomb explosion, completely incomprehensible and hard to accept. But Zhou Chuchu's shout brought him back to the familiar her.
"Ah,"
he responded softly. Suddenly, a golden and silver flower vine quickly pulled back, binding a young security guard. The guard was covered in blood by the vine and was so shocked he didn't know how to react until he saw Old Feng. "Uncle Feng," he exclaimed happily, "Uncle Feng, I thought I'd never see you again." Old Feng hurried over. "You."
"Who hurt you?"
"Li Jun. He found out I was reporting to you, tied me up and beat me. He said once they successfully attack the Qin family, they'll kill me. Now that I see you're safe, I feel relieved." "What about the Qin family?"
"Ah."
He saw Zhou Chuchu's brightly lit house, with no sign of being attacked, standing there perfectly fine. Zhou Chuchu and Qin Ziyuan, the heads of the Qin family, were just standing calmly in front of him. "Uncle Feng, let him stay in the villa, so you can also look after him." Zhou Chuchu spoke. She could see that Uncle Feng and the young guard had a very good relationship, more like father and son than just friends. She was also happy to help. This sentence made Lao Feng, a brave man who had been strong for half his life, tear up.
"Ah.
He didn't care what powers Zhou Chuchu was controlling. After all, she was still herself. "Hey, should I live with Uncle Feng?" "Thank you, Madam Qin Zhou." The little security guard was very observant. Calling Zhou Miss and calling her Madam Qin were very different. Sure enough, when he called her that, the man who looked like a dark night king with a powerful presence made his expression soften a little. The 5 people finished talking with Zhou Chuchu and started to move. The fastest was Gao Gongqiang. He was very strong, able to carry his wife and children on his shoulders and easily lift a washing machine, while also holding rice, flour, and milk powder. His father followed behind, holding toiletries. After setting down his wife and children, Gao carried the refrigerator in one hand and the dishwasher in the other, quickly moving everything over. Then he helped Dr. Zhao Baoxing and his family move because he truly trusted Zhou Chuchu. Since Zhou Chuchu wanted to promote Dr. Zhao, he was one of her people. If he didn't help his own people, who would he help? Finally, everyone helped Kong Banshuo move. After her husband and mother-in-law died, Kong Banshuo thought she had no one to rely on and was determined to do everything she could to support her children. Now, she had tasted the feeling of being helped. Living in a cool villa, watching her sleeping children, she looked toward Zhou Chuchu's house with firm resolve. I dedicate all my loyalty to her, much more than selling my body. Since her closest family members died, she finally felt safe for the first time. Zhou Chuchu didn't go inside. She took this chance to feed the trees and vegetables with sugar and water. Her green ability was especially good at helping plants evolve. The plants grew stronger, developing new abilities from their original skills. The water from her ability made them even more vigorous. She also noticed that within 100 meters of her home, plants flourished. Even without feeding them sugar, they grew very lush and started to show some unusual signs. After she upgraded to SS-level water ability, these abnormalities became even more obvious. In such high heat, these plants grew thick and lush. Those that could bloom produced many strange flowers. This also stimulated the evolution and growth of the plant master ability. Is this the effect of my water ability? Even if she was slow to realize, she understood this. And she could feel her water ability from these plants. Among these plants, she saw some old bougainvillea plants. They originally grew in a small courtyard far from her home, full of lush green flowers. Very elegant. She thought they looked nice, so she looked at them a few more times, leaving a deep impression. Unexpectedly, just like honeysuckle, they also came to settle nearby. However, there was no extra space in Zhou Chuchu's garden, so the plants temporarily leaned outside the fence. Inside the fence was their dream. There were also 2 unusual roses, said to be century-old plants, brought back by a homeowner at great cost and planted in the yard. They could bloom large, fan-shaped yellow and blue roses. Zhou Chuchu thought they looked very beautiful, so she looked at them a few more times. She didn't expect they would also come here. Congratulations on successfully signing in. You received the Farm Puzzle 7. Because you changed the fate of Crazy Doctor and Zombie Crusher, your safe house has been fully upgraded. Defense increased by 100 times. Damage resistance increased by 100 times. Safety improved by 100 times. Comfort increased by 100 times. Appearance increased 5-fold. And internal space enlarged 5 times.
Huh?
Did it also change someone else's fate? But wait, she knew who the Crazy Doctor was and who the Zombie Crusher was. Before Zhou Chuchu could think further, her house suddenly emitted a series of bright lights, upgrading and evolving. Originally a top-tier designed villa, it became even more beautiful and grand. The steel parts blended seamlessly with the house, with a 100-fold increase in defense, damage resistance, and safety. It really looked very secure now. Chuchu, my wife, won't you explain? The man, who had been acting as a background figure, looked deeply into her eyes. He was closely watching Zhou Chuchu as she quietly subdued the others. He felt proud but also a bit resentful. His wife hadn't looked at him for 5 minutes and 24 seconds. Was that reasonable? That was very unreasonable. Zhou Chuchu naturally didn't realize that her slightly jealous, love-struck partner was upset. She earnestly explained to him,
It's just that.
My sign in reward, because I changed the fate of Dr. Zhao Baoxing and someone else I don't know, gave me an upgrade for the safe house, with all features increased by 100 times.
Haha.
Zhou Chuchu smiled happily. She was really pleased. This reward felt like a free gift. If changing others' fate can make Zhou Chuchu so happy, what about changing my fate? Zhou Chuchu. No. Does this silly guy also need to be jealous about this? You changed the fate of %Yuan with a careless word. As a reward, your plant affinity increased tenfold, your plant control improved 10 times, your safe house upgraded to a fortress, with defense increased by 1,000 times, damage resistance increased by 1,000 times, safety enhanced by 1,000 times, comfort increased 200 times, aesthetics improved tenfold, and internal space expanded 50 times. The fortress now has an autonomous defense system, an automatic attack system, and can be upgraded with the necessary equipment to enhance its weapon systems. Zhou Chuchu. Wow, this is incredible. Her jealous husband. What exactly has changed? And what is that string of garbled characters? Every time she feels she's quite extraordinary, her husband just keeps pushing the limits even further. Chuchu, how do you feel? Qin Ziyuan, with a face like a mythological figure, shows a slightly proud smile. Seeing his wife's shocked expression makes his smile deepen. It seems funny to see his wife so surprised. Zhou Chuchu looks at him as if he's discovered a new world, but is hiding it well. His faint smile makes her scalp tingle. She feels like Qin Ziyuan has unlocked some strange new trait. How do you expect me to feel? Don't you have any idea yourself? What exactly were you thinking just now? How did you get such a comment about changing your fate? Is fate really so easy to change? Qin Ziyuan hugs his little wife. A sturdy branch of honeysuckle quickly forms a swing. He gently lifts Zhou Chuchu onto his lap, his tall body casting a warm shadow. It's nothing special, just to make Chuchu happy. The future in those visions is too harsh for him, and isn't it the same for Zhou Chuchu? Back then, he was physically disabled. Even if he wanted to please her, he was powerless. That effort to please involved body, mind, and ability, all three, yet he had no strength. Those visions are like a mirror. Every time they appear, his heart fills with rage. They remind him he must never let Zhou Chuchu fall into that situation. Seeing Zhou Chuchu's exhaustion, fear, pain, and struggle in those visions, Qin Ziyuan wants to do better to make her smile always shine on her face. Zhou Chuchu was stunned, her face gradually flushing with red. Oh, no, saying such things really makes people feel embarrassed.
Wait.
When did this guy learn such charming skills? He already has such a face. Teasing people is really unfair. You're quite good at making me happy now. No, it's not just that. It's like a pig wearing one set after another. Zhou Chuchu glares.
Ha.
Qin Ziyuan chuckles, making Zhou Chuchu feel fluttery and nervous. I'm not trying to tease you. It's more like a vow. But he wouldn't say that aloud. He'd feel shy too. Under the night sky, with pink ears. After sitting on the swing for a while, Qin Ziyuan carries Zhou Chuchu home. The automatic door opens just as they arrive, and they meet her surprised in-laws coming out with the kids.
Wo, Sigma, E.
Lu Jilin and Qin Zhuangming, Sigma, A. Zhou Chuchu tries to get down from Qin Ziyuan's arms, but is held tightly.
She's a bit shy.
Lu Jilin and Qin Zhuangming aren't shocked because the couple is happy. They're stunned because their home has changed twice in a short time, each time better than before. Who wouldn't be surprised? They're amazed. This villa already covers 1,000 square meters, with top-quality furnishings inside, like a fortress now. All the furniture, decorations, and art pieces are antiques. Living inside is incredibly comfortable, air quality, temperature, cleanliness, all improved for comfort. It's unbelievable. And it's huge. The first upgrade increased it 5 times to 5,000 square meters, then 50 times more to 25,000 square meters. The two elders are dazzled. Luckily, this is the interior space. The outside doesn't show it. Otherwise, 250 football fields would be exhausting to walk around. The house also has features that allow quick access to different rooms. Manor, what is this place? Zhou Chuchu looks at her surprised in-laws and feels even more embarrassed. She doesn't know what to say. She can't exactly tell them that her family changed their fate and upgraded the house because they wanted to please her, thanks to some system rewards. Zhou Chuchu looks at Qin Ziyuan for help, asking for support. He calmly replies, Chuchu changed. Zhou Chuchu. Oh, no. Qin Ziyuan, do you think I'm some kind of magic fairy? I changed? The elders would believe that? That's impossible. Lu Jilin. It turns out it was Manor who changed. That's okay now. Qin Zhuangming. I always said little man was much stronger than that reckless kid. This family can't do without her. Zhou Chuchu. You two really believe that? Qin Ziyuan. It's fine to praise Chuchu, but there's no need to criticize him, right? Mom, you're so amazing. I really like the big house. From now on, I can play happily with Xiao Hu, Xiao Qiu, Xiao Kai, Xiao Hong, Xiao Ban, Xiao Lu, Xiao Ma Qi, and all the others. Mommy is so awesome. Mommy is a fairy mom. The two little ones are happily excited. They haven't been able to go anywhere these days, which made them really bored. Now, they can play happily at home. Zhou Chuchu's heart moved. She decided to buy a playground and put it inside one of the houses. In the past, the space inside wasn't big enough, and the old peach tree's interior hadn't fully grown, so there was no place for toys. Now, of course, the kids can play to their heart's content. Seeing the indoor playground, the two little kids are overjoyed. Chi-Chi waves her hand, and colorful birds from outside the house, bright birds from the peach branches, red birds, green birds, sparrowhawks from the ancient woods, fly into the house. There are also water lilies, prickly cacti, orchids, lotuses, and a large group of other plants and flowers, all playing happily in the playground. With the kids so excited, they could play for a month or two without getting tired. While the children are happily playing, Zhou Chuchu equips the weapons. She mainly leaves this to Qin Ziyuan. Specialized people do their jobs. It's better than her messing around blindly. Although she used guns in her past life, she only understood about 9 out of 10 aspects of this stuff, completely clueless. The weapon system has been upgraded to SSS level with the best weapon system rating. The upgrade begins. After upgrading, the attack power increases by 500 times, and an automatic enemy defense mode is triggered. The indoor weapon system now interacts with the outdoor alloy steel fence, forming a double defense system. As expected, Qin Ziyuan's skills are impressive once he takes action. After everything is done, Zhou Chuchu takes a refreshing shower, reads picture books to the children, and night falls peacefully. Qin Ziyuan comes in, carries the sleeping children to the next room. Then he cuddles with his wife in a wild and carefree manner. One night passes in the Qin family. But in the same neighborhood, at Chenglan's house, a long night begins, filled with her extreme fear. It's too terrifying, too terrifying. She will kill me. She will kill me. She remembered the scene she saw in front of Zhou Chuchu's house and felt so scared she couldn't control herself.
They're all gone, dead.
Li Jun, Zhang Xiaomei, those security guards, those homeowners. That Zhou Chuchu and her family must have used some method to freeze these people to death. If she hadn't been pushed and fallen, injuring her foot, and gone to rub it, she would have also been one of those frozen to death. How did she do it? Was it liquid nitrogen? No matter what, we can't stay here anymore. We must leave immediately. Cheng Lan hurriedly packed her jewelry and valuables, her fear growing stronger. She was afraid Zhou Chuchu would come back to take revenge and harm her. After all, Zhou Chuchu had already killed so many people. She wouldn't mind killing one more. She is so powerful, with such a terrifying way to freeze people stiff. Why didn't she tell us from the start? If she had told us, would I have tried to steal from her? Of course not. She did it on purpose. Her family has such a nice, spacious house. She even offered us to stay there. Would we have dared to eye her house otherwise? But she deliberately shut the doors and windows tightly, making us think she was scared. The more Chenglan thought about it, the angrier she became. Her emotions were so intense, She couldn't stay calm. She was already so anxious, but at home, everything was silent. Her useless husband sat stiffly in front of a blue-screen computer, completely unaware that she needed help. Not only was he not helping, but he didn't even ask what was wrong. She was furious. She threw her handbag onto the ground hard and shouted at Lin Qing, "Are you dead? Are you even alive? If you're not dead, say something. How did I end up marrying such a useless man? You might as well be dead. All day long, you just stare at that stupid computer watching stocks. Do you even know how much you've lost? I've been doing my best to find ways to make money. Can you be useful at all? I don't expect you to be as good at earning money as Zhou's husband, but at least do something useful. Come here and help me pack. Once we're done, we leave this neighborhood immediately." Maybe she shouted loudly enough, or perhaps her words were harsh enough. The man sitting motionless at the computer suddenly moved. He stiffly stood up from his seat. Seeing him move, Chunlan picked up her bag and continued to pack the valuable items at home. "These gold jewelry must be taken. These vases are also valuable, and this jade Rui scepter too." She kept scolding while packing, insulting Zhou Chu and her husband. She couldn't bear to give up anything or throw anything away. Soon, she packed 2 big bags of things, regardless of whether they could carry them. "We'll go to my sister's house to hide for a while, then find a place to live. That wicked girl, she will definitely ask me for money. Money, money, money. And her useless husband. He has no skills at all, yet he still keeps a mistress outside. Serves them right for having a hard life. Food prices are so high now, I need to find a way to get some food, sell it at a high price, and make some money. Hey, you dead person, can you hurry up? Are your legs broken?" Behind her, a strange, hoarse scream came from the throat. Lin Qing staggered, his legs seemed unable to bend, and he slowly approached Chunlan. Under his messy hair, there was a pair of dull, emotionless gray eyes. His skin was also an abnormal gray, covered with livid marks. He stared fixedly at Chunlan, his dull eyes full of a predatory hunger.
Ha!
He reached out and grabbed Chunlan's waist. Chunlan frowned angrily and slapped his hand away. "At this time, you're still thinking about that. Are you crazy?" Normally, Lin Qing would be happy if she was angry, and she would usually scold him, but deep down, she was happy. Now was a time to run for her life. She was truly angry, but Lin Qing was relentless, grabbing her again. This time, he was stronger, even tearing her skin. "You hurt me." Chunlan was furious and turned around to slap Lin Qing across the face.
Bang!
As soon as she slapped him, she felt something was wrong. It was like hitting rotten flesh that had no elasticity. The sensation was completely different from usual, cold even. At that moment, she saw Lin Qing's expression. It was not human at all. Lin Qing looked at her as if he was staring at a delicious piece of meat. She turned around, and Lin Qing found a better place to grab, her neck. He tightly squeezed her neck, his nails digging into her flesh, blood flowing out. Chunlan was in pain, scared and furious. She desperately hit Lin Qing with her bag filled with jewelry and gold, but he seemed unaffected by the pain. He opened his mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth, and bit down her shoulder. He pulled and tore, ripping off a large piece of flesh.
Ah!
Chunlan screamed, convulsed, and dropped her handbag. She was in terrible pain, tears streaming down her face, begging loudly, "Lin Qing, Lin Qing, calm down. It's me. Don't bite me. I won't hit you or scold you anymore." Ah. Lin Qing seemed not to hear her pleas. She cried loudly, but it was no use. In extreme fear, terror, and pain, her husband tore open her stomach. Huff huff. Swallowing sounds and chewing noises filled the air. Chunlan died. 5 minutes later, she came back to life. But she had become something else. Her body was broken, with half of her internal organs hanging outside her abdomen, a piece of her face missing to reveal bone, and her neck almost bitten off. But she didn't seek revenge on her husband. Instead, She made a wheezing sound from her throat and limped out the door. Now, she felt no anger, jealousy, or resentment, only greed for human flesh. That day, the sun blazed fiercely, heat waves rolled in waves, distorting the view. Everything looked twisted and crooked. Such extreme heat made people afraid to go outside. When will this endless hot weather end? In the Greenfield Villa community, a young man wearing a mask and glasses was complaining. His name was Fong Tai, and he was a programmer. He had worked hard for 10 years, and with his parents' savings, he managed to buy a tiny apartment in this densely populated neighborhood. The 70-square-meter building had 36 floors, with 10 units per floor, packed like a beehive with residents. There were 86 such buildings in Greenfield Villa. Thanks to convenient transportation and proximity to the city center, with complete facilities, the housing prices soared to 50,000 yuan per square meter. Even so, demand was high. A small apartment under 100 square meters cost nearly 5 million yuan, and he still had a mortgage to pay. But with the arrival of the heat and the end of the world, within just a few days, the financial system collapsed. He no longer needed to pay his mortgage. However, this was not something to be happy about. God knows how he had survived these days. All he knew was that the smell of decay in the hallways was getting worse, to the point where masks were necessary. He was well aware that someone had died at home, but no one had dealt with the body. The smell of rotting flesh filled the air. Every day, he heard the thumping sounds of people dropping bodies, and when he looked down, he saw piles of corpses stacked below. Although it was nighttime, some people still collected the bodies and buried them on the spot, but the number of bodies kept increasing daily, and they couldn't bury them all. The building supervisor urged everyone to help with the burial, but only a few responded. He had participated in several burial efforts, but each time he saw the bodies, which had been exposed to the hot sun all day and were rotting beyond recognition. The terrible smell filled his nose and lingered for a long time. Whenever the supervisor called him to help, he would shrink back and refuse to go. No matter how they handled it, the bodies would still be there, and they couldn't finish burying them all. Besides, others refused to go, so why should he go alone? This cursed world, this cursed apocalypse. Compared to this terrifying end-of-the-world scene, he would rather carry his mortgage and stay safe for 100 years. At least then, he could enjoy air conditioning, have food and water, and be with his family. Even if he worried about the future, he knew there was still a way. Now, besides waiting to die, what else could he do? Fong Tai looked out the window in despair. Suddenly, he saw a few figures moving under the blazing sun. He doubted himself at first, but he was sure. There were indeed people moving outside. What's going on? Are they crazy? Remember, outside, the temperature was nearly 60 degrees Celsius. People going out would get sunburned, and the heat could cause heat stroke. Spending more than half an hour outside could be like being cooked. Who would dare go out? But those few figures outside moved slowly, unsteadily, and staggered, and they even looked somewhat relaxed, creating a false impression of calm. Could it be that the temperature has dropped? He opened the window slightly, but the hot wind carried a strong smell of decay, almost making him faint. He quickly closed the window. The temperature hadn't dropped. So, what was going on with those people? Had the authorities developed some kind of heat-resistant gear? Thinking this, he took out his telescope and aimed it in that direction. Before the end of the world, he loved standing by the window, feeling hopeful about the future. But after the disaster, he didn't want to look anymore, afraid of seeing a scene of chaos. Through the telescope, he saw what looked like people, but they weren't people at all. They were broken, torn apart, with exposed organs, rotting bodies. But they were different from quiet, lifeless corpses. They moved their mouths, showing sharp teeth, with bits of flesh hanging from their lips, and their faces were covered in black and red blood. Fong Tai was terrified. As a homebody, he had learned about these things from movies, comics, and novels. Zombies? Is this a joke?
Zombies?
He couldn't help but scream. Zombies in movies, books, and comics are fun to watch, but if such things appeared in real life, it would be terrible, really terrible. But more than discovering zombies, what made him feel worse was that these zombies were targeting the Greenfield villa where he was staying. He gasped and took a few steps back. He quickly shut the doors and windows, moved the fridge, washing machine, table, and chairs to block the door. When he looked again, he saw the zombies had already entered the villa. They passed over the abandoned bodies, then crawled on top of them, exhaling dark gray gas without hesitation. The rotten bodies stopped decaying and crookedly stood up. Suddenly, what started as just a few zombies quickly gathered into a large group, growing more and more. Unless a body was so badly decayed that only bones remained, all others with even a little flesh were awakened by them. They opened their gray, rotting, even maggot-infested eyes and all looked toward the building. Then they staggered and slowly entered the house. Before long, sounds of crashing, banging, and screaming spread inside. Roar, roar, roar. The zombies' inhuman shouts grew louder and closer, layer after layer. Human screams, cries of pain, falling from windows, running more screams, pleas for mercy. Chewing sounds. Crunch, crunch. Ripping and tearing.
Bang.
Outside Feng Tai's house, there was a loud crash. In a suburban area of Haisher City, Yawan lay on her bed, clutching her phone, flipping through it repeatedly. Since last night, the messages she sent to her parents had gone unanswered, and her calls were not picked up. They should be okay, they must be okay. Yawan was very worried about her parents. She had a big fight with her parents over her boyfriend. They told her to focus on her studies and wait to date until after college. They said her boyfriend only used sweet words to deceive young girls and wasn't a good person. She felt her parents were too controlling. She was in college now and had her own independence. Her boyfriend was someone she chose herself. To reject him was to reject her. At her boyfriend's suggestion, she used her saved pocket money to come to the suburbs of Haisher City for fun. But after just a couple of days, the end of the world arrived. They were trapped inside the guest house. The owner of the guest house was an old man who had died yesterday from heat stroke and heat exhaustion caused by the high temperature. She suggested burying the old man, but her boyfriend refused outright. Unable to do anything, she had to endure her disgust and bury him herself. She increasingly thought maybe her parents were right. So she sent a message to her parents, hoping they would come to pick her up, just like before when she caused trouble, and they always helped her like superheroes. Yaowon opened the class chat group. Usually lively, today it was very quiet. She was about to send 2 messages when suddenly a big, bold, blood-red message popped up. Zombies. There are zombies at school. They are biting people. Stay in your dorms, lock all doors and windows, and do not come out.
Zombies?
What a joke. This isn't a story or a movie. How could something like that happen? Yaowon's first reaction was disbelief, but when she tried calling her parents, no one answered. Frustrated, she called again. This time, the call was answered. She almost cried with happiness, overwhelmed by her longing, regret, and fear. Dad, is that you?
Dad, I'm sorry.
I was wrong. I shouldn't have argued with you. I shouldn't have disobeyed you. Creak, huff, huff. Dad, what's wrong? Why are you breathing so heavily? Are you sick? Dad, please forgive me and come pick me up, okay? Huff, huff.
Click.
Laoya, what's happening? It's me, your wife. Her mother's screams came through the phone, and the call suddenly ended. Dad, Mom. What's wrong? What's happening? Yaowon shouted loudly, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. She had a bad feeling inside. Perhaps she would never see her parents again. Why are you crying? Her boyfriend, Sun Fong, walked over looking impatient. Stop crying. Go make dinner.
I'm hungry.
Yaowon looked at him sadly and couldn't help but shout, My parents are dead, and you want me to cook for you? Sun Fong coldly replied, They're dead. So what? People have been dying every day these days. What's so big about your parents' death? Your parents didn't want us to be together. If they're dead, it's their own fault. Go make dinner. Yaowon stared at him in shock. She never expected her usually caring boyfriend to be so cold and heartless. These were her parents. Sun Fong, didn't you say you'd be good to me for a lifetime? Didn't you say you'd take care of me and love me forever? Sun Fong looked at her with disdain, showing his true colors without hiding. I am fishing for you because your family is very rich, and it can save me at least 20 years of effort. Otherwise, it would be funny to like someone as foolish as you. Your parents protected you too well, even giving up delicacies, believing that drinking porridge with me is sweet enough. If it weren't for this apocalypse, I could still trick you, but now your parents are gone, and no one is protecting you. Get lost and go cook. Otherwise, there are many single men here who are eager to experience a woman's touch. Sun Fong said maliciously and wickedly. Yao Wan's face turned pale with fear. She never expected her beloved to be so terrifying and disgusting. Tears fell rapidly as she hated herself for not listening to her parents and trusting Sun Fong's sweet words. I will go cook. I'm going. She ran to the kitchen as if fleeing. As a pampered girl, her parents usually brought her meals to her bed, so she never learned to cook. But she couldn't refuse or ignore it now. At this moment, she missed her parents terribly. Her tears blurred her eyes again. Bang, bang, bang. Outside the guest house, someone was knocking loudly on the door. What are you knocking for? Are you calling spirits? Sun Fong looked through the peephole and recognized the person knocking, an ordinary villager from yesterday night's exchange. 1 bag of rice for one of Yao Wan's favors. You're here already?
So eager?
Come back tonight. Sun Fong didn't open the door. Then, a few villagers came and started pounding even harder, making rough sounds. Sun Fong glanced and shamelessly said, You brought more people? Well, this business isn't impossible, but too many might ruin her. Fine, 1 person per day. The pounding outside grew even louder and started to batter the door. Bang, bang, bang. Sun Fong grew impatient and shouted, What are you in such a hurry for? Will you die if you wait 2 days? Don't break the door. He suddenly pulled the door open. A strong smell of decay hit him, making him step back several paces. He finally saw what was outside, the creatures pounding the door. Dull, rotten eyes, messy hair, half-eaten head revealing rotten brain tissue, a torn-open belly exposing an empty cavity, but somehow they weren't dead yet and lunged at him. As a modern young man, Sun Fong knew exactly what these were. Zombies. He turned and ran. But the zombie who first knocked on the door and agreed on the price suddenly grabbed his leg, opening a mouthful of sharp teeth, biting off half of his foot. It didn't mind the smell and swallowed it directly.
Ah!
He screamed in pain, fell to the ground, clutching his injured foot. The zombies swarmed in, their screams and gnawing sounds filling the air. Yao Wan, who was cooking in the kitchen, heard the noise and ran out. She saw the scene of Sun Fong being attacked by a group of zombies. The zombies, hearing the noise, turned their dull, gray-white eyes toward her. Yao Wan made the smartest decision of her life. She ran to the kitchen, grabbed a lit stick of wood, and waved it at the zombies. The zombies seemed afraid of fire and kept retreating under the threat of the flames. In a normal room in Jimin community, a middle-aged couple in their 40s lived with their son, who had an eating disorder. Their son was healthy and a bit overweight. After experiencing bullying at school, he started dieting and picking at his food. When his parents noticed something was wrong, he couldn't eat anything anymore. Eating would make him physically. They had to stop working and took him to various doctors, but the treatment was only slightly effective. However, since yesterday, things began to change. The boy, who had been vomiting after eating, surprisingly ate 2 large bowls of rice, and even a chicken leg. Even though these foods had become very precious, people in the neighborhood were offering 5,000 yuan for a chicken leg. They didn't hesitate to give him the food. Nothing was more important than their child. But they soon noticed something was wrong. The boy kept eating and eating, his stomach bulging and his body turning pale and blue-veined. His body, like a skeleton, looked abnormally white. The father panicked and snatched his bowl away.
Stop eating.
Don't eat anymore. The mother cried, holding him and trying to comfort him. Let's take it slow. Just a little today, a little more tomorrow. Don't overdo it. The boy seemed to calm down and leaned into his mother's arms. Just as the mother was about to smile, she saw her extremely thin son suddenly open his mouth wide. His tongue, like a hollow straw, suddenly pierced her neck. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The sounds, screams, and shouts immediately filled the room. Scenes like this are happening all over the world. No one knows how this wave of chaos suddenly erupted. It just appeared suddenly, spreading widely and intensively across large areas. The zombie outbreak, which was supposed to happen after 3 years, has occurred 3 years early. The danger it brings is now even greater and more terrifying. Humanity, unprepared, suffers heavy losses immediately. Our living space continues to shrink. Major disaster. Major disaster. The zombie tide is here. People hearing this broadcast, please leave your rooms immediately and join the main force. Repeating. Since 5 p.m., soldiers armed with real guns and nuclear bombs, holding riot shields, form triangular shield lines and march forward. Armored vehicles and tanks slowly move, forming an H shape to protect them in the center. At the front, bulldozers clear the wrecked cars to make way. The broadcast attracts crooked, stumbling zombies. They see the soldiers and roar wildly, rushing forward. Zombies gather from all directions, flooding like a tide.
Fire. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, 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 bang.
Clack, 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 clack. Clack, 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 clack. A rain of bullets suppresses the zombies, hitting them until they are battered and fall to the ground. Yet, even then, they don't die. Some crawl forward with just a hand. Only by smashing their heads can they be fully eliminated. Be careful, do not hurt civilians. With soldiers drawing the zombies' attention, survivors with their families gather near the troops. Some succeed and are protected in the center. Others fail and are attacked, bitten by zombies. Once bitten, they will definitely turn into zombies. Zombie bitten. Eliminate.
Bullet continue tout pour.
Help. Don't kill me. I'm still alive. I'm still alive. Please don't kill me. Ah. The soldiers do not hesitate to shoot the fully transformed zombies. However, they hesitate when it comes to infected individuals who still retain human consciousness. The soldiers feel torn. But hesitation can create gaps in the defense, allowing the zombies to surge in groups. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. A mother, holding her baby, rushes forward. She bears obvious bite marks on her body and tears stream down her face, showing a fierce will to survive. A soldier hesitates and does not shoot in time. In the next second, the mother turns into a zombie, her neck extending a meter as she bites into the soldier's neck. Blood splashes everywhere. The gap created by the soldier was immediately opened by the horde of zombies. Despite other soldiers quickly firing their guns, it was useless. In just a few seconds, more than 10 soldiers were knocked down and the gap widened further.
Bang. Bang.
2 gunshots precisely hit the zombie mother and the soldier, who is not yet fully dead. Then, a series of accurate shots were fired calmly, hitting the soldiers being bitten and the approaching zombies in the head. A tall, handsome soldier stood on the armored vehicle. He had a cold face and a calm, steady gaze. When he appeared, the scattered morale of the soldiers seemed to find a backbone and quickly gathered. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Dong. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Dong. It's Lieutenant Colonel Lin Dong. Truly a sharpshooter. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Dong kept shooting, each shot extremely accurate, hitting the head every time. Anyone bitten will turn into a zombie. Don't be shaken, or it will endanger those who truly need help. Yes. Everyone responded loudly. But the zombies were too many. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Dong, a large number of zombies have been spotted ahead, estimated at over 1,300. Requesting instructions. Lin Dong's face darkened. He ordered via radio, everyone listen up. Tanks fire armor-piercing shells. Target 100 meters ahead. The chain guns on the armored vehicle will support fire on both sides. Others, focus on single zombies. Lin Dong was a capable officer under General Qian Qingyu. He was decisive and calm, trusted by the soldiers. Almost instantly after the order, The sound of armor-piercing shells and chain guns firing filled the air, followed by loud roars and explosions. The powerful weapons clearly showed their effect, blowing groups of zombies into the air. But before they could breathe a sigh of relief, an unexpected event happened. A survivor, bitten in an unnoticed area, suddenly transformed into a zombie and attacked the people nearby. Once turned, the zombies bit others around them. The infection spread rapidly. The panicked survivors were terrified, and chaos broke out, causing the previously tight defenses to collapse from within. One soldier after another was knocked down and bitten by zombies. Before turning, these soldiers fought desperately to kill zombies. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Dong, our defenses have been breached by the zombies. Lin Dong's face showed sadness. He suddenly shouted loudly, "We are loyal to our country. We will not fail our mission." All those bitten by zombies should take their own lives before turning into mutants. Those infected soldiers, upon hearing his words, welled up with tears and shouted loudly, "We are loyal to our country. We will not fail our mission." They fired their guns and took their own lives, and even before dying, they tried to catch a zombie to face death together. Lin Dong was heartbroken, but he had no time to mourn. He kept shooting one bullet after another. Suddenly, a red glow appeared on his body, flames flickered and burned from his hands. They jumped around him. "Major Lin Dong, your body is on fire," the soldiers around him exclaimed in surprise. However, he felt no discomfort at all. Instead, he felt the flames were very close to him. He raised his hand, caught the surrounding heat, and threw it into the zombies. A ring of fire exploded, setting the zombies alight. Is this some kind of special power? Have I awakened a special ability? Lin Dong was very surprised. He never thought he would awaken a special power. Fire power. He waved his hands, and clusters of flames shot out. It was more effective and deadly than shooting with a gun. He completely ignited the surviving zombies that had turned into mutants. "Everyone, stay in formation." His sudden burst of power boosted the soldiers' confidence. Under his leadership, the team reorganized. The panicked survivors saw the scene. Though shocked, they felt a strong sense of safety. But this feeling of safety lasted only a moment before disappearing again. From the streets and in all directions, wave after wave of zombies poured in, their numbers far greater than before. It was like a tidal wave, endless and overwhelming. Seeing this, even the strongest soldiers trembled and felt despair. "Major Lin Dong, we can no longer guarantee the safety of the survivors. We must retreat immediately. Major Lin Dong, get into the armored vehicle now. We will fight our way out." Lin Dong looked at the desperate survivors. How could he retreat? How could he? He leapt out of the armored vehicle and stood with the survivors, as if he wanted to use his body to build a safe wall for them. He released flames again and again. Even as he felt his power waning and his body aching, he did not stop. Although his ability was powerful and effective against zombies, the current horde was simply too many. They had no chance of survival. From a video shot by a drone, General Qian Qingyu watched the scene with a heavy heart and closed his eyes. The other generals also looked sorrowful. Lin Dong was one of the best among the young generation, a true soldier king. He had awakened a special power and should have had a bright future. However, he encountered a massive tide of zombies. He was born at the wrong time and was destined to die. Just as they were about to despair, a sudden flash of cold light appeared, and the heads of the zombies flew into the air. Then, the ground trembled, the earth surged, and dense tree roots burst out, forming a barrier. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Whether survivors or soldiers, they were stunned to see the plant roots protecting them, easily piercing, knocking away, suppressing, and crushing approaching zombies. If Major Lin Dong's fire-based powers could restrain zombies, then these plants were crushing them completely. But that's not all. These large plant roots seemed to have eyes. They swept up a few people from the crowd and threw them out. These people had been bitten and mixed into the crowd by zombies. After being thrown out, they turned into zombies. When they were still human, the plants didn't bother them. But once they mutated into zombies, the plants immediately killed them. The soldiers stared in shock. And what shocked them even more was yet to come. These plant roots spread out and climbed onto armored vehicles, tanks, and transport trucks. Then, they seemed to find it very amusing, or thought these metal lumps were useful, and their roots tangled and simulated, quickly transforming into plant armor, plant tanks, and plant transport vehicles. Perhaps they only mimicked the shapes. They knocked on the armored vehicle doors and tank hatches, wrapping around them, trying to probe inside with their fine roots. Such a magical and strange scene froze the soldiers in place, making them instinctively pull their triggers. But these plants extended their roots, entangling the soldiers' guns and rifles. Major Lin Dong. It's no wonder they reacted this way, because these plant roots were truly unbelievable. Lin Dong exhaled deeply, then issued an order. Don't shoot. Everyone get out of the vehicles. These plants have no malicious intent. Normally, soldiers would never give up. If the vehicle and people are gone, they are gone too. But now, the situation was different. The soldiers followed the order and exited the armored vehicles, tanks, and transport trucks. The plant roots immediately wrapped around these vehicles, but soon released them and withdrew their roots. After more complex transformations, the vehicles that appeared looked extremely powerful, with some even having a few green leaves, plant war machines. Just as the soldiers doubted whether they could fire them, boom.
Dada 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 dada.
Inside these plant tanks barrels, bursts of bright green, blue, purple, and cyan flames shoot out. Various plant bombs are designed. Some bombs explode, scattering seeds onto zombies, which then root and grow into trees. Others burst open, forming huge fire rings that burn any zombies that enter. Some become reed markers, releasing white lightning bolts. When hit, zombies tremble. Then their brains explode, and they fall down. Crushing, ultimate crushing. Whoosh. In the gaps, 2 flying knives dart quickly around the roots of these plants, killing lone zombies. Soon, the tide of zombies from all streets is suppressed and crushed. Rustling. A group of strange plants that look like cabbages, radishes, beans, and peppers hop over, pry into zombies' brains, rummage around, then hop away happily. The plant roots sink underground and disappear. Only a group of witnesses stands stunned at the scene. Immediately organize survivors to retreat. Lin Dong quickly reacts and gives a firm order. Everyone hurriedly organizes the retreat, defending tightly, and surprisingly, the escape goes smoothly. No more zombies are seen. Only clear signs of plant battles. Song Huai, let's compare. Are your sword skills faster or my flying knives?
Boring.
Brother Wu, don't bully Brother Song. Why not compare with Big Brother and sister-in-law? Go away. Are you trying to die? Compare with them. Lin Dong hears 3 voices rushing away rapidly. Suddenly, he realizes a problem. What about the tree branches? The attack is on the roots, but what about the branches? At this moment, similar events are happening on every street. Teams protecting survivors are guarded by plant roots, crushed by plant armored vehicles and tanks. General, good news from District 3 of Haishur. General, District 5 has been safely evacuated. General, all zombies in District 6 have been eliminated. In countless videos, dense plant tanks wipe out endless zombies. Victory! 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 On different streets, at the same time, a plant frenzy erupts, crushing zombies to the ground. What is a disaster for humans, the zombie tide, is a gift of nutrients for plants. Right now, humans are out of this war. Plants hold the absolute advantage. Are these plants spontaneous? Everyone who witnesses this scene can't help but wonder. Plants are not spontaneous. Someone controls them. General Qian Qingyu stares at the video, where a figure in an orange long dress is boldly moving. Because the figure is far away and protected by many overlapping plants, only a fleeting shadow with an unclear face can be seen. The reason the plants have moved their roots is clear. They all surround her like green dragons. In front of this figure, the city's largest horde of zombies has gathered. Haishur is a big international city with a population of 24.89 million. The zombie outbreak was sudden and fierce, turning at least several million into zombies. Zhou Chuchu stands on a 500-year-old banyan tree, which is on top of a 600-meter high central building. The banyan tree emits a red glow, like blood flames, which attracts zombies more than anything else. All the zombies in the city are drawn here. Zhou Chuchu looks coldly at the endless stream of zombies below. This place used to be the most bustling part of Haishur, full of people. Now it's the busiest place, but instead of people, zombies are coming. Attack. Zhou Chuchu orders. Behind her, ancient trees, willows, locusts, acacias, soapberries, dragon blood trees, purple sandalwood, and silk trees begin to move. Also, flowering trees like crabapple, orange, osmanthus, magnolia, persimmon, and pomegranate. They all move out. They spread out, each responsible for a different area. Willow trees hang thousands of golden threads. These threads are not green but gold, sharp at the tips, with jagged edges. They quickly scatter in all directions, like pure gold, forming saw blades. The threads cross and spiral, then explode into thousands, piercing through the brains of countless zombies. The jagged edges intertwine and spin, easily cutting off zombie heads. Locust trees shake their leaves, which fly out like metal blades, hundreds of thousands of them, flying like tiny steel birds, piercing the attacking zombies. Their white flowers act like tracking bombs, precise headshots, one after another. Soapberry trees shake their trunks, dropping pods that quickly turn into 2-meter-high sacks. Chasing zombies, the sacks open, revealing sharp teeth inside. They bite the zombies and then pull them into the sacks to swallow. The dragon blood tree, with thousands of sword-like leaves, sways and spins as it flies out, cutting through zombies' heads. The rosewood tree, from its steel-hard trunk, separates into tall plant warriors, up to 5 meters high, wielding giant hammers. With each strike, a shockwave kills a group of zombies. Pink flowers from the silk tree drift gently like tiny spirits, landing softly on zombies' faces and bodies. Wherever they land, they take root, causing the zombies' heads to bloom with flowers, which then attack other zombies fiercely. The crabapple tree's large petals flutter and explode into red bombs, with the flower centers like swords, launching a second attack on the zombies. The orange tree's oranges fly out like grenades, bursting with yellow light and highly corrosive yellow acid. The light blinds the zombies' eyes, and the acid dissolves them. The sweet osmanthus tree shoots tiny flowers like countless cross-shaped swords, slicing through zombies as they spin around. Purple magnolia buds detach from the branches, transforming into flower spirits dressed in pink, wielding beams of purple-red laser light. The persimmon tree's fallen fruit turns into giant persimmons, 5 meters tall, with jagged surfaces, rolling toward the zombies repeatedly. The pomegranate tree's fruits burst open into endless bullets, firing rapidly in a furious barrage. Zhou Chuchu alone is like 1,000 armies, demonstrating unmatched power. To eliminate these zombies, she only used the 200 ancient trees from the villa's green belt. Not far away, a helicopter circles high in the sky. Ji Fuxing watches the drone footage of Zhou Chuchu controlling the trees in battle and is stunned into silence for a long time. Wu Shichen drops his twin daggers without noticing. Song Hui tightens his grip on his treasured sword. Qiu Bupo puts down his prized rifle. Everyone is silent, completely silent. After a while, Ji Fuxing swallows hard and says, "I want to send the footage of big sister-in-law controlling the plants to all the brothers across the country. Maybe they'll immediately abandon their boss and cling to big sister-in-law." Wu Shichen picks up his daggers and nods. Possible. The big bearded Xiaobupo says, "The boss wouldn't mind us switching to big sister-in-law, but he definitely cares if you cling to her." You really know how to focus on the key point. Song Hui remains silent, but his eyes flicker as he says, "She's 100 times stronger than half a month ago." Everyone finally realized what was happening. Yes, Compared to Zhou Chuchu, who can control a plant army, her rapid growth is even more shocking. Half a month ago, she still had to avoid Chris's attacks, but now, if she faces Chris again, those light arrows wouldn't even break through her plant defenses. These plants are incredible. Compared to the main members of the Azure Dragon team, the military base officers like Qian Qingyu saw streets filled with cleared zombies. They saw countless zombies gathering in the city center. They saw the banyan tree standing on the central building and 200 ancient trees unleashing deadly intent. Snap! The video signal cut out and they couldn't see the details of the trees fighting the zombies. About half an hour later, the signal was restored, and the zombies in the city center were all gone. Report to the General, 840,000 survivors rescued in Zone 1. Our losses are 345 soldiers. Report to the General, 690,000 survivors rescued in Zone 2. Our losses are 234 soldiers. Report to the General, 800,000 survivors rescued in Zone 3. Our losses are 453 soldiers. Report to the General. These reports showed that saving so many people with such small losses was something Qian Qingyu never expected. He couldn't help but tear up. We must thank her. No matter who she is or what her purpose, she saved us. This might be the second time she has helped us. The officers looked happy. When the zombie tide happened, they were prepared to lose half their troops, but the city survivors could only be rescued as best as they could. But that one person, with just her own strength, expanded this victory 1,000 times. Having such a guardian in our city is a huge blessing. What about other cities? Han City, Chuan City, their populations aren't smaller than Haisher. If a zombie tide breaks out, the consequences could be terrible. General Qian Qingyu looked serious, and the others also looked worried. This zombie disaster might wipe out half of humanity. He called an old friend in Han City. The call was quickly answered, and he felt a bit relieved. Speaking seriously, "Old buddy, I'm really upset about the damage the zombie tide caused in Han City. You need to hold on. I'll send reinforcements immediately." A loud voice interrupted him from the other side. "Old Qian, what are you talking about? Han City had a zombie tide, but it was already suppressed 2 hours ago. I'd like to send reinforcements to Haisher. How are things on your side? You said that 2 hours ago, the zombie tide was suppressed in your area? Did you do the suppression? Are the zombie mutations in your city not serious?" Qian Qingyu was very surprised and asked 3 questions in a row. The other side was stunned by his questions, but quickly seemed to realize something and spoke rapidly. "Well, maybe. How could we suppress the zombie tide? Our city has at least 5.8 million people mutated into zombies." As he spoke, his tone also became heavy. "That many zombies. Did plant warriors help you suppress the zombies?" The other side was again confused. "What plant warriors?" "No, it's Black Thunder. It's Black Dragon."
Wow.
Black thunder filling the sky, majestic and terrifying Black Dragon. "Old Qian, tell me, is this a divine sign? That lightning is supposed to ward off evil, right? It struck those ghostly zombies."
Beep.
Qian Qingyu hung up the phone. After thinking for a moment, he called the military leader in Chuancheng. They didn't get along well, but when it came to a major matter concerning humanity, he put aside personal grievances. "General, was the suppression of the zombie tide done by plant warriors or Black Thunder and Black Dragon?" "So it was plant warriors?" "That's so crazy, so terrifying." "Qian, did you guys also get rescued?" Qian Qingyu decisively replied, "Yes, it was the plant warriors who did it." Then he called the person in charge in the imperial capital, Huizhou, and other cities. After making several calls, he found that either plant warriors had taken action or Black Dragon and Black Thunder had appeared. Among them were also some extraordinary individuals, suspected to have awakened special abilities, controlling drones, flying knives, swords, long-range shooting, and more, rescuing many survivors. Each of these people was far stronger than a soldier king. After exchanging information, the generals were all shocked beyond words. They concluded that the ones saving the city were two superpowered individuals, possessing some ability to travel across the country and control plants and thunderstorms for punishment, terrifying powers. They couldn't determine whether the controlled plants had mutated briefly or had already evolved because they found no signs of plant mutation. The plants after the battle disappeared rapidly, and the Black Thunder and Black Dragon were even harder to investigate. Currently, it's certain that these two superpowered individuals do not want to reveal their identities or be disturbed. I hope all investigations targeting them are stopped immediately. Qian Qingyu warned, people with this level of power should not try to control or manipulate others, or we might face costs we cannot bear. The generals nodded. Having seen this kind of strength before, they knew better than to challenge it. But besides the military, survivors and other groups were also watching the plant warriors and the Black Thunder Black Dragon. Would they stay calm in the face of such power? Congratulations on your successful check-in. You received Farm Puzzle Piece 8. Because you changed many people's fates, you now have the complete farm puzzle. You also received 9 SS-level random supernatural potions, 18 pieces of physical quality jade marrow, the privilege to enhance the potential of 3 plants to the highest level, and a 20-fold increase in your physical strength, power, mental strength, comprehension, and supernatural sensitivity. You also gained passive S-level ability, supernatural perception. A pleasant system message sounded. Zhou Chuchu slumped on the sofa without caring about her image, grinning silently. It was a big gamble, and she had bet right. Let's rewind 18 hours. After Lin Qing and Cheng Lan turned into zombies, they awkwardly left the house and just happened to run into security guards fleeing. Their minds were elsewhere. After quickly gathering their things, they ran out of the community. They coincidentally encountered the 2 zombies. The night hid the glow, and they couldn't see Lin Qing and Cheng Lan's abnormality, thinking they were also fleeing, so they decided to team up and escape together. But without question, they were bitten and became part of the zombie horde. Several zombies blew out black gas at the unburied bodies inside the villa, causing the corpses to turn into zombies, crawling up from the ground and following the group of zombies. They tried to smash the doors and windows to bite living people, but unexpectedly, they bumped into Gao Gongqiang, who was helping Kong Banshu move back home. The zombies howled and lunged at him, tearing at him. Startled, Gao Gongqiang pulled out a street lamp from the neighborhood, swung it wildly, smashing the zombies into pieces, leaving only Chenlong, which he tightly held down and with ropes. He immediately called Old Feng. Uncle Feng, come quickly. I've caught a moving corpse. It's been completely eaten inside, yet it still moves. It looks just like a zombie from the Resident Evil movies. Old Feng, hearing this, immediately called Zhou Chuchu. She was sleeping but woke up instantly when she heard zombie. Zombies? How could zombies appear now? Zombies didn't appear until 3 years later, right? She needs to find out about this right now. As soon as she woke up, Qin Ziyuan also opened his eyes, his expression clear and bright, as if he hadn't slept at all. He heard Zhou Chuchu's words and immediately got up to leave with her. The word zombie triggers vivid images. They are scenes of him becoming the zombie king. In these images, he sees the appearance of zombies should be 3 years in the future, not now. What exactly is going on with this change? The couple, full of deep questions, arrived at Old Feng's villa. As soon as Zhou Chuchu stepped inside, whoa! There was Chenlong, turned into a zombie, tied to a bent street lamp with ropes. Seeing her come in, she opened her big mouth, revealing 4 rows of sharp teeth. She struggled desperately, snapping her teeth and fiercely opening and closing her mouth. Her mouth was torn all the way to her ears. Without a doubt, when her mouth opened, she could easily bite off a head. At that moment, Zhou Chuchu's heart sank to her feet. Zombie. It really is a zombie. Chenlong had mutated into a zombie. Zhou Chuchu's whole body went numb, her hands and feet cold. The zombies had indeed arrived early. This change was too big, catching her completely off guard. Even 3 years later, as some top humans began to develop special powers, the zombie outbreak still caused huge damage. Nearly 2/3 of the survivors were swallowed by the zombies. Zombies are more terrifying than natural disasters. Natural disasters can be resisted, but how can zombies be fought? Moreover, zombies evolve much faster than humans. Before she died, cities and bases fell one after another, flattened. Only the three main bases were still holding on. Back then, she was kept in a laboratory, constantly experimented on. Sometimes, the researchers would communicate, sharing information from outside. The 8th and 9th stage zombies had already been born. A sense of despair spread across the three bases. Humans would surely be replaced by zombies. And after her death, her soul wandered the world, absorbed into Qin Ziyuan, who had become the zombie king. By then, 10 levels of zombies had submitted to him, and he was called king in strange voices. Yes, by that time, zombies had gained intelligence, truly becoming a new form of life that rose from death. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look at Qin Ziyuan. Couples love, the heart's full of ties activation, your abilities and skills increased 159 times. Qin Ziyuan softly said, Level 1 zombie is rapidly evolving into a Level 2 zombie. His sharp eyebrows furrowed slightly, clearly annoyed by the scene that didn't match what he had seen in the future. But it was only a minor trouble. It's not normal evolution. The thing causing it to evolve. Qin Ziyuan walked over, waved his hand, as if pulling on something invisible, trying to drag it out.
Ah, roar, roar.
The zombie, which normally couldn't feel pain, suddenly showed signs of spasms and suffering. It couldn't resist and was pulled out by Qin Ziyuan, releasing a dark gray gas. The gas looked like a wild snake, and after being pulled out by Qin Ziyuan, it became very aggressive, twisting and struggling, even trying to cling to Qin Ziyuan. What is this? Zhou Chuchu was very surprised. She didn't expect such a thing to be on a zombie. In her past life, she had killed many zombies but never saw anything like this on them. Qin Ziyuan sneered coldly. He felt he recognized this thing, very familiar. But this time, the future scene didn't show any related images, so he couldn't see its details. But that didn't stop him from understanding it. It's a black-gray plague, commonly called the zombie virus. Zhou Chuchu believed Qin Ziyuan's words without question. So, this is the zombie virus? How does it? She hadn't expected the zombie virus to have such a form. She thought viruses were tiny things invisible to the eye. But it turned out not only had shape, but also looked quite large. This is a concentrated, enhanced version of the zombie virus. It can turn a Level 1 zombie into a Level 2 in just 3 days, and into a Level 3 in a month. Hearing this, Zhou Chuchu gasped in shock. A month to evolve a zombie to Level 3?
That's terrifying.
Level 3 zombies would definitely crush Level 3 supernatural fighters. Their speed, hardness, mutation level, and power were all beyond what Level 3 supernatural fighters could compare to. Old Feng and Gao Gongqiang looked at each other in shock. The hot weather alone was deadly, and now zombies appeared again, like the heavens simply didn't want people to survive. Seeing his wife so worried, Qin Ziyuan gently squeezed her small hand to comfort her. It's okay. It won't become a big problem. A dark energy gathered on him into a fierce black dragon. The black dragon opened its mouth and in, swallowing the gray-black snake-shaped gas. As the black energy was absorbed, Cheng Lan suddenly twitched twice and completely stopped moving. Zhou Chuchu. She became more certain that her husband had awakened the zombie king's special ability. She quickly reached out and touched her husband. Fortunately, he was still warm, with a slight chill but still a body temperature, a pulse, and a heartbeat. Her husband had not turned into a zombie. She was almost overwhelmed by worry about this. Sometimes she had to check on him, afraid he might accidentally become a zombie king. Zhuozhua glanced at her silly wife. He was sure he wouldn't turn into a zombie. Absolutely impossible. He remembered how she looked in those images, seeing herself as a zombie, full of fear. She didn't recognize herself as a zombie at all, so he was certain he would never become like that. After confirming her husband wouldn't turn into a zombie king, Zhuozhua finally relaxed her tense heart. But then, the plant sent her images and sounds from all over the country showing zombie outbreaks. It turned out that during her efforts to put out forest fires, she used her powers to control these plants directly or indirectly while rescuing them. She could remotely control plants, but since her ability was still in the early stage, her control range was limited. Within a 10-kilometer radius around her, she could fully control the plants as if they were her arms. Within 50 miles, she could command the plants to act freely. Beyond 50 miles, she could only communicate with the plants. Now, these plants were actively communicating with her, sharing information about the zombie outbreaks. Besides warning her, the plants also conveyed a feeling, excitement. Her plants wanted to eat the zombies. It was a bit gross and strange, but thinking about it, plants eating corpses seemed somewhat natural. She was about to tell Qin Ze Yuan about the outbreak when his phone suddenly vibrated. Images of zombie outbreaks kept coming through. Qin Ze Yuan's eyes sharpened. The zombie tide has erupted. The couple spoke in unison. Your love and harmony activate, increasing your abilities and skills by 160 times. Husband, Zhuzhua, I have an idea. Your love and harmony activate, increasing your abilities and skills by 161 times. They spoke again in unison. Zhua smiled and said, Husband, I want to make a big bet. Qin Ze Yuan also smiled. Zhua, you have such courage. Zhua said, this zombie surge is a terrible disaster, but also an opportunity. Husband, I need your help and cooperation. She found a new way to take advantage of the system. The zombie tide outbreak was sudden and unexpected. But since it has become an unavoidable reality, complaining and talbid are useless. The only way is to stop the zombie tide, change many people's doomed fate, and win the biggest reward from the system through a daring gamble. Let's do it. She eagerly looked at her husband. Qin Ze Yuan held her hand and kissed her lightly on the cool lips. At your service, Chu Chu. Uncle Foam, Gao Gongqiang, and Xiao Dai, who overheard their conversation, looked confused. What's going on? They had no idea they had witnessed the biggest secret officially acknowledged. To win this daring gamble, Zhou Chu and Qin Ze Yuan raced against time. The entire Songlong team was mobilized. Qin Ze Yuan teleported her to Nanshur while he teleported to Hang City. The couple used their abilities. One summoned a plant army, and the other eliminated zombies in 2 cities. Then they quickly moved to Ningshur and Shanshur. During this process, Zhou Chu was worried about her parents and brother. She went to the mountains, found it was sparsely populated with no zombies, and caused a rainstorm to connect with the plants there before leaving. Thus, after completing a circuit and returning from another direction to Haishur, they caught the entire line of zombies. General Qiyu saw everything unfold. The whole process was busy and exhausting, but also incredibly exciting. Congratulations on successfully signing in. You received the Farm Puzzle Piece 8. Because you changed many people's fates, you obtained the complete farm puzzle. You received 9 SS-level random ability potions. You received 18 pieces of physical constitution jade marrow. You gained the privilege to maximize the potential of 3 designated plants. Your physical fitness, strength, mental power, perception, and ability sensitivity are increased 20-fold. You also gained a passive S-level ability, ability perception. When the notification sounded, Zhou Chu knew her efforts had not been in vain. Complete farm puzzle. SS-level random ability potion. 18 pieces of physical jade marrow. Maximize the potential of 3 designated plants. 20-fold increase in physical fitness, strength, mental power, perception, and ability sensitivity. Passive S-level ability. Ability perception. Zhou Chu clenched her teeth. Although her ideas were a bit unorthodox, for a moment she actually hoped such things would happen more often. She had been busy and exhausted, but with her increased abilities, 20-fold in all aspects, she felt she could do it again. These rewards, one by one, check them off and digest them. Don't rush. Take them one by one. First, the S-rank sensing ability. This is a very useful passive skill. All bases would highly seek out such ability users, providing good food and care. The reason is simple. This ability allows the user to develop targeted strategies based on different abilities, avoid danger when retreating, and quickly evade mutated creatures, zombies, and even people. The popular human ability classification system was originally proposed by an S-rank sensing ability user. Since his ability was only S-rank, the classification included G, F, E, D, C, B, A, and S levels. Later, others improved it, adding plus and minus signs within each level to show potential differences. But now she knows. Above S-rank, there are SS, and maybe even SSS. She can't imagine what a SSS rank ability would be like, or if they're higher than SSS. This ability should at least let me sense abilities of 2S rank or higher. Thinking this, she looked at her husband. He showed no reaction. She looked again. Still no response. As if he didn't have this passive ability at all. Could it be that this ability isn't useful? Did the system give her a useless ability? She looked at her mother-in-law, who was cooking. S-rank ability, culinary spirit awakening, early stage, ability strength. Effect, infuses love and blessings into meals, making the dishes achieve desired effects. Zhou Chuchu. Mom-in-law is the best. She had thought her mother-in-law might awaken some powerful ability, but didn't expect her to awaken an S-rank ability. This ability is rare and precious. It's easy to imagine that in the future, many ability users would eagerly beg her mother-in-law to cook for them. She looked at Chi-Chi, who was obediently doing homework nearby, accompanied by Little Tiger, Fat Ball Cactus, and several colorful birds. SS rank ability, Beast Master Awakening, early stage, ability strength. Effect, has a natural attraction to animals, easily commands animals, gains their favor, and can enhance their evolution. Due to innocence and purity, animals often undergo extraordinary evolution, and after evolving, they will return power to her. Zhou Chuchu was overjoyed after reading this. Chi-Chi's ability is actually SS rank. That's amazing. She couldn't wait to rush over and hug her baby tightly. It seems I need to change the bedtime stories I tell in the future, focusing more on stories about the 9-colored deer, Phoenix Rebirth, Dragon's 9 sons, and the howling sky dog. She looked at Lingling, who kept glancing at his sister with a look of envy in his eyes. He was very jealous that his sister had so many small animals that liked her. Zhou Chuchu's expression changed as she walked over and hugged Lingling. "What's wrong, my little brave one? Are you jealous that your sister has special abilities and feel a little sad?" Lingling shook his head like a little adult.
No, Mom.
"I'm not sad. I do feel a little jealous, but just a little. Lingling wants to be like Dad, to become a man who can protect Mom, protect his sister, and protect Grandpa and Grandma. Although small animals are very cute, the little Lingling wants stronger power to protect his family." Zhou Chuchu looked at him again. SSS ability. Awakening in progress. She was surprised. This little guy might awaken an SSS level ability?
Wow.
Really, really wow. The little guy has the potential to awaken an SSS level ability. Zhou Chuchu looked deeply at Qin Ziyuan. Is this guy's seed so good? She pressed her forehead against the little one's. "Baby, you will become very powerful. When the time comes, you will protect Mom." The little one nodded seriously. At this moment, Zhou Chuchu saw her father-in-law come in wearing a straw hat, casually placing his aside, with an uncontrollable smile on his face. Honey, I have something to tell you. I think I've awakened an ability. Just a moment ago, I worked on the 3 acres of the garden, planting flower seeds and vegetable seeds. I'm so capable. Grandpa Qin Ming has been so frustrated these days. He's someone who can't sit still. Seeing the temperature drop in the yard, he went to dig the soil, thinking about planting more vegetables to improve the meals and also provide some ingredients for his daughter-in-law's cooking. While digging, he discovered he was really good at it. Huffing and puffing. With each shovel of soil, the earth was rich and oily. The vegetables and greens were very happy. When he finished turning the soil, they all sat down happily. He simply turned over all the soil in the yard. He was very happy, and the vegetables were happy too. He found a sense of achievement, and he clearly felt that the more he dug, the stronger his body seemed to become. The grandfather, who had been feeling down for several days, finally became happy. Zhou Chuchu looked at her father-in-law. Level S abilities: Super Farmer Awakening, Initial Stage, Ability Strength, Effect, 100% Land Affinity, Maxed Out Farming Skills. It is very easy to grow rare plants. Planting 100 acres a day is no problem. The more he farms, the stronger he becomes. Zhou Chuchu is stunned. Her father-in-law and mother-in-law's abilities are truly amazing. Dad, you've awakened an S-level ability, Super Farmer. She worries a little. A top executive managing the Qin group planting crops. Would he be happy about that? But her father-in-law is overjoyed upon hearing this. This ability is great. People rely on food, and if I farm, our family will always have enough to eat. That's wonderful. He is genuinely happy. At last, his old bones have a purpose. After checking her father-in-law, mother-in-law, 2 children, even the family dog and plants, Zhou Chuchu gets clear information about everyone. But Qin Ziyuan still shows no information. This S-level ability seems fine, and her husband definitely has an ability too.
Why is there no info about him?
Lilin's SSS level ability can be detected, so there's no reason his shouldn't be detectable unless his ability surpasses Zhou Chuchu's detection limit. She doesn't dwell on this problem and continues to check her rewards. An S-level random ability potion. Its name suggests it's very high level, but its effects are random. It might grant an S-level superpower or an S-level poison. Using it involves some risk. Right now, I can't use this. If I get lucky and fill my luck meter, maybe I could get a top-tier potion, Zhou Chuchu thinks, planning to delay using these 9 ability potions. They are very valuable, and wasting them would be a shame. If they turn out to be poison, there's no way to cure it. Better to keep them for the right moment. The physique jade broth is quite good and usable. Zhou Chuchu takes out 6 portions, squeezing them out like toothpaste. In the bowl, there are 6 yellow-orange blobs, jelly-like but also resembling marrow paste. It exudes a rich marrow aroma, but it's not greasy, very fragrant, making people want to taste it just by smelling. Tasting a bite, it melts delicately in the mouth, with a rich paste flavor, reminiscent of the sweet, fragrant pulp of August's top quality, with an indescribable mellow richness. Even as a delicacy, it's top tier. But in reality, the delicious taste is just a side effect of its main function. After taking a bite, she clearly felt her physical condition improve. Her skin, muscles, nerves, blood vessels, internal organs, and bones all became stronger. Her immunity, mental strength, power, endurance, speed, and environmental adaptability all developed in a better direction. This improvement is comprehensive and fundamental. You could say that even if she hasn't awakened any special abilities with this body, being bitten once or twice by zombies wouldn't cause infection. Her immune system can fight off small amounts of zombie virus. This is great. After saving 6 doses for her parents and brother, she called her family. Mom, Dad, Linlin, Chi-Chi, and husband, come and enjoy some delicious food. Everyone gathered around when they heard her. Mom, what's so tasty? Chi-Chi, looking cute and soft, asked Zhou Chuchu, already good at acting cute. Yes, it's very delicious meat jelly. Zhou Chuchu scooped a bit of the marrow, and the little one opened her mouth trustingly, not doubting that her mom wouldn't harm her. After eating a spoonful of marrow, her eyes sparkled, and she wanted more. Mom, this meat jelly is so yummy. Zhou Chuchu sat Chi-Chi on her lap and fed her bit by bit. The little girl enjoyed it very much. Linlin sat obediently like a little adult at his seat, eating marrow patiently. Although he also wanted to be fed by Mom, he was the older brother and a boy, so he let his sister have her turn. Mom, you should also feed me. His sister was also thinking about her brother. Zhou Chuchu reached out, pulled Linlin over, kissed the back of his head, and used a small spoon to feed him a bite. The little guy felt a bit shy. Mom, I can eat by myself. Zhou Chuchu said, Today, I want to feed you. Please give me a chance. The little one thought for a moment and decided to give his mom a chance. He picked up his marrow and said, "Then I'll feed Mom." Just as he was about to feed her, Qin Ziyuan took the marrow from him and said firmly, "My wife, I will feed her." Zhou Chuchu was speechless. Linlin called his dad childish. Even after being called childish by his child, Qin Ziyuan didn't mind. He even retorted to his son, "Since your wife wants to feed herself, if you want to feed her, find a wife of your own." Linlin seriously thought about his dad's words, seeming to find them reasonable. Zhou Chuchu was stunned and pinched Qin Ziyuan's soft flesh. "What nonsense are you talking? He's only 4 years old. Looking for a wife at 4? What kind of wife? A child bride? This is really outrageous. Someone opened the door with such a ridiculous attitude. It's beyond belief." Zhou Chuchu pinched him, and the once dominant man turned to look at her. His commanding aura and stunning looks made him seem almost resentful. "Chuchu, you actually pinched me because of our son." Zhou Chuchu let her guard down completely. Her parents-in-law couldn't bear to watch. How did they end up having such a son? Her mother-in-law's eyes lit up after tasting the marrow, and bright ideas flashed through her mind. Butter crab roe, crab paste, plus some marrow, a couple of drops of lemon. Simmer for 15 minutes. It will definitely help the children stay healthy and strong. She planned to replicate this flavor. She was eager to try making it herself and immediately went into the kitchen to experiment. After tasting it, her father-in-law also felt energized and immediately wanted to go work in the fields again. Thinking of the garden, he remembered the empty rooms in the house, about 250 football field-sized rooms, usually folded up and very smartly stored, ready to be unfolded whenever needed. Very convenient. He quickly took out the flower pots from the warehouse, filled them with soil, and planted vegetables. The 2 little kids finished the marrow quickly and went off to the amusement park with little Tiger to play wildly. Only Zhou Chuchu and Qin Ziyuan remained in the dining room. Qin Ziyuan fed Zhou Chuchu marrow and signaled for her to feed him in return. "I said, husband, do we really have to do it this way?" She didn't want to, refused shyly. Qin Ziyuan said other couples, they feed each other like this. Zhou Chuchu: "Really? Come on, show me." Qin Ziyuan added, "Online dating guides say that one way to strengthen a marriage is to add some intimate interactions." I think it makes sense. He was a true workaholic, focused on work before, then on family when he got home, never surfing the internet. It was only after the apocalypse that he occasionally browsed online out of boredom, flipping through old dating guides and taking them as principles. Zhou Chuchu. She tried to explain. "Husband, you can't believe that. It's all nonsense. They just want to take advantage of you. It's useless." Zhou Chuchu was exhausted, wishing she could dive into the internet and slap those so-called experts who taught Qin Ziyuan such things. But then she thought those experts might already be gone, and she forgave them. "Is it useless, Zhou Chuchu?" Qin Ziyuan looked at her with deep, ocean-like eyes. The sense of grievance that didn't match his calm demeanor appeared again, and he became more skilled at showing it. Although she knew Qin Ziyuan was deliberately doing this, she still was beaten badly and lost her armor. She covered her eyes and resignedly said, Okay, I'll feed you. Zhou Chuchu scooped a spoonful of jade-like paste and offered it to him. After eating, Qin Ziyuan grabbed her hand, and his cool tongue flicked over her fingers. Zhou Chuchu. She almost knocked over the bowl. She glared at him. "You." Qin Ziyuan. Chuchu. According to the Love Guidebook, licking and kissing fingers can make your partner feel happy and relaxed. Do you like it? Zhou Chuchu. Help. 4 hours later. Zhou Chuchu secretly decided never to give Qin Ziyuan anything to boost his health again. It was too hard to handle, really, too hard. And she really wanted to drag out the author of the Love Guidebook and beat him again. What did he do to a good bossy CEO? She rubbed her waist, planning to understand her farm reward, and then sleep well. She was too tired, really too tired. After leaving the room, Qin Ziyuan's phone received a message. Ji Fuxing, little star boss, how is it? The Love Guidebook I recommended to you is pretty good, right? Qin Ziyuan recalled what just happened and humbly replied to Ji Fuxing with 2 words, not bad. The person on the other end was surprised, probably didn't expect Qin Ziyuan to reply, and excitedly typed more messages. Ji Fuxing, little star, boss replied to me. And only 2 words. I'm so happy. So excited. The boss actually replied to me. Oh my god, I never thought the boss would reply to my message. Did everyone see that? Did everyone see?
Boss, replied I.
Wu Shichen, my heart is lonely, you're so noisy. Cho Bupo, great desert lonely smoke, kick him out. Lan Ziyuan can be Buddha, can be demon Hihi. Song Huai, unity of knowledge and action, shut up. Zhou Chuchu, who returned and saw Qin Ziyuan's message, got angry. She used Qin Ziyuan's account to type, "Who the heck made this guidebook?" Ji Fuxing, it was you. You're dead meat.
Ji Fuxing, little star, odeo.
Sister-in-law. No, sister-in-law, listen to my explanation. Wu Shichen, my heart is lonely, oh no. Cho Bupo, great desert lonely smoke star, you're doomed. No one can save you. Blue Ziyuan can be magical or Buddhist clapping gift Song Huai, unity of knowledge and action. Zhou Chuchu still wanted to curse a few more words when a message came from her phone. Ji Fuxing, little star, has left the group chat. Click, click, click. Zhou Chuchu clenched her fists tightly. This brat. Husband, he left the group. Is that okay? Qin Ziyuan reached out and pulled his wife into his arms, ignoring Ji Fuxing entirely. Chuchu is upset. I'll talk to him later and give him a lesson. Brothers are not more important than my wife. Ji Fuxing, boss, you're so proud, you're amazing. Zhou Chuchu grabbed her husband's hand. Well, I'm not really angry. But this kid really needs to learn a lesson. Maybe you should give him a couple of hits so he remembers. From now on, don't recommend strange things to Qin Ziyuan. Qin Ziyuan chuckled. Okay. Brothers should be disciplined, but the love manual still needs to be learned. Because of this brat's interruption, I almost forgot something important. Zhou Chuchu's face was full of joy. She almost forgot her sore waist and pulled Qin Ziyuan's big hand. Husband, we've really made it this time. We're truly successful. The system's reward farm is amazing. She pulled Qin Ziyuan into the farm space. Inside the farm, endless fertile fields stretched out, with soil that was all fine soil. The temperature was just right, and a gentle breeze carried the fresh scent of earth. A wide, shimmering river flowed through the fields, extending into the unknown distance. Husband, look at this farm. With it, we won't have to worry about food anymore. She ran over, picked up a handful of fine soil, and sniffed it. The soil here is all fine soil. The crops we plant will definitely have a bumper harvest. I want to fill it with plants, both to build my army of plant warriors and to store more food. Zhou Chuchu loved farming, but she didn't have her father-in-law's special powers. Otherwise, she'd want to dive into the soil and keep planting nonstop. Who wouldn't be happy to have such a portable farm for growing flowers? She was practically over the moon. Qin Ziyuan's deep gaze followed the farm into the unknown, with tiny stars flickering in his eyes. His expression was completely different from before, mysterious, deep, and overwhelmingly powerful. That's the real him. But when Zhou Chuchu's eyes looked at him, that aura disappeared without a trace, and he returned to being an ordinary, home-loving man. Chuchu, this farm is still in the early stage. Keep planting, and its level will increase. The quality of the soil and rivers will also improve, which will benefit the crops even more. Although Chuchu found it strange that her husband knew more about the farm than she did, she trusted his words completely. She had to believe in her husband. He was a billionaire boss. He must be capable of something, right? She definitely didn't want to make the same mistakes she did in her past life. Having such a smart husband and not using his help would be foolish. Husband, do you have any good ideas to upgrade the farm? Chuchu's eyes sparkled. Qin Ziyuan's gaze was deep, pleased by his wife's admiration. Well, he had to have a good way. Usually, planting high-quality crops can upgrade the farm, improve the soil, and enhance the river quality. But if you directly plant high-quality plants, it can also improve the river and help the farm level up.
Chuchu imeditan understood.
So that's how it works. She had high-quality plants. She quickly ran out, filling her farm with the evolved vegetable warriors, big peach trees, and 200 green plants from the landscaping. Then, using her water magic, she transformed all the water in the wide river into magical water. Sure enough, the farm emitted a glow. The white soil in the fields turned red, becoming jade-like soil. The shimmering river widened, mist rising from the water, watering the small vegetables and trees. They all cheered happily, expressing their joy and gratitude to Choo-Choo. Thank you, owner, for letting us live here. Wow, this place is so nice. I love it here. Thank you, owner. I like it here.
La 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 la.
Owner, I can grow better here. Choo-Choo was touched by the plants and also smiled happily. She looked at Qin. Guided by the system's heart-to-heart hint, he teleported her to the forest park in Haishur, where she packed all the trees inside. Since she wanted to play big, she kept teleporting from place to place, filling her farm with trees. Among these trees were evolved ones, but most were ordinary trees. After filling her farm with enough plants, the farm's level increased once again. The soil has turned a rich red color, becoming top-quality red jade soil. The trees planted in it receive plenty of nutrients and grow stronger. Ordinary trees begin to show signs of evolution, no longer afraid of high temperatures and droughts. Evolved trees have even greater potential. In the wide river, fish swim actively. Water mist spreads into the fields, where seeds are sown, take root, and sprout into lush green plants. 10 days have passed. Choo-Choo spends every day farming and moving plants. Farming is easy. With just a thought, she can plant seeds in different fields. The fields automatically divide into areas based on the seed type and provide nutrients. Using the transfer device, she moves plants that are nearly dying from the heat to the farm. After they are nourished by the land, she moves them out again. Gradually, batches of ordinary plants are transferred in, and when they leave, they have already evolved. Evolved plants, after being nourished in the farm, grow into tree kings that lead the forest. These plants are no longer afraid of high temperatures or lack of water. They root in dry land and can even influence the environment, gradually creating a new ecosystem. During farming and plant transfer, Choo-Choo gains many benefits. She can control more plants and has learned new plant abilities. The farm is also steadily upgrading. She shows her family the farm, and they are all very happy. With this portable farm, her father-in-law's super farmer ability has more room to grow. He spends his days happily digging in the fields. Her mother-in-law Kwang sets aside a small piece of land as her personal vegetable garden, planting various vegetables. The evolved vegetables are more tender and nutritious, making them delicious to eat. The children now have a fun place to play. With the farm, the playground is neglected. Every day, they play happily in the fields with their dog and birds. One day, Choo-Choo even saw 2 little bottoms riding a giant carp in the big river. She was shocked and asked about it. She found out that Chi-Chi used her special ability to make the small fish in the river evolve. Chi-Chi said she wanted to turn the carp into a giant bird. She felt very happy because her bedtime stories seemed to work well. While busy building her little home, Choo-Choo also noticed big changes happening in Haishur. The zombie tide suddenly erupted. After Choo-Choo and Qin Ziyuan suppressed it, only a few zombies remained, posing little threat. The soldiers quickly handled the situation. To keep survivors safe, General Qian Qingyu divided the area into zones, gathering everyone into these zones. Each zone was numbered, with 1 manager and 3 assistants chosen to oversee it. They formed discipline teams and patrol groups, creating the early foundation of the base. Food was distributed from the granary based on population to ensure basic survival. All adults had to participate in building basic heat insulation facilities within the residential area, setting up insulated tents. This way, even during the day, people could go outside for 20 minutes. Power was restored with centralized supply, meeting electricity needs. However, high-energy devices like refrigerators and air conditioners were no longer allowed. This approach worked very well, and other cities started to copy it. In a house in Zone 8 of the central area, Lin Shuang was annoyed, fanning herself with a bamboo fan. One hand pressed on a paper box she was gluing. Because she was careless, she used too much glue, sticking the box together. She tore at it twice but couldn't open it and angrily knocked the box over. Lin Shuang, what are you doing? A woman wearing glasses picked up the paper box, looking distressed. Look at the mess you made. You can't even do such a small task properly. I told you to be careful when working. Don't glue the box with one hand. Use both hands. Our progress is flawed because of your carelessness. Other women working on the boxes glared at Lin Shuang angrily. Lin Shuang felt frustrated, angry, and wronged. It's so hot. I can't even fan myself without feeling like I'll die from the heat. 20 people living in one room. Who are we going to squeeze to death? I'm a young lady, and now I have to do this kind of work. Whoever wants to do it can, but I refuse. Lin Shuang felt deeply upset. She had finally escaped from Haoge and returned home. But before she could enjoy a few good days, the zombie tide erupted. She pushed her parents into the zombies to escape. When she arrived at the gathering zone, she was assigned to share a room with 20 people. Not only was her quality of life gone, but she also had to do manual work daily to exchange for food. She missed her luxurious life so much, even if it meant being with the old man Song Sicheng. At least she lived in a spacious villa, shopping and beauty treatments every day. Now, she looks dirty and smelly, covered in a foul odor. She is squeezed into a small room of less than 80 square meters with 19 other women who smell just as bad. The discomfort is hard to describe. Moreover, there are 3 mothers among them, and their children often cry, making it impossible for her to sleep. She is so annoyed she wishes these children would just disappear. The woman wearing glasses angrily said, Lin Shuang, what's your attitude? Even now you still act so arrogantly. If you don't want to do this, then just leave. Lin Shuang is not someone who takes insults easily. She can't stand being criticized. Her temper flared instantly. Who do you think you are, talking to me like that? I am a young lady. In the past, you wouldn't even be worthy to carry my shoes. She reached out to slap the woman with glasses. But before she could get close, several women pushed her to the ground. They had long disliked her, as she caused trouble every day, making their tasks harder and earning less food. She was cunning and impatient. When a child cried, she found it noisy and even pinched the child's arm until it turned purple. This time, she challenged the room leader, and everyone could no longer tolerate her. The mother whose child was pinched stepped forward and slapped her face twice, spitting in her face.
Dream on.
Still calling yourself a young lady?
Bah.
Lin Shuang refused to accept this and tried to cause trouble again, but she was slapped several times, forcing her to stay quiet. The woman with glasses, the room leader, called out, All right, everyone, come back and keep working. Don't bother with her. Everyone released Lin Shuang and went back to their tasks. Those who survived the zombie tide longed for safety and peace. Although the space was crowded, they were happy to have food and work to do. But Lin Shuang was not satisfied. Very dissatisfied. She remembered Zhou Chuchu's big villa, the green vegetables growing inside, the spacious rooms, and the bright lights. She was extremely jealous and miserable. She clenched her hand around her phone under her pillow, a wicked idea forming in her mind. Zhou Chuchu, why do I have to suffer like this while you live comfortably in that big villa? I will send these chat records to Qin Ziyuan. I don't believe he won't kick you out. Thinking this, she took screenshots of her conversations with Zhou Chuchu and sent them all to Qin Ziyuan at once. Meanwhile, Zhou Chuchu was lying in her husband's arms, playing with his phone, chatting with the Songlong members under his name. She happened to open the received images on the screen. He said, I'm filing for divorce, but he doesn't agree. How can I get him to agree to the divorce? She replied, maybe you should pretend to have an affair and make him jealous. As a man, he probably can't stand that. She said, no, I can't do that. If I do, I'll be at fault and won't get any of the property after the divorce. Zhou Chuchu was shocked. Wow. A stone from a month ago suddenly hit her own foot? Feeling the heavy pressure above her head, Zhou Chuchu shouted, "Honey, listen to my explanation." A cold voice came from above, "Then explain why I have her number on my phone." Zhou Chuchu's heart sank. This really is a marriage trap. She knew she had to admit it. She thought about why her husband's phone still had Lin Shuang's number. That was her old self before rebirth, the fool she used to be. Because of Lin Shuang's request, she secretly took his phone and added her. It had been so long that she forgot to delete Lin Shuang's number. There were so many problems that she didn't know how to explain. She just wanted to slap her past self for being so stupid. Honey, it's like this. She pointed at her fingers, her head ducked like a frightened ostrich. I added her number myself. The voice above was cold and long, like icy wind piercing to the bone. Oh. It felt like the people around her were about to leave. Zhou Chuchu immediately held onto Qin Ziyuan's arm, using her fastest speech from 2 lifetimes, and said quickly, "Honey, it's really not what you think. I absolutely did not mean to let you be seduced by another woman. I'm sorry, I made a big mistake. I won't do this kind of thing again. Please forgive me, okay?" Qin Ziyuan's tone was still cold and indifferent, with no sign of forgiveness. "Are you planning to divorce me?" Zhou Chuchu opened her eyes wide and immediately hugged his waist tightly.
How could that be?
"I was just pretending to trick her into spending all her money. I wanted to make her buy those clothes. If I said different things before and after, she wouldn't have bought them. I was really short of money back then. I absolutely do not want to divorce you. You're so handsome and amazing, tremendous looks, incredible talent, good at earning money, and so caring for your wife and kids. The only flaw is being a bit cold. I would never divorce you, even if I got kicked by a donkey." Qin Ziyuan's long, strong arms wrapped around her neck as he took her phone and looked at it. "Oh, I have a bad temper and a dark face? No, this is not true. Husband, you have such a good temper. Your face is still white, your whole body is pale. I love it so much. Only good at making money, not understanding romance?" Zhu covers her face, tears in her eyes, and says, "Husband, it's all my fault for being young and naive, thinking you don't understand romance. You understand it very well, okay?" Cold and emotionless like a stone, Zhu presses her face against her husband's chest. "Husband, sleeping in your arms is the most comfortable. Even if you are a stone, you're a top-quality jade, priceless. I can't measure your worth. I want to hide you so no one can see you. I'm afraid other women will steal you from me." Zhu sincerely expresses her love, saying all her heartfelt words. Qin Ziyuan's expression softens a little. "Should we continue with the love guide?" Zhu's eyes fill with tears. "Husband, your apology isn't sincere." Zhu shivers. "Yes. Husband, let's follow the love guide every day. I really love you to death." Qin Ziyuan raises his hand, hiding a smile at the corner of his mouth. It was right not to delete that woman's contact. Otherwise, his wife wouldn't understand the importance of family rules. Qin Ziyuan then takes another screenshot. "Are you still thinking about that white moonlight in your heart? As far as I know, Sun Qishuan lived in your neighborhood when he was a child for 2 years. Isn't the boy in black clothes in your heart him?" Qin Ziyuan's hand pauses, and his eyes turn crimson instantly. His phone shatters into dust, and a fierce killing intent avoids Zhu but strikes the bed, causing 2 long, wide cracks in the alloy steel. Fortunately, the villa has been upgraded to a safe fortress. The alloy steel now has self-healing abilities, or these cracks would have remained forever. Qin Ziyuan remains silent. Despite being prepared, he feels a dull pain in his heart, afraid he might lose control and hurt Zhu with his strong killing intent. He gets up to leave the room. Zhu feels extremely anxious and quickly hugs his waist. "Husband, don't go." She is afraid he will leave alone. In her past life, when he became the zombie king and came back to find her, to protect her, she didn't recognize him and, out of fear, hurt him. But she was only a level B mutant. How could she hurt a zombie king? That was him, in deep sadness, hurting himself to follow her wishes. She watched him walk away lonely, sad, and hurt, surrounded by people. She reached out her hand but couldn't even touch his clothes. "Husband, don't leave, please don't." Her eyes were wet, tears falling on his back, making him shiver. His feet could no longer move forward. "Hubby, turn around and look at me. Hold me." Qin Ziyuan didn't move, afraid his red eyes would scare her. If the husband didn't move, she would. She rushed in front of Qin Ziyuan and saw those crimson, murderous eyes full of deadly intent. Qin Ziyuan's eyes shrank, the killing intent disappeared, leaving only his glowing red eyes in the night. He covered his eyes with his hand, not wanting her to see. This time, Zhou Chuchu didn't step back. She reached out to touch her husband's face, his eyes, her fingers lingering lovingly. Really handsome. So handsome. Those red eyes so cool. Qin Ziyuan trembled violently, shouting hoarsely, "Aren't you afraid?" "Of me?" Zhou Chuchu smiled. "How could I be afraid? I don't care if your eyes are so striking. Even if you turned into a zombie or a monster, as long as it's you, I would love you and never let go. If you want to leave, take me with you. I want to be with you forever." Qin Ziyuan's biggest fear was filled with relief. He hugged Zhou Chuchu tightly. "You said it, Chuchu. Remember what you said." He would take her words seriously. "Yes, husband, yes." Zhou Chuchu thought for a moment and found the key to making her husband lose control. "Husband, I have something I haven't told you." Facing Qin Ziyuan's gaze, she wanted to tell him the truth to prevent this from happening again. "Lin Shuang mentioned that white moonlight and the dark-clad boy in my heart."
Sigh.
Qin Ziyuan's hands clenched tightly. Zhou Chuchu felt pain, but didn't avoid it. She continued quickly, "I was in a car accident when I was 12, which caused a concussion. I forgot everything before 12, only remembering a boy dressed in black. But I can't recall what he looks like now. I want to find him, to regain those memories, to know what happened between us, why I can't forget him." Qin Ziyuan's face suddenly looked strange. "You forgot everything before 12? You forgot what he looked like? Is your white moonlight him?" Zhou Chuchu didn't want to lie to him. Telling the truth might make him angry, but hiding it could cause even bigger problems. "He's very important to me, a true obsession over the years. When I found out Sun Qishuan was him." Qin Ziyuan's face changed suddenly, and he said disdainfully, He is definitely not him. He doesn't deserve her." Zhou Chuchu looked at her husband with curiosity. Why did he seem to become happy when he learned that her childhood crush was that young man? How could he be sure that Sun Qishuan was not that boy? "Whether he is or not, from now on, I will let him go. Now I have you and the children. He is no longer important. It's time for me to forget him." In her past life, Zhou Chuchu was burdened by that childhood crush. One wrong step led to another. Now reborn, she only wants to focus on the person in front of her. That childhood crush. Let him go. Qin Ziyuan was stunned, surprised by how quickly he reacted. "Chuchu, don't forget him." Zhou Chuchu felt even more puzzled. "That wouldn't be good. It might affect our marriage." Qin Ziyuan immediately said seriously, "Chuchu, that's your memory, a part of your life." Zhou Chuchu thought this made sense. Seeing Qin Ziyuan's red eyes return to normal, she smiled happily, feeling even more strange. Could there be something wrong with her husband? Why was he not angry, but instead happy? "Don't forget him. Maybe your memory will come back." Qin Ziyuan kept reminding her. After she confirmed her decision, he was satisfied. Zhou Chuchu suddenly felt her husband was acting strangely. She frowned slightly, thinking of a possibility. Could he be the person she secretly admired? She thought carefully and realized it might really be true. If it was really him.
Wow.
She felt like slapping herself. The person she had been obsessing over was right beside her. Why chase after that shadow? When she heard that the surname Sun might be him, she tried to get close and pursue him. Although she kept doubting that the young man was not Sun Qishuan, she couldn't remember his face clearly. Without proof, she gradually forgot about that boy. In fact, during the 10 years of the apocalypse, that young man's image had faded more and more. If it weren't for Lin Shuang staging the scene, she might have completely forgotten him. Because of this thought, Zhou Chuchu's heart was in turmoil, like a storm at sea. She wanted to ask multiple times, but she was afraid of denial or confirmation. Either answer would disturb her peace. She needed time to think carefully and sort out her feelings.
Dad. Mom.
The two little ones pushed open the door, took off their shoes, climbed onto the bed, and waved their picture books. Tell us the story of Neza making trouble in the sea. The two little kids looked at their parents eagerly. Their gaze was so sincere it was hard to refuse. Zhou Chuchu suppressed her restless thoughts, smiled kindly like a mother, and pulled the thin silk quilt over herself and her two children on the bed, beginning to tell a picture book story. Long, long ago, in a place called Shentangwen, there was a general named Li Jing. His wife was pregnant for 3 years and 6 months. The two children looked shocked. Mom, why can Neza stay in Mom's belly for so long? Mom, why was Neza's brother born looking like a little meatball? Wow, Neza's teacher is so amazing, giving him so many treasures. I also want to protect Mom like Neza does. The orange light shone on the two children and their mother, fully immersed in the story. Qin Ziyuan's heart was filled with tenderness. His fierce anger softened into a gentle beast, hiding away. His sharp killing intent turned into a protectiveness for his wife and children. He quietly got into bed, wrapped his arms around the 3 treasures. Zhou Chuchu naturally leaned in, finding a comfortable spot in his arms. He gently touched the small noses of the 2 little ones, lazily saying, Linlin, my dear, I leave your safety to you to guard Chi-Chi. Even though we're girls, we should learn from Neza's bravery and strength. Not fearing injustice after speaking, Zhou Chuchu closed her eyes and fell asleep, trembling. The 2 little ones looked at each other, then put their fingers to their lips, whispering, Shoo. Like little adults, they pulled the blanket over their mom and gently patted her. Then one child hugged her arm and closed his eyes to sleep. Qin Ziyuan's expression was calm. Watching over the 3 treasures, his cold heart was filled with happiness. Anyone who destroys happiness must die. He traced a strand of black light with his finger, ready to banish Lin Shuang from afar, but suddenly sensed something and sneered coldly. It seemed he was speaking to an unseen presence. Sworn oath? Arrows piercing the heart?
Ha.
Better hurry, or... The lights in Qin's house dimmed. In the yard, shadows of trees flickered, green lights shimmered, and small vegetables thrived, unaffected by the heat. Far away, patches of greenery returned to life, leaves shining like jade, and exotic flowers bloomed. Gathering area. After Lin Shuang sent the screenshot, she waited excitedly. Could any man really tolerate his wife having someone in her heart? This is a clear case of betrayal. Who would want to be that fool? Especially when it's such a proud man. What would Qin Ziyuan do? Would he beat Zhou Chuchu fiercely? Drive her out? If she is like that, she will definitely be kicked out, and she might end up worse off. A new hope arose in her heart. Could Qin Ziyuan, because of her informing, take her to live in the villa? She didn't ask for much. Just a room in the maid's quarters would be enough. She could cook, do laundry, take care of the children, even look after him. She was willing to do anything. She anxiously waited, like an ant on a hot pan, constantly checking her phone. She wanted to send a message several times, but held back. 3 hours later, when the other women in the house went to get food, she still held her phone. Seeing the battery was almost dead and her stomach was growling with hunger, she sent a message to Qin Ziyuan. Brother Qin, please don't be mad at Chuchu. I know her. She didn't do it on purpose. Her heart really isn't with you. Actually, someone has been watching over you, loving you deeply. As long as you turn around, she will always be there. She sent the message. He responded immediately. She trembled with excitement, sweat blurring her vision, and hurriedly wiped her face. When she looked closely, her face turned pale instantly. Sorry, the other person is no longer your friend. She jumped out of bed and shouted loudly. He deleted me. He actually deleted me. What's wrong with him? Does he really not care if his wife has someone in her heart? He doesn't love Zhou Chuchu at all, right? It must be true. It has to be. No man is generous enough to tolerate his wife loving someone else. Unless he simply doesn't love her at all. Ha ha ha, that must be it. Qin Ziyuan doesn't love her. She's still bragging in front of me. What does it matter how much money a man who doesn't love her gives her? And besides, this is the end of the world. Money? What's the use of money? 10,000 yuan can't even buy a pack of instant noodles. Lin Shuang kept talking, almost convincing herself. But just thinking about Zhou Chuchu living in such a villa, eating delicacies and gourmet food, made her furious with jealousy. Jealousy that drove her crazy. Since the zombie outbreak and everyone fleeing for their lives, the old civilization had completely collapsed. Those former big bosses, rich people, celebrities, and internet stars all became ordinary people. Money? Money had become worthless paper. The money stored on phones and in banks, just numbers, no one recognized them. No matter how many. They were just numbers. Cash. Bundles of cash. People might not even sell a pack of instant noodles for them. Currently, the most valuable currency is food. Depending on taste and rarity, each type of food has its own value. A piece of chocolate or a packet of instant noodles can make a person with low morals do anything. But Zhou Chuchu's family has electricity, so those foods are definitely well hidden. She suddenly remembered hearing from Fong Manyu about Zhou Chuchu buying a lot of food. At that time, they all mocked her as a country bumpkin from a small community, saying it was a waste of money to buy these things instead of investing in antiques or paintings. But now, they might regret it deeply. Suddenly, she remembered the clothes and bags Zhou Chuchu sold to her for 40 million. To buy those luxury items, she even borrowed high-interest loans. But in the end, she didn't get to enjoy those clothes and bags because How Good took them to cover debts. Did Zhou Chuchu use all that money to buy food? Her family has electricity, so they probably bought a backup generator too. These foods won't spoil. Thinking of this, her eyes widened, her teeth clenched, her face trembling with jealousy, so intense it seemed like she might bleed. Zhou Chuchu. Zhou Chuchu. I will tear you into pieces. I will tear you into pieces. You knew the end of the world was coming but didn't tell me, and you tricked me out of my money so I had to borrow high-interest loans. It's your fault that I've been tortured for so long. It's you. She hated Zhou Chuchu with all her heart. She felt that her current situation was all her own fault. But whenever she thought of that villa and her current terrible place, she desperately wished she could move in. No, I must find a way. I have to find a way. Zhou Chuchu loves Sun Qishuan, right? Yes. Contact Sun Qishuan and ask him to knock on her door. I don't believe she won't open it. As soon as she opens the door, I will rush in and never come out again. Thinking this, she planned to send a message to Sun Qishuan, but her phone was out of power. In the room, there was only one charging socket, and about a dozen phones were waiting to charge. To ensure basic power supply, high-power appliances were banned, and the lights could only be used for 2 hours. Phones had to be charged within 2 hours, meaning each phone could only get about 5 minutes of charging. Lin Shuang couldn't wait that long, and just wanted to charge her phone now. Seeing everyone go to eat, she walked over, unplugged the phone that was charging, and was about to connect her own phone. Suddenly, a woman returning to swap her charging phone came back. I'm not sure if others are deliberately targeting her. When she came back to check her phone, the woman looked strong and sturdy. She saw Lin Shuang was charging her phone in the wrong line and immediately became angry. She walked over quickly, snatched Lin Shuang's phone, and shouted angrily, "All right, Lin Shuang, I knew you would cause trouble. You took advantage of us going out to eat to jump the queue and charge your phone. Mainly, Lin Shuang has done this more than once. That's why everyone is so cautious." Lin Shuang looked at her and softened, feeling scared. Fong Jie, let me charge my phone. I have something important to do." The woman called Fong Jie angrily shouted, "Does everyone not have something important?"
Do you?
Her son, Lin Jie, is in high school and is in danger. She calls every day to find out about him. Song Yu's parents lost contact in their hometown. She also calls to ask about them. And the department head's brother went out, and hasn't come back.
She really hopes to reach him by phone.
Does anyone not have something important or someone they care about? Lin Shuang, you can charge your phone, but wait in line. Lin Shuang begged, but I can't wait. By the time I finish charging, my charging time will be over. She pleaded again. Let me charge first. Just 10 minutes, no, 5 minutes is enough. Fang Jie saw she didn't understand and slapped her hard across the face. Who do you think you are? Try me again, and I'll beat you to death. Lin Shuang was knocked over to one side. At this moment, a tattooed, bald street came over and saw her. His eyes lit up. Miss Lin, come to my room. I'll help you charge your phone. I'll even give you a chocolate bar. Seeing him, Lin Shuang's eyes shrank. She wanted to run away, but then thought about charging her phone and the chocolate, so she hesitated. In that moment of hesitation, she was half-dragged by the
Fang Jie's potwierdzili.
lazy good-for-nothing. Although such things are not uncommon in the gathering area, Fang Jie still looked down on her. She charged Lin Shuang's phone and waited patiently. 2 hours later, Lin Shuang returned. No one paid attention to her. Only Fang Jie advised, people should follow the right path. Lin Shuang ignored her and lay on the bed. She took out WeChat from Sun Qixuan and sent a message. Are you still alive? Zhou Chuchu's family hasn't lost power. They have air conditioning and food and are safe. Why aren't you going to her house? Sun Qixuan is lying on his bed, feeling very uncomfortable and troubled. Ever since the day of the reunion, after drinking a strong drink, he drunkenly fell for a street girl. Since then, he's felt unwell. He secretly sought treatment a few times, but the problem kept coming back. During the apocalypse, he hated the heat even more and stayed indoors every day. Over 10 days ago, when the zombie outbreak happened, his family closed the doors and windows. After they were rescued and moved to the gathering area, they stayed in a small room with more than 30 people. The environment was hot, humid, and harsh, and his condition worsened, causing him great pain. His parents and his ex-wife's sister felt sorry for him and told him to rest. The three of them worked hard to earn food and brought it to his mouth. But even so, he felt deep pain inside. He missed his lively old life, driving luxury cars and dating women, and the taste of fine restaurant food. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a message. He looked at it and saw it was from Lin Shuang. His face darkened with anger. She still dares to message me? He was like this because Lin Shuang had drugged his drink. He was about to delete her message when he saw the content. Immediately, he sat up straight, his expression turning extremely excited. Mom, Dad, Sister, come here. Come quickly. He held up his phone. We're about to escape this place and live a good life. Big rooms, meat to eat, air conditioning. His parents and sister immediately gathered around. Really, Xiao Xian? What's going on? Tell us quickly. Can we really have meat and air conditioning? They hated their hard life so much. Just thinking about eating meat instead of dry cornmeal and having air conditioning to escape the heat made them excited. Sun Qixuan proudly said, Do you remember that woman named Zhou Chuchu? The one who married Qin Ziyuan? When he mentioned Zhou Chuchu, they might not know her, but they knew Qin Ziyuan very well. Sun's father immediately frowned. Qin Ziyuan is no good. If he hadn't stopped helping us, would the Sun family have gone bankrupt? Sun's mother looked harsh and spat. If it weren't for him hurting our family, we would still be living in the villa, happily. Sun Qixuan's sister was also very angry. As soon as our Sun family fell apart, that immediately divorced me and brought his mistress into the house. Sun Qixuan clenched his teeth and said, Now is our chance for revenge. His wife is very obsessed with me. When I go to her house and knock on the door, she will definitely open it. Then you guys can rush in and take over his house. The three of them listened and felt very excited. Sun's mother was a bit worried. What if someone in his family fights back against us? Sun Qixuan looked grim and said, We'll bring hammers. If they dare to stop us, we'll hit them with a hammer. First, deal with the 2 elders, then take out the 2 younger ones. Sun's father nodded. That's a good plan. Sun Qixuan's sister also agreed. During the apocalypse, There's so many zombies. What's a few more dead bodies? After the family confirmed this plan, they decided to find a chance to leave the gathering zone. Sun Qixuan also replied to Lin Shuang. Okay, I'll try to go tomorrow night. You come too, bring weapons. When Lin Shuang saw the message, she knew Sun Qixuan was about to take action. She was so excited she couldn't sleep. She was so nervous that sweat started to pour down. She wiped her face and smeared some mud on her hand. Irritated, she fanned herself with a palm leaf. She was already imagining living at Zhou Chuchu's house. I definitely won't kill her. I want to keep her alive so she can see me eating well and enjoying life while I feed her spoiled food. And Qin Ziyuan, I want him to kneel and beg me, to regret ignoring what's good for him. After waking up, Zhou Chuchu felt relaxed and refreshed, full of energy. The boost from her physique and spiritual marrow was very strong. Even if she went 3 days and nights without eating, drinking, or sleeping, her body would be fine. In her past life, she suffered a lot and had an abnormal craving for sleep. She would sleep for at least 8 hours as soon as she lay down. Her husband and 2 children had already woken up and were exercising and studying regularly. Her mother-in-law was experimenting with new recipes, and her father-in-law was working in the farm. At her family's request, she set the farm to be accessible to her family. Just open the door twice, and you can enter the farm. The farm is different from the infinite storage space. Without her present, entering the storage space could cause suffocation, making it impossible to stay inside. But the farm had no such limit. Even if they built a small shelter inside, it would be fine. Looking out the window, she saw lush greenery, blooming flowers, and a fragrant breeze. All the strange plants and flowers nearby had grown into her yard. These plants affected the environment, keeping the temperature around the villa at a perfect 25 degrees Celsius. She also turned off the air conditioner and opened the windows and doors to let fresh air in. Someone outside is ringing the doorbell. It is Kong Bengshu holding a child, with Gao Gongqiang and Dr. Zhao's daughter, Zhao Xiaodong, standing beside her. After ringing the doorbell, Kong Bengshu steps aside and stands nearby. Recently, she has been living next door and sees Zhou Chuchu's door every day. Although she is slow to notice, she knows these plants are special and different. Especially when she sees a rose bush pulling out its roots, sneaking around nervously toward Zhou Chuchu's house, her eyes widen in shock. She feels speechless, though she should be more surprised. Even if she is slow, she clearly understands these plants are all here because of Zhou Chuchu as a form of worship. Look at their clear levels. Inside the fence is one group, outside the fence is another, the green belt is a third, and beyond the green belt is yet another. Watching these plants, Kong Bengshu becomes more certain she hasn't made a mistake and has no other thoughts. She only wants to stay close to Zhou Chuchu, fighting to keep her and her child safe in this end-of-world situation, with a hopeful future ahead. Zhou Chuchu comes out, and Zhao Xiaodong is the first to rush over, smiling sweetly at her. "Auntie, can I play with Lean Lean and Kiki?" The little girl loves playing with Lean Lean and Kiki. They are so amazing and fun. And Kiki's animal friends are really adorable. She thinks about visiting them every day. Go ahead. Zhou Chuchu agrees easily. The 2 little ones also need playmates. Miss Zhou, this is the list of survivors in our community and their situations. I've organized everything. My idea is to set up a neighborhood self-defense team, selecting personnel from the list for patrol, protection, and defense. What do you think? Kong Bengshu says as she gently lifts the children and hands over the list. Zhou Chuchu looks at her. Her S-level sensing ability activates. A-level ability. Ability awakening in early stage, strength effect, insight into people's minds, and rational coordination. So Kong Bengshu's ability is this. No wonder she is good at managing people and has risen to a high secret position as a woman. She takes the list from Kong Bengshu. Wow, each person's abilities and suitable roles are clearly arranged, very organized. The plan is very detailed and highly feasible. All right, let's do as you suggest. Forming a neighborhood self-defense team doesn't matter much to her, but maintaining a relatively safe and stable environment is very necessary. This is Kong Bonshu's strong suit, so it's best to let her handle it. Miss Zhou, about the food. I have an idea. I will create a strict point system, assigning points to various tasks in the community, then sharing in the group. Tasks with different difficulty levels can be taken according to everyone's ability, and points can be exchanged for food. Kong Bonshu's eyes sparkled with rationality as she made the suggestion. Once I finish setting up the point system, I will send it to you for review. Miss Zhou nodded, very pleased. That sounds good. This was something she wasn't good at and didn't want to manage, trivial matters. It was perfect to leave it to the most suitable person. Miss Zhou, who would you like to appoint as the leader and deputy leader of the community self-defense team? Zhou Chuchu replied, Foam Uncle as the leader and Gao Gongqiang as the deputy. Gao Gongqiang excitedly pointed at himself.
Me?
I might not be suitable. Zhou Chuchu looked at him, activating her sensing ability again. Level of psychic power. Initial awakening of a powerful psychic strength, effect. The more battles fought, the stronger the power. With a strong desire to protect family members, the user improves basic attributes through fighting. The strength attribute increases 3 times more than other attributes. It turned out his psychic power was that of a powerful psychic, not just brute strength, but strength was his most prominent trait. Gao Gongqiang might be a zombie crusher. He can be as famous as Crazy Dr. Zhao Baoxing. His psychic power should be more than just level A. Could he have other opportunities? Zhou Chuchu thought to herself. Having a future zombie crusher as her deputy was naturally very good. You can do it. You used to be the boss of a chain supermarket, and now being a deputy leader is a step up. As for the food, come to the basement to help move supplies and manage them with Kong Banshu. Taking Gao Gongqiang into the basement, they saw a large stockpile of supplies. Seeing all those supplies, Gao Gongqiang froze in place. Teach this. What is this? Zhou Chuchu said. Yes, these are your supplies. How they are distributed is up to you. Take what you need. The supplies belonging to Gao Gongqiang, after a quick look, were back in his hands, this time with enough strength to protect them. Gao Gongqiang was silent for a moment, then bowed deeply to Zhou Chuchu. The lives of his family were given by Zhou Chuchu, and his dignity was also given by her. Now, any words seemed too empty and vague. As he bowed, he felt that the lives of his family belonged entirely to Miss Zhou. When Zhou Chuchu left, Zhao Xiaotong was politely saying goodbye. Grandpa Qin, Grandma Lu, goodbye. Chi-Chi Linlin, goodbye. Seeing Zhou Chuchu, the little girl sweetly said, Beautiful auntie, goodbye. Zhou Chuchu gave the little girl a small bead made by her special healing ginseng. Tong Tong, take this to Dad. Hold it tight, and don't drop it on the way, understand? The little girl, with big bright eyes, nodded and left. Zhou Chuchu felt very at ease, not worried about anyone taking it from her. Her special power covered the whole neighborhood, and all the plants were her eyes and hands. Anyone who dared to ignore her would regret it. Plants trying to sneak around her house wouldn't get away with it. They saw a great opportunity. After the little girl left, Grandma came out with freshly made food. Manair, come try my crab yolk paste. Linlin, Chi-Chi, go to the farm and call Grandpa for dinner. The old man has been working in the fields and forgot to eat. The 2 little ones happily ran to call Grandpa. Zhou Chuchu went over to check. Wow, the crab yolk paste Grandma made looked almost like the jade essence paste she knew, about 70 to 80% similar. Tasting it, it didn't boost her physical condition as dramatically as jade essence paste, but it still helped. She once again praised, Mom. Your cooking skills are truly amazing. Qin Ziyuan came out of the training room, looking calm and smiling happily. His good looks made him even more charming now. Lu Jolin looked at her sons strangely. Even the ice cubes seemed to be smiling. What a strange day. Had something great happened? Qin Zhuangming also came back from the farm and immediately saw his silly, happy son. He muttered to himself and pulled his son aside for a quiet talk. What are you smiling about with that big grin?
Ha!
I've raised you for so many years, and I've never seen you smile like that.
Ha. Ha ha ha.
Well, the conversation was over. That silly son was hopeless. Zhou Chuchu looked at Qin Ziyuan, who then looked at her with a bright, handsome smile, showing his charming smile. Zhou Chuchu. Wow. I can't take it. Qin Ziyuan, please, just be your cold, aloof CEO self. I can't handle this. It's too scary. Everyone usually turns a little puppy into a powerful CEO, but he's turning a CEO into a little puppy? It's terrifying. For breakfast, Grandma made her signature dishes: crab yolk paste, marinated beef, minced eggplant, stir-fried small peppers with pork, watermelon juice, and yogurt. All the ingredients were grown on the farm, delicious and energizing. Each dish, made with Grandma's skill, brought small health benefits to the family. Everyone was eating and praising each other, creating a warm and happy atmosphere. Mother-in-law and father-in-law also complimented each other professionally. One praised the other's cooking, and the other praised the other's gardening skills. Qin Ziyuan saw this and excitedly called out to his wife, "Chuchu, you're amazing." The parents immediately looked at their big, silly son, wondering if a miracle had happened. Even the usually dull son finally knew how to say nice words to his wife. Zhou Chuchu also felt a bit hopeful. Qin Ziyuan spoke in a deep, charming voice. "Your shiny hair looks like silver threads. It captures my heart. Do you know the difference between your eyes and stars? Stars wink in the sky, but you wink in my heart." Father-in-law. Mother-in-law. Zhou Chuchu. She was about to get angry at Ji Fuxing. Ji Fuxing looked innocent and spread his hands. "Big sister-in-law, this time it's really not my fault." "Your lips are." Qin Ziyuan was about to continue, but Zhou Chuchu quickly covered his mouth. He was almost embarrassed to death in this big house. How could he speak such cheesy love words so seriously? "Chuchu, do you not like hearing this? You said it well, next time stop talking." With this kind of cheesy talk, after finishing this heavy-flavored breakfast, Zhou Chuchu opened her phone. The owner group was very quiet. Mostly, Kong Banshu had posted tasks, everyone accepted them, and no one caused trouble. Since Zhou Chuchu used strong methods to directly eliminate Li Jun, Zhang Xiaomei, and 26 other owners who broke into the house, along with 17 security guards, everyone else had become completely obedient. They didn't attack Zhou Chuchu's home, so they didn't know she used frost to kill them, but their deaths were certain. Who would dare to offend such a killing god? Those who narrowly escaped, like Chung Lan, were infected with the zombie virus. After Kong Banshu shared the photos in the group, no one dared to act recklessly anymore. Later, the whole world was hit by a zombie outbreak. People saw various rescue requests and scenes of zombies biting and tearing people apart through different channels. Looking at their current living environment, what complaints could they have? At least in the community, there was Gao Gongqiang, a powerful mutant, and food was being distributed. Kong Banshu was definitely a strong leader. Once she set rules, she enforced them vigorously. She first marked all the villas based on their distance from Zhou Chuchu's house. The closer to Zhou Chuchu's home, the more prime the location, offering better safety, comfort, and moderate temperatures, ideal for living. With plants surrounding the area, changing the small environment, and some land for planting, it becomes an ideal shelter in tough times. The area near her house is highly sought after. Kong Banshu used this psychology well, clearing out the surrounding houses and assigning them based on each one's contribution. Those who had previously attacked Zhou Chuchu, even if they didn't target her house directly, were placed farther away. Those who remained rational, even spoke in favor of Zhou Chuchu, or had strong abilities, were placed closer. Through this method, she initially built a safe zone centered around Zhou Chuchu's house. Meanwhile, Shen Danhong, who showed clear hostility toward Zhou Chuchu, was moved to the less desirable edge area. Shen Danhong's family was now in chaos. Healy Zhu was furious, venting her anger on Shen Danhong and scolding loudly. "What does Zhou Chuchu mean, naming a dog after my child? Is she insulting someone?" Shen Danhong was beaten loudly, with new injuries overlapping old ones. But she had no choice. She couldn't fight back against Healy Zhu. Bad woman. I'll beat you to death. Beat you to death. And on top of that, a chubby little tiger was hitting her too. Frightened, Shin Danhong knelt and begged, "Stop hitting me, please.
Spare me."
She named the dog that "It's not my fault, really not my fault." Now, Shin Danhong no longer looked like the proud lady she once was. Her hair was messy, her scalp patchy and bald in spots, with black eyes and bruises all over her body. She wanted to say, "If you have the guts, go find Zhou," but she didn't dare. She knew she'd be beaten even more. She naturally hated Zhou Chuchu and Lu Julin, especially seeing them kicked out of the villa. She thought, could those people really kick out their family? At least they should leave me behind. But if she had to name the person she hated most now, it was He Liju, an untrustworthy, shameless woman. Just as her eyes grew fierce, He Liju struck her even harder with a slap.
"What are you looking at?"
Not happy? Then go cook. Shin Danhong immediately dared not look anymore, trembling all over. "Liju, at home, there is no food left." Her family didn't have much stored, only various health supplements, which they had been eating as meals recently. She and her cruel husband did whatever they wanted, treating her like air. But after being kicked out of the villa opposite Zhou Chuchu's house, they had nothing to eat, completely out of supplies. They didn't want to take on any tasks, so naturally, they went hungry.
"What? No food?"
He Liju was about to call again when Xiao Hu hugged her and shouted, "Mom, I'm so hungry. I want a hamburger, fried chicken drumsticks, roast duck." He Liju's eyes turned, and she went to hold Feng Shixiang's arm. "Husband, we need to get some food. Look, Xiao Hu is so thin from hunger. My stomach. I have something in my stomach now, too. I'm destined to have a son. I will definitely give you a big, chubby boy." Feng Shixiang was initially reluctant, but when he heard Li Zhu say she was pregnant, he was happily eager and reached to feel her belly. But her belly was already quite fat, so he couldn't really tell if she was pregnant. "I'm pregnant. I have a son." Feng Shixiang was overjoyed. "Qin Zhuangming, you have a son named Qin Ziyuan. I will have a son 100 times better than yours." He straightened his back and felt energized. "Zhu, don't worry. When you give birth to a son, I will give him all the Feng family's assets. I'll give him my 500 billion company, too." He Liju was delighted. "Since I'm pregnant, I want to eat meat. Go get me some meat to eat." She hadn't eaten meat for days and was craving it desperately. Feng Shixiang looked at her indulgently. All right, I'll go get some meat." Shin Danhong, overhearing this shameless conversation, was furious. "Feng Shixiang, my Manru, is still here. How can you say such things? You're giving the company to this. What about my Manru? She could tolerate anything, but not this." These two animals, she hated them. She regretted everything. Feng Shixiang's face darkened, and he kicked Shin Danhong to the ground, angrily saying, "You can't have a son with a manly part and then blame Zhu. Our Feng family's assets won't be passed to outsiders just because of a girl. Now Zhu is pregnant and wants to eat meat. He suddenly looked fiercely at Shin Danhong. Shin Danhong was terrified by his gaze. "Feng Shixiang, what are you going to do? You can't do this. I am your wife." "Your wife." Indeed, she was silenced with a pair of socks stuffed in her mouth, then dragged to the backyard. That evening, the Feng family ate meat. Shin Danhong looked through the balcony glass, seeing everyone happily eating inside. She struggled to take out her phone and sent a message to Feng Manru. "Manru, Mom is about to die. When will you come to pick me up?" She stared at the phone with blurry eyes, trying hard to see the reply. 1 minute, 2 minutes. After some time, she finally received a response. "Not now. I haven't settled in at the Zhang family yet." Shin Danhong felt very sad. She wanted to share her current situation with Feng Manru, but in the end, she didn't. "Okay, but Mom is really about to die." She felt her blood draining and her energy fading away. She knew that even if her daughter returned, she wouldn't survive. But she stubbornly wanted her daughter to make a promise, even just one promise. Soon, she received another message. "Mom, are you annoyed? Please don't play these games. If you really want to help, monitor Zhou Chuchu's family. They are very suspicious. Before the end, they bought a lot of supplies, and even here in the capital, there are orders from their family. I suspect she might know that the end is coming. I want to use these surveillance tools to fight for a future. In the end, Shun Danhong didn't get the words she wanted to hear. Her phone slipped from her hand and could no longer respond to her daughter's messages. Fong Monru, not receiving a reply, directly dialed a video call. The ringing disturbed the 3 people inside who were eating. Fong Shixiang came out and kicked Shen Danhong harshly, dead woman. Hai Zizhu also came over, saw Shen Danhong lying still, and checked her pulse. Her face slightly changed. She really seems to be dead. Fong Shixiang's expression remained unchanged. If she's dead, she's dead. Just find a place to bury her later. Hai Zizhu pouted and said no, she's pregnant, so she shouldn't do heavy work. Plus, if her death causes bad luck for the baby, that's not good. Fong Shixiang thought for a moment and agreed. Then I'll bury this dead wife myself. Zhu, you must take good care of yourself. Hai Zizhu smiled proudly and muttered, your daughter's call. Fong Shixiang took the phone and went inside to answer.
Dad, where's Mom?
Fong Monru asked. Fong Shixiang calmly replied, she's sleeping. What's wrong? Fong Monru didn't really believe it. She even faintly guessed a possibility, but her face remained calm. Mom, if she sleeps, let her sleep. Look at the message I sent her.
Help me monitor the Qin family.
Fong Shixiang was about to refuse, but Fong Monru directly added, I can only have a good life if I stand firm in the Zhang family, Dad. Fong Shixiang thought for a moment and agreed. All right, you come pick me up and Sister Zhu then. Okay. Fong Monru hung up without even asking Shen Danhong a single question. The next day, Zhou Chuchu learned from plants that Shen Danhong's tragic death was somewhat pitiful, but it was only a little. Having lived through it again, she had seen too many tragic scenes. This was nothing special. She didn't expect that in her previous life, Shen Danhong died after being abandoned on the balcony, and in this life, she was killed by Fong Shixiang, who cut her flesh and caused her to bleed. Although she knew Fong Shixiang and He Lijun were not good people, she didn't expect them to be so terrible. As for Fong Monru, monitoring my family?
Dream on.
She sent a message to Kong Banshu. Kick Fong Shixiang and He Lijun out of the community. Kong Banshu immediately replied, Understood, Miss Zhou. Gao Gongqiang quickly took people to drive out Fong Shixiang and He Lijun. No matter how Fong Shixiang cursed or how He Lijun begged, or how little who cried, they were unaffected. Others who knew about the feud between the Fong and Zhou families didn't cause trouble. Instead, they became even more obedient. Now, inside and outside the villa, it was like 2 different worlds. They wouldn't offend Zhou Chuchu just because of Fong Shixiang. In the evening, Zhou Chuchu received her routine check-in reward and then got a call from Gao Gongqiang. Miss Zhou, 5 suspicious people tried to sneak into the community, and I caught them. They claim to be your friends or your lover. Do you want me to beat them up and drive them away? Gao Gongqiang was very angry. The woman claiming to be Zhou's friend didn't seem like a good person, and the one claiming to be her lover, he wanted to kick to death. Was he even qualified to be Zhou's lover? Who was he insulting? Someone like Mr. Qin was the only one worthy of being Zhou's lover. Zhou Chuchu watched the scene on the surveillance cameras, her eyes cold, a sneer curling at her lips, a bloodthirsty smile. Some accounts needed to be settled once and for all. If they want to come in, let them. Qin Ziyuan saw Sun Qishuan and his family, his eyes turning red again. Haha. If there's a way to heaven, I won't go. If there's no door to, I will come in. At the community entrance, Sun Qishuan heard Zhou Chuchu's voice on Gao Gongqiang's phone and proudly pushed the man as tall as a tower. Watchdog is just a watchdog, move aside. But he wondered why the security department here had changed, and why this tower-like man seemed to respect Zhou Chuchu so much. The patrol guards also looked angry when they heard he was Zhou Chuchu's lover. Although it felt strange, he still thought Zhou Chuchu hadn't completely forgotten him. The Sun family members swaggered into the community, with Lin Shuang following behind. Deputy Gao, should we follow them? Gao Gongqiang thought about Zhou Chuchu's strength and shook his head. No need, everyone keep patrolling. Not just these 5. Even if 100 times more came, they would still kneel in Zhou Chuchu's yard. When Sun Qishuan and the others entered the community, they felt a rare coolness. Seeing all the green plants, they were amazed and grew more satisfied with the place. Xianer, this place is really nice. Oh, the breeze is so refreshing. Look at these green belts and trees. This place is perfect. They say wealthy areas are built in good feng shui spots, and it really is. The feng shui here is excellent. Brother, I don't want to leave. You must help me bring down the Qin family. Only Lin Shuang felt increasingly strange. This community wasn't like this before. Where did these exotic flowers and plants come from? Even before the apocalypse, these rare flowers were uncommon. After the disaster, with the high temperatures, delicate flowers would have been burned to death. And as they moved closer to Zhou Chuchu's house, these flowers and plants seemed to increase. Maybe it was her illusion, but she felt like countless eyes were watching her, making her feel very uncomfortable. She almost wanted to run away, but she was drawn to the coolness. Thinking about Zhou Chuchu's house with meat and air conditioning, she couldn't move her legs. Soon, they reached Zhou Chuchu's door. At the door, exotic flowers bloomed wildly. Strange grasses showed off their shapes. So beautiful. Some very rare plants, like 100-year-old green bougainvillea, or large, colorful yellow-blue roses, even a tricolored exotic rose bush, and tiny golden bay laurel flowers the size of a little finger. All were squeezed outside the steel fence. Inside the yard, on 3 acres of land, various vegetables were planted in neat rows, growing so well it was impressive. A giant green onion as tall as a person, a fat cabbage knee-high, round and plump cabbage, colorful peppers, and a pumpkin as big as a carriage. All 5 people couldn't help but drool at the sight. What is most precious in the end of world?
Food.
Especially vegetables and meat. In the hot, post-apocalyptic world, those vegetables that don't store well have already rotted. They can't even eat enough cornmeal or old rice, let alone vegetables. But in this yard, there are 3 acres of vegetables growing so well. Just these vegetables could motivate many people to work hard. The Sun family exchanged glances, each seeing greed in the other's eyes. They must get that villa. Sun, look at that peach tree. At this moment, Sun's mother saw a peach tree like a canopy of branches and leaves, with a trunk wide enough for 2 people to hug. It bore over 10 peaches as big as wash basins. Her eyes widened. Drooling uncontrollably, she thought, these peaches look so delicious. Sun Qishuan, his father, and sister looked over and were all stunned by the fruit on the peach tree. If vegetables are precious, then fruits are even more luxurious. Before the apocalypse, such peaches would have sold for a sky-high price. After the end, they became a dream that many people would never forget. Xiana, when we get into that house, pick some peaches for Mom to eat. Sun's sister also drooled and shouted, I want some too, I want some too. Sun's father didn't say anything, but his expression made it clear. This family already considered Zhou Chuchu's house as theirs. Lin Shuang looked at the peach tree with wide eyes. What's going on? Why is the peach tree growing so big and ridiculously? She remembered that the tree was only as thick as a bowl. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, causing the leaves to rustle loudly, as if the tree was laughing and mocking. Lin Shuang quickly pushed the strange thought out of her mind. Don't be silly. Peach trees can't laugh, haha. It's not a person. Maybe it was just a coincidence caused by the wind. Anyway, in the end of world, even zombies have appeared. It's not surprising if the peach tree grows bigger. She thought to herself. Just as she was about to remind Sun Qishuan, he had already pressed the doorbell. He adjusted his hair in front of the door mirror, showing what he thought was a charming, handsome smile. Choo-choo, it's me. I've come. Don't be afraid. I brought my family to protect you. Sun Qishuan said it 3 times in a row, but there was no response from inside. His face started to change. Sister Sun was a bit anxious. What's wrong? Why isn't she opening the door? After speaking, she tried to push the door, but it wouldn't budge. Sun's mother pulled her back, gave her a meaningful look, and smiled as she moved closer to the door mirror. You're called Chu-Chu, right? I'm Xian's mother. We came all this way, even though we didn't bring any gifts. But in the future, we'll be family, and family doesn't fuss over these things. Quick, open the door and let us in. Your room is so big, and there aren't many people. Living with fewer people feels a bit lonely. With more of us, it'll be lively and fun. I can help clean up, and I cook pretty well. What do you want to eat? I can make it for you. Sister Sun nodded quickly and agreed. Yes, these are tough times. More people mean more strength. You're living in such a big villa, but that might attract trouble. If we were here, no one would dare bully us. Right, sister? They kept talking, hoping the person inside would open the door. Zhou Chu-Chu's face was cold as ice, and the same scene played out exactly like in her past life. Back then, her in-laws and children were in the countryside, while she and her sick husband stayed in the villa, where Yu Haoli had broken the windows. Old Lady Luo had come at midnight to steal vegetables and accidentally damaged a large area. She sought help in a group chat, but Chengluan jumped in to criticize her. At that time, she was truly weak and naive, believing their words, that having more people at home would help everyone support each other through tough times. But she never expected that opening the door would bring wolves and hyenas. After entering, Sun's mother started giving orders and shouting loudly. She was too lazy to help clean. Sister Sun took over her wardrobe and closet, wearing her clothes every day, using her makeup, and staying in her room. Father Sun and Qi Xian blamed their dissatisfaction with life and fears of the end of the world on Qin Ziyuan. Later, they were so afraid Qin Ziyuan would resist that they pushed him down the stairs, breaking his leg and leaving him disabled. Thinking of all this, she felt regret, and hatred. Now they wanted to come back again?
Haha.
A surge of evil thoughts filled Zhou Chu-Chu's mind as she imagined all kinds of cruel punishments. Today, even if the heavens came to stop her, she would still cut these people apart. Qin Ziyuan appeared calm on the surface, but inside, his eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty red. When the Sun family arrived, the visions of the future became clearer and more detailed. As soon as they entered, Zhou Chu-Chu immediately sensed something was wrong and tried to drive them away, but they not only refused to leave but also surrounded her and beat her up. At that moment, he tried to protect his wife, but they rushed over and attacked him instead. Zhou Chu-Chu saw the situation and threw herself onto him, protecting him. Please don't hit him. You can stay in the house and I can do work for you. Although these were just scenes in a picture, not real events, Qin Ziyuan saw these people's fists hitting Chu-Chu, and it tore his heart apart with pain. Just like when he was powerless to protect his wife at that time, he felt pain, deep, intense pain. When two Qin Ziyuans shared the same feelings, the flow of time seemed to ripple with some disturbance. But no one noticed. Later, he was pushed down the stairs by Sun Fu and Sun Qixuan, breaking his leg. They wanted to drag him out and leave him outside, but she rushed over and fiercely protected him like a fierce mother wolf. She shouted hoarsely, "If you dare to hurt him, I will fight you. Any one of you. I'd trade my life for his." Then she lied and persuaded, "My husband is the richest man in Haishu City. He has a vault with 1/2 ton of gold. If you kill him, you won't get the gold." Under this deception and temptation, this family of wolves was convinced to let him go. Chu-Chu immediately went to find Dr. Zhao to treat his leg, but the infection was too severe, and his leg had to be amputated. After that, she carefully took care of him, giving most of the food she earned through labor to Sun's family and feeding him all of it, while she only ate spoiled, foul food herself. Seeing his wife, emaciated, covered in scars, but smiling as she fed him, turning away from him, secretly eating rotten food, he was shocked. Heartbroken, heartsick, surprised, moved. Hate and love intertwined so strongly at this moment. His heart as silent as death, suddenly erupted like a nuclear bomb, like a volcano that had been sleeping for billions of years suddenly erupting. He suddenly realized that this was not just a future scene but something that happened before, in another cycle. Rebirth. He suddenly understood. He had been reborn. In a special way. And as he realized this, the flow of time seemed to collide again, creating ripples he quickly grasped. Because of this, he learned another truth, the truth hidden beneath the timeline. A truth he shouldn't have known. Chu-Chu had always blamed herself. The fight they had, which caused him to work continuously for a month and weaken his body, leading to a persistent high fever. In fact, his constant fever was a sign that he was about to develop special powers. SSS-level abilities, not just 1, but 10. His body is working hard to transform, trying to adapt to those 10 SSS-level abilities. The visible sign is that his body remains feverish and hot. Because he was eager to protect Chu-Chu, he became anxious, and his body showed strange signs. The Sun family father and son, frightened, pushed him down the stairs. But this foolish woman thought everything was her fault. Looking at his bright and beautiful wife beside him, and then at her picture in his mind, he felt very lucky that he was reborn. She no longer has to suffer like that. Never again. He would do anything to protect her and give her the best.
Bang!
A loud crash sounded. They were outside calling the door, talking about these things. When the mother-in-law heard, she was so angry she threw the basin on the ground. She rolled up her sleeves, ready to rush out and slap Sun's mother for calling out. She's such a good-for-nothing. Cleaning the house? Lily and Orchid are cleaning the room spotless. What do you want? Cooking skills?
Bah!
Auntie's cooking is so good, even Manor can't finish it. What nonsense! Qin Zhuangming silently picked up his. This super farmer ability isn't just good at farming. The power flowing into him is the power of the earth. He's going to use this to deal with these shameless people. Manor, don't be angry. There's no need to argue with such people. Leave it to Mom. Mom will handle them. Mother-in-law Lu Jilin finished speaking and went outside. She can ignore others, but if someone challenges her position, she must intervene. Qin Zhuangming, worried that his wife might suffer, silently followed behind. Little Tiger turned his head to look at Zhou Chu-Chu and followed the elders. Meanwhile, Sun Qishuan was still shouting. Chu-Chu, I've made many mistakes before, but I realized later that I love you the most. Let us come in. Let's work together, support each other, and get through this tough time. Qin Ziyuan took a long stride and walked out with a commanding tiger-like gait. Zhou Chu-Chu grabbed him, looking a bit awkward. Husband, this trash, let me clean it up. She smiled brightly at her husband. Don't let this loser dirty your hands. She's her husband's little darling. How could he see her bloodthirsty, crazy side? Qin Ziyuan deeply kept her in his eyes, engraved in his heart.
What is Chu-Chu saying?
As husband and wife, we should share happiness and face difficulties together. Chu-Chu, you are that. Zhou Chu-Chu quickly covered his mouth with her hand to prevent his 30-degree open mouth from saying terrifying 99-degree words. She nodded firmly, saying only one word, good. Compared to her husband seeing her wild, murderous side, she didn't want to see her normally composed boss fall apart. The two of them walked out together. Behind them, the two little buns finished their homework and also saw the scene. Big brother, what if there are bad guys outside? Little Baozi Chi-Chi's big eyes sparkled with lively light as he mischievously asked his brother. That's obvious. Of course, we protect Mom, Dad, and Grandpa and Grandma, the young boy Lin Lin said coolly and confidently. That bad guy, isn't he supposed to love Mom? Let's show him that Mom and our favorite dad made us. He doesn't have a handsome dad, nor a cool dad, nor a strong dad. When he sees us, he'll be so embarrassed he'll die of shame. Lin Lin, being a boy, knew that dignity was very important for a man, super important. The two little ones held hands and followed their parents. Outside the fence, Sun Qishuan and Sun's mother said one sentence after another. Chu-Chu, don't worry. I will treat you like my own daughter. No, I treat you even better than my own daughter. Come on, open the door. Once we open it, we're a family.
Crash.
The door swung open. Sun's mother's usually sharp and mean face just showed a hint of a smile.
Crash.
A bucket of dirty water used for flushing the toilet was poured over her. Yes, it was her mother-in-law, angry and unwilling, who took out the water reserved for flushing and poured it all over Sun's mother. Sun's mother never expected Lu Jolin to be so fierce. She immediately vomited in shock. Sun's father wanted to grab a hammer, but Qin Zhuangming snorted coldly, slammed his onto the ground, causing the dirt to splash up 3 feet high. Sun's father shrank back, hiding his small hammer, afraid to take it out. Sun's mother, regaining her composure, questioned Lu Jolin. "Why did you pour water on me?" Lu Jolin, unhesitating, sneered and used her sharp tongue from her business negotiations. "Just you? What if I pour water on you? I'm just trying to wash you. What kind of heart do you have? Always talking nonsense about family ties. You do have good eyesight, knowing that my Chu-Chu is a rare and excellent daughter-in-law in the world. But you don't deserve her. Someone like you only deserves to go and recognize a pig or a dog as family." Little Tiger immediately looked at her with a grievance. "Why are you insulting dogs now? We were fine. Why call dogs bad?" The dog silently bore all the blame. Sun's mother was furious. She never expected that Zhou Chuchu's mother-in-law would be so fierce and actually compare her to a dog. Seeing her mother suffer, Sister Sun stepped in, showing her stubborn and fierce side to help. "What is wrong with you? How can you have no sense of virtue at all?" Lu Jolin remains calm and unmoved. "Talking about virtue to a dog? You should just smack its head." Xiao Hu, who was hurt again, quietly moved away from Lu Jolin and then snarled at Sister Sun, who was about to rush over. Sister Sun originally wanted to take advantage of her strength to scold Lu Jolin, but seeing Xiao Hu, fierce like a little tiger, trembling with anger, she was too scared to step forward. "Xian, how does her family have such a big dog? It's terrifying." Sun Qishuan didn't expect Zhou Chuchu to keep such a fierce dog. He was also frightened and realized that rushing in probably wouldn't work. He might even have to explain himself to someone else here. So he softened his voice and relaxed his expression. "Chuchu, come out and explain. How can you treat me like this? We've had 4 years of feelings, and I knew you before your husband did. Our bond is so deep. Can you easily cut it off? Are you willing?" As soon as Sun Qishuan finished speaking, a sudden gust of wind swept through. All the trees and plants in the garden swayed wildly, making rustling sounds like endless anger. Suddenly, a huge red bird spread its wings and flew past, just right to drop a pile of bird droppings, which landed perfectly in Sun Qishuan's open mouth. He gulped and swallowed the droppings without thinking.
Ugh, ugh, ugh.
He bent over and vomited, but a vine suddenly appeared out of nowhere, tripping him. The pile of droppings he was about to eat was swallowed back again. "Oh no, Xian."
Xuana.
Sun's mother and sister immediately rushed over to help him up. Sun Qishuan looked very embarrassed as they helped him to his feet, but then he heard a deep, stern voice say, "Someone like you dares to pretend to be my Chu-Chu's true love." Sun Qishuan looked up along the voice and froze when he saw Qin Ziyuan. A huge wave of shame flooded his heart, making him feel completely defeated. He had never seen Zhou Chuchu's husband before, only knew she married the richest man in Haishur. He thought Qin Ziyuan must be an old man with white hair, which made him proud and confident. But now, this man, with a powerful aura like a king, looked extraordinary just by a glance. Even if he didn't look like that, his looks alone could make countless women fall for him. Moreover, his appearance could crush him completely. Right now, he felt his arm was turning purple from his sister's grip. His older sister's eyes sparkled as she stared at Qin Ziyuan, shamelessly winking at him. He suddenly felt unwilling to accept such defeat, even if Qin Ziyuan was incredibly wealthy and handsome like a fairy. But his wife, the one in his heart's white moonlight, was me. As long as he held on to this point tightly, he could turn the situation around. He forced himself to nod stiffly. Yes, that's right. I am her white moonlight in her heart. She loves me.
Oh?
Qin Ziyuan gently took his beloved wife's tender hand. Chu-Chu, don't rush to act. Let me ask him a few questions first. He cared deeply, very much. Until this person was completely removed from Chu-Chu's heart and her misunderstanding cleared, he couldn't rest easy. Holding his wife's small hand tightly, he was afraid she might slap him away. He must stop this person from dirtying his wife's hands. Zhou Chu-Chu looked at her handsome husband, and she couldn't refuse. Refusing might make him come up with cheesy love lines. She wasn't afraid of awkwardness, but her husband's cheesy words could only be heard by her. So, under Sun Qixuan's expectant gaze, she handed the stage over to Qin Ziyuan and repeatedly told herself, don't be too impulsive, don't hurt these people. If she was going to act, it should wait until her husband finished asking his questions. Qin Ziyuan looked down from above. First question, where did Chu-Chu live as a child? Sun Qixuan froze. Under Qin Ziyuan's intimidating gaze, he stammered and hesitated. Lin Shuang had once told him where Zhou Chu-Chu lived as a child, but after he lied to her, he completely forgot that address. Let me think. He looked at Lin Shuang for help. Lin Shuang was about to speak, but suddenly her mind went blank, as if someone had hit her on the head, or as if her memory had been erased. In any case, she couldn't remember the address of Zhou Chu-Chu at all. Seeing Lin Shuang silent, Sun Qixuan stammered in his defense. It's been so long. Those things happened so long ago. I don't remember. I think it was in some alley. Zhou Chu-Chu's expression darkened, and she suddenly spoke. Shiwang Alley, Shan City, Taiyuan. He was surprised and said, yes, yes, yes. Shiwang Alley. Chu-Chu, you understand me. When I was a kid, I moved to where my family and yours were neighbors. Zhou Chu-Chu smiled. Oh, really? You lived in Shan City, Jima, but I grew up in Qing City, Jima Laofu Alley. How could we be neighbors? Zhou Chu-Chu already knew Qin Ziyuan's intention. He was trying to remove the thorn from her heart. Yes, she had shed many tears over this matter and refused to believe that the dark-clothed boy could turn into Sun Qixuan. However, earlier events strangely matched the information the boy had left her. Sun Qixuan's face changed, and he quickly corrected himself. Oh, I remembered wrong. It's Jima Laofu Alley in Shancheng. It's been a long time. After speaking, he looked at Zhou Chu-Chu expectantly. But Zhou Chu-Chu only responded with a cold smile. Qin Ziyuan said, Qingcheng Laishi Southgate Alley. Zhou Chu-Chu was shocked, extremely surprised. The face of the dark-clothed boy seemed to recover some features, and his eyes looked exactly like the ones now gazing at her. Her throat felt tight, as if blocked, and countless fireworks exploded in her mind. Although she had suspected this before, when his figure started to overlap with that boy's, her heart still trembled like a thunderstorm. Sun Qixuan was also shocked. Suddenly, he realized a fact. He knew very well the importance of the white moonlight in Zhou Chu-Chu's heart. Because he pretended to be him, Zhou Chu-Chu was willing to be his ATM, holding various filters for him. She refused to disrespect that white moonlight and insisted they only get together after her divorce. He was confident she would open the door for him and his family to enter the villa, and that was why. But now, Qin Ziyuan wanted to dig him out of her heart, completely separating him from her white moonlight. Based on what he had done, Zhou Chu-Chu wouldn't just let him in. She might even personally bury him. Chu-Chu, Chu-Chu, Chu-Chu. Listen to me, listen. He must have investigated your childhood address. I am your neighbor. I am the one. The Sun family members also understood now. The key to them moving into the villa still depended on Zhou Chu-Chu. They hurriedly supported him. Yes, Chu-Chu, our Xianer is your childhood sweetheart. Exactly, I used to play with you when we were kids. Xian really liked you. Qin Zhuangming and Lu Zhilin exchanged glances, both showing surprised expressions. Southgate Alley? Isn't that the place where we used to live? Back then we were forced by the Qin family. Could it be that my simple boy and Manor have known each other since childhood? They looked at Zhou Chu-Chu with even more affection. It seemed they now understood why their silly son was so set on marrying Manor. Sun Qixuan's family's reactions and the reactions of the in-laws are easy to see who is genuine and who is fake. It's obvious at a glance. Qin Ziyuan sneered. Second question, since you said you've known Chu Chu since childhood, say a few words. Sun Qishuan immediately responded, Qingqing dialect, right? I can speak it. Say a few words in Han City dialect so I can hear.
Sun Qishuan. Uh-huh.
Han City dialect? Qin Ziyuan, as Chu Chu's childhood friend, you would not know she's from Han City, right? No way, no way? Zhou Chu Chu covered her eyes, unable to watch anymore. Truly, she couldn't look. Brother Zay, your image is falling apart. You can't pick it up again. Sun Qishuan was not convinced. Then do you speak Han City dialect? Qin Ziyuan, no, I don't. Sun Qishuan, neither do you? Qin Ziyuan casually confessed, I don't need to, but Chu Chu hopes I do, so I will. Sun Qishuan's face turned pale with anger. Usually, he was good at charming girls, rarely losing. He enjoyed the admiration from others, but today, he was truly crushed by Qin Ziyuan's car, face pressed down. Third question, are you willing to die for Chu Chu? Sun Qishuan took a few steps back, his face full of disbelief. He was surprised Qin Ziyuan asked this, but more afraid of the question, because he simply wouldn't do it. He wanted to lie, but under Qin Ziyuan's intense gaze, he dared not. He had a gut feeling that if he lied, he would definitely die a terrible death.
How?
How is that possible? I can't do it, but you probably can't either? He asked back, feeling he couldn't do it, and believed this man couldn't either. He was so rich, so young and successful, so powerful. How could he be willing to give his life for a woman? But as soon as Qin Ziyuan asked this question, Zhou Chu Chu's eyes instantly filled with tears. In her mind, the image of the young man in black clothing had completely overlapped with the man in front of her. It turned out, the white moonlight she had been searching for and pursuing was right beside her. All along, it was right beside her. Although her coat was white, the one underneath was black. Just bear with it. Inside her heart, she was filled with immense, overflowing happiness, happiness mixed with sharp, dull pain, covering Sun Qishuan and removing all shadows cast by that black-clad young man. His figure once again shone brightly in her mind. She remembered everything, all of it. The answer to this question had already been in her heart 15 years ago. During the 10 years of the apocalypse, he has always been living by this answer. Whether in childhood or now, whether in a past life or this one. Her first meeting with Qin Ziyuan was when she was 8 years old. She was following a group of older kids in the alley, playing around carelessly. Kids often play rough, without worries. When they crossed a tall bridge, someone pushed her hard, and she fell into the rushing river after the rain. Soon, she was swept far away. The kids were all scared stiff. They didn't dare go in to save her or call adults. In fact, even adults who aren't good swimmers wouldn't risk going into such fast water to save her. She felt deep despair in the cold river water. Every time she tried to call for help, her mouth and nose were submerged, and her words were drowned out. Her consciousness started to fade. Just when she thought she would die in the river, a figure jumped in and quickly swam toward her, pulling her out of the water. He hurriedly carried her home, dried her with a thick towel, and wrapped her in a blanket to keep her warm. When she regained consciousness, she saw a boy in black clothes standing in the light. That moment became a forever memory for her. When she learned he was the new neighbor boy, she ran to see him every day, without fail. She would smile sweetly at him, follow him all day long, regardless of how cold he was, calling him big brother over and over, stubbornly sticking to him. Zhou Chu Chu remembered those scenes and blushed with embarrassment. She couldn't understand how she had such a thick face as a child, bravely facing Qin Ziyuan's cold, mature expression, not afraid of freezing, so enthusiastic and cheerful, always smiling. She wanted to find him, and only him. Cling to him, just cling to him. She would often want to kiss him, sometimes crawl into his arms for hugs, a true little clingy, spoiled girl. And she even dragged him in front of her parents, seriously telling them he was her future husband, and she wanted to marry him. What was his answer back then? He said, okay. Oh my. Now she finally understands why he pushed her into marriage back then, angrily questioning why she didn't keep her promises. It's better if she doesn't remember these memories, but once they flood back like a tide, she can no longer tolerate anyone else in her heart. It's all him, those innocent, sweet, pure, and beautiful feelings from her youth. Ah, she finally understood why she couldn't forget him. Those memories were so beautiful that recalling them made every day feel sweet. Brother Zayuan, she called him with the old nickname. Ziyuan's expression clearly shook, like a volcano erupting, the earth trembling, mountains and seas roaring, as if the world had turned upside down. But silently, he restrained himself, his brows and eyes showing only a deep, sigh-like expression. Choo-choo, you remember now. Yes, I remember everything. I remember it all, Brother Zayuan. Recalling the past filled the huge emptiness in her heart, replaced by warm breezes. It was like lying freely on endless golden fields with a boy and girl, gazing at the blue sky and white clouds, talking about interesting or boring things. So happy. Sun Qixuan saw this scene and felt devastated. He knew clearly that the position he had stolen in Zhou Chuchu's heart had been completely replaced. He signaled to Lin Shuang. Lin Shuang realized that this might be their last chance. She knelt down and begged Zhou Chuchu, "Please, Zhou Chuchu, for the sake of our many years of friendship, leave me behind. Your home is so big, and I'm not much trouble. I don't ask for anything, just a bite to eat." She no longer wanted to go back to the hardship of the gathering area. She hated Zhou Chuchu deeply, kneeling to beg just for a bite. She was determined to repay this humiliation with interest. Once she entered that safe and comfortable villa, she would have plenty of time to plan. And a man like Qin Ziyuan, living with her day and night, how could he not be interested in her? After all, men like to sneak around. It was even more exciting right under their noses. Just a bite to eat. Zhou Chuchu sneered coldly, pulling out a thick, fragrant pork bone stew. This was the secret recipe from Diyun Hotel, stewed pork bone. Before the apocalypse, it cost 558 yuan per serving. Wanna eat? Lin Shuang drooled with greed, her eyes shining brightly. Meanwhile, Sun Qixuan and his family focused entirely on the meat-filled bone. With this bone, they could do anything now. They didn't know where Zhou Chuchu had gotten this delicious bone. Wanna eat? Wanna eat? Give it to me. Chuchu. Give it to me. Sun's mother and sister rushed forward to it, but suddenly a vine stretched over and pulled them apart. Get lost, I wouldn't give this to a dog. She casually threw the bone to Little Tiger. Food falls from the sky, and Little Tiger quickly catches it, eating happily. Sun Qixuan, Lin Shuang, and others watch eagerly, their mouths watering, wanting to rush over and the food. But seeing Little Tiger's size, they hesitate. Sun's mother, drooling and feeling distressed, scolds, "Oh my, what are you doing wasting so much? This nice bone, oh, such a good bone, and you give it to the dog? If you can't eat it, give it to me." When Sun Jie sees Zhou Chuchu casually feeding a large, meaty bone to the dog, she realizes their family's lifestyle is definitely top tier even in the end times, shameless and bold, unwilling to leave. "Chuchu, stay with us. You finally got along with my brother." Before she finishes, Zhou Chuchu slaps her hard. With a loud slap, she makes her bleed from the mouth. Zhou Chuchu's eyes turn cold with killing intent. Mom and Dad take Lin Lin and Chi Chi inside to do their homework. The in-laws immediately understand and take the children back home. Sun Qixuan, unaware he's about to die, kneels before Zhou Chuchu, crying bitterly. "Chuchu." Qin Ziyuan shouts angrily, "Shut up. You don't deserve to call her that." A terrifying aura, like that of the king of, surrounds Zhou Chuchu, with faint black energy swirling around her, like invisible black dragons circling. The overwhelming power gathers, causing plants to tremble and curl their leaves. Sun Qixuan can't handle it. This energy could kill him instantly, but somehow, a mysterious and powerful force in the world, like a rule, restrains him. Humph. Qin Ziyuan snorts coldly. Sun Qixuan trembles with fear, sweating profusely. He quickly changes his plea. Qin, Madam Qin, just let me into the safe house. I promise, whatever you want me to do, I will do it honestly and properly. If you don't agree, I will kneel here and die. Sun Qishuan feels both fear and jealousy and hatred. Clearly, he is supposed to be Zhou Chuchu's true love. Why does he have to scheme and manipulate, trying to erase him from Zhou Chuchu's heart? Once, he was her favorite, like a bird in her hand. Now, she looks at him with no emotion, not even disgust. He is unwilling, so unwilling. As long as he can gain a trace of Zhou Chuchu's pity and get into that safe house, he will find a way to crush Qin Ziyuan's pride and make him kneel beneath him. Poison, schemes, pushing into a horde of corpses. There's always a way. Zhou Chuchu hugged her husband. You kneel and die. That counts as saving the people. She no longer wanted to look at Sun Qishuan. Such a person, whether disliked or hated, was a waste of feelings. Qin Ziyuan embraced his wife happily. Sun Qishuan was almost ready to blood. He looked up at the couple before him and suddenly realized that the gap between them was enormous. At that moment, Sun's father suddenly pulled out a small hammer and struck Qin Ziyuan's head forcefully. It turned out he was greedy and wanted to kill Qin Ziyuan to threaten Zhou Chuchu into opening the door. But before he could get close, he exploded into a cloud of blood mist, spraying Sun Qishuan's face.
Ah!
Sun's sister and mother screamed, and in the next second, they turned into two blood mists. Zhou Chuchu also acted at the same time, sending cold frost towards Lin Shuang. But just then, the energy of heaven and earth again limited her. Lin Shuang and Sun Qishuan had sworn that Lin Shuang would be pierced by 10,000 arrows, and Sun Qishuan would be struck by 5 thunderbolts and die. Zhou Chuchu's face changed. She was angry. This power seemed to be restricting them, making it impossible for them to kill these two. Qin Ziyuan, however, was already filled with killing intent. He had to kill the two. Suddenly, thunder roared. The sky changed color instantly. Dark clouds pressed down on the city, and furious thunder rolled, as if warning Qin Ziyuan of something. Qin Ziyuan looked up coldly at the sky rolls. But I killing them, why would I need your approval? He clenched his fist. The sphere of destruction in his hand instantly exploded, and Sun Qishuan and Lin Shuang, overwhelmed with fear, turned into particles of dust, dispersing and vanishing. Thunder rumbled again in the sky, but eventually, it dispersed helplessly. Killing Sun Qishuan and Lin Shuang was a small matter for Qin Ziyuan. In fact, he had just fought a battle against the mysterious rules of the universe, which used the power of the world. Even he found it exhausting. But when he saw Zhou Chuchu's admiring gaze, his posture immediately straightened. Brother Ziyuan, you're amazing. Qin Ziyuan smiled. Chuchu. Yes? I still prefer you to call me husband.
Ah?
But you don't call me wife.
Wife.
The dark clouds dispersed, and the sky cleared. Suddenly, a drone approached from afar and was shattered by a vine of golden and silver flowers. At this moment, in the capital, at the Zhang family estate, a group of guards, all armed, were tightly guarding the area. The roof is insulated with a dome that keeps the temperature comfortable, thanks to powerful central air conditioning and air purifiers. Inside, the forest is lush, with colorful flowers and birds. As a wealthy family in the capital city, the Zhang family is long prepared for various natural disasters. Therefore, the extreme heat does not affect them much. However, the atmosphere in the family is not good. It is quite tense. What? Another B-level psychic rejected our family's invitation and joined the army? Zhang Zixing angrily tapped his cane on the ground, his beard bristling as he shouted, "What are you all doing?" Zhang Qiulin wiped saliva from his face and looked at his brothers who had stepped back. He was furious. Every family meeting, these brothers pushed him forward to face their father's criticism. "Father, this is not entirely our fault. Since those 30 million tons of grain suddenly disappeared, we've managed to gather supplies from several large supermarkets as quickly as possible. But those supplies are only enough for 20,000 people to survive for a year, which is far less than we initially expected." Under his father's furious glare, Zhang Qiulin couldn't continue. 30 million tons of grain could sustain 500,000 people for 10 years, but now their reserves could only support 20,000 people for a year. The gap was enormous. Even if they had gathered reserves, they had already lost the advantage. Compared to the military, the Yan family from the capital, the Pan family from the southern province, and the Su family from Guang province, their development lagged far behind. Without enough reserves, they lacked confidence. When they fought, they weren't as bold or wealthy. Can't we threaten instead of bribing? Someone suggested. Useless. All useless. They can't even handle such a small matter. Old Master Zhang was furious. He knew deep down that the family was now on the defensive, falling behind everywhere. It wasn't the fault of the younger generation. It was because the carefully guarded 30 million tons of grain disappeared without reason. Since the apocalypse began, powerful factions have risen across the land, developing rapidly. They initially had some time to solve their resource problems, but then the zombie tide erupted. When the zombie tide broke out, humanity was on the brink of collapse. If not for the sudden appearance of the Black Dragon and the Plan Army, which crushed the zombies with thunderous force, most of humanity could have been wiped out. This was one of the greatest crises humans faced, more severe than the heat disasters. Although the zombie tide has now been subdued, it has sounded the alarm for all factions. They understand deeply that fighting zombies cannot rely on guns alone. They need psychic powers. Various factions have started actively recruiting superpower users, offering different benefits based on their skill levels. Zhang Dongmu was scolded so much he didn't dare to speak. Old Master Zhang snorted coldly. Qiulin, you explain. Qiulin hesitated but stepped forward and said, according to Mr. Feng's classification of superpowers, abilities are divided into 7 levels from weak to strong. G, F, E, D, C, B, and A. Each level has different strength. Qiulin displayed various abilities corresponding to these levels. Immediately, all members of the Zhang family paid close attention. Level G superpowers are only slightly stronger than ordinary people, with very low evolution. They might just have some minor abilities that aren't very useful, like toughening skin, better resistance to hits, or making small fireballs. These are basic abilities, and various factions offer only 3 meals a day. Level F superpowers are about twice as strong as those of ordinary people, with slightly higher evolution. They have some potential and more practical abilities, such as forming stone shells to block damage, extending limbs, or temporarily changing body structure, or increasing speed. All factions are starting to gather level E superpowers, offering housing, 3 meals a day, and protection for 1 or 2 relatives or friends. Level E superpowers are 3 to 5 times stronger than level F, with higher evolution. Their abilities become more diverse and complex, with increased strength. Different factions are competing to recruit level E superpowers, offering housing, 3 meals, and protection for 5 relatives or friends. Level D superpowers. Qiulin's voice grew serious, and everyone knew the main part was coming. They all straightened up. Even old Master Zhang didn't interrupt. Qiulin continued, Level D superpowers can effectively eliminate zombies without relying on firearms and even have some resistance to the zombie virus. Their strength surpasses that of level E superpowers, generally 2 to 8 times stronger, depending on the ability type. All factions are eager to recruit level D superpower users, offering better conditions, including food, shelter, and protection for up to 15 people, along with certain rights. C-level superpower users are becoming more powerful, with abilities that are increasingly strange. Currently, one C-level user can turn into mud during battle, making themselves immune to weapons and injuries. When they turn into mud, their body composition is almost identical to soil. The upper class of the Zhang family was shocked, thinking such things were hard to imagine. It was unbelievable. Is this a myth? One senior Zhang family member exclaimed. This time, old Master Zhang did not hit him with his cane. Instead, he looked serious, with his usual commanding presence returning. In his old eyes, a desire was slowly emerging, something called ambition. Keep going, old Master Zhang ordered. Zhang Qiulin dared not disobey and continued. With their abilities, C-level superpower users can now participate in management and enjoy absolute privileges if they wish. Zhang Qiulin spoke faster, his tone becoming excited. At B-level, superpower users are very strong and terrifying. When a new B-level user appears, all factions will compete for them, treating each other with the utmost sincerity. An A-level superpower user is the foundation of each faction. Currently, every A-level user brings great reputation and influence to their group. For example, Lin Dong, an A-level superpower user under Haishir official Qian Qingyu, is called the Fire King. When he uses his power, flames burst out, and a single strike can destroy 20 zombies. Zhang Haohui, an A-level superpower user under Sihai in Chu Province, is known as the Wind Girl. She creates tornadoes that can tear apart zombies instantly. Suo Mingjie, an A-level superpower user under Fu Jingde in Hanxi, is called the Assassin. When he uses his power, sharp iron-like soil spikes emerge from the ground, with terrifying destructive power. Other families like the Yen, Pan, and Su families also seem to have superpower users. Everyone in the Zhang family looked serious after hearing this. Clearly, the appearance of superpower users would change the existing human order and completely alter the course of human evolution. Zhang Zixing was silent for a long time. Suddenly, he asked his most valued grandson, Zhang Haohui, "Haohui, what do you think?" Zhang Haohui stood up confidently and said, "Grandpa, I believe that the appearance of superpower users is a great fortune for humanity. It's an opportunity for human evolution, and also a chance for our Zhang family. Superpower users don't appear without reason. The current outbreak of the zombie tide is the beginning of their emergence. I believe that the birth of human supernatural abilities is very likely related to the zombie virus. Suppose that zombies are the result of mutations caused by the virus, and that those with supernatural powers are people who have survived the virus and evolved. Then my Zhang family could establish a laboratory to study this zombie virus, fully understand it, and become the biggest winner, standing at the top of all forces." Zhang Haohui's words completely shocked everyone present from the Zhang family. They didn't expect that this third generation would be so ambitious, creative, and resourceful. Zhang Zixing smiled with satisfaction and asked again, "Setting up a lab to study the zombie virus will definitely involve live experiments. Haohui, aren't you worried about future repercussions?" Zhang Haohui replied, "Every step of human progress has come at a cost. If we can unlock the secret of evolution, those who are experimented on should feel honored. As for the future, if they enjoy the results of our research, will they still criticize me? Even if they do, it's just the anger of the powerless." He tidied his clothes proudly and said, "Grandpa, I have awakened an A-level supernatural ability." Hearing this, the Zhang family members were filled with joy. Zhang Haohui continued, "Besides me, there is one more person who has awakened an A-level ability, Manru. Come out and meet the elders."